A century ago, a cataclysmic transformation befell the world, ushering in the age of class advancement, where foreign races lurked and mutated beasts roamed freely. The trajectory of global development was irrevocably altered, compelling all youths who had reached the age of 18 to undergo a profession awakening. In this tumultuous era, powerful professionals symbolized status and identity, and society revered the strong above all. Whether as humble as grass or ceaselessly striving for strength, on the day of class advancement, Chen Lin was bestowed with the title of summoner. However, his summoned creature was but a cub, devoid of combat prowess, subject to ridicule. It mattered not, for Chen Lin had the potential to endow it with greatness, embarking together upon the path to the exalted throne. 3 months later, a formidable adversary from the foreign races remarked, after devouring humanity for over a century, it seemed they were on the verge of total annihilation, only for Chen Lin to nonchalantly unveil a summoning creature with power exceeding that of the strongest. How can we contend with this? A year later, the summoned creature had evolved into a ruler among myriad realms, and Chen, the lord of oblivion and destruction, stood atop the pinnacle of invincibility, receiving a message. The annual competition among the 5 prestigious academies has commenced. Freshman Chen Lin, are you prepared to participate? Chen Lin silently confirmed his participation, his figure swiftly traversing the dark cosmos, murmuring, "May Blue Star endure even a fraction of my power without crumbling." Chapter 1. Faint Hope. In Fanyan City, at Second High School. Dear students, regardless of the profession category, diligence will afford you the chance to rise above. Your starting point now does not dictate your future achievements. At the podium, the class teacher, Lu Wan, appearing to be in his 30s, proclaimed, "A century ago, games merged with reality, and Blue Star became linked with myriad realms. The heavens and earth underwent cataclysmic changes, resulting in countless beings mutating and evolving, alongside the invasion of hostile races. In such an age, society revered the strong, and the only path to ascend the social hierarchy lay through becoming stronger. The unified class advancement, organized annually by the state, represented the singular opportunity. All youths who reached the age of 18 while attending high school would be eligible to participate. Each was filled with excitement, yearning to become a rare and revered professional. However, the stark reality was that nearly 80% of participants found their dreams shattered. Many students were assigned mundane occupations devoid of any combat capability. Every year, our Great Xia consumes vast resources to conduct unified class advancement across all schools, assisting you in obtaining professions, and the purpose is straightforward. It is solely to provide more individuals the opportunity to realize their potential, ensuring that no gold remains buried. I have received news that the threshold for the upcoming college entrance examination will be raised by 100 points compared to previous years. However, this also signifies that those ranked higher will receive even richer rewards. Thus, you must return and adjust your mindset. Invest in equipment and skills without hesitation, lest you miss this opportunity and regret it for a lifetime." Below the podium, a group of students reveled in elation, their expressions animated as they showcased their respective professions to one another. Conversely, many others appeared dejected, their gazes somber, creating a starkly divided atmosphere. In a seat by the window, Chen Lin rested his chin on one hand, his countenance somewhat lost in thought. Unexpectedly, he discovered he was a time traveler. Moments after his class advancement, the memories buried deep within his mind resurfaced as if unsealed. Had it not been for this, he might have experienced the same emotional highs and lows as his classmates. Chen Lin. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful girl in the front row turned to him, her gaze apologetic as she spoke slowly. "I'm sorry. The college entrance examination is of utmost importance, the only opportunity for ordinary families like ours to ascend the social ladder. Lu Liang has agreed to team up with me, so, I'm sorry, please find someone else." Chen Lin's expression momentarily froze as realization dawned upon him. Since high school began, their seats had been close, and they often conversed, leading to an agreement to tackle the examination together. Both harbored mutual affection, and Chen Lin naturally did not refuse. Now, upon witnessing his transformation into a summoner, she seemed to reconsider, perceiving him as somewhat weak. Had this been before, Chen Lin might have felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, since forming a team would now be more challenging, especially with his summoning creature being notably weak, a fact seemingly known throughout the school. Nevertheless, he remained remarkably calm. The awakening of his memories felt akin to living a second life. Externally, nothing had changed, but his mindset had undergone a seismic shift. "No problem." Upon hearing such a simple response, the girl's face registered surprise. She had anticipated Chen Lin would be enraged, preparing herself to offer numerous explanations to alleviate his concerns, yet he appeared utterly unconcerned. This realization left her feeling unexpectedly disheartened. Observing Chen Lin's expression devoid of any emotion, she apologized once more before turning back. A nearby girl remarked, Xiaoyan, you haven't done anything wrong. Why be so humble? Now that he's a summoner, what right does he have to be paired with you, the class beauty? Moreover, his summoning creature is exceedingly weak. Huh, a pup no bigger than a hand. What combat prowess could that possess? Not only I, but others also find it laughable. What a disgrace to our class. I've asked many people, and they unanimously conclude that Chen Lin is already a failure. Teaming with him means failing the examination. Meanwhile, look at Lu Yang, who has obtained a rare profession, the Heavy Lance Knight, excelling in both damage output and damage mitigation. Furthermore, his family is affluent. Even the neighboring teachers believe his future is bright. What could Chen Lin possibly compare? Zhang Yan's brow unfurled, her earlier discontent dissipating. After hearing her friend's analysis, she became even more certain that her choice had been correct. The college entrance examination was a threshold into the upper echelons of society, and she was determined to succeed. Even if it meant becoming somewhat loathsome in the process, it mattered not. Chapter 2. From now on, your name is Hei Ming. Observing the young black wolf munching away, Chen Lin let out a silent sigh, his palm gently caressing its fur. At the moment of contact, a voice suddenly echoed within his mind. Detection initiated. What was that commotion? Chen Lin glanced around, finding no one in sight, and his thoughts spiraled into chaos. Could it be a golden finger? Was it possible that the equipment for traversers was real? Chen Lin quickly accepted the situation. It was indeed the case that he had crossed over, albeit with his memories having vanished. Loyalty at 100%, never betray, proceed with destiny connection. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Lin made his decision. As his intent solidified, a sudden, excruciating pain ripped through his soul. Hiss! Caught off guard, Chen Lin gasped, feeling his entire body turn numb as he collapsed to the ground. Enduring an indescribable agony, he could not support himself any longer. His complexion gradually paling as sweat poured down his face. Gritting his teeth, Chen Lin clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. Remaining silent was the utmost limit of his endurance. What was happening? Was he all right? Oh, perhaps he was simply unable to withstand the shock of transitioning to a life profession on such a day. Speaking of which, I heard that a good son from my high school obtained a combat profession. He is bound to achieve great things. Old Gua, is that true? I wouldn't deceive you. I believe it's called a fighter. Two passers-by conversed nearby, their unfamiliar voices fading into the distance. With great effort, Chen Lin managed to rise, feeling the pain gradually dissipate. Almost immediately, an invisible force surged towards the black wolf, and the voice returned to his mind. Soul has fused. Destiny connection established. Congratulations, your summoned creature has awakened a unique talent, gluttonous devouring SSS. Instantly, Chen Lin's spirit soared, and with a mere thought, a long, transparent panel appeared before him. Summoned creature, unnamed. Type, mutated wolf. Level, 1. Attributes, strength 2, constitution 3, agility 3, magic 1. Health, 100. Skills, none. Talent, gluttonous devouring. SSS transforms all consumed food into energy, disregarding growth restrictions, breaking shackles to evolve. Upon reviewing the panel, Chen Lin's face lit up with joy. The suffering he endured was not in vain. Within the entire Great Xia, those who awakened an SSS-level talent could be counted on one hand. With each new occurrence, the nation would take significant notice and provide protection. The reason, of course, was its overwhelming power. Over a decade ago, when the defense was breached, the kingdom of Xianlong fell to a foreign army, resulting in millions of casualties and vast territories laid waste. Ultimately, it was a prodigy with an SSS-level talent who single-handedly held the line. However, there was an unsettling feeling within him. Why was it that he bore all the burdens? Yet the benefits were reaped by the summoned creature? Whose golden finger was this? Chen Lin mused, leaning back in disbelief. Grasping the black wolf by the scruff of its neck, he pulled it closer to his face. With earnest gravity, Chen Lin declared, from now on, your name shall be Hei Ming. You are to serve me faithfully, understood? How? Seeing it lick him affectionately, Chen Lin nodded in satisfaction. Continue eating. Before long, the meat was devoured completely, and the pace of consumption had noticeably increased. Consuming ordinary meat, evolution value 0, 5 points. As the voice sounded, Hei Ming's size imperceptibly grew. This was reflected in the panel, with all basic attributes rising by 1 point. This was merely the consumption of an ordinary meat cut. If more food could be ingested in the future, what heights could be reached? With this thought, Chen Lin's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. He could see the possibility of passing the college entrance examination. Furthermore, to his astonishment, a gentle warmth surged within him, seemingly enhancing his strength. Though minuscule, perhaps only a fraction of a point, this sensation was exhilarating. It turned out that the golden finger could also channel a portion of the energy acquired by the summoned creature back to him. This was quite splendid. Chen Lin felt a weight lift from his heart. Suddenly, he had a newfound ally for competition against others, granting him a glimmer of confidence. Simultaneously, he had a clear direction. Diligent effort could indeed lead to strength. A faint smile graced Chen Lin's lips as he picked up the now slightly heavier Hei Ming and headed home amidst the evening glow. Night had completely fallen, stars twinkling in the sky, and the moonlight cascading upon the earth. As Chen Lin pushed open the door, he spotted his mother, Li Huiru, placing a bowl in the living room, her apron tied around her waist. Dinner is almost ready. Wash your hands first. Li Huiru did not have a profession. The uniform transition had only been implemented in the past decade, so the majority of the world still consisted of ordinary people. All right. Chen Lin set Haiming down, allowing it to remain by itself. So, what profession did you obtain today at school? Li Huiru inquired while slicing green peppers. A summoner, Chen Lin replied. The moment he finished, an exclamation rang out from the hallway. Wow, a combat profession. Brother, you're amazing. A vibrant figure bounced over, wearing a white t-shirt, with a pair of delicate, fair legs peeking out from beneath her shorts. Brother, I heard that summoners will be provided materials by the school for on-site summoning. What is your summon creature? Let me see. Seeing his sister's expectant eyes, Chen Lin pointed to the obediently following Haiming. Instantly, Chen Li's excitement came to an abrupt halt, her expression frozen in disbelief. It's this small? Yes, Chen Lin nodded. Chen Li's face fell in dismay. Why is it so tiny? She leaned in closer to inspect, even playfully poking at it. Haiming lowered its head, emitting soft whines. Moments later, Chen Li stood up silently, walking over to Li Huiru. Mom, your son is a failure. Hurry up and have another one. Li Huiru's lips twitched slightly, the kitchen knife in her hand rising unconsciously. Witnessing this, Chen Li dashed away in fright. Chen Lin shook his head helplessly, assisting in carrying the already prepared dishes to the living room. Soon, the three of them gathered around the table, while Chen Li swung her delicate feet beneath it, happily using her chopsticks to pick up food. Suddenly, her gaze landed on the large hawk in Chen Lin's bowl. Brother, I want to eat that. Li Huiru coldly interrupted. Not for you. Seeing his sister's pitiful expression tugged at Chen Lin's heartstrings, he called Haiming over and then offered the fragrant hawk to it. Feeling a slight warmth surge within him again, he experienced a strengthening sensation sweep over his body. Though minimal, the ability to enhance oneself at any moment was incredibly gratifying. Chen Li's eyes widened, feeling a genuine emotional blow. Chen Lin, does that mean your favorite sister is worth less than a dog? Chen Lin was taken aback. Why do you think you can compare with it? What gave you that impression? The defenses crumbled, utterly shattered. Mom, look. Brother says I'm not even as good as a dog. It's a wolf, he corrected. Chen Li fell silent, realizing that her place in this family had seemingly vanished. Chapter 3, Evolution. After dinner, Chen Lin tidied up the dishes and washed up, tasks he typically undertook. Once he finished, he noticed Li Huiru approaching with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Li Huiru produced a card from her pocket, speaking gently. This afternoon, I heard from a neighbor that the passing score for this year's college entrance examination has been raised significantly. I just saw Aunt Zhang taking her son to buy equipment and skill books. Considering your classmates must be doing the same, I can't let you fall behind just because our family isn't well off. This card contains over 35,000. It should suffice for purchasing the necessary equipment, right? If not, I'll borrow some from my colleagues. Chen Lin felt a deep sense of gratitude within, as this essentially comprised all the savings of their family. Without reservation, they entrusted it to him, hoping to assist him in not lagging behind during the college entrance examination. Despite his reluctance to accept it, Chen Lin's rationality ultimately prevailed. Indeed, he was in dire need of funds to facilitate the development of Haiming, propelling it to new heights. This is sufficient, mother, thank you. Li Huiru, sensing Chen Lin's thoughts, gently comforted him. This money was originally meant for you and your sibling. Do not feel uneasy about using it. As the time approached for her to leave for work, she added, the news of your transition to a combat profession will undoubtedly elicit envy from many of my colleagues, who will admire me for having such a fine son. With a smile, she provided him with the bank card's password before turning and exiting. As the cool breeze swept in, Chen Lin inhaled deeply. Since he could remember, his father had already passed away. To support the two siblings, Li Huiru worked 2 jobs daily, rarely affording herself any time to rest. Clenching his fists silently, Chen Lin's gaze became resolute. He recalled that in the previous college entrance examination, a significant monetary reward awaited the top 10 in the city. If he could secure a place among them, his mother would no longer need to toil so hard, juggling 2 jobs. However, should others learn of Chen Lin's ambition, they might mock him for aspiring too high. The competition this year was undeniably fiercer than before. Though there were other avenues to acquire wealth, they required time and were not suitable for Chen Lin, who was just embarking on his journey. Competing with his peers to showcase his potential and secure a substantial sum from the government was undoubtedly the fastest route. As the streets illuminated, Chen Lin emerged from a diner frequented by laborers, hoisting a box containing 100 pounds of mutated beast meat. Due to an abundance of leftover ingredients, the proprietor readily agreed to sell it to him for just over 6,000. According to the description of the gluttonous devouring talent, Haiming's potential was unimaginable, and more importantly, it could grow rapidly in the short term. To successfully navigate the college entrance examination, nurturing it was the best course of action. Furthermore, the energy that Haiming transformed could be partially shared with him, directly enhancing his own strength. Compared to selling everything to purchase a skill book, This was an immensely profitable strategy. Skill books ranged from levels 1 to 10. Even a level 1 skill book could cost thousands, and its effectiveness was uncertain. It certainly wouldn't turn the tide. If one believed that acquiring a single level 1 skill book could alter their fate, they were merely indulging in fanciful thinking. Nonetheless, many families still opted to purchase them, clinging to the hope that even a slight increase in their child's combat prowess would enhance their chances of passing the college entrance examination. It was well known that nearly all dungeon resources were concentrated within the academies. Without access, the only way to level up was to venture outside the city and battle mutated beasts to obtain life crystals, which could be converted into experience points. Yet, for a level 1 practitioner with limited strength, this was akin to courting death. Moreover, aside from a few reckless hunters, many individuals, even if they possessed combat power, lacked the courage to venture outside and slay mutated beasts. Finding a secluded alley, Chen Lin summoned He Ming. Compared to a short while ago, it had grown significantly. Though still small, its shape began to resemble that of a wolf. A woo. Upon seeing the vivid red mutated beast meat before it, He Ming felt an intense hunger stirring deep within. However, without its master's consent, it restrained itself, remaining motionless. Only upon Chen Lin's approval did He Ming immediately open its mouth and begin to voraciously tear into the meat. Before long, the mutated beast meat that had entered its stomach far exceeded its own size. Yet, He Ming showed no signs of stopping. Its stomach resembled an abyss, voraciously converting all the meat it consumed. As it continued to devour, an immense surge of energy coursed through He Ming's body, catalyzing its growth and fortifying its flesh and cells. Simultaneously, its size increased at a visible rate, its bones cracking like a monstrous entity. At that moment, Chen Lin also felt a wave of energy flowing within him, sweeping through his entire being, enhancing his faculties and flooding his mind with a sense of euphoria. The bond between man and beast was growing stronger. Evolution points, 75,100. This was a new addition resulting from the gluttonous devouring talent. Once it reached 100 points, He Ming would be able to evolve, achieving an unexpected transformation. 100 pounds of mutated beast meat should suffice, Chen Lin mused silently. About half an hour later, He Ming had transformed beyond recognition, its size now exceeding 2 meters, towering close to Chen Lin's waist, having multiplied several times. The box that once brimmed with mutated beast meat was now entirely empty. Chen Lin summoned his panel to check. Summon creature, He Ming. Type, mutated wolf. Level 1. Attributes, strength 34, constitution 36, agility 36, magic power 33. Health, 100. Skills, none. Talent, gluttonous devouring SSS. Evolution points, 100, 9100, ready to evolve. The attributes had nearly increased tenfold. Such panel statistics would surpass even those of individuals who had transitioned to rare professions. However, compared to the last time when consuming a single meat chop had elevated all attributes by 1 point, this was significantly less. It appeared that as one progressed, greater amounts of energy were required for growth. The benefit, however, was that higher attributes would yield stronger enhancements in the future. In simpler terms, the difference between applying a slight force during infancy and during adulthood was immense. Chen Lin waved his hand in the air, accessing his personal panel, and glanced at his own attributes. After his transition, his initial strength was 11, constitution 10, agility 12, and spirit 20. Now, all had increased by 10 points. Since the ordinary meat previously consumed by He Ming contained minimal energy, only a fraction could be shared with him. However, this time, consuming 100 pounds of high-energy mutated beast meat had led to significant reinforcement. Now, his attributes should place him among the elite in his class. Yet, this alone did not guarantee that Chen Lin was stronger than everyone else. True strength required a comprehensive assessment of various factors. Attributes merely served as a foundational reference. Nonetheless, Chen Lin now possessed an advantage. He Ming's almost cheat-like ability to grow effortlessly would undoubtedly allow him to quickly close the gap with others. Chapter 4. The college entrance examination begins. Chen Lin silently clicked on the evolution option on his panel. As he confirmed, a terrifying spherical force originating from the depths of He Ming resonated. Instantly, waves of special black evolution power erupted, rapidly coursing through its body, frantically splitting more cells, and reorganizing its genes, as life gradually transitioned to a higher echelon. After a prolonged duration, a series of notifications appeared before Chen Lin. Congratulations. Your summoned creature He Ming has acquired the skill, Tier. Congratulations, your summoned creature He Ming has awakened a new talent, Gigantism, E. Gigantism, E triples its body size, increases strength and defense by 300, but reduces speed by 50. Strength, 3454. Constitution, 3656. Agility, 3656. Magic power, 3353. With this evolution, He Ming's appearance underwent a slight transformation. Its skin became more resilient, muscles solid and robust, exuding an imposing aura. Moreover, all attributes surged, surpassing 50 points. This was truly remarkable for a level 1 being. In gaming terms, it was akin to a pure supermodel monster. Even the most elite of summoned beings pale in comparison. Through the extensive experience of the human race, summoned entities are categorized into 4 distinct tiers: low, medium, high, and top. The criteria for this classification hinge upon their innate talent. From the moment they are summoned, those endowed with formidable prowess exhibit exceptional potential, and their attributes enhance significantly as they level up. The rankings are as follows: Fed for low tier, CBA for medium, S for high, and SS for top tier. As for summoned beings with SSS talent, none have yet been encountered. It is said that entities of such caliber would never consent to being summoned. The gluttony and insatiable hunger of Haiming are bestowed upon Chen Lin by nature. Thus, strictly speaking, it does not qualify as a top-tier summon. In fact, it may not even reach the low tier of summoning. Sighing, Chen Lin gently stroked Haiming's head as he gazed up at the star-studded sky, his mind swirling with thoughts. The time for him to shine had arrived. Whether he would ascend like a dragon or fall like a worm, the outcome would soon be revealed. The following day, Chun Li and Li Huizhu stood outside the entrance, initially prepared to take a leave of absence, only to discover they could not enter to spectate. Thus, their mother would not attend. Xiaoling, you must prioritize your safety. If any danger arises, you can withdraw immediately. Do not push your limits, Li Huizhu cautioned. Even if you do not succeed in the entrance examination, it is perfectly fine. We can lead a stable life through work. Although within the dungeon, one could exit at will, the risk was minimal, yet there had been instances of fatalities in previous examinations. Li Huizhu had reiterated these warnings for an hour. Observing her worried expression, Chun Ling nodded in acknowledgement. Brother, I wish to watch. Can you take me in with you? Chun Li implored. Chun Ling, expressionless, flicked her forehead lightly. No? She cried out in pain, her gaze tinged with reproach as she covered the spot he had touched. All right, mother and sister. I must take my leave now. Once Chun Ling departed, concern washed over Chun Li's face, her hands gripping the hem of her school uniform tightly. In the square, throngs of people gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. After verifying the necessary information, Chen Ling followed the staff's guidance to his designated class area. Luwen was meticulously explaining the details to Heed while entering the dungeon. On the platform stood the principal of the second high school alongside all the teaching staff. Across from them were students from the first, third, and fourth high schools. This year's entrance examination gathered students from several top-tier high schools, raising the competitive stakes to an all-time high. Lu Liang's anxious expression was telling. He had been confident yesterday, but now he was drenched in sweat. The first high school had over 30 students awaken their talents, one of whom was even A-level. Was this a stroke of luck from ancestral blessings? The third high school had suddenly surged, revealing a hidden class. Given these circumstances, competing for a spot in the top 100 of the city seemed nearly impossible. Lu Liang regretted the bravado he had previously exhibited. After consulting his father's connections, he discovered that the quality of this year's graduating class was exceptionally high. But it was too late to rectify his overconfidence. With merely a third-tier skill at his disposal, he stood no chance against such formidable contenders. Moreover, they likely possessed various abilities. The bravado he had displayed could not be withdrawn now. Even he felt the mounting pressure, and Chun Ling would undoubtedly rank at the bottom. With him as a benchmark, Zhang Yin might not regret her decision. Even if she failed to reach the anticipated top 100, she might still find satisfaction. With these thoughts, Lu Liang felt a sense of relief. The white moonlight he had admired for years had now become a powerful contender. He must strive to seize victory. TSK, Chun Ling, do you even plan to compete? You might as well give up like the other vocational students to avoid public humiliation, he sneered. There's a saying. If you haven't competed against someone, you can deceive yourself into thinking you've never lost. Many students around them chuckled at this remark. Chun Ling turned to glance at the speaker, a fellow named Yi Chao, who stood beside Lu Liang, accompanied by the graceful and elegant Zhang Yan, clearly indicating they were teammates. Chun Ling chose to ignore them. Their petty mischief could not disturb his composure. As a bell tolled, the 4 bronze gates swung open simultaneously, releasing a chill as they creaked ajar. Without hesitation, all students began to scrutinize the information regarding their respective dungeons. Oh no! Our second high school has been assigned to the Buried Bones Forest, one of the dungeons with the highest failure rates. What atrocious luck! Is it too late for me to transfer schools now? Enough, enough. All dungeons have similar difficulty levels. What is there to complain about? Another student chimed in. You from the third high school are just fortunate to draw an easier one, so of course, you have no grievances. Laughter erupted, and the atmosphere turned raucous. Luwen felt a pang of anxiety and quickly cautioned his students. The Buried Bones Forest has a complex terrain. The trees and shrubs are dense. You must remain vigilant against monster ambushes and be aware of your surroundings at all times. Remember all the knowledge about monsters we discussed previously, their behaviors, habitats, and attack patterns. After delivering several crucial points, Luwen took out a device resembling a wristwatch. This is a recorder made by mechanics. It will transmit the scores you earn in the dungeon. He swiftly distributed the devices to all the students in his class. Another bell tolled, signifying the official start of the examination. A girl clad in white armor, her ice blue hair cascading down her back, and her features exquisitely beautiful. was the first to be enveloped by the beam of light descending into the dungeon. It's our senior Su Linxue from the 3rd high school. She has chosen to enter the dungeon alone. The fewer people in a group, the more points one could accumulate. Naturally, those with strength would opt for solo expeditions. However, as a ranged mage, would she be safe without melee protection? You must be joking. Su Shui is a frost mage. Equipped with 5 primary skills, powerful AoE and single target burst capabilities, as well as defensive spells. How could she fear monsters approaching? Quiet. Look, 2 students from the 1st high school are also going solo. And there's S1 from the 4th high school. Wow, incredible. Could today be a visual feast for us? Countless onlookers in the square buzzed with excitement, their faces alight with enthusiasm. Ignoring the cacophony of voices around him, Chen Lin positioned the recorder on his wrist, and it automatically extended to secure itself in place. With a mere thought, he connected to the dungeon. A blinding white light enveloped him as he too chose to enter the dungeon alone. Chapter 5. What gives him the right to go solo? In a brief span, all students had vanished into the dungeon. A middle-aged man with a beard, having reached level 20, raised his hand and summoned 4 water screens that appeared above the entrance to the dungeon, projecting the scenes within. This year, the number of outstanding students surpasses previous years. Yet none hail from the 2nd high school. It appears our talent output may once again be at the bottom. Upon hearing Lu Wen's remark, a female teacher from the elite class nodded in agreement. Without a single genius to carry the banner, we can only hope the average scores do not plummet too low. However, hardly had her words faded when a student from the 2nd high school chose to withdraw from the dungeon voluntarily. As they gazed at the empty entrance to the Buried Bones forest, a boy emerged, and all the teachers from the 2nd high school exchanged glances, lowering their heads in silence. The Buried Bones forest was unique in that it demanded greater caution than other dungeons. Students with fragile mental fortitude, faced with sudden ambushes, would become flustered and terrified, leading them to surrender without even attempting to resist. The fear etched on this student's face indicated he likely belonged to such a category, while his teammates may still be battling within the dungeon. However, a fragile psychological endurance can be preemptively prepared to mitigate its effects. What Lu Wen previously mentioned were indeed preventive measures. Other teachers have similarly cautioned, yet it is evident that not all students are receptive or capable of applying this wisdom. Nonetheless, the responsibilities that must be shouldered cannot be evaded. Lu Wen murmured, "Old Pang, this is your student." Teacher Pang Yuan sighed, hastily moving to assist his student. Upon seeing the boy's eyes reddening, he immediately offered comfort. Internally, he resolved to meticulously transcribe all knowledge that could aid in the college entrance examination over 100 times. A little hand fatigue is far preferable to jeopardizing one's future, as is the case now. Feeling the weight of many mocking gazes upon him, Li Mingji's expression darkened as he silently observed the shifting water curtain. From the gradually changing images, he suddenly spotted a solitary youth navigating through the dense woods, scanning his surroundings. Li Mingji's face registered surprise, his tone laced with curiosity. Did we really have such an exceptionally capable student at our No. 2 high school yesterday? Hearing this, numerous teachers followed his gaze, their expressions turning perplexed. Who was this boy, and from which class did he hail? They were utterly unfamiliar with him. This was unexpected. They would certainly remember students who transitioned to formidable professions or awakened remarkable talents. Moreover, a student capable of operating independently would surely be a source of pride for any homeroom teacher. Yet, they had no recollection of him whatsoever. Wait, isn't that one of old Lu's students? It appeared that a female teacher from the elite class recognized him. At this revelation, Lu Wen felt all eyes, including Li Mingji's, converge upon him, awaiting an explanation. Lu Wen found himself at a loss for words. He was acutely aware that Chen Lin was merely an ordinary summoner. More crucially, his summoned creatures appeared utterly devoid of combat prowess. Lu Wen had personally verified this and even requested auxiliary tools for investigation, both yielding the same result. He was weak. Chen Lin's situation was akin to facing an insurmountable challenge from the outset. Without a team, he could scarcely hope to meet the passing mark for the college entrance examination. He had discussed this with Chen Lin just the day before, reiterating the importance multiple times. He had even discreetly inquired among classmates and, upon learning that Chen Lin had a team, felt a measure of relief. But what was happening now? Where had his teammates vanished to? Lu Wen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, overwhelmed by confusion. Why was his student faltering at such a critical moment? Li Mingji, gradually transitioning from disbelief to realization, swiftly pulled out his phone to check the evaluation information for number 2 high school. Scrolling to the end, he finally located Chen Lin's profile. An ordinary profession, an exceedingly weak summoned creature, devoid of talent, lacking any notable advantages. How could he possibly operate independently? This was a path to self-destruction, an utter ruin of his future. Contemplating this, Li Mingji inhaled deeply and sternly inquired, "Old Lu, how do you educate your students?" Lu Wen wore a bitter smile. He had genuinely tried his best. Yet, he found no rebuttal to offer. Lu Wen had indeed recognized Chen Lin's potential, as he had exhibited commendable performance in both academic knowledge and practical exercises. Regrettably, the weakness of his summoned creature directly threatened his prospects. Many students who had faltered in their transitions had vented their frustrations on him. Perhaps this was also why Chen Lin's teammates had refused to join him in the college entrance examination. Operating solo was tantamount to fighting a desperate battle. With this thought, Luwen sighed deeply, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. In just a day, he had fallen from the ranks of an exemplary student to a future shrouded in uncertainty. Such a disparity was unbearable for anyone. A familiar female teacher from the elite class remarked, "This situation indeed reflects poorly on old Lu. We can only hope that Chen Lin does not encounter any further dangers." But as the saying goes, worry tends to materialize. The water curtain vividly displayed a deep green long worm creeping ominously above Chen Lin's head, poised to strike. Instantly, Luwen's expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat beading on his forehead. It was a venomous tooth worm. This was the creature most to be wary of in the buried bones forest. Once bitten, it would inject venom, leaving both body and mind temporarily paralyzed. At that point, even escaping the instance would be impossible, and the only fate awaiting him would be to be devoured alive. Many students had fallen prey to this creature, yet they had teammates to swiftly eliminate the threat. But Chen Lin was utterly alone. No one was there to save him. As the venomous tooth worm bared its menacing fangs at Chen Lin, all the teachers and Li Mingji shared a singular thought. It was over. You have entered the buried bones forest. Level restriction is 20. Remaining time in the instance, 35,958 seconds. After a brief bout of dizziness, Chen Lin immediately regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings. Blood dripped from the branches onto the overgrown, muddy ground. Scattered about, remnants of bones lay within a 5-step radius, marred by gnawing marks. The stench was foul, and the light scarcely penetrated the forest, rendering visibility dim. Suddenly, the sound of something falling caught Chen Lin's attention. Turning swiftly, he beheld a horrifying head, riddled with countless tiny puncture wounds, dripping with blood. His gaze sharpened, and without a moment's hesitation, a staff over a meter long materialized in his left hand. Staff of the sword, ordinary quality, effect, can switch between two forms. As a sword, it enhances physical damage. As a staff, it provides a slight boost to magic. Just then, a deep green long worm, as thick as a water barrel, lunged down from the treetops. Its head split wide open, gaping enough to swallow a human head whole, revealing a terrifying array of teeth. Chen Lin, having already reacted, gripped the other end of his staff and drew it forth. With a swift motion, a flash of white light sliced through the body of the deep green long worm, executed with remarkable speed and finesse. Chen Lin's expression remained calm as he flicked his wrist, causing the suspended blade to rotate gracefully, flinging away the thick, greenish blood before slowly returning to its sheath. The deep green long worm, now severed in two, fell to the ground like a broken kite, writhing a few times before succumbing to death. From its remains, an invisible orb of light shot forth, merging into Chen Lin's chest. You have successfully slain a venomous tooth worm. You have gained 5 experience points. Simultaneously, an item on Chen Lin's wrist illuminated with a notification, score 15. Not bad. Even after a long absence from wielding a sword, he had not forgotten the motions. The memories of his past life were filled with blades. He had practiced daily from childhood. Even in an ordinary world devoid of the extraordinary, the techniques of exerting force remained applicable. Moreover, the countless repetitions of drawing and striking, though simple, were sufficient for the current stage. Compared to him, most others learned in a haphazard manner, lacking refinement, relying solely on skills. Meanwhile, back in the external world, Luwen stood in a state of shock. It wasn't just him. Other teachers and Li Mingji wore similarly astonished expressions. How could this be? Wasn't he a summoner? Yet, the reflexes and speed he displayed could only be achieved with high agility. A summoner, reliant on their summoned creatures, should possess nothing extraordinary beyond mental acuity, right? Everyone turned their gaze toward Lu Wan, awaiting an explanation. He was equally bewildered. Though Chen Lin had performed admirably in practical exercises previously, it had never been to such an extraordinary degree. After transitioning, one's base attributes should increase according to their profession. A summoner, being an ordinary profession, would only enhance their mental attribute. There was no indication that agility would be augmented. As for special items that could directly elevate base attributes, they were almost priceless. Based on Lu Wen's understanding of Chen Lin's family circumstances, they would certainly not be able to afford them. Pondering this, Lu Wen struggled to comprehend how Chen Lin could have undergone such a drastic transformation in a single day. However, even with heightened agility, achieving a score of 500 points to meet the college entrance examination standard would still prove challenging alone. Chapter 6, The First Performance. Back to the instance. After vanquishing the deep green long worm, Chen Lin ventured into the heart of the forest. The deeper he delved, the more brutal the sights became. Skeletons dangled from the twisted trunks of colossal trees, while an indeterminate crimson hue smeared the underbrush, resembling a chaotic painting. A rustling sound emerged suddenly ahead, as if countless entities were crashing through the obstructing thickets and trampling the grass, drawing closer. Howls echoed, an incoherent cacophony of ghostly cries, as diminutive, grotesque beings with greenish skin materialized within Chen Lin's view. Armed with sharp bones, stones, and wooden clubs, they exuded an air of primal savagery. Goblins. Chen Lin recognized them at once. Textbook descriptions portrayed them as vicious creatures that thrived on reproduction and would turn on their kin in the absence of sustenance. Roughly estimating, there were about 50 or 60 of them. Such overwhelming numbers would make it nearly impossible for him to survive against them. Black Ming. Chen Lin silently summoned. In an instant, a radiant white light manifested, followed by a resounding wolf howl that reverberated through the forest. This howl was starkly different from the timid yelp of before. It resonated with the authority of a sovereign. Black Ming's cold vertical pupils fixated on the horde of goblins rushing forth. Without the need for Chen Lin to issue a command, sensing their malice towards its master, Black Ming instantly bared its fangs. Boom! Its limbs exerted force, leaving claw marks on the ground as it shot forth like a cannonball. Bang! The leading goblin's skull shattered, propelled backward with unrelenting force. A row of goblins was caught in its wake, tumbling in disarray. Howls of dismay erupted from the goblins to either side, their strange eyes ablaze with fury, as they brandished their weapons and struck down with all their might. Yet, weapons that had previously proven effective were rendered useless in this moment. The sharp bone splintered against Black Ming's back with a crack. Bang! A claw descended upon one goblin's head, obliterating it in a spray of blood and brains. Violence. A visceral display of the aesthetics of brutality. Black Ming forsook defense entirely, moving through the chaos as if in an uninhabited realm, engaging in a frenzied slaughter. Goblin after goblin advanced, only to collapse, their blood gradually staining the surroundings. This one-sided onslaught, utterly unresisting, instilled a primal terror even within the dim-witted goblins. They ceased their attack and fled in a panic, scattering in all directions. Witnessing this, Chen Lin would not allow their escape, commanding Black Ming to pursue while he dashed toward the nearest goblin. They came here, and not a single one shall escape. Observing this ferocious spectacle, the outside world erupted in astonishment. Wow! Do we really have such a formidable senior at our school? His summoned creature is incredibly powerful. Not to mention, he himself possesses such high combat prowess. How charming. Heavens, with those minuscule figures, can they even be tempting? In the observation area of the second high school, students from the first and second years exhibited expressions of excitement, with a few younger girls blushing profusely. Just over 10 minutes prior, once word spread that Chen Lin was besieged by goblins, many eyes were immediately drawn to the scene. Most assumed this senior was destined to be eliminated. Even a swarm of ants could take down an elephant, let alone someone who was not an elephant. However, what transpired next left them in shock. One man and one beast annihilated the entire goblin horde. It was nothing short of divine. Can someone explain what is happening here? Did we not say that Chen Lin's summon was weak? Is this what you consider weak? Huh. In the face of Li Mingji's inquiry, Luan found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, his mind felt as though it had short-circuited, ringing in his ears. Was this truly the palm-sized pup from yesterday? The leap seems rather excessive. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, excitement coursing through him as his lips quivered. There was no doubt that Chen Lin's summon possessed extraordinary talent. Moreover, it likely belonged to a growth type. Upon voicing these conjectures, Li Mingji's expression brightened. If it had reached this level so swiftly, it must be at least B-grade talent, and if it truly is a growth type, its potential could rival that of high-tier summons. With that thought, Li Mingji felt his heart race. Could it be that the second high school was finally producing a genius worthy of recognition? He remembered something and hurriedly asked, "What is Chen Lin's current score?" A mature female teacher, wearing round glasses, glanced at her tablet. According to the recorder's calculations, his current score stood at 560 points, placing him at the pinnacle of our second high school. Goodness, he has already soared past the passing line. Most people are still languishing in the tens. Hearing this, Luan experienced a surreal sense of disbelief. The top student in his class had achieved the highest score in the entire school? What about first high? How many points did they have? 610. Upon hearing that number, Li Mingji felt a twinge of regret, but it made sense. While talent might not differ greatly, the rarity of Chen Lin's summoner profession compared to others created a significant gap. In fact, Su Linxue from third high was even more terrifying, boasting a score of 830, far surpassing the rest. Other second and third tier high school students were nowhere near her level. Currently, no one in the city could surpass her. Upon hearing this, Li Mingji and the other teachers inhaled sharply. They had only been in the instance for less than 20 minutes, yet she had accumulated 830 points. At this rate, would she not break 1,000? She might even qualify for a chance at the provincial top spot. With that thought, Li Mingji's expression revealed awe. Third high had indeed produced a true prodigy. Chapter 7. Goblins, No Sense of Honor. Inside the instance, Chen Lin plucked a leaf and, gliding it along the blade of his sword, wiped away the tainted blood. Orbs of light emerged from the goblin corpses, merging into his being. His level swiftly ascended to 2, with a meager increase of 5 points to his spirit. This was the drawback of ordinary professions. Even as one kept pace with leveling, the disparity would only widen in the later stages, ultimately transforming into an insurmountable chasm. However, He could rely on Black Ming's nourishment to bridge that gap. Feeling a continuous stream of warmth surging within him, elevating his entire being, Chen Lin smiled gently. At that moment, Black Ming was voraciously devouring the goblin corpses. The outdoor buffet was indeed splendid, requiring no expenditure. Yet, the examination had a time constraint, and he could not afford to linger too long. Although his score had already reached the passing line, securing admission to the academy was all but guaranteed. Chen Lin's aspirations clearly soared beyond mere acceptance. He yearned for a place among the top 5 elite institutions of the Great Xia, as well as the top 10 in the city, even the first. Black Ming. Let us proceed. The true hunt has only just begun. Acknowledging the general intent, Black Ming responded with a howl, taking a few steps to stay closely aligned with Chen Lin. Goblins were social creatures. Given the presence of their troop, there must be a nest nearby. Following the direction they had come from, the likelihood of finding it was substantial. After about 10 minutes, Chen Lin encountered no monsters along the way, further solidifying his hypothesis. Although termed an instance, it felt more akin to a unique mystical realm where all things operated according to natural laws rather than automatically refreshing. This was also why the state opted to regulate instances. If left unchecked, allowing everyone to farm them would soon render the instances obsolete and unable to be reused. Suddenly, several long spears fashioned from bones were hurled through the air. Black Ming's pupils contracted, instantly positioning itself in front of Chen Lin to swat the bone spears away. Witnessing this, Chen Lin, who had already gripped the end of his staff, reluctantly lowered his weapon. As the once tranquil forest erupted into noise, it came alive with goblins emerging from all directions, howling and brandishing their weapons as they charged forth. Chen Lin's countenance radiated an absence of fear as his staff transformed into the form of a sword, swiftly beheading a goblin. Thud! The bone club struck the ground with a dull thump, which Chen Lin expertly evaded with a sidestep. Wham! A kick sent it flying, taking several goblins down with it. Chen Lin moved with the grace of a dancer, his focus entirely devoted to the rapid slaughter of these frail goblins. With every dodge, the blade precisely claimed their lives. In this moment, Chen Lin resembled a butterfly dancing in the wind, his wings symbolizing the scythe of death. This elegant display was akin to a work of art, captivating the onlookers. Some junior girls gazed in awe, their hearts racing. My goodness, this senior is astonishing and incredibly handsome. What to do? I think I've fallen for him. Sob sob. Step aside, he's mine. His combat prowess is remarkable. He must have dedicated considerable effort to hone such skills. His swordsmanship is unparalleled, each strike flawlessly severing throats. Not a single inch off in precision. I refuse to believe he achieved this without years of practice. The teachers and Li Mingji at No. 2 High School wore expressions of astonishment. They never anticipated Chen Lin would exhibit such extraordinary prowess. At this juncture, they could not divert their gaze from him. Their eyes fixated as he emerged as the sole contender with the potential to rival the exceptional students from other schools. If not him, then whom? Old Lu. Your performance as a homeroom teacher is lacking. How could you not include Chen Lin's remarkable swordsmanship in the assessment information? Lu Wen's lips twitched. He wanted to retort that he was unaware of anything. Over the course of 3 years in high school, he had never witnessed Chen Lin wield a sword in practical lessons. This boy was exceedingly adept at concealing his talents. He could almost envision the countless days and nights the youth had toiled in silence, all to shine brilliantly at this moment. Alas, Chen Lin's class was that of a summoner, rendering his sword skills only relevant in this instant. Nevertheless, even so, they were undeniably valuable. Trouble loomed as 6-level berserk goblins emerged, a total of 13, and Chen Lin was in for a challenge. Indeed, these creatures possessed significantly greater health and strength than ordinary goblins. Moreover, there were also fire goblins and ice goblins. Oh no, would Chen Lin meet his demise here? Alas, it was far too reckless for him to venture alone into the goblin lair. All the teachers exchanged anxious words, their hearts sinking in concern. However, they soon realized their apprehension was unwarranted. Within the water screen projection, upon spotting a dozen goblins with slightly varied appearances, Chen Lin recognized them instantly. As they appeared, all the goblins seemed to find their backbone, abandoning their disorganized attacks. As the fire goblin began to chant, fireballs the size of fists coalesced and hurtled towards Chen Lin. Boom! Chen Lin evaded each fireball with a series of deft dodges, the blasts igniting the ground in flames. Seizing the opportunity, the other goblins launched their assault. Chen Lin slightly turned his face, narrowly avoiding a thrust from a bone spear. He then swiftly seized a goblin by the neck, as if lifting a chick, and hurled it into the path of the incoming fireballs. Boom! A brilliant explosion engulfed the goblin's body in flames, illuminating the shadowy forest. Chen Lin continued to transform into a human cannon, launching goblins like projectiles towards the fire goblin. Incredible! This is a remarkable tactic. The students witnessing this spectacle were utterly astonished. Lu Wen was equally taken aback. This was something he hadn't taught. Chapter 8, Second. Nearly an hour had passed since the commencement of the college entrance examination, with more students gradually exiting the instance. Their faces bore the marks of terror, as if they had just brushed against death itself. Once they regained their composure, a profound sense of regret washed over them. Choosing to exit the instance without achieving a passing score meant that they had failed the once-in-a-lifetime college entrance examination. Many pounded their chests in despair, their eyes reddening with unshed tears. Yet soon, they realized that the sorrows of one do not resonate with another. Everyone was transfixed by the water screen projection, utterly oblivious to the plight of those who had been eliminated. Upon noticing that the students from number 2 high school shared a remarkable focus on the same scene, their curiosity piqued. Then, as if struck by lightning, they were left dumbfounded. Is that Chen Lin? Why is he still in the instance? Shouldn't he have been the first to be eliminated? Our party was nearly surrounded by goblins, barely escaping with our lives. Yet he seems to make them appear so weak. Good heavens, how can a summoner be this formidable? Some classmates of Chen Lin wore expressions of disbelief. The burdens they had deemed useless now surpassed them immeasurably. A wave of shame washed over them, soon followed by regret. Had they chosen to team up with Chen Lin earlier, wouldn't they now be cruising through the entrance exam? Meanwhile, within the instance, Chen Lin disoriented the distant fire goblins, interrupting their spells with precise strikes, all the while continuing to eliminate the ordinary goblins. This prompted the berserk goblins to become frantic, heedless of their own safety as they charged forward. However, a shadow suddenly struck at them, rending. Magic gathered in its forelimbs, dark energy enveloping its claws as it descended. The approaching black beast had crimson-slit pupils, its body marred by countless wounds, its once jet fur now stained red, resembling a hellish hound. Surrounded by an overwhelming number of goblins, it forsook all defense, disregarding death, and ultimately annihilated them all. A howl of agony escaped the berserk goblin as 4 deep gashes erupted with blood. Chen Lin acted swiftly, his blade falling without hesitation, delivering the final blow. Bang! Another one down. Gazing at the corpses strewn across the ground, blood had pooled to the point of nearly forming a stream, and a smile spread across Chen Lin's face. Of the more than 100 goblins, only a scant few remained. Fear began to etch itself across their grotesque faces as they scrambled to flee. Outside, an uproar erupted once more. Amazing. This senior is phenomenal. Even as a summoner, he exhibits such strength. The summoned creatures are astonishing as well. Ha ha. Who will dare to call our number 2 high school mediocre again? With such performance, he could rival even the best of number 1 high school. Excited cheers erupted from the younger students of number 2 high school. Li Mingji swallowed hard, trembling as he asked, "What is Chen Lin's score now?" Behind him, a mature female teacher's complexion flushed, her voice tinged with excitement. 2080. At the utterance of this number, all the teachers' eyes widened in disbelief. This score was on the verge of breaking the historical high for number 2 high school since its establishment. The key point was that only an hour had elapsed since the entrance exam began. The highest score from number 1 high school was 1790. Now sitting just beneath Chen Lin. Anticipating Li Mingji's next inquiry, the female teacher added, "Boom." Li Mingji's mind reeled. For years, no. 2 high school had not produced exceptional scores, and as the principal, he had faced considerable scrutiny. Now, the pent-up emotions erupted like a volcano, spilling forth as he laughed heartily. Lu 1, 2, felt invigorated, unable to suppress a triumphant shout. A score exceeding 2,000 would undoubtedly meet the admission criteria of the 5 top universities. To nurture such a student brought him not only prestige, but also the promise of promotions and raises. Meanwhile, at number 1 high school, the faculty observed Chen Lin's scores steadily ascending from 5th place. Soon, he surpassed their prized student, Wang Hu, to claim 2nd place. He was now just a hair's breadth away from 1st place, Su Lin Xue. This revelation stunned the teachers and principal of number 1 high school. They had taken note when Chen Lin unexpectedly climbed to 5th place, but had not paid it much mind. After all, it is somewhat inferior to Wang Hu. I am merely curious as to how a remarkably outstanding student suddenly emerged from number 2 high school. Prior to the commencement of the college entrance examination, various parties conducted investigations into other high schools. Undoubtedly, number 2 high school was regarded as the weakest contender in this examination venue, lacking even a single top-tier student. Many believed that next year, number 2 high school would descend into the ranks of second-tier high schools. Unexpectedly, a certain Chen Lin appeared to reverse the tide. Not only did he pull number 2 high school back from the brink, but he also surpassed number 1 high school. Very well. Is this how it is to be played? All the teachers and the principal from number 1 high school shifted their attention to Chen Lin, eager to discern the underlying reasons. Chapter 9. The troll pursuing the fleeing goblins. Chen Lin arrived at the entrance of a cave. This was indeed their lair. Gazing into the pitch-black abyss of the cavern, he pondered for a moment before stepping inside. A sense of foreboding washed over him. The goblin cave was shrouded in darkness, and the confined space would severely hinder his agility. Li Mingji furrowed his brow. Indeed, but I believe we should place our trust in Chen Lin. Had this been before, Lu Wen's words would have met with skepticism. However, now, they nodded in agreement, firmly convinced. He had triumphed thrice, overturning their expectations each time. There was no reason to cling to doubt any longer. In the pitch-black cave, Chen Lin tread cautiously, occasionally stepping upon remnants of hard, broken objects strewn across the ground. These were likely the discarded bones of unfortunate prey. Suddenly, several slender, green figures leapt from above the rocky outcrop, descending upon Chen Lin. He needed no keen hearing. The shrill cries betrayed the goblin's positions. His hand tightened around his staff, and with unwavering resolve, he swung it toward a specific direction. Swish! The severed heads and bodies tumbled to the ground. The remaining two were swiftly locked onto by the night vision-equipped He Ming, which leapt up and bit down. With a crunch, blood spattered as it savored the feast. Suddenly, from around the corner of the tunnel, a multitude of flickering flames emerged, illuminating Chen Lin's surroundings from a sea of darkness. His expression shifted as he instinctively retreated. Boom! Fireballs erupted where he had just stood. Thanks to the light, he discerned the situation around him, and his pupils constricted. Countless grotesque figures swarmed the rocky walls above, baring their teeth with malevolent intent. Chen Lin's countenance grew grave as he beheld the goblins raining down like a shower of petals. He bellowed, "He Ming!" A thunderous wolf howl reverberated throughout the cave as He Ming's form surged to an imposing height of over 4 meters, a manifestation of its giant transformation ability. It charged forward, colliding with the airborne goblins, standing steadfast before Chen Lin. The surrounding goblins were thrown into disarray, momentarily dazed, but soon rallied to continue their assault in an attempt to tear their prey apart. However, a massive claw came crashing down, obliterating them into a bloody mess. Boom! The ground cracked under the immense force, dust swirling into the air. In its giant form, He Ming's power attributes soared to 174, a terrifying spectacle. Chen Lin was not idle either. He partnered with He Ming to unleash a massacre within the depths of the cave. Roar! As they neared the interior, a deafening, furious roar erupted. A grotesque beast, its neck adorned with thick fur and muscles bulging, emerged like a towering edifice. Observing that the goblins had been nearly wiped out, its eyes flared with rage as it glared at He Ming. As for Chen Lin, his diminutive stature was easily overlooked. Boss, troll, level 9 health, 3000, attack power, 200, skills, frenzy, charge, bloodthirst. Roar! Just as Chen Lin was perusing the troll's information, it lunged forward with an earth-shaking charge. The cave trembled with each step, causing Chen Lin to feel the ground quake beneath him. Roar! Undeterred by the imposing and terrifying troll, He Ming charged headlong into the fray. Bang! The two collided, causing the entire cave to shudder. The air pressure from the impact scattering nearby corpses. Hiss! He Ming's claws glimmered with a sinister light, striking first against the troll, leaving 4 shallow gashes. Roar! The troll, feeling the sting of pain, became even more ferocious. With its enormous hands, it seized He Ming's head and slammed it against the rock wall. Boom! Dust billowed as debris cascaded down. Roar! The troll offered no respite, its massive form crashing down. He Ming's limbs sank under the weight, blood trickling from its mouth as it let out a mournful cry. It was being suppressed. Chen Lin's expression darkened. After all, this was a boss-level entity, and He Ming's growth time was still far too brief, merely a single day. Chen Lin sheathed his sword, transforming it into a staff, instantly boosting his spirit by 5 points. Enhancement spell. He then silently recited the incantation, invoking the very first of his profession's skills. The summoner possessed 3 skills: summoning, enhancement, and restoration. Until now, he had refrained from using them, as He Ming had scarcely encountered worthy foes. The enhancement spell amplified all basic attributes by 20. A soft white light enveloped He Ming, and in an instant, it felt an immense surge of strength. Though the increase was only 20, it was important to note that He Ming's power, after transforming, had reached an impressive 174. Roar! With renewed vigor, He Ming managed to overturn the troll, and in its astonished gaze, it took a bite, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Roar! The troll let out a pained howl, as it attempted to retaliate. He Ming interrupted with a flurry of slashes to the same wound. Blood gushed forth like a severed artery, splattering onto the ground. Deep gashes revealed a glimpse of its insides. Roar! The troll's eyes burned with rage as its bloodthirst skill activated. Its wounds healed at an accelerated pace. The lower its health, the higher its attack power. Bang! A fist, a meter wide, struck down savagely at He Ming. Unyielding, He Ming countered with its claws. The two became entangled in a fierce struggle, escalating into a frenzy that made the entire cave tremble, as if on the verge of collapse. Seeing He Ming's health dwindle, Chen Lin was compelled to maintain the enhancement spell while simultaneously using the restoration spell. Casting both skills concurrently weighed heavily on his spirit, leaving him increasingly fatigued. Given He Ming's high base attributes, sustaining the enhancement spell was an immense drain. Roar! The troll charged, seizing He Ming and slamming it against the rock wall, leaving a long gouge over 100 meters until it burst forth into the open. Boom! He Ming was hurled into the air, crashing into several towering trees, finally skidding to a halt 10 meters away. The trees along the path toppled, revealing a wide passage. Light streamed into the forest, illuminating He Ming's battered form. Roar! The troll emitted a savage roar and charged again. At this point, its health had dwindled to mere hundreds, and it was utterly frenzied. He Ming struggled to rise, its eyes cold and resolute, undeterred as it prepared to confront the beast once more. Boom. The battle was poised to erupt anew. The commotion echoed for hundreds of meters, drawing the attention of several students nearby. Goodness, what an uproar. Who is battling which boss? Impossible. The bosses in the Buried Bones Forest are all at least level 12. Far beyond what we can handle. Indeed, we don't have anyone that formidable in number 2 high school. Chapter 10. The kill not far away. A trio of students gasped for breath, their hearts still racing with trepidation. Before them lay a multitude of goblins, lifeless and devoid of any semblance of vitality. At long last, they had been vanquished entirely. What is our score now? Yi Chao inquired, glancing at the recorder on his wrist, his voice brimming with excitement. Lu Gu. It's already 310. Upon hearing this figure, a smile illuminated Lu Liang's face. Given their current pace, although the prospect of gaining entry into the 5 prestigious academies seemed bleak, there was no need for him to compete with the prodigies. Each year, the top 5 institutions only admitted students ranked within the top 50 of the city, in addition to a stringent requirement of 2,000 points. Attaining such standards, relying solely on his rare profession, was utterly unattainable. Perhaps if he awakened a formidable talent, there might be a glimmer of hope. After all, numerous individuals had transitioned into rare professions, dozens within their class alone. However, settling for the 800-point threshold for higher education institutions still afforded them a chance. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin felt less elated. Her aspirations lay with the elite academies, yet Lu Liang was far from the formidable contender she had envisioned. Suddenly, a commotion caught the attention of the tense Lu Liang and Yi Chao. It seems someone is battling a boss at a distance, Yi Chao speculated. Zhang Yan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A confrontation with a boss implied that the team involved was undoubtedly powerful. Let us go take a look. If they need assistance, we might share in the spoils. Lu Liang and Yi Chao exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison. Not just them, but all the students who had heard the ruckus rushed over, driven by curiosity to witness which team possessed such extraordinary might. Upon their arrival at the scene, they were taken aback. It was not a team battling the boss, but rather a solitary figure. At that moment, Chen Lin emerged from the cave, standing atop a fractured tree, his staff emanating a soft glow. This iconic enhancement spell instantly signified to them that he was a summoner. This must be a joke. An ordinary summoner, soloing a level 6 boss. They gasped in disbelief. The critical point was that the boss was on the brink of defeat. In the midst of the chaos, He Ming, with a swift paw, toppled the troll. After repeatedly unleashing a tearing attack, its magical energy had been all but exhausted, and both combatants were nearing their limits. With a feeble roar, the troll, filled with resentment and fear, gazed into the cold, predatory eyes of He Ming as it prepared to strike at its neck. With a final breath, the troll's strength faded, its health plummeting from 1 to 0 in an instant. Throughout the encounter, not a single student dared to intervene. To act without permission would result in disqualification from the college entrance examination. Clearly, Chen Lin possessed the capability to finish the fight alone, and they felt hesitant to intrude. With a triumphant howl, He Ming reared back, its body splattered with blood, goblin blood, its own blood, and predominantly the blood of the troll, creating a terrifying spectacle that sent shivers down their spines. How could this be? Zhang Yan's expression was one of disbelief, her mind momentarily blank. Lu Liang and Yi Chao shared her astonishment, their throats tightening as they exchanged incredulous glances. Chen Lin's summoned creature had been dismissed as a mere useless dog. Yet here it was, transforming into a beast of unparalleled strength. There is someone so powerful in our school, Zhang Yan exclaimed. His name is Chen Lin. I heard others mention him last night, claiming he had become obsolete. What a grave misjudgment. The prospect of single-handedly defeating a boss awarded him a staggering 1,000 points, news that would undoubtedly attract the attention of the top academies. Amidst their conversation, a quartet of 4 approached. Top class, Zhao Huiyang, greetings, fellow student. This group, comprising 2 males and 2 females, all belonging to rare professions, represented a formidable ensemble within their school. Indeed, Chen Lin recognized Zhao Huiyang, leader of the top class, who had been anticipated to excel before the college entrance examination. However, now, the spotlight was entirely overshadowed by Chen Lin's prowess. Chen Lin, he replied with a slight nod. I had no idea our school harbored such a remarkable individual. My burdens have finally lightened, Zhao Huiyang marveled. By the way, your summoned creature appears gravely injured. Do you require assistance in healing? The girl named Gu Fei, a support class holy priest, was known for her exceptional healing abilities. As soon as Zhao Huiyang finished speaking, he was playfully kicked by the round-faced, adorable girl behind him. What are you saying? Gu Fei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chen Lin smiled gently. No need for thanks. Very well, Zhao Huiyang replied, somewhat disappointed, and prepared to depart. He had intended to invite Chen Lin into their group, as they had room available. However, upon catching sight of Chen Lin's score on his wrist recorder, he promptly abandoned that notion. A staggering 5,320 points, over 5 times their own score, left Zhao Huiyang nearly speechless. How on earth did he achieve that? He pondered internally. Yet, after only a few steps, Zhao Huiyang found himself unable to resist glancing back. Are you truly sure you don't need any help? Don't worry about us taking up your time. Currently, they had accumulated 800 points, while they could still gain entry into a prestigious academy. They could not hope to compete with the prodigies from the first, third, and fourth schools. Before the exams, Zhao Huiyang's homeroom teacher had remarked that if no genius emerged from their school that year, they would indeed slip to the second tier. In Zhao Huiyang's view, Chen Lin was undoubtedly their sole beacon of hope. Thus, even if it meant sacrificing precious exam time, he was determined to offer assistance. No, really. Chen Lin shook his head. Seeing this, Zhao Huiyang felt compelled to relent, assuming Chen Lin had his own plans. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin bit her lip, grappling with her emotions. Acutely aware that she was the one who had proposed the division of teams, and now to approach would only serve to humiliate her. It felt somewhat disgraceful. Yet, Chen Lin's formidable strength left her feeling utterly outmatched. Making compromises for personal gain will ultimately lead to one's own blindness. Just as she was about to step closer, He Ming slowly positioned itself before Chen Lin, its blood-red vertical pupils coldly fixed on Zhang Yan. Instantly, she halted, the sight of the battle scarred, bloodied black wolf evoking a sense of dread within her. Chen Lin, He Ming's presence loomed large. The division of teams was your decision. Having chosen this path, you must see it through. Chen Lin spoke softly, brushing the blood from his drawn blade with a leaf. Pursuing excellence and striving to surpass your peers is not erroneous. But the heights that do not belong to you, even if you temporarily reach them, will forever remain unattainable. With a swift motion, Chen Lin sheathed his sword. Rather than relying entirely on others to achieve your goals, it is far more prudent to elevate yourself step by step. Zhang Yan, after 3 years of friendship. This is where it ends. Chapter 11, A New Evolution. Half an hour earlier, outside, the explosion illuminated the cave walls, teeming with goblins. Witnessing this scene, many faces turned pale with fear. These goblins were exceedingly cunning, having concealed themselves atop the cave's rocky ceiling, taking advantage of the poor visibility. The female teacher from the top class furrowed her brow, fearing for Chen Lin's safety. Yet, in the next instant, He Ming's form rapidly enlarged, crashing through the ranks of goblins to shield Chen Lin. The tide of battle shifted. The pair exhibited a seamless synergy, embarking on a rampage. The female teacher from the top class, who had intended to speak further, immediately swallowed her words. Li Mingji's eyes sparkled with realization. The ability to enlarge had been documented in the past. Could it be a dual talent? This summoned creature was full of surprises. After a prolonged struggle, having felled over 200 goblins, Chen Lin approached the cave's end, only for the troll to awaken. Observing the fierce clash, the onlookers held their breath. In the face of a level 6 boss, their teachers and Li Mingji were apprehensive that He Ming might be struck down in an instant. However, as time progressed, their astonishment deepened, culminating in sheer disbelief as the troll finally succumbed. They had won. They had truly prevailed. Ha ha ha, single-handedly defeating a boss 6 levels above oneself. Such an achievement would undoubtedly catch the attention of even the most prestigious institutions. Talent emerges across generations. Li Mingji beamed with joy, but soon, an extraordinary piece of news left him momentarily dazed. Chen Lin's score had soared to 5,320, surpassing Su Linxue from the 3rd high school. Boom. The crowd was struck as if by lightning, some unable to believe it, yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. Chen Lin had dispatched foes in such overwhelming numbers, and at such a rapid pace. The astonishing fact was that Su Linxue, previously a beacon of brilliance, was now overshadowed, creating a surreal sensation. Time and again, Chen Lin shattered their preconceived limits, delivering an unprecedented shock. Do you think it's possible for Chen Lin to claim the title of top scorer in the province? As this question was posed, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, with only the sound of quickened breaths breaking the stillness. However, it wasn't long before gasps of astonishment shattered the tension. Following the sound, they turned to the projection screen from the 3rd high school, revealing a scene where a girl was surrounded by frost, her icy aura piercing and relentless, her ice-colored hair billowing as she raised her hand. In an instant, a chilling wave exploded outward, freezing over 100 gray wolves, including the level 9 boss, the Gray Wolf King, into solid ice. Yet, its tenacity kept it alive, refusing to perish outright. Was this the terror of a hidden profession? The expressions of everyone in attendance were filled with profound shock. Upon witnessing the sudden reversal of scores, the teachers from the 2nd high school exchanged speechless glances with Li Mingji. It was daunting, exceedingly difficult. Attaining the title of top scorer in the province felt akin to scaling the heavens. Chen Lin rested atop a tree, indifferent to Zhang Yan's silent departure. Beside him, He Ming had reverted from its giant form to its normal state, recovering its strength while consuming the remains of the trolls. The energy derived from their flesh was abundant, each mouthful contributing to He Ming's gradual growth. Chen Lin felt a warm current surging within him, coursing through his body and continuously fortifying him. Glancing at the recorder, he noted his score of 5,320 but felt no urgency. He patiently awaited He Ming's evolution. Their journey had been a relentless march of combat, leaving them with little stamina remaining. He Ming, in particular, struggled under the immense burden of maintaining its giant form for an extended period. Half an hour later, the trolls had been entirely consumed, leaving only bones and entrails behind. He Ming's evolution value had risen from 10 to 126, just 124 points shy of its next transformation. Its stature had grown to 2 meters tall, surpassing Chen Lin's waist to now tower over him. After another 20 minutes, He Ming devoured all the goblin corpses in the cave, bringing its evolution value to a perfect 250. With a decisive click, Chen Lin confirmed the evolution. A surge of black power erupted from within He Ming, enveloping it in a cocoon. This evolution far exceeded the previous one. It was no longer a mere wisp of black energy, but a transformative process entirely distinct. Crack! Before long, the cocoon exhibited fissures, and a pair of sharp claws suddenly emerged, tearing it apart. Howl! Emerging from within, He Ming had grown significantly, expanding by an additional 2 meters. Its normal form now resembling its former giant state, its once jet black fur gleaming anew, its injuries vanished. Its vertical pupils transformed into a deep blue, imbued with a hint of sentience, exuding a noble and frigid demeanor, resembling the king of wolves. Congratulations, your summoned creature He Ming has acquired the skill, Intimidation. Congratulations. Your summoned creature He Ming's giant transformation talent has been upgraded to EC level. Congratulations, your summoned creature He Ming has gained a new talent, Flame C. Once again, He Ming had acquired a new skill, and its previous talent had ascended to a higher tier alongside this evolution. The effects were truly terrifying, representing a comprehensive metamorphosis. Chen Lin marveled internally, his thoughts stirring. Summoned creature, He Ming. Type, Giant Flame Wolf. Level, 4. Attributes, Strength 110, Constitution 112, Agility 108, Magic 104. Health 100. Skills, Tear. Concentrates magic in the forelimbs, enhancing claws to inflict 300 damage, penetrating 15 of physical defense. Intimidation. Releases a mental shock within line of sight. Those with weak willpower may become immobilized. The stronger the will, the weaker the effect. Talents. Greedy Gluttony. SSS converts all ingested food into energy, disregarding growth limits. Breaking through shackles to evolve. Giant Transformation. C increases body size fourfold, boosting strength and defense by 400, while reducing speed by 50. Flame. C creates flames unique to itself. Temperature is linked to magic power. Evolution value. 0, 800. Having consumed the trolls and over 200 goblins. A total of 181 points had been added to its base attributes, while its level increased by only 15 points. This aligns with the reasoning of Chen Lin's ordinary profession. At this stage, He Ming's life tier was relatively weak, and the base attribute enhancements from leveling up would not be substantial. However, with continued evolution, it would inevitably surpass even the top-tier summoned creatures, potentially ascending to an unknown realm. With only an hour remaining until the end of the college entrance examination, it was time for the final sprint. Chen Lin glanced at He Ming, who affectionately nudged him with its head, devoid of any remnants of its prior ferocity. He affectionately stroked it before instructing it to lower slightly, so he could leap onto its back. Now that He Ming's agility had surpassed 100, its speed in full flight far exceeded his own. No reason not to ride. Let's set off and seek out areas teeming with monsters, Chen Lin declared. Howl. Chapter 12, The Tree Spirit. Perched upon He Ming's back, the experience was rather pleasant despite the occasional jolt, certainly more enjoyable than riding a horse. The scenery on either side sped by, and when encountering scattered monsters, there was no need for Chen Lin to intervene. A mere glance from He Ming sent them trembling in fear, before it swiftly dispatched them with a single swipe. The effect of intimidation seemed subtle, yet it proved particularly effective against foes weaker than He Ming. Even against those with steadfast wills, it could induce a fleeting pause. A moment that could prove crucial in the heat of battle. Fire provided He Ming with an additional offensive capability. While the upgrade of its giant transformation expanded its explosive potential, one could say that each evolution of He Ming followed a certain pattern, transforming its weaknesses into strengths. As 10 minutes passed, the duo traversed thousands of meters, arriving at the territory of another boss, the pinnacle of the Buried Bones Forest, the level 15 Twisted Tree King. This revelation caused the second high school's collective audience to break into a cold sweat. Was this not a perilous venture? The Twisted Tree King was a second-tier boss, with health and attack power far exceeding that of the trolls. The gaze of the elite-class female teacher was filled with concern. Li Mingji frowned as well. However, upon witnessing Chen Lin's summoned creature momentarily vanish only to suddenly expand in size, he sighed in relief. This indicated that Chen Lin had indeed made some progress, though hope remained slim. After all, Chen Lin was merely level 4, having just transitioned, and defeating a second-tier boss like the Twisted Tree King seemed nearly impossible. Achieving such a significant disparity in combat strength was a rarity nationwide, with only a handful emerging in a year. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the projection belonging to the first high school, where Su Linxue had also taken a moment to rest before resuming her score accumulation. That previous ultimate move had drained her considerably. She couldn't afford to use it more than twice. Yet even so, it seemed implausible for Chen Lin to catch up. Li Mingji sighed softly. The gap of over 7,000 points was simply too vast. Furthermore, having witnessed Su Linxue's combat scenes, where a single skill wiped out a horde of foes, he wondered how Chen Lin could possibly compete with such efficiency. The disparities between professions were starkly evident at this moment, as summoners could not measure up to the widely recognized mage profession. Nevertheless, Chen Lin had already surpassed their expectations. If it had been last year, a score of 5,320 would have undoubtedly secured the top position in the entire city. Alas, this year saw the emergence of the brilliant prodigy Su Linxue, who is even capable of competing for the title of provincial champion. After all, last year's top scorer in Dantian province only achieved a score of 10,055. Although the students across various cities have shown remarkable improvement this year, indicating a surge of talent. With Su Linxue's momentum, should she face 2 more waves of formidable foes, she could very well surpass the 15,000 mark. What am I even thinking? Originally, our second high school couldn't even break into the top 5 in the city, and now, with Chen Lin attaining second place, he should be grateful. Li Mingji shook his head in amusement, redirecting his attention back to the water curtain projection. As Chen Lin stepped onto the black, soft, muddy ground, it was as if he triggered something. One by one, the trees awakened, their red eyes snapping open, their massive trunks split, extending down their backs, resembling the sinister grin of a vengeful spirit. Countless crimson eyes, now wide open in the shadows, fixated on Chen Lin. The ground trembled slightly, and the trees uprooted themselves, their branches resembling tentacles lunging toward Chen Lin. For an ordinary person, this would surely incite terror and paralysis. Yet, Chen Lin remained unfazed, leaping down from the back of the dark creature. His feet pressed into the soft black mud as he surged forward, leaving a footprint behind. Just as the branches neared him, he swiftly drew the blade from his staff. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he unleashed 5 strikes, moving at a speed that left afterimages in their wake. The branches were instantly severed, rendered lifeless, and fell to the ground. The tree's spirit emitted a pained shriek, a sound so grating it was akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, sending shivers down one's spine. Enough! Chen Lin's gaze hardened. He swiftly dodged the attacks of the branches and closed the distance to the tree spirit in a few quick strides. He plunged the blade directly into its gaping mouth, pressing down forcefully. The blade nearly penetrated entirely, emerging from the back of its head. The tree spirit's cries abruptly ceased, its eyes widening in shock, leaving the entire tree in stunned silence. Is this truly how you greet your adversary? Chen Lin mused, somewhat surprised that it had yet to perish. After all, it was an 8th-level monster, renowned for its vitality. Without a moment's hesitation, he twisted his wrist, causing the blade still lodged within the tree spirit to turn violently. Splat! Green sap erupted from the spirit's mouth. As it looked on in horror, the blade tore downward. Splat! A gaping wound gushed forth an abundance of sap, draining the tree spirit's vitality, which collapsed to the ground. The remaining tree spirits, witnessing the demise of their kin, unleashed a cacophony of furious cries. Their grotesque faces twisted in terror as they surrounded Chen Lin. Their branches formed a barricade, leaving no avenue of escape. The howls acted as a catalyst. From the depths of the shadows, more towering trees opened their eyes. In that moment, the entire forest truly came alive. Roar! One claw shredded the tree's spirit, obstructing Chen Lin, as the dark creature, Black Ming, let out an enraged howl, tendrils of ebony flames erupting from its form, swiftly expanding to envelop its entire body. It transformed into a blur, lunging at the encircling tree spirits. Boom! The black flames ignited the leaves and branches of the tree spirits, rapidly spreading to the others. The tree spirits screamed in madness, their humanoid faces contorted in horror. Yet, no matter how they struggled, they could not extinguish the dark flames. Rather, they only intensified. It was as if the flames were consuming their very essence to fortify themselves. Chen Lin was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Black Ming's fiery attribute would be so formidable. Fire was a relatively common talent, but certain individuals exhibited unique characteristics based on their awakenings. To Chen Lin's knowledge, most fire-wielding practitioners possessed rather mundane abilities, with only a select few demonstrating mutations. Clearly, Black Ming belonged to the latter category. What a delightful surprise! Observing the plague-like flames spreading, embodying death, alongside the wailing tree spirits, Chen Lin couldn't help but smirk. In no time, the tree spirits within a radius of hundreds of meters were reduced to ashes beneath the dark inferno. White orbs of light infused into Chen Lin, and within a brief span, he leveled up. The experience gained from the 8th-level tree spirits far exceeded that of goblins. The levels of summoned entities synchronized with their summoners, and thus, Black Ming also ascended a level concurrently. After incinerating all targets, the black flames did not dissipate. Instead, they slithered back into Black Ming as if they possessed a life of their own, akin to countless serpents. Chapter 13. Fusion of Attributes. Chen Lin instantly felt a torrent of warmth surge within him, continuously reinforcing his entire being, his mind becoming remarkably clear, and his mental realm gradually expanding. This was reflected in his personal panel, where his foundational attributes began to soar. His expression shifted in surprise as he quickly assessed the cause. Fire. See, create flames unique to oneself, temperature linked to magical power. Attribute. Confuse any power within oneself, transforming into flames with varying effects. Oh. It is no wonder, Chen Lin's face registered astonishment. It turned out that Black Ming had merged its insatiable gluttony attribute with the flames, yielding a new effect. During the burning process, the dark flames would continuously refine targets into energy, nourishing and augmenting itself, becoming even more terrifying. Ultimately, all energy would return to Black Ming, allowing for direct absorption. This essentially meant that in the future, Black Ming could bypass the cumbersome process of consuming corpses. Moreover, the flames acquired a terrifying form, significantly amplifying the potency of this talent. This attribute was perfectly suited for Black Ming. It was as if it had been custom-tailored. Its impact comparable to acquiring an SSS-grade talent. Chen Lin glanced at the recorder, his score now soaring to 7,120 points. Each tree spirit slain awarded 20 points, double that of goblins, yet none would seek them out due to their overwhelming numbers. It was all too easy to slay a tree spirit, only to attract a horde, ultimately becoming surrounded and forced to sheath one's weapon and exit the instance. Thus, most individuals would avoid risks, preferring to hunt weaker monsters on the outskirts, gradually accumulating points. Before the examination, a saying circulated: unless you could take on 100 foes single-handedly, do not provoke tree spirits. Even if you could, don't slay too many, for the formidable ones would come. Boom. The ground trembled slightly, and countless stones danced as if some colossal entity approached. Here it comes. Chen Lin licked his lips, suddenly sensing something amiss, and leapt backward just in time. Boom. The earth erupted as massive golden branches, as thick as arms, surged forth, poised to impale him. Had he hesitated for even a second, he would have been pierced. Simultaneously, Black Ming also faced the onslaught of the golden branches, though it braved the assault head-on, showing no signs of retreat. A furious, feral roar echoed from the shadows. Dozens, if not hundreds, of tree spirits emerged, their roots revealing their forms, their eyes filled with hatred as they fixed their gaze upon the two outsiders who had slaughtered their kin and invaded their territory. Among them stood a colossal tree king, towering over 100 meters tall. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Lin stepped back, aware that even with his attributes exceeding 50 points, confronting them directly would likely spell disaster. The multitude of branches could weave a veritable net. Anyone with a fear of tight spaces might faint at the sight. Black Ming, go forth and deal with them. Chen Lin was acutely aware of his capabilities. Formidable foes were best left to his summoned creature to handle. Roar. Responding to the command, Black Ming's predatory eyes gleamed with ferocity as dark flames ignited across its form, its size expanding rapidly to over 17 meters. Without hesitation, it unleashed its full power, charging forth in its most potent form. Boom. Black Ming surged forward, its robust body cleaving through the air, parting the winds like a boulder hurtling down a slope. The dark flames trailed behind it, resembling a soaring dragon. Bang! Torn apart in heaps and rows, like a horde of tree spirits crashing towards the distorted tree king at the center. From a bird's eye view, it resembles a black flame dragon confronting countless monsters, akin to a straight blade piercing through. The momentum is as fierce as a torrent, undeterred by the presence of a million foes. Caw! The dark flames devour everything with the insatiable hunger of a starved child returning home, as anguished cries of tree spirits echo, their faces contorted in agony. Swish! Seizing the moment of chaos, Chen Lin swiftly enters the fray to reap the harvest. The dark flames seem to possess a consciousness of their own, never once grazing him. Caw! Witnessing his kin perish painfully in the flames, becoming sustenance to fuel the blaze towards the next target, the distorted tree king emits a long, anguished howl, as countless golden branches lash out at the culprit. Bang! 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 Countless golden branches erupt from the ground, seeking to ensnare the black beast, aiming to pierce it to death. However, the power of the now gigantic black beast exceeds 400, rendering it uncontrollable. It chooses to ignore the onslaught, charging towards the tree king's core as if it were an unstoppable beast. The tree spirits attempting to obstruct its path find themselves consumed by flames, akin to contracting a lethal virus, struggling in vain until they slowly succumb. Caw! Provoked by the challenge, the tree king glares with fury, intertwining more golden branches that tighten with a crackling sound, transforming into a massive club 20 meters wide and dozens of meters long, aimed to strike down the black beast. The force is so tremendous that even the air reverberates. Boom. The ground collapses instantly, fissures crackling in all directions, and dust is violently stirred up. Chen Lin's lips twitch at this sight. The black beast is truly stubborn, refusing to evade any attack, opting instead to withstand it head-on. It could easily sidestep, yet it chooses to absorb the blows with its flesh. Nevertheless, with a 400% increase in defense from its transformation, coupled with its terrifying strength, it can indeed afford such audacity. A howl reverberates through the surroundings, and aside from a slight bend in its limbs, the black beast remains unscathed. The Tree King's face contorts in human-like shock. This is the might expected from such a physique? Before it can fully comprehend, suddenly, a sharp pain radiates from the ends of its branches. Caw! The Tree King wails, terror reflected in its eyes as the dark flames surge along the golden branches. It hastily retracts its arms, the branches slapping against each other in a desperate bid to extinguish the fire. Seizing this opportunity, the black beast rushes beneath the Tree King's roots. In the presence of its towering form, the black beast appears diminutive. However, the Tree King is frightened, hastily attempting to retreat from this monster. A howl escapes its lips as sharp, black claws shimmer ominously. The black beast channels the dark flames from its entire body into its forelimbs and strikes furiously at the Tree King. Each claw rends the bark, the Tree King's face twisting into a grimace as branches from various angles lunge toward the black beast. Yet, it remains unfazed, relying on its formidable physical defense to trade injuries for injuries. The dark flames begin to cling to the Tree King, igniting and slowly spreading upwards. Caw! The Tree King, filled with dread, feels its life being gradually devoured, as if infested with wood-boring insects. Caw! The Tree King roars, intricate patterns appearing on its golden branches, suddenly becoming incredibly hard and sharp. Sizzle! The black beast's flesh tears open, blood spilling forth. However, this only ignites its ferocity further, as it swiftly pivots and cleaves through a dozen branches. Chapter 14. The Slaying of the Tree King. The two sides engage in a fierce clash, and soon, the black beast is marked by an increasing number of wounds, its flesh continuously perforated. Nevertheless, it exhibits a relentless resolve, showing no inclination to retreat. The Tree King, now terrified, finds the dark flames incessantly consuming its form, while the golden branches grow fewer, falling severed to the ground. Caw! The roar resonates through the heavens, echoing outward. Instantly, every tree within a several thousand-meter radius suddenly rises, their roots breaking free from the soil. Chen Lin furrows his brows, having just eliminated a considerable number, only to face an influx of tree spirits. This seems never-ending. Yet, for the black beast, this proves advantageous. Observing the surrounding tree spirits turning to leave, heading towards the black beast, Chen Lin does not intervene, casting a glance at the recorder. 11,300 points. Even he is taken aback, but it seems reasonable, as over 100 tree spirits have already perished. A howl erupts from the black beast, as dark flames surge from all directions, like chains returning to its form. Instantly, its attributes soar, and the black beast's assaults become increasingly brutal. Transforming its sword into a staff, Chen Lin's thoughts stir, as he casts reinforcement and recovery spells from afar. In an instant, the black beast rises once more, forcing the Tree King to screech, its health plummeting. Under the king's command, all tree spirits are compelled to charge at the black beast, knowing full well they will perish, yet they must by some time. The dark flames flare up again, reducing the encroaching spirits to ashes. Nearby the tree spirit territory, a team of 2 men and 2 women notices the anomaly. Seeing what should have been a grove teeming with tree spirits now transformed into a stark, sunlit expanse, glaringly bright in the otherwise shadowy forest. They are momentarily stunned. What is happening? Where have all the tree spirits gone? Surely, they must have gone inside, towards the direction of the Tree King? Hearing this, Zhao Huiyang's expression shifts. Could it be that Chen Lin is battling the Tree King? The three gasp in disbelief, yet it seems the only plausible explanation. After all, aside from him, no one else possesses the strength to vanquish a boss in this dungeon. They themselves would likely be wiped out by merely the ogre. Zhao Huiyang glances at the recorder, which shows their team has accumulated a total of 1,700 points. Gritting his teeth, he states, the number of tree spirits is overwhelming, and Chen Lin is but one summoned creature. If he is obstructed, he will undoubtedly encounter trouble. Huiyang, you're not suggesting we go help Chen Lin, are you? Gu Fei's eyes widen in disbelief. The other two immediately shake their heads in refusal. No way. If we go over and he can't hold on, we'll all be eliminated. Indeed, Brother Huiyang, your grandfather has been retired for quite some time. There is no need for you to sacrifice your future for someone you barely know. They are naturally unwilling to jeopardize their prospects for the sake of an unfamiliar individual. Zhao Huiyang calmly analyzes. Consider this. Chen Lin's summoned creature can hold its ground against the ogre. It should be able to withstand the Tree King for a short while. If we swiftly eliminate some tree spirits, our score should reach 2,000, and if all else fails, we can abandon the dungeon and still gain entry to a prestigious academy. The three fall silent, pondering for a few moments, before Gu Fei bites her lip and nods in agreement. The brother beside her, seeing this, reluctantly concedes as well. Very well. The last girl, though hesitant, also nods in agreement. All in favor. Zhao Huiyang's expression brightens, thanking them before dashing toward the Tree King's location, with the three trailing closely behind. A few minutes later, upon their arrival at the scene, they behold the enormous Tree King, nearly engulfed entirely by dark flames, struggling desperately to escape. Caw! Don't come near me. Beneath its trunk lies a ferocious wolf of shadowy flames, its claws tearing mercilessly at it. Regardless of the surrounding tree spirit's assaults, it remains undeterred, allowing their branches to strike and pierce. Gulp. The four swallow hard, faces etched with shock. Am I seeing things? Gu Fei rubs her eyes in disbelief. The level 15. Second-tier Tree King is being so thoroughly dominated. Chen Lin's summoned creature is astonishingly powerful. In an instant, envy flares within the four of them regarding his fortune. Just then, Chen Lin glances over, surprised, asking, "What brings you here?" Zhao Huiyang forced a smile, expressing, "We felt you might be in danger, so we came to offer assistance." Only to find our concerns unfounded. Chen Lin appeared puzzled. Shouldn't they be unfamiliar with each other? However, upon catching a glimpse of Zhao Huiyang's recorder score, Chen Lin was taken aback. They had ventured forth, risking the opportunity to attend a prestigious institution, which left Chen Lin even more perplexed. "I wish to understand why. After merely one meeting, you would willingly squander precious examination time to assist me?" Gu Fei promptly clarified. Huiyang's grandfather was the former principal of the second high school. In recent years, the school has been in decline, on the verge of falling off the second tier. You are the only one capable of stabilizing its position. Is that all? Chen Lin found it somewhat hard to comprehend, yet he felt a flicker of gratitude. After a moment's reflection, he suggested, "You should endeavor to eliminate as many treants as possible. I will have Haiming cooperate." Hearing this, Zhao Huiyang hesitated. "We should seek monsters in other areas. We cannot take your kills." However, his words were cut short as he noticed Chen Lin raising his wrist recorder, leaving him momentarily speechless. 15,300 points. His gaze was incredulous, struggling to find words. Originally, a score of 5,000 was already astonishing. To think it had doubled within the span of an hour. How could they possibly believe that points were so difficult to obtain, when their arduous efforts had only garnered them a mere 1,700? The disparity between individuals was staggering. With a sigh, Zhao Huiyang soon found his demeanor shifting to one of excitement, realizing that with such scores, their second high school would undoubtedly retain its first-tier status this year. "Thank you," Zhao Huiyang said, taking a deep breath. Chen Lin smiled faintly. "Let us act swiftly. Haiming is dispatching foes rather efficiently." As soon as he spoke, the roar of the twisted Tree King diminished, and within seconds, its colossal form collapsed to the ground. Buzz. A white light enveloped Chen Lin, elevating his level to 8, and concurrently, his score surged by 3,000. Yet this was not the end. There remained hundreds of treants still alive, and Chen Lin had no intention of letting them escape. He aimed to eliminate them all, anticipating that he could ascend another 2 levels, reaching the threshold for a second transition, with his score likely exceeding 20,000. Upon witnessing the demise of their king, the treants were overwhelmed by instinctive terror, scrambling to flee in panic. However, they were sluggish, and Haiming required no effort. Merely allowing them to touch the inky flames would seal their fate. Zhao Huiyang and his companions pursued the remaining treants with relative ease, as the creatures were too terrified to retaliate, resulting in an effortless slaughter. Chapter 15. Dungeon completed. This score acquisition is astonishingly effortless. Miao Shanshan's mouth slightly agape. In just over 10 minutes, their score had surpassed 2,000, meeting the minimum admission criteria for prestigious institutions. When have we ever faced monsters without pouring all our efforts into it, nearly facing disaster? Zhao Huiyang shook his head. It is Chen Lin's summoned creature, Haiming. Its intimidation factor is immense. No matter how we attacked, not a single treant dared to turn back, let alone retaliate against us. Gu Fei beamed with delight, her lips curling into a smile. Indeed, Chen Lin's summoned creature is remarkably powerful. Even the monsters are afraid. Zhao Huiyang remarked, "This time, we have taken advantage of him. We owe him a favor." They had initially intended to offer aid, only to find themselves beneficiaries instead. The trio nodded in agreement, with Miao Shanshan feeling a twinge of guilt, having been reluctant to assist from the outset. While the four could have potentially reached 2,000 points on their own, unforeseen mishaps could have easily occurred. There was no way it could have been as effortless as it was now. The four approached Chen Lin, and Zhao Huiyang inquired, with the examination nearing its conclusion, "Do you wish to continue hunting monsters?" Chen Lin shook his head. "My score of 20,500 is sufficient. If this does not secure the top position in the city, there is little else to be said." In the final minutes, little additional points could be gained. Surveying the desolate surroundings, strewn with ashes that scattered with the wind, remnants of the Trent's remains, the 100-meter-tall twisted Tree King had been entirely consumed by flames, with all blackened embers returning to the essence of Haiming. The normal-sized Haiming had grown to 7 meters, and Chen Lin's basic attributes had all surpassed 70 points, culminating in his level rising to 10, enabling him to undergo a first transition. This examination had proven immensely rewarding, and it was time to conclude. Gazing at the sun nearing the horizon, Its soft crimson rays cast elongated shadows. Zhao Huiyang and his companions stood silently behind Chen Lin, awaiting the countdown to the dungeon's conclusion. 109-8721. Time limit reached. Dungeon commencing forced teleportation. Countless students, enveloped in radiant light, returned to the expansive square, greeted with exuberant cheers. A profound sense of collective pride inexplicably blossomed within the hearts of the candidates. Chen Lin couldn't help but smile as he stowed his staff back into his personal equipment space. Beside him, Haiming, now towering at 7 meters, remained poised and unmoving. Haha. First, he truly achieved first place. Li Mingji's face flushed with excitement, nearly leaping with joy. The other teachers, including Lu Wan, shared in the jubilation, all wearing expressions of delight. Incredible. 3 distinct talents. We have underestimated Chen Lin's summoned creature. It is utterly monstrous. His innate strength is commendable as a summoner. To single-handedly vanquish so many monsters and attain such heights is unprecedented. Ha 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 indeed. Teacher Lu, you have an exceptional student, beamed the female teacher from the honors class. Although they, as high school educators, could impart little in the way of practical knowledge, much of the responsibility lay with the students themselves. Yet Lu Wan felt a sense of pride nonetheless. Let us hurry and welcome Chen Lin. Li Mingji eagerly urged them onward. Soon, they reached Chen Lin, and upon noticing the faint traces of blood on him, Li Mingji quickly exclaimed, healing. Someone, heal him. Can you not see his wounds? Hearing this, Gu Fei felt a bit embarrassed and promptly raised her staff. A green light glimmered over Chen Lin's injuries. Chen Lin, are there any other discomforts? How is your spirit? Li Mingji inquired with concern. Chen Lin shook his head. I am fine. Good, as long as you are well. What of your summoned creature? Li Mingji glanced over at Haiming. The creature bore numerous gruesome wounds, its once ebony fur stained crimson. Despite Chen Lin's continuous restorative efforts, the healing was minimal. Underscoring the ferocity of the battle against the Twisted Tree King, Gu Fei took on the role of healer, tirelessly treating Haiming, her mental energy rapidly depleting, almost leaving her faint. Chen Lin noticed Lu Wan approaching and greeted him politely. Teacher Lu. Well done. Lu Wan beamed with pride. At the edge of the square, Zhang Yan watched as Chen Lin basked in the admiration of his peers, gripping her hands tightly. Sometimes, tears come unbidden, and she felt her eyes welling up with regret. She wished she could be one of those basking in the adulation and care. Chen Lin spoke of making choices and moving forward. But Zhang Yan found herself incapable of doing so, or rather, unable to persist. The truth lay before her, yet she found herself unable to confront it. Was this the disparity? Zhang Yan clenched her teeth. Meanwhile, her friend expressed indignation. He was once a mere pawn. Now he is so formidable, all because of his talent. Chen Lin is truly infuriating. He must know all this, yet he refuses to share. Observing her friend's envious expression, Zhang Yan quietly distanced herself, refraining from engaging in conversation. Is the score merely enough to enter a mediocre institution? Zhang Yan muttered to herself, feeling a deep-seated resentment. She couldn't even achieve the goal she had set for herself, let alone aspire to the prestigious institutions. Only an hour prior, she had faced the peril of death, even if it had been a matter of mere points. She had not dared to persist, opting to abandon the dungeon and face elimination. Had she chosen to support at that time, perhaps things would have been different. Zhang Yan's heart was nearly suffused with regret as she pondered this. No, I must strive to ascend, for even a moderately prestigious institution would suffice. As she whispered these thoughts, Lu Liang and Yi Chao had already departed, unable to withstand the onslaught of ridicule and resentment that Chen Lin, the scourge of schools across the province, had unleashed. Their spirits had crumbled, rendering them incapable of remaining in the examination hall. Meanwhile, Su Linxue found herself surrounded by the teachers and principal of the third high school, all of them exhaling sighs of dismay. The ancestral tomb of the Li family must surely be billowing smoke, having produced such a prodigy. Indeed, while Linxue might not secure the top position in the city, she was assuredly among the top 10 in the province. Precisely, your score of 19,500 is quite impressive, marking you as a top-tier talent. In previous years, you would undoubtedly have emerged victorious. Alas, this year has seen the rise of an even more formidable contender. Listening to the reassurances of those around her, Su Linxue smiled, indicating that she was unfazed, and then gazed curiously towards the second high school. Immediately, she beheld the imposing figure of Haiming, towering like a small building. Is he the one who overshadowed me? Observing the handsome and gentle Chen Lin beside him, Su Linxue fell into contemplation. Chapter 16, One Person, One Beast. Dominating the entire province. Suddenly, Li Mingji's phone vibrated, and his expression turned serious as he took a deep breath. The provincial score rankings had evidently been compiled and distributed to various cities and schools by the Enlightenment system. Ladies and gentlemen, the provincial rankings have been released. Upon hearing this, all the teachers, including Chen Lin, turned their attention towards him. Just moments ago, Chen Lin had learned that he had secured the top position in the city with a score exceeding the second place by 1,000 points. He was curious to know how his score would rank among the many cities in the province. Li Mingji opened the screen, his fingers trembling slightly. After several missteps, he finally accessed the rankings for Dantian Province. This year, there were a total of 1.6 million candidates for the college entrance examination in Dantian Province. First, Chen Lin, Fanyun Second High School, score 20,500. Second, Su Linxue, Fanyun Third High School, score 19,500. Third, Luo Howie, Quanhua City First High School, score 18,740. Li Mingji felt as though his head had been struck violently, ringing with disbelief. Noticing his prolonged silence, the other teachers gathered to see the screen, their expressions turning incredulous. The provincial top scholar was from their second high school. My goodness, a euphoric sensation swept through them, lifting their spirits to the heavens. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent, as they were at a loss for words. Chen Lin found it peculiar. A score of 20,000 should not be too shabby even in Dantian Province, should it? Just as he was contemplating this, he was suddenly met with Li Mingji's boisterous laughter. The nearby teachers equally ecstatic. Their second high school had produced a provincial top scholar. This achievement would benefit more than just one individual. The glory was secondary. Next year, they would attract countless applicants with this achievement, and their institution would be held in even higher regard. Lu Wan, his blood surging with excitement, could scarcely contain himself. He could boast about having the provincial top scholar as his student. Seeing the chaos around them, the teachers and principals from other high schools wore complex expressions. If they were in the same position, they would undoubtedly react similarly. One individual dominating the entire province, a talent of astonishing brilliance. How could such a genius have emerged from the underdog second high school? Alas, the number of applicants for the second high school would surely increase next year. Observing the jubilant crowd, Chen Lin began to piece together the situation. Could it be that he had indeed claimed the title of provincial champion? Soon after, Zhao Huiming rushed back, his expression brimming with excitement. Chen Lin, you've achieved the top spot in Dantian Province this year. Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback. From the very beginning, he had never imagined he could reach such heights. It must be said, Huiming was truly extraordinary. Not only having limitless growth potential, but also exhibiting increasingly formidable combat prowess. Undoubtedly, it was his own endowment of talent that was the true key. Chen Lin found himself eagerly anticipating his next summoned creature. As the news spread rapidly, soon the first and second year students observing the examination knew that the provincial top scholar had been claimed by a senior named Chen Lin. Instantly, cheers erupted from the observation area of the second high school. 6,666. Forgive me for lacking the words to describe this. I can only express my excitement with an exclamation. I told you, his summoned creature is so powerful, he undoubtedly deserves to be the provincial champion. You must have been caught up in the excitement. Surely you didn't believe it yourself. It's decided. May the heavens bless me to become a summoner next year. Summoned creatures are just too cool. Calm down, bro. It's not the profession that's strong. It's him, understand? Senior Chen Lin, grant me a monkey. Countless junior female students gazed at him with adoration. Their faces flushed as if they had transformed into starstruck fans. Chen Lin couldn't help but smile, though he insisted he felt no enjoyment, no elation whatsoever. Some who had previously envied Chen Lin silently bowed their heads. If the disparity had been marginal, they might have concocted various excuses to belittle him, attributing his success solely to luck. Yet, when the gap became insurmountably vast, all they could do was admire him. Xiaoshan, wait. That expression of yours, could it be that you've developed feelings for Chen Lin? Upon seeing Miao Shanshan staring blankly at Chen Lin, Gu Fei expressed her surprise. Hearing this, Miao Shanshan snapped back to reality, her face burning to her ears as she whispered, I don't know, but I'm not worthy of him. Indeed, Gu Fei sighed. It seemed that Chen Lin and they would no longer inhabit the same world. It would be wise to abandon such thoughts early on, lest they end up more heartbroken. On another note, as Chun-Li left the school, she found herself absent-minded on her way home, repeatedly glancing in a particular direction. Li Zi, what is wrong with you today, always looking like that? Worried about my brother. Oh, today is Chen Lin's college entrance examination. No wonder, Ji Xiaoxiao teased. Had it been in the past, she would have been furious and retorted, but it seemed she was genuinely concerned. Ji Xiaoxiao continued. My sister is in the same examination hall as Chen Lin. She'll come to pick me up later, and then we'll know how it went. Then let us hurry. Chen Li's eyes brightened as she pulled Ji Xiaoxiao into a light jog. Wait, don't rush like that. I can't keep up. Before long, the two girls were panting heavily, leaning against a nearby lamp post, their faces flushed and radiant, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. Xiaoxiao, when will your sister arrive? Soon, so I told you not to rush. While there are many tragic cases during the college entrance exam, the probability of it happening to everyone is extremely low. Chen Lin can't possibly be that unfortunate. After a brief rest, a voice came from behind them. What is going on with you two? Seeing her sister out of breath, as if she had just engaged in a vigorous workout, Ji Qin found it rather strange. Sister, Xiaoxiao is leaning over me. How did the exam go? No casualties, right? Ji Qin shook her head. No, why do you ask that all of a sudden? Ji Xiaoxiao pointed to Chen Li beside her. She's worried about her brother and insisted on rushing. My legs feel like they're about to give out. With a playful smack, Ji Xiaoxiao felt a sudden heat on her slim waist and began to cry for her sister's protection. Ji Qin found it amusing. As if recalling something, she said, I must tell you, just now a significant event transpired. What was it? Ji Xiaoxiao asked, her curiosity piqued. In our examination hall, the top scholar of Dantian province was revealed. It was utterly spectacular. Sister, is that true? Ji Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Which high school is the student from? Second high school. Li Zi, your brother is in the same school. Ji Xiaoxiao remarked. Chen Li nodded, and upon learning that Chen Lin was unharmed, her worries dissipated, replaced by curiosity. The provincial top scholar signified a future of immense potential, a weighty distinction that would capture everyone's attention. You won't believe it. He is just an ordinary summoner. And it seems he lacks any innate talent? Ji Qin slowly recounted. Your sister encountered danger and wisely chose to abandon the dungeon early. Fortuitously witnessing him and his beast venture alone into the grove of the buried bones, the realm of the tree spirits. The tree spirits, there are predominantly level 8 monsters. And at that moment, most believed he was destined for elimination. However, his summoned creature pierced through all the tree spirits, facing thousands of them, and defeated the second-tier boss. The Twisted Tree King. As she recounted this, her gaze sparkled, her voice tinged with excitement. Incidentally, his name bears a resemblance to your friend's brother. Both sharing the surname Chen, with similar phonetics in their names. Could it be a coincidence? Ji Qin pondered thoughtfully. Is it possible they are one and the same? Ji Xiaoxiao chuckled mischievously. Ji Qin's expression stiffened, and she turned her head rigidly towards Chen Li. What is your brother's profession? Summoner. Chen Li replied without hesitation. But it shouldn't be him. His summoned creature is rather weak. Ji Qin sighed in relief, almost startled. It's a small, juvenile wolf, and yes, its fur is black. Ji Qin instantly froze, her steps halting, standing motionless. Witnessing her reaction, Ji Xiaoxiao and Chen Li were struck by an incredible revelation. Could it truly be? The three stood there, each lost in their thoughts as a breeze rustled past, their minds in disarray. Chapter 17. The turn begins. Bang. Chen Li pushed the door open, rushing into the house, where she found her mother, Li Huizhu, busily chopping ingredients. Chen Lin was due to return from his college entrance examination soon, and she had taken off work early to prepare a sumptuous meal. Mom, Chen Li exclaimed breathlessly, tugging at Li Huizhu's apron. Brother, he. Li Huizhu's expression changed dramatically, a sudden fear gripping her heart. What happened to Xiao Lin? He has secured first place in all of East Tian province. Chen Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as she explained the events. Upon hearing this, Li Huizhu released a long sigh of relief, grateful it wasn't anything serious. However, the situation remains uncertain. Let us wait for your brother to return and inquire further. She remained rational, aware that it could all be mere coincidence, leading to an empty celebration. About half an hour later, Chen Lin returned, personally driven by Li Mingji. However, he did not come inside. Understanding that Chen Lin would want to share his joy with his family without interruption, he smiled as he watched Chen Lin enter the house. Spotting her brother's return, Chen Li dashed over like a rabbit, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother, are you truly the top in East Tian province? Chen Lin was taken aback. He hadn't even mentioned it, yet she already knew. Yes, you're not joking, right? The one who single-handedly dominated the province is really you? Faced with his sister's persistent questioning, Chen Lin nodded. Indeed. Receiving two confirmations, Chen Li felt her breath quicken, bouncing with excitement, her eyes shining like stars. Brother, you're incredible. Where's your summoned creature? Let me see it. Everyone says your summoned creature is strong and handsome. At that moment, Li Huizhu approached, her face beaming with joy, never imagining her son could be this exceptional. For a moment, she felt as if she were dreaming. Mom, you won't need to work 2 jobs anymore, Chen Lin said with a smile. Li Huizhu suddenly felt a lump in her throat, struggling to maintain her smile. Let us eat first. No, I want to see brother's summoned creature. Chen Li pouted. Chen Lin sighed. The house was too small, but he agreed to let her see it outside later. And so it was decided. Chen Li joyfully sat at the dining table, quickly devouring her meal. Tonight's dinner was exceedingly lavish, featuring many dishes previously deemed too expensive to buy. However, from this point onwards, that would no longer be the case. Chen Lin glanced at his phone, a notification indicating a receipt of 1 million xia yuan, and he couldn't help but smile. On the way home, he had mentioned the reward to Li Mingji. To his surprise, Li Mingji immediately grabbed his phone, insisting there was no need to wait until tomorrow. He would notify the city government to release the cash reward at once. As the principal of the second high school, he could not command the city government, but Chen Lin possessed the weight to make it happen. It was no exaggeration to say he was now regarded as the ancestor of Fanyan City, beyond reproach. The previous provincial champions, barring unfortunate incidents, were now primarily the elite combatants of the Great Xia. Thus, the significance of Chen Lin's current status was evident. Upon receiving Li Mingji's call, the city government promptly agreed, acting with remarkable speed. Upon learning that the provincial champion hailed from their Fanyan City, They were ecstatic, preparing to set off firecrackers in celebration. Suddenly, an opportunity to cultivate a relationship with Chen Lin arose, and they naturally could not hesitate. A simple request in exchange for the favor of a future elite combatant was an incredible bargain. There were even more substantial rewards to follow. Though these could not be mobilized immediately, and Chen Lin was not in a hurry. He chose to keep the entire 1 million xia yuan at home to alleviate financial burdens, as he had little use for it otherwise. Firstly, he need not concern himself with equipment or skill books. According to Li Mingji, the rewards from the city government would undoubtedly include those for his provincial champion status. Moreover, Haiming no longer required sustenance from flesh, it could hunt on its own. Thus, it was best to keep the money at home to ease the burden. From now on, his mother and sister would not have to continue living frugally. This was the essence of Chen Lin's growth. After dinner, Chen Lin, as usual, took care of the household chores before retreating to his room. Outside, his sister Chen Li was perched atop Haiming's towering 7-meter frame, squealing with delight as if she had found her most beloved toy. Haiming, take me out to play. Chen Lin rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. His mind stirred, and a lengthy personal panel materialized before him. Chen Lin, type, human, profession, summoner, untransformed, eligible for first transformation. Level, 10, cannot be raised, requires first transformation. Attributes, strength 65, constitution 64, agility 66, spirit 121, health 100, skills, summoning art, enhancement art, restoration art. Talent, none. Chen Lin had long harbored a curiosity about whether his ability to endow his summons with talents and to bolster himself was part of the system. After all, he had attempted to summon numerous times with no response whatsoever. Thus, the final explanation could be that this ability was, in fact, his innate talent, albeit one that could not be displayed on the panel. He speculated that it might either be due to his talent being extraordinarily formidable, surpassing the SSS level, or some other reason preventing detection. However, these matters were not for immediate exploration. Chen Lin shook his head and focused on the profession section. The enrollment period commenced in 3 days, and during this time, he merely needed to submit his intention to the school and await notification. However, the provincial champion would be personally recruited by top-tier institutions, so he needn't concern himself with which school to attend just yet. With that in mind, he decided to undergo his first transformation tonight after Chen Li had finished playing. Chen Lin retracted Haiming back into the summoning space, then extended his finger to initiate the transformation. The first transformation required completion through a randomly matched advancement dungeon. Generally speaking, the stronger the individual, the more challenging the advancement dungeon they would be matched with. Conversely, performing exceptionally well would enhance one's professional potential, resulting in greater attribute increases with each level up. Should the dungeon completion score reach the maximum, it could even elevate the profession to a higher tier. This was one of the few opportunities for ordinary practitioners to level the playing field, though only a select few could achieve it. Entering a suitable advancement dungeon based on your comprehensive index. Moments later, Chen Lin vanished from his room. Chapter 18, Reign of Revelation. Coordinate number 08694. This is a world riddled with scars, teetering on the brink of collapse, where the ember of humanity is on the verge of extinguishment. Can you bring salvation? Or will you usher in destruction? Optional Task 1. Eliminate 1,000 calamity beasts and protect the survivors to the best of your ability. Optional Task 2. Assist the Mother Calamity Beast in devouring everything to evolve. Number of participants, 10. Time limit, 23:59:59. Reminder, you cannot voluntarily return to Blue Star. Without warning, Chen Lin suddenly materialized amidst a desolate ruin, surrounded by dilapidated skyscrapers overrun with moss and vines. Rusting automobiles lined the streets, remnants of a time when this place mirrored the prosperity of Blue Star. The sky was shrouded in thick, oppressive gloom, devoid of sunlight. Reminiscent of a nuclear winter blanketed in radioactive dust, the air was laden with an indescribable stench, causing Chen Lin to furrow his brow. As he surveyed the translucent interface before him, it became apparent that selecting a task would likely determine his faction. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Lin opted for the first task. It was not out of any particular reason. Primarily, if the Mother Calamity Beast devoured everything, what would his dark companion consume? Just as Chen Lin took a step forward, he suddenly heard a cacophony of sounds, followed by a figure hurtling through a nearby glass door. Crash! Countless shards cascaded to the ground as a petite, delicate girl tumbled into view. Roar! A blood-red, skinless calamity beast lunged from the dim interior, aiming for the girl. The girl struggled to prop herself up, her vision blurred as she reached for a nearby blade. Yet, she was a moment too late. The beast was nearly upon her, its fangs poised to sink into her neck, terror flooding her senses. Instinctively, she raised her hands to shield herself, when suddenly, a flash of sword light sliced through the air. Thud! The beast's head detached from its body, crashing to the ground and spilling forth a torrent of blood. The girl, now regaining her senses, beheld a strikingly handsome young man with raven black hair and deep, luminous eyes. With a flick of his wrist, he sheathed his blade with grace. Chen Lin's gaze lingered on the girl, particularly the two dark red horns protruding from her hair, his expression revealing a hint of intrigue. You are quite remarkable. The girl fell silent, at a loss for words. As the atmosphere settled, Chen Lin felt a twinge of rudeness and introduced himself. Hello, I am Chen Lin. Lu Yu. Upon seeing his outstretched hand, Lu Yu grasped it, murmuring, thank you. Not at all. Just as Chen Lin was about to inquire about the state of this world, a sharp shout rang out. Something's amiss. Retreat immediately. At this, Lu Yu's expression shifted dramatically. She hastily retrieved the long blade from the ground and grasped Chen Lin's hand, urging him to flee. We must go, or else, before she could finish. A vehicle barreled toward them from the distance, and Chen Lin instinctively yanked Lu Yu back. He positioned his staff forward, bracing for impact. Bang! The car collided with Chen Lin, the force sending him skidding backwards for several meters before he finally regained his footing. Lu Yu, panic-stricken and wincing in pain, rushed to his side. Are you all right? Taking a moment to steady the tumult in his chest, Chen Lin shook his head and then turned to face a two-legged calamity beast, its body bristling with menacing spikes. It's a blade demon. We cannot escape. Lu Yu's expression grew grave as she tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. Bang! The blade demon surged forward, its feet crushing the ground beneath it as it launched itself at them. So swift. Before Lu Yu could react, a figure swept past her, charging headlong at the beast. Clang! Chen Lin drew his sword from the staff, clashing with the blade demon's razor-sharp arm, creating a resonant symphony of steel. Roar! The blade demon howled in rage, swinging its other arm toward Chen Lin's head. Remaining calm, Chen Lin forcefully deflected the attack and promptly retreated a few steps. Lu Yu, hand me your sword. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu quickly tossed her long blade to him. Swish! Chen Lin caught the hilt with precision, his eyes gleaming with battle fervor. Now let us continue. Roar! The blade demon seemed to sense the challenge, charging forward with reckless abandon, its arms flailing wildly. Chen Lin met the assault with unwavering courage, wielding both sword and blade with impeccable skill, moving fluidly as if performing a dance. In mere seconds, they exchanged dozens of blows, their speed creating a blur that dazzled the eye. Lu Yu stood, mouth agape, astonished by his prowess. Such strength. Even my sister would struggle against the blade demon. Crack! After an intense exchange, Chen Lin suddenly spotted an opening, deftly evading a lethal strike. He then raised the long blade and delivered a swift cut. The sharp edge sliced through the air, severing the blade demon's arm with a precise strike. Roar! The creature emitted a pained howl as Chen Lin, with lightning speed, thrust the sword into its heart. Thud! The blade pierced through its tough exterior, emerging from its back. Yet, even in its dying moments, the blade demon remained fixated on Chen Lin, intent on delivering a fatal blow despite having but one arm left. In a futile struggle, Chen Lin blocked the incoming strike and ultimately severed its head with a final decisive blow. The head rolled away, coming to a rest on the ground. You are not from here. Lu Yu approached, gingerly touching her sore backside. With such strength, it is impossible for you to be a mere nobody. Chen Lin smiled faintly. This blade is remarkably sharp. It has undergone a calamity, making it a unique type of calamity beast. Sensing his reluctance to elaborate, Lu Yu refrained from pressing the matter. This calamity must be what sets this world apart. Please, tell me more about it. Lu Yu's expression turned peculiar. Isn't this common knowledge? However, her patience was unwavering toward the one who had saved her twice. A long time ago, a crimson mist suddenly enveloped the globe, transforming all living beings in its path, both human and animal alike. The mist persisted for an entire month, driving many to madness. Ultimately, they devolved into mindless creatures, consumed only by the urge to slay anything that was not their own kind. We refer to this crimson mist as malice. To this day, malice still lingers, though it has significantly diluted and now permeates the air. It seems that malice is undergoing another transformation, even affecting blades and landscapes. I no longer know how humanity is meant to survive. Observing the dimming light in Lu Yu's eyes, Chen Lin let out an internal sigh. When foreign civilizations launch their grand invasion, the people of Blue Star will face a similar threat of extinction. What then shall be done? Shaking his head, he quickly cast aside such thoughts. When the sky falls, there will be those tall enough to bear it. For now, all I can do is strive to enhance myself, so that I may protect my family in the future. Pointing to the dark red horns atop Lu Yu's head, Chen Lin inquired, so, is this a result of your transformation? Indeed. Lu Yu nodded, then noticed that Chen Lin bore no traces of calamity. She lowered her head in silence. As long as one does not lose their sanity in the presence of malice, one will not completely transform into a calamity beast. We have deduced that the key seems to lie in willpower. Willpower allows us to resist transformation and gradually grow stronger. Chapter 19, Gathering. Having gleaned a general understanding of this world, Chen Lin's thoughts were interrupted as a group of a dozen individuals rounded the corner down the road, their expressions filled with alarm. Lu Yu, why are you still here? Hurry and run. The leader, a tall woman, shouted. As she spoke, the ground trembled ominously, as if an erupting torrent was surging towards them. In the distance, the sky blazed crimson, a thick gathering of malice coalescing, reminiscent of the return of the red mist. And soon, countless calamity beasts appeared before Chen Lin and Lu Yu. Suddenly, roars echoed from all directions, revealing numerous calamity beasts peering down from the high-rise buildings. Their bloodthirsty eyes fixated on the gathered crowd. In that moment, the crimson mist formed a wall, encircling them, inexorably closing in. Despair washed over them, and the group felt their legs grow heavy, gradually unable to move. Lulu, what should we do? A trembling voice broke the silence. Gritting her teeth, Lu Yu steeled herself. Prepare yourselves, we charge forward. Upon hearing those words, every person present felt a stirring in their throats as they beheld the formidable blade demons and scythe demons, disasters capable of ending their lives in an instant. The prospect of survival seemed almost impossible. Yet, they swiftly suppressed such thoughts, forcing themselves to cast aside any doubts. Xiaoyu, stay close to me, Lulu instructed. Casting a glance at Chen Lin, it seemed that individuals from other survivor organizations happened to be here as well. I apologize for dragging you into this. Despite Lulu's expression of guilt, Chen Lin paid it no mind and continued to stride forward. Wait, what are you doing? We're surrounded. This is not the time for you to show off. No. I have them all in my grasp. Chen Lin grinned broadly. If I manage to slay all these disaster beasts, my rating will surely soar. Hey Ming, a blinding white light erupted, and the 7-meter-tall Hey Ming materialized in an instant. Oh whoa! Its roar reverberated through the heavens, dispersing the crimson malevolence that hung in the air. Hey Ming's deep blue vertical pupils coldly surveyed the approaching tide of disaster beasts. With a thunderous crash, it transformed into its gigantic form, towering at 28 meters, surpassing even some buildings. As it loomed over the countless disaster beasts, Hey Ming exerted its limbs with force, causing the ground to fracture and splinter in numerous directions. The beast surged forth. Though its agility diminished, its quadrupled size allowed it to maintain considerable speed. Just as it was about to collide with the throng of disaster beasts, Hey Ming erupted in a torrent of jet-black flames, engulfing a radius of several dozen meters. Boom! Under the searing heat, the disaster beasts could not withstand even a few seconds before they perished, their anguished cries turning them into sustenance to fuel the spreading black flames. Those witnessing this scene were left in a state of shock. Suddenly, a dozen disaster beasts leapt from the towering buildings on either side, launching an assault on Chen Lin. Be careful, Lulu exclaimed, her feet moving swiftly as she sought to provide assistance. However, in the next moment, her body froze in place. Chen Lin, instead of retreating, advanced with confidence, wielding his sword and knife as if slicing through vegetables, swiftly dispatching all the attacking disaster beasts. How is this possible? Lulu gasped, her mouth agape. He shows no signs of mutation. He should be weak. Suddenly, Lulu recalled a possibility. Half a year ago, while searching for supplies, she had encountered others who, like him, exhibited no signs of mutation, yet possessed great strength. These individuals had destroyed hidden bases of survivors, exposing them to disaster beasts, and even broke their legs when they attempted to flee. A group of inhuman beings, and they dare to claim kinship with us? Lulu had never forgotten that phrase. Chen Lin was evidently of the same ilk. Sister, Chen Lin is different from those before. He has saved me twice. Lu Yu interjected hurriedly, sensing Lulu's thoughts. Moreover, he is currently aiding us. What if he has ulterior motives? Lulu inhaled deeply, her eyes harboring a glimmer of animosity. Regardless, we should maintain our distance. He has attracted most of the disaster beast's attention. We can use this opportunity to break free. Lu team, there are no disaster beasts over there. A scaled man called out. Following his gesture, Lulu spotted a commercial building with a back exit. She immediately nodded. All right, let's move quickly. However, as they approached, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. Passage is prohibited. A young man with golden hair, holding a book, emerged from the commercial building, gazing at them with indifference. Lulu's expression darkened as she raised her spear. I'll hold him off. You all go. You? That's not possible. As he spoke, the book began to rise slowly, and as the golden-haired youth chanted, spheres of lightning materialized. Meanwhile, Chen Lin felt an intense sense of danger surge through him as his eyelids twitched. His expression changed abruptly, and he positioned his long knife defensively. Clang! A dagger struck against his blade, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman who gradually appeared before him. Swish! Without hesitation, Chen Lin swung his sword, aiming for her slender waist. Yet the graceful woman vanished like a fleeting mirage, reappearing several dozen meters away, looking somewhat surprised. Your mental attributes are surprisingly high. Without uttering a word, Chen Lin propelled himself forward with force. The beautiful woman immediately shouted, Aren't you going to make your move? Are you waiting for me to withstand him? As her words fell, a torrent of flames erupted from the building, racing toward Chen Lin like a cannonball. Boom! The two collided, sparks flying, flames dancing like a candle in the wind. Are you truly a summoner? Exclaimed a burly man amid the flames, astonished. Your basic attributes surpass not only mental prowess, but also speed and strength, rivaling those of specialized melee professions. as the searing flames bore down upon him. Chen Lin's expression remained impassive as he cleaved through them. He surveyed his surroundings and calmly stated, "Let all those who remain come forth." From various directions, 4 individuals emerged, undoubtedly members of the opposing faction for Mission 2. The rule against mutual slaughter in transition dungeons was clear. Immediate pursuit awaited any breach, as stipulated in the agreements made during the federal conferences of various nations. However, exceptions existed for transition dungeons with faction delineations. Well, I never thought someone would genuinely choose Mission 1. Did your Dashian not teach you how to enhance your survival probability when encountering transition dungeons? The initial information had been so explicit, it was evident that disaster beasts held the upper hand. Anyone with a modicum of sense should have understood how to choose. Don't speak nonsense with your eyes wide open. This is all documented in our Dasha textbooks. He must be a remnant of the educational system, likely dozing through classes. Haha, such a grand display of slaughtering disaster beasts to protect those survivors, clearly positioning yourselves within your faction, truly puzzles me. Chapter 20. If roles were reversed, I would show you what true cruelty is. Brother, to be able to undergo the second transition today, you must be one of the elite from your city, the burly man remarked. In this type of faction transition dungeon, there are no mandatory tasks. Slightly lower scores will only place you at a disadvantage in the second transition. But it is certainly better than losing your life. Run. Humph, that won't do. The beautiful woman chuckled softly. The more we feed the mother beast of disaster, the higher our scores will be. He must remain as our stepping stone to ascend. As he observed the 6 treating him as a trapped prey, Chen Lin calmly remarked, "Have you heard the saying? Elite hunters often appear in the guise of their prey." The others narrowed their eyes slightly. Even with 1 less person, 6 against 1. What odds do you think you have? First of all, how can you be sure that no one else, like me, has chosen Mission 1? Chen Lin silently sheathed his sword. Secondly, if I were to attract you over so brazenly, how could I not have the means to deal with you? What you just said was quite eloquent. As compensation, how about I invite you to your demise? Chen Lin's smile widened. The feast was prepared, and it was time for He Ming to indulge. Oh well. The ferocious roar echoed in all directions as the black flames, spanning hundreds of meters, coiled like serpents around the black giant wolf. In an instant, its size surged to 8 meters, appearing even more ferocious. The tide of disaster beasts had suffered great losses, with the sky's crimson malevolence dissipating by more than half. Intimidation. All present felt a profound dread deep within their souls, their minds overwhelmed with fear, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. Boom. As they watched the black giant wolf charge toward them, an icy chill surged from their feet to their heads, their brains nearly bursting from terror. They could not move, as if a venomous snake were coiled around their necks, coldly staring them down. At last, just as the black giant wolf's claws were about to descend upon them, 3 managed to overcome their mental paralysis and scattered in all directions. Boom. The last unfortunate soul barely had time to scream before being reduced to a gruesome pulp beneath the black giant wolf's claws, devoured by the ravenous black flames. Witnessing this scene, the remaining 5 individuals, including the golden-haired youth effortlessly contending with Lulu and her companions in the distance, were instantly drenched in cold sweat. They discerned that this summoned creature was formidable. However, they believed that a few of them could hold it off momentarily, while the rest swiftly dealt with Chen Lin. Initially, they anticipated the process would be rather straightforward, yet to their astonishment, Chen Lin, as a summoner, possessed combat prowess that matched their own. This summoned beast not only boasted immense physical strength and devastating output, but also wielded crowd control abilities. Far from merely stalling, surviving 3 minutes without being entirely obliterated by it seemed nearly impossible. As the black giant wolf lunged towards the nearest target, the golden-haired youth gritted his teeth. Realizing that the situation could not continue like this, he quickly began to chant an arcane incantation, and in an instant, tumultuous lightning intertwined, coalescing into chains half a meter thick that encircled him. With a mere thought, the lightning chains shot forth, ensnaring the limbs and neck of the black giant wolf. Quickly kill him. I can only control. The golden-haired youth's words were abruptly cut off. The black giant wolf yanked its right paw with tremendous force, shattering the lightning chains and breaking free from its restraints. How is this possible? This is my A-grade talent, the golden-haired youth exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. After Chen Lin reinforced his summoning, the black wolf's strength surged even further. With a swift tug of its left paw, nearly all the chains disintegrated. Witnessing this, the others dared not hesitate, immediately unleashing their ultimate techniques. The graceful woman transformed into multiple shadows, darting towards Chen Lin from various angles, only to suddenly find countless ice spikes raining down from above, forcing her to retreat. Damn it, who is that? The elegant woman thought to herself. She beheld a girl with icy blue hair and skin as pale as snow, approaching gracefully, a chilling aura emanating from her. The ground beneath her feet gradually became frosted over, and the nearby disaster beasts were predictably encased in ice. I'll intercept her, shouted the burly man, flames surging as he charged forward. The remaining three simultaneously launched their attacks, leaving no room for survival, intent on eliminating Chen Lin in an instant. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar echoed, "You little brats, behold your father." The taunt instantly drew the attention of the three, their gazes turning fiercely towards the large, portly figure barreling towards them with a shield raised high. As if fueled by a vendetta, they disregarded everything and shifted their target towards the hefty man. Bang, bang, boom. Various skills rained down upon the shield, causing the large man at the back to grimace in agony as his arms trembled. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, the now unfettered black giant wolf appeared behind the frenzied trio. The taunt's duration had just expired, and the three were drenched in sweat, realizing their doom was imminent. In the next instant, razor-sharp claws slashed through, cleaving one of them in four. The other two hastily attempted to flee, but their minds were once again overwhelmed by terror, rendering them unable to move. Although the intimidating effect had diminished, mere seconds were enough for the black wolf to eliminate them. Boom, boom. One claw crushed one foe, and even the portly man found the brutality unsettling. Swallowing hard and hastily declaring, "We're on the same side. We're on the same side." He genuinely feared that the summoned beast would squash him just as it had the two others. Fortunately, the black giant wolf barely glanced at him before turning its wrath towards the graceful woman who was still engaged with her master, its vertical pupils flaring with fury. The graceful woman, noticing the shift in the battle, paled and instantly vanished, reappearing dozens of meters away. She understood that this skill could only be used one last time, and knowing defeat was inevitable, she fled without a backward glance. However, the black wolf pursued relentlessly, its claws striking a nearby building, causing it to explode into a shower of debris that hurtled towards the graceful woman. Seeing the barrage of debris raining down like bullets, she quickly raised her arms to shield her head. The shards tore through her clothing and pierced her skin, blood flowing freely. Yet, this momentary delay allowed the black wolf to catch up and raise its claws once more. "Wait, don't kill me." Boom. Ignoring the desperate pleas of the graceful woman, the black wolf ruthlessly brought its paw down. Ebon flames erupted, consuming her entirely. Meanwhile, an explosive wave of icy air burst forth, radiating outward like a shockwave. Everything in its path, both buildings and living beings, transformed into ice sculptures. However, upon crashing into the black wolf, it merely coated it with a thin layer of frost, causing it to ignite its dark flames, as if nothing had happened. The burly man was not so fortunate, instantly becoming an ice statue. Thus, of the seven prey, only one remained. Chapter 21. The Significance of Salvation. The golden-haired youth's complexion turned ashen. He had always considered himself somewhat distinguished in his homeland. The others were similarly mediocre, all of them falling into the average category. Yet, despite having the numerical advantage of 7 against 3, they were utterly crushed. Why is his summoned creature so powerful? The golden-haired youth felt a twinge of despair. Even advanced summons could not possibly exhibit such monstrous capabilities. He had no doubt that even without the two other individuals, Chen Lin could have swept them away effortlessly. This was the manifestation of overwhelming base attributes, showcasing dominion. No matter how formidable one might be, they could be easily subdued. As Chen Lin advanced, having lost the lightning chains, the golden-haired youth found himself devoid of any defensive means and could only conjure a rain of lightning before turning to flee. But it was too late to escape. Chen Lin remained calm, moving with the grace of a swan, effortlessly evading his attacks. With a swift slash of his blade, the golden-haired youth's head was severed from his body, blood gushing forth. Though it was his first act of killing, Chen Lin's movements were fluid and unwavering. He had long prepared himself mentally for the possibility of eliminating them once they had harbored murderous intent towards him. Glancing back, he noticed Liu and a dozen others lying grievously injured on the ground, but thankfully, they were not dead. Chen Lin approached and handed his long knife to Liu. After hundreds of kills, this disaster beast had become even sharper, faintly glowing with a crimson hue. "It can help you," Liu whispered. "No need." Chen Lin replied with a faint smile, "You need it more than I do." Seeing the sincerity in his expression, Liu felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She believed in him. Chen Lin truly sought nothing for himself and had risked danger to save them all. "By the way, do you know about the Mother of Disasters?" Chen Lin inquired. "Of course," Liu nodded. "It is a being that has emerged from countless disaster beasts, reborn with consciousness." "Where is it located?" "In the city center." Liu instinctively responded, quickly realizing what he might intend to do. "You're not thinking of going to kill the Mother of Disasters, are you?" Chen Lin nodded. "Only by vanquishing it can we achieve the highest score, and it would also bring a semblance of salvation to this world." "That's impossible." Liu immediately shook her head vigorously. "No one has ever been able to kill the Mother of Disasters, not even those who have wounded it." "Don't worry," Chen Lin reassured her, gently stroking her dark red horns. "It will protect me." He gestured towards the approaching black wolf behind him. Liu clenched her hands anxiously. Knowing her relationship with Chen Lin was merely ordinary, she lowered her head. "Just don't get into trouble." At that moment, Su Linxue and the large portly man approached, interrupting their conversation. The moment the large man spotted Chen Lin, he exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother, your summoned creature is astounding. It leaves me in awe." Hearing this, Chen Lin's expression turned peculiar as he recalled something he had seen online. Those who transitioned to the Shield Warrior class, upon encountering someone they wished to rely on, would invariably begin with "Big brother." Su Linxue remarked, "It's good to see you again, Chen Lin." "Wow." Before Chen Lin could respond, the large man exclaimed in shock, "Big brother, you're the top scorer from Dantian province. No wonder you're so impressive." "Chen Lin," he replied, "you two know each other and are both quite formidable." She wouldn't happen to be Su Linxue, the second from Dantian province, would she? The large man chuckled heartily. Su Linxue, intrigued, asked, "How do you know me?" "Oh, you didn't know? Since you claimed the title of second in Dantian province, your school has been lauding your beauty, kindness, and outstanding demeanor, hailing you as a prodigy from humble beginnings who nearly seized the top scholar title for the entire province. The praises have even reached my neighboring province." Su Linxue. Truly impressive. Chen Lin couldn't help but chuckle. "Big brother, you are even more remarkable. Your school boasts that apart from the top scholar, the other 23 provinces are mere trifles in your eyes. Your image is rapidly becoming a sensation across Dantian province." Su Linxue smiled lightly, acknowledging the sentiment. Chen Lin fell silent, now curious about who initiated such flattery on his behalf. After a brief exchange, the camaraderie among the three grew, and Chen Lin learned that the stout, tall figure was named Luo Xian, hailing from Zhongjiang province. His lackluster grades were a result of the output deficiency of his shield arts. The reason he had ascended to level 10 was that his parents took him on hunts for mutated beasts in the wilderness. Chen Lin shared his plans to confront the disaster mother beast, gauging their interest in joining. Without hesitation, Luo Xian declared he would follow Chen Lin wherever he went. And Su Linxue concurred. In agreement, the trio promptly set off towards the city center. At that moment, Lu spoke up, taking a deep breath, "I can guide you." After pondering for a moment, Chen Lin shook his head. "The situation there is uncertain. If you join us, we will be unable to safeguard you." Lu's gaze was resolute. "This is the only way I can assist you. You saved us, and you've rescued Xiaoyu twice." Before she could finish, Chen Lin interjected, "My act of salvation was not intended to place your life in jeopardy as a guide. If that were the case, it would merely be leading you from one hell to another. If you truly wish to contribute, simply point us in the right direction." Seeing the smile on the young man's face, Lu was momentarily taken aback, staring at him with wide eyes. Finally, she slowly raised her arm and pointed into the distance. Chapter 22. The disaster mother beast. On the road in the city center, the surrounding buildings lay in ruins, exuding an air of desolation. The streets were pockmarked and riddled with cracks, overrun with wild grass. Luo Xian ran, his face flushed and panting heavily, while beside him, Su Linxue soared gracefully on her ice sword. According to her, she utilized her mastery over the ice furnace, expending mana to enable her ice sword to carry her aloft. When she first shared this idea, both Luo Xian and Chen Lin were taken aback. Who knew it could be done this way? However, the drawbacks were apparent. The speed was insufficient, making it only useful for traveling, and indiscriminately depleting mana before a battle was a grave mistake for a mage. Fortunately, her high spiritual attribute allowed her to withstand such consumption, and she had learned skills to accelerate mana recovery upon entering this instance. Luo Xian felt a bit dejected, glancing at the massive black wolf effortlessly carrying Chen Lin. "Brother Lin, let it carry me too. I'm utterly exhausted." Upon hearing this, the black wolf turned its head, glaring menacingly at him, prompting Luo Xian to quickly backtrack. "No need, no need. I suddenly feel invigorated." Witnessing this, Su Linxue couldn't help but chuckle softly. Before long, the trio arrived at a grand bridge, where a crimson miasma materialized, engulfing the towering buildings, rendering them mere silhouettes. Finally, they reached the bridge. With Luo Xian gasping like a bull, his entire body slumped against a nearly 2-meter-wide shield. Suddenly, as if drawn by their presence, a host of disaster beasts emerged, their red eyes glimmering, surging toward them. "Kill all humans and bring them back." This was the will of the mother beast, conveyed to all disaster beasts through the miasma. The dark wolf immediately unleashed a terrifying intimidation, charging into the throngs of disaster beasts that had filled the thoroughfare in mere moments, erupting in dark flames. Chen Lin leapt down ahead of time, observing more disaster beasts pouring in from 2 other directions off the bridge, and instantly realized something was amiss. "The disaster mother beast has detected us," Luo Xian exclaimed in shock, gazing at the crimson tide rushing towards them, reminiscent of a ferocious beast with a gaping maw, suffocating in its presence. "They must have their own unique means of communication," Chen Lin mused, drawing his sword from the staff, and began to engage the disaster beasts surging from the right side. Luo Xian quickly followed. "Brother Lin, I'll cover your back." Su Linxue summoned a sphere of magic, slowly closing her eyes. When she opened them again, her gaze was suffused with a chilling blue hue, radiating a divine indifference. Boom! In an instant, a solid ice wall, towering several meters, crystallized on the bridge, momentarily stalling the oncoming disaster beasts. Subsequently, From above her, hundreds of sharp, icy spikes materialized, each exuding an aura of coldness. With a mere flick of her will, all the ice spikes launched toward the swarm of disaster beasts pressing from behind. With piercing sounds, countless disaster beasts were impaled, their blood and entrails splattering across the area. Then, an endless barrage of ice spikes were formed, continuing their relentless assault. A cacophony of chaotic roars erupted from the disaster beasts, as they fell in droves, akin to a field being harvested. "Incredible, Sister Su," Luo Xian exclaimed, catching sight of this scene. The speed of Su Linshua's ice spike formation noticeably faltered, and her expression darkened. Meanwhile, the black wolf tore through the throngs of disaster beasts, a black flame dragon. Unstoppable, with dark flames continuously erupting and expanding, growing ever larger. Boom. The entire thoroughfare was engulfed in a sea of black flames, the crimson miasma devoured, and nearby structures crumbled under the intense heat. Nearly all disaster beasts succumbed to the scorching flames within seconds, clearing a vast area in a fleeting moment. Yet soon, even more disaster beasts surged forth, as if they would never cease. From a high vantage point, one could observe the entirety of the city's disaster beasts converging from all directions toward this epicenter. Even when encountering a few survivors, they paid no heed. A man trembled, watching the disaster beasts rush past him, his entire body drenched in cold sweat, utterly oblivious. He had been secretly searching for food when he suddenly found himself face to face with a horde of disaster beasts, instantly losing the ability to speak. Standing there in despair, awaiting his demise. Just as he thought he would be torn to shreds, the disaster beasts ignored him entirely. What on earth just happened? It wasn't he until the last disaster beast vanished from sight that the man dared to move. His face a mask of terror as he gazed in the direction they had fled. Simultaneously, back at the base, Lu Yu and the others sensed the anomaly. Witnessing the disaster beasts frantically charging toward the city center, they instantly understood that Chen Lin had indeed posed a threat to the disaster mother beast. With this thought, concern washed over their faces. Meanwhile, Chen Lin felt the pressure mounting, injuries beginning to appear on his body. Beneath his feet lay hundreds of corpses. Yet compared to the relentless tide of disaster beasts, it was not even 1,000th of their number. The city was plagued by tens or even hundreds of thousands of disaster beasts. Even if they exhausted all their strength, it was impossible to eliminate them all. As several blade demons charged toward him, Chen Lin immediately instructed Luo Xian to take the lead while he struck from the side. He promptly added, "To capture the thief, first capture the king. Hei Ming, go directly for the disaster mother beast." Roar. Upon hearing Chen Lin's command, Hei Ming instantly pivoted and dashed toward the bridge. Through 2 rounds of evolution, its life level had advanced, allowing it to sense the existence of threats to itself. On the opposite side, a dangerous aura emanated, presumably the disaster mother beast that its master had mentioned. Bang! Cloaked in dark flames, Hei Ming smashed through the ice wall, sending countless obstructing disaster beasts flying as it surged toward the city center, enveloped in dense miasma. Roar! A roar erupted, shaking the earth. As Hei Ming reached the opposite side of the bridge, a massive dark red tentacle, stretching over 10 meters, suddenly emerged from the miasma, striking it with ferocious force. Boom! Several buildings crumbled under the impact, only halting 20 meters away. With a furious roar, Hei Ming rose from the debris of concrete and rubble, its cold, vertical pupils scanning the surroundings. Amidst the obscured miasma, tentacles of dark red, extending over 100 meters, writhed around, encircling it. A colossal eyeball, exceeding 60 meters in diameter, slowly emerged, its countless irises fixated upon Hei Ming as if scrutinizing its very essence. Roaring flames of inky black surged forth, and Hei Ming emitted a low growl. Its jaws slightly agape. The immense eyeball recoiled in trepidation, as if sensing the peril posed by the dark flames. Realizing the futility of delay, Hei Ming launched a direct assault, its form bursting forth, causing the ground beneath to shatter under the immense force. The surrounding area trembled, and dilapidated buildings swayed perilously. The myriad gazes of the colossal eyeball contracted simultaneously, and 15 dark red tendrils lashed out towards it. Boom! Buildings crumbled under the relentless onslaught, debris scattering as they succumbed to the overwhelming weight, while the ground fissured, cracks radiating outwards like the aftermath of a cataclysmic earthquake. Chapter 23, The Third Evolution. As the dark red tendrils approached, Hei Ming attempted to evade them, but when a claw shrouded in black light manifested, it struck back vehemently. However, the surface of the dark red tendrils was armored with a hard substance, rendering them impervious to tearing, producing a sound akin to metal scraping against metal. Boom! Suddenly, one of the dark red tendrils struck Hei Ming, sending its 44-meter frame hurtling backward, crashing into structures and leaving a deep gouge in the earth. While countless vehicles were reduced to mere fragments, the distance between them widened, as Hei Ming had previously relied on its immense strength and defense in close combat. Yet now, faced with the retaliatory strikes of the gigantic eyeball's tendrils, it found itself at a loss. Boom! 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 An increasing number of dark red tendrils surged forth, raining down upon Haiming, which was relentlessly hammered into the ground like a nail, its limbs gradually buckling under the assault, as the surroundings vibrated with a cacophonous roar. A howl erupted as the dark flames burst forth with furious intensity, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, instantly radiating scorching heat that pushed back the colossal eyeball. Haiming broke free, its magical energy depleting at an alarming rate, and it chose to fight with all its might. Meanwhile, Chen Lin struggled to maintain his stance, his face smeared with blood, and his clothes tattered and riddled with wounds. The sword blade bore numerous chips, teetering on the brink of destruction. Beside him, Luo Xian fared no better, his shield marred with dents, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Su Linxue stood atop an ice pillar, relying on her companions for protection, hastily recovering her magical power. Around them lay thousands of slain disaster beasts, blood flowing like a stream. "We can't hold on much longer, Su. How much longer will you need?" Luo Xian shouted, desperately defending against the oncoming disaster beasts. At that moment, Chen Lin's expression turned grave. Through his psychic link with Haiming, he sensed its life force waning. It too was ensnared in a dire predicament. Now, Su Linxue suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering with a chilling blue light. Wanchuang Jimmy. The air around them plummeted to freezing temperatures, a torrent of cold surging forth, transforming into a 100-meter frost dragon that roared. Instantly, every disaster beast within a radius of several hundred meters was gradually encased in ice, rendered immobile. "You'd best stand beside me." Upon hearing this, Luo Xian and Chen Lin hastily complied. Just then, the frost dragon let out a thunderous roar before plunging toward the ground. Boom! The earth erupted in an explosion, the shockwave rippling across a kilometer radius, as countless disaster beasts were shattered into crystalline fragments. By the heavens! Luo Xian gaped in astonishment, momentarily forgetting even his usual flattery. Chen Lin was equally taken aback. He had always heard that Su Linxue's strength lay in her concealed abilities, and now it appeared she had hidden her talents far too deeply. Judging by the sheer power of this attack, it likely rivaled S-class talents. The only reason Chen Lin had been able to suppress her during the entrance exams was due to Haiming's consistently high combat prowess, which allowed it to maintain peak performance for prolonged periods. However, in terms of explosive output, Su Linxue clearly surpassed him. Nevertheless, even if this onslaught obliterated hundreds of disaster beasts in an instant, it was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the tens of millions of beasts ravaging the city. Even with Haiming's presence, they would be overwhelmed, and slaying them all to exhaustion was an impossibility. This was precisely why Chen Lin had sent Haiming to confront the disaster mother beast alone at the city center. Yet, the results were not in vain. They had at least afforded them an opportunity to escape. Glancing at Haiming's evolution value, which was a mere 30 points away from completion, Chen Lin made a swift decision. Let us head to the disaster mother beast. They had no choice but to allow Haiming to evolve on the spot. It was their only glimmer of hope. Otherwise, even if the three of them managed to break free, abandoning Haiming would likely seal its fate. Leading the charge, Su Linxue unleashed her skills to eliminate the disaster beasts blocking the bridge, while Chen Lin and Luo Xian cleared the flanks. Soon, the trio reached the city center, pursued by an unending horde of disaster beasts. The area bore the scars of the conflict between Haiming and the gigantic eyeball, resembling a desolate wasteland. Devoid of any intact structures, Luo Xian gazed around, his heart racing in terror. This was utterly horrifying. A roar reverberated from the ominous miasma ahead, and without hesitation, the trio charged forward. They soon beheld Haiming, grievously wounded, blood streaming from its maw, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, its claws remained firmly anchored to the ground, defiantly enduring the onslaught of the dark red tendrils, inching forward with unwavering resolve. Getting closer was its only hope of victory, and thus it could not retreat, even a fraction. "I'll lure the disaster beasts over, Luo Xian. You provoke it to share some of the damage." Upon hearing Chen Lin's words, Luo Xian trembled. "Am I going to die? It shouldn't come to that. Su will be right there to support you. Trust me." With that, Chen Lin dashed toward Haiming. Luo Xian could only grit his teeth, steeling himself to taunt the gigantic eyeball. Fortunately, his low level rendered his provocation ineffective, and the massive eyeball merely cast a few glances in his direction before a dark red tendril struck out carelessly. As the shadow loomed overhead, Luo Xian's face paled, and he hastily raised his shield. B-class talent, Earth Wall. A formidable yellow rock wall materialized. Yet, he felt it insufficient and hastily activated several more skills. Meanwhile, Su Linxue's magic orb glimmered, and 5 ice walls rapidly erected before Luo Xian. Bang! The ice walls crumbled in less than a second under the impact of the dark red tendril, ultimately absorbing only a third of its force. Boom! The rock wall held for a few seconds before shattering, as the dark red tendril slammed into the shield, sending a cloud of dust spiraling upwards. Luo Xian felt as though the earth had split apart. A searing pain in his chest caused him to spew forth blood. When the dark red tendril withdrew, his feeble body collapsed to the ground, motionless. Su Linxue's expression turned grave. The power of the disaster mother beast had undoubtedly reached the third-tier boss level. She wondered if Chen Lin's summoned creature could withstand it. Haiming, consume these disaster beasts. As they drew nearer, Chen Lin shouted, swiftly transforming his sword into a staff to cast restoration and enhancement spells. A soft white glow enveloped him, and Haiming's vertical pupils flickered before it unleashed a ferocious roar, tearing through the advancing dark red tendrils. With a boost of 560 points in power, augmented by 20, the effect was unparalleled. Roar! The colossal eyeball shrieked in agony as its tendrils retracted. Seizing the moment, Haiming surged into the horde of disaster beasts, the dark flames blossoming like a lotus, spreading rapidly. In a matter of moments, vast swathes of beasts were incinerated. Realizing the imminent threat, the gigantic eyeball issued commands through the miasma, urging all disaster beasts to flee the vicinity. Yet it was too late. Countless dark flames, imbued with devouring energy, surged into Haiming's form, culminating in a complete evolution value. Without hesitation, Chen Lin initiated the evolution process. Boom! A terrifying surge of inky black power erupted from the depths of Haiming's being, enveloping its entire form in an instant and bursting forth into the sky as a pillar of darkness, reaching toward the heavens. Chapter 24, The Adamantine Body. Within the obsidian column, Haiming's physique expanded dramatically, growing 10 meters in an instant, towering to a staggering height of 84 meters, its length surpassing 100 meters. Exuding an aura of might reminiscent of a cataclysmic beast. Congratulations, your summoned creature Haiming has acquired the skill, Swiftness. Congratulations. Your summoned creature Haiming's giantization talent has been upgraded to CB grade. Congratulations, your summoned creature Haiming's flame talent has been upgraded to CB grade. Congratulations. Your summoned creature Haiming has gained a new talent, Adamantine Body, B. Strength, 141,201. Constitution, 145,205. Agility, 144,204. Magical power, 140,200. All attributes have increased by 60. Chen Lin felt a surge of joy, his thoughts racing. Giantization, B increases body size by fourfold, enhancing strength, defense, and speed by 400. Flame, B creates flames unique to itself. Temperature is linked to magical power. Feature, capable of merging any two types of power within itself to form flames with varying effects. Adamantine Body, B envelopes the entire body in adamantine strength, linked to constitution, rendering it immovable. Once again, a comprehensive enhancement had occurred, and Chen Lin exhaled in relief. According to the knowledge imparted by the Academy, it was nearly impossible for a third-tier power to manifest in a first-turn dungeon, unless one were a prodigy utterly invincible against opponents of equal level. He had not anticipated that he had unknowingly ascended to such a level. It was somewhat unexpected. Chen Lin believed that Haiming would require at least 2 more evolutions to achieve an absolute invincibility among peers. Moreover, the colossal eye was particularly effective against Haiming. Otherwise, even if it were unable to win, it could still flee and avoid a certain death. 2 reasons indicated that his luck had been somewhat lacking. However, now that Haiming had evolved, it was your misfortune to contend with. The dark pillar, which had surged into the sky, gradually dissipated until it vanished. The sky appeared to have torn open, revealing a patch of cloudless expanse, and sunlight, which had not graced the land for ages, began to shine down, albeit still obstructed by lingering malevolence. Haiming's vertical pupils fixated on the enormous eye, its form rejuvenated, with black fur and a tough hide shimmering with a faint golden light, exuding an otherworldly majesty. The massive eye trembled. At the moment of Haiming's power eruption, it was paralyzed by the terrifying aura of insatiable hunger that transcended all. But soon after, boundless fury surged forth. It too could consume evolution, and it aspired to become the strongest entity. Roar! Thick, dark red tentacles lashed out, producing a thunderous rush of air. Observing this, Chen Lin hastily retreated, aware that a clash between these 2 titanic beasts could lead to collateral damage. Bang! Haiming stood resolute as a mountain, unyielding. 15 dark red tentacles struck against its form, only causing a slight quiver of the golden light. Howl! The fusion of the gluttonous and voracious powers, alongside the giantization talent, ignited the pitch-black flames, ensnaring the dark red tentacles and incinerating them with a terrifying heat, causing them to writhe and twist in the air. Boom! The black flames gradually coalesced into a fearsome phantom beast towering over 400 meters. Even more menacing and brutal than Haiming itself. The temperature within a 1,000-meter radius surged rapidly, causing vegetation to wither and the ground to crack, transforming the epicenter into a sea of black flames. With each additional talent power merged into the flames, the potency escalated exponentially, far beyond a mere addition. In the distance, Su Linxue was slightly taken aback. This summoned creature was truly formidable, and its inexplicable enhancement was unprecedented. As Chen Lin sprinted back, drenched in sweat, she summoned a chilling current that enveloped the surroundings, a refreshing wave coursing through her body, inducing immense comfort. Thank you, Su. You're welcome. Su Linxue replied with a light smile. Suddenly, Chen Lin felt something grasping at his foot. Looking down, he saw Luo Xian, bloodied and crawling toward him. He lifted his blood-streaked face, giving a thumbs up. Lin Gu, you're incredible. At this moment, Luo Xian held a singular thought in his mind. He was determined to cling to this powerful ally. No one could stop him. What happened to you? Chen Lin hurriedly helped him up. Luo Xian felt a swell of emotion, believing that Chen Lin had acknowledged him. Finally, he had a formidable older brother to shield him and his tank-like role that could only endure blows. It's fine, Lin Gu, my life is resilient. I won't perish. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin silently released his grip and stood alongside Su Linxue to observe the titanic duel unfolding in the distance. Luo Xian roar. Haiming charged toward the enormous eye, raising its claws, while the colossal phantom beast mirrored the action with its own obsidian flame-formed claws, striking down in an instant. Roar. The massive eye instantly lost several of its sight orbs, emitting a pained wail as torrents of blood stained its remaining eyes. Its tentacles flailed wildly, striking at Haiming, yet inflicting no damage whatsoever. Roar. This scene provoked a furious roar from the massive eye, causing a deluge of malevolent energy to surge into the city center, swiftly merging into its form. In an instant, its size expanded significantly, and dark red tentacles sprouted countless sharp barbs. This had originally been a crucial power accumulated over countless years, reserved for its evolution to the next life tier, but now it had to be utilized prematurely. Realizing this, the massive eye's multitude of orbs radiated fury. Roar. I will kill you. Dark red tentacles ensnared Haiming from all directions, forcing their way through the consuming flames of life, attempting to constrict and suffocate it. The golden light steadfastly repelled the tentacle barbs, preventing them from piercing through. Both sides unleashed relentless assaults, shaking the earth beneath them, their roars reverberating through the skies. Hours passed, and countless buildings lay in ruins, reduced to rubble, yet amidst the devastation, Haiming remained steadfast. Roar. The deafening roar reverberated through the air, and the crimson malevolence that had enveloped the city center finally dissipated entirely with the sound. The numerous eyes of the massive beast dimmed, extinguished, as its form was gradually consumed by the black flames. Finally defeating the calamity's mother beast brought relief to Luo Xian's anxious heart. Chen Lin and Su Linxue shared a laugh. Having vanquished the calamity mother beast alongside thousands of calamity beasts, their scores would undoubtedly be extraordinarily high. Soon, Luo Xian also came to this realization, his expression brimming with excitement. Although he and Su Linxue had merely assisted in absorbing damage, they would still receive a share, especially after having eliminated so many calamity beasts. In a dungeon with faction distinctions, scores were entirely based on contributions, ensuring fairness. No one could claim all the credit for defeating the boss. Furthermore, for support roles like shields, score acquisition varied. Thus, he roughly estimated that his score should not be low, reflecting on his parents' warnings not to be reckless before entering the dungeon. He realized he was not like those prodigies who had directly advanced today. The gap was substantial. If they were to know that he had achieved a high score in the faction advancement dungeon, they would surely be overjoyed, and Luo Xian felt a rush of excitement. Chapter 25, A Prestigious Academy. After the battle concluded, the three gathered, the sky gradually darkening, and the surroundings enveloped in darkness due to the absence of any light sources. Luo Xian hastily scavenged for wood among the ruins, igniting it with Haiming's flames. The flames, lacking the fused gluttonous power, appeared in their natural hue. Otherwise, it would have been rather comical. As night fell, the trio prepared to rest until the morrow, after which they would exit the dungeon. Originally, Chen Lin intended for Haiming to continue hunting the remaining calamity beasts, but witnessing its exhaustion after hours of battle, he reconsidered. Such actions are somewhat morally reprehensible. From the moment of entering the advancement dungeon until now, for over 10 hours, Haiming has either been engaged in battle or hastening along the way, enduring quite the hardship. Now, having finally found a moment to rest, Chen Lin feels reluctant to impose further work on it, and must reluctantly let the calamity beasts throughout the city go. The next day, with the sound of a notification, the trio vanished from their location. Time has elapsed, beginning to calculate scores based on your performance. Total kills, 8,564 calamity beasts, successfully defeated the calamity mother beast. Protected hundreds of survivors in Ning'an City. Perhaps this act will bring a glimmer of hope to this world. Congratulations, your score is perfect. Occupation advancement, summoning sword master, rare, unique, growth attributes, 510. Description: this is a peculiar occupation born from you. Should your opponents believe that your summoned entities are formidable, they will soon realize their grave mistake upon engaging you up close. Congratulations, you have comprehended a new occupational skill, Law Sword. In the room, Chen Lin's figure reappeared. 24 hours had passed, and he was transported back from the advancement dungeon. Observing the floating interface before him, he was somewhat taken aback, his thoughts stirring. Law Sword, materialize a blade that exists between reality and illusion. ignoring all actual defenses of the target, inflicting a single mental trauma. Power based on mental attributes. Upon reading this, Chen Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. The term actual defenses encompasses all visible defensive measures, such as Ming's adamantine form, the protective barriers, and so forth. To disregard these and directly harm the target's psyche means that as long as the opponent lacks mental defenses or possesses a low mental attribute, they could be swiftly felled, regardless of their physical resilience. For instance, even if Luo Xian utilizes all his skills and talents, a strike from Chen Lin's law sword could either render him a fool or, at worst, shatter his mind and lead to death. This skill was indeed spine-chilling. Chen Lin immediately attempted to use it. In an instant, a half-meter long, entirely transparent blade adorned with countless intricate engravings manifested in his hand. His mental energy also dissipated entirely with the manifestation of the law sword. Chen Lin shook his head and retracted the sword. It appeared that this skill could only be employed as a trump card. Casting a quiet glance at the window, he noted the sun shining brightly outside. Evidently, the flow of time between the two worlds was not the same. Stepping out, he found the living room devoid of anyone. Though the table was laden with plates of food, covered with cling film, accompanied by a note reminding him to heat and consume them. A faint smile graced Chen Lin's face as he simply heated and finished the meal before opening his phone. Two friend requests flashed before his eyes, from Luo Xian and Su Linxue. They had exchanged contact information before entering the advancement dungeon, prolonging their bond forged through life and death. Chen Lin accepted the requests, recognizing that given the camp selection in this dungeon, the difficulty was significantly heightened. Without the protection of his two teammates, it was uncertain what the outcome would have been, with Ming needing to split focus. Next, he scrolled down to find a message from Lu Wan. The recruitment mentors from the top universities would arrive at 2 o'clock today. He should prepare to visit the school. Contemplating that he had no other matters to attend to, he replied with a simple acknowledgement and promptly departed. At Fanyan No. 2 High School, Lu Wan awaited at the school gate. Upon seeing Chen Lin, he rushed over. "You've finally arrived. This time, all 5 top universities have sent their recruitment mentors to our school." His voice brimmed with excitement. The principal, Li, had not ceased smiling with such an honor. This was an unprecedented event in Fanyan City, and their purpose was evidently clear: to recruit Chen Lin, the top scholar from Dantian. As they entered the school, many first and second-year students paused to gaze at Chen Lin with palpable excitement. One particularly prepared junior, blushing profusely, hurriedly approached with a pink letter in hand, delivering it to Chen Lin before darting away. Witnessing this, Lu Wan's lips twitched as he quickly cautioned, "You mustn't lead her astray. Harming your junior sister could have significant repercussions." Chen Lin nodded, quietly tucking the letter away. As it was a token of someone's affection, he certainly couldn't just discard it. As they continued along the path, the number of curious glances multiplied, with many juniors emulating the first, shyly approaching with flushed faces. Before long, Chen Lin's attire was bulging with heartfelt letters from infatuated girls. Lu Wan, observing the scene, wore a look of exasperation, as if he were invisible. Finally, the two reached the office, where Lu Wan promptly closed the door, blocking the inquisitive students who had followed. Chen Lin shook his head. Such occurrences would have been nearly impossible in his previous life, yet here it was entirely normal, for everyone revered powerful practitioners. In society, this trend was even more pronounced. Lu Wan retrieved a ring adorned with a dragon motif from his drawer, stating, "This contains the city government's reward." They reviewed the footage of your college entrance examination performance and specially acquired a sword staff in both forms, along with a universal 5th-tier skill book. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a doubt, these were precisely the items he required. The sword staff, which had endured prolonged high-intensity battles, had sustained damage and was in dire need of replacement. The universal 5th-tier skill book, which any profession could comprehend, was valued at no less than several million. Chen Lin accepted the ring, probing into its contents, and 2 pieces of information materialized instantly. Tianquan sword staff, excellent. Effects, sword form, gains golden edge enhancement. Nothing can withstand it. Staff form, gains wisdom aura, continuously restoring mental energy, amplifying the effects of any skill by 50. Close at hand, 5th tier, effect. Ignore distances of up to 100 meters, achieving instantaneous movement. One word, powerful. Chen Lin was exceedingly satisfied. The close at hand skill was also meticulously selected by the city government, ideal for swiftly creating distance, a perfect fit for a summoner, as Lu Wan explained. Ahem, right. Suddenly, he appeared somewhat embarrassed. "You need to sign your name on this piece of clothing. Make sure it's legible." With that, he produced a gray pleated skirt from his drawer. Noting the peculiar look in Lu Wan's eyes, Chen Lin was taken aback. "Oh no. How did I end up stealing from my teacher's family?" Chapter 26. The youth embarks on his journey. Around 2 o'clock, a black luxury vehicle halted at Fanyan No. 2 High School, and 5 men and women alighted. Li Mingji approached with a solemn expression, showing no sign of negligence. Those who serve as mentors from top universities are undoubtedly 5th-tier professionals, deserving of respect even from the mayor. Upon entering the reception room, the languidly seated Ji-Fei casually inquired, "Where is Chen Lin?" "He'll be here shortly," Li Mingji responded just as two knocks echoed from outside. The door swung open to reveal Lu Wan, accompanied by a 17 or 18-year-old youth, fair of face and tall of stature. Ji-Fei scrutinized him from head to toe, commenting, "Not bad. Such looks ought to be welcomed at my young academy." Seated nearby, Feng Yi immediately expressed displeasure, remarking, "It's one thing to spread rumors outside. But does your young academy truly judge candidates solely on their appearance? Indeed, our 5 prestigious academies represent the pinnacle of daxia. This is quite absurd." The two united in a stern reprimand of her, then turned to extend olive branches to Chen Lin. "Little Chen, choose my Qingtian Academy. You may select any 3 resources as an enrollment gift." "Only 3? Are you trying to dismiss me as a beggar? I see you're questioning the worth of Dongtian's top scholar." "Exactly. Little Chen, he looks down on you. Don't go suffer under his authority." This scene left Li Mingji and Lu Wan momentarily stunned. Chen Lin, too, was somewhat bewildered. Such eloquent and strategic rhetoric could not be mastered without years of experience. It reminded him of the current state of the internet in his previous life, prompting a mental commendation. Splendid. The atmosphere grew tense. Whoever dared to initiate a recruitment pitch to Chen Lin would undoubtedly face opposition from the other 4. Initially, the top universities did not recruit scholars in this manner, as they stood high above, representing daxia's elite, maintaining their dignity, until someone, frustrated by the lack of a top scorer for an entire year, decided to delve deeply into research and employ cunning strategies. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Nowadays, the annual recruitment of top scorers is rife with sharp-tongued debates and palpable tension. To this end, the prestigious institutions spare no effort in hiring experts to impart the nuances of recruitment rhetoric to their admission counselors. "Classmate Chen, I have meticulously analyzed your college entrance examination videos 10 times. Your swordsmanship clearly indicates your passion for weaponry. If you join our Beilong Academy, I can arrange for a mentor specializing in swordsmanship to provide one-on-one guidance, ensuring your skills reach new heights." Huh. The fact that you deduced this after watching it 10 times merely highlights the incompetence of your Beilong Academy. Even the most talented individuals would be buried there. Indeed, classmate Chen should come to Yuntian Academy instead. We can arrange for your mother and sister to accompany you, ensuring all your living arrangements are seamlessly managed. Goodness. Playing the emotional card? Has Yuntian no shame? How can you even mention the previous year's Dongtian top scorer, whom you attempted to woo with your own daughter? As if that is acceptable? Ridiculous. They were already in love. I don't feel the same way. As the situation escalated into chaos, Ji-Fei inhaled deeply, organizing her thoughts, and turned to Chen Lin, suddenly speaking. "Now that you have reached the first transition, I presume you haven't begun summoning yet? As long as you join Young, I can apply directly to gather the finest materials required for summoning, enhancing the likelihood of top-tier summons appearing. Furthermore, your Black Wolf possesses growth potential, so feel free to ask for any resources you desire. Additionally, we at Young can meet all the conditions they mentioned, including the offer of a daughter." Upon hearing these words, the other 4 fell silent. Although Chen Lin's score was a staggering 20,000, even they recognized that it was insufficient given the extraordinary talents this year, with no less than 10 individuals surpassing that score. If too many resources were expended recruiting from Dongtian, it would be challenging to compete with others later on. Realizing this, the 4 silently withdrew. Seeing this unfold, Ji-Fei sighed in relief, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Chen Lin. "What do you think?" However, he merely shook his head. "Everything else is fine. But the offer of a daughter is out of the question." Ji-Fei's brow relaxed, her heart elated. "Very well, if you prefer someone more mature, I can accommodate that." At this moment, Feng Yi could no longer contain himself. "Are you really pursuing a younger man? Is that not permissible?" Ji-Fei's chest subtly puffed out, her form under the fitted white blouse accentuating an alluring figure. Chen Lin intended to clarify that was not his meaning, but the words caught in his throat. Ultimately, he chose Young Academy, not solely for Ji-Fei's beauty, but because of the myriad opportunities she presented. With their objectives accomplished, the 5 did not linger, preparing to depart for the next major province. Ji-Fei inquired whether they would accompany them on a tour of the 24 provinces of the Great Xia before returning to Young Academy, or whether Chen Lin preferred to arrive on his own at the start of the school year. He opted for the latter. Having no other matters to attend to, Chen Lin bid farewell to Lu Wan and Li Mingji. Upon returning home, he found Li Huiru in the kitchen preparing a meal, while Chun Li sat on the sofa watching television. Noticing his return, his sister immediately leaped from her cross-legged position, bouncing over. "Brother, you seem to have become famous. So many people at school are talking about you. At my workplace too. Everyone mentions you, little Lin." Li Huiru chimed in, carrying a plate. Numerous relatives had called home, inquiring if he was the top scorer from Dongtian mentioned in the news. But I didn't say anything. Otherwise, we would have a horde of strangers visiting tonight. Chen Lin smiled, recognizing that more people were becoming aware of the college entrance examination, with media and news outlets fervently promoting it. Those who excelled would become the sturdy shield of Great Xia's future. Thus, the provincial top scorers naturally attracted attention, prompting acquaintances, even those he had never met, to seek connections. After dinner, Chen Lin dutifully washed the dishes and tidied up. Then, amidst his sister's playful antics, he reluctantly summoned He Ming, returning to his room to rest and await the start of the academic year. 2 days later, Li Huiru drove downstairs, ready to take Chen Lin to the airport. Chun Li followed suit, but suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes brightening as she exclaimed, "Can't we ride on something else?" "How else would you go?" Li Huiru asked her. "Let brothers He Ming carry us. It's enormous and faster than a car." Li Huiru facepalmed, remarking, "It can help your brother in battle, but now you want it to indulge in your antics too?" About half an hour later, they arrived at the airport. Li Huiru looked at the departing Chen Lin with concern. "Be cautious at the academy. Prioritize your safety." "Don't worry, Mom, I understand." Despite having heard her concerns countless times, Chen Lin nodded earnestly. Watching him turn away, Li Huiru raised her hand, her lips trembling slightly. She understood that as Chen Lin ventured further, he would bear more responsibilities, facing dangers from foreign civilizations and mutated beasts. Chen Li noticed their mother's worry and comforted her. "It's fine. Brother is so talented, and with He Ming protecting him, he will always be safe." Chapter 27. The Fox Spirit That Brings Calamity to the Nation. In the capital of the Ninefold Province, Zhongtian City, Yunk Academy. Countless top-performing students from the National College Entrance Examination gathered here, and a glance revealed even many who had already transitioned. This sight caused many prideful individuals to temper their egos, reluctant to take things lightly. At that moment, the senior students at the reception area exchanged amazed glances. They had heard that this year's examinees were exceptionally strong, but witnessing them firsthand felt somewhat exaggerated. Talents are everywhere. The phrase "outstanding people are as common as dogs" fits perfectly. I saw the national score announcement. Even the lowest top scorer had 19,000 points, while the highest reached 30,000, breaking the historical record for college entrance examination scores. Our Yunk is outshined by the other 4 top academies, having only recruited 3 top scorers, while 21 others rejected our offers. Sigh, the gap is not insignificant. Having any is good enough. I heard the one named Chen Lin from Dongtian rose through ordinary occupations. That's quite interesting. I read his profile. He comes from a humble background, lacking wealth or connections, yet he managed to achieve this on his own. Quite impressive. However, compared to the higher-ranked top scorers, there's still a considerable gap. He lacks innate talent, and with an ordinary profession, relying solely on a powerful summon, he won't get far. As they conversed, the area suddenly became noisy, prompting them to instinctively look over. 2 fair-skinned, tall girls with striking similarities descended from a shuttle bus. Both had their long hair tied in single ponytails. One exuded an air of confidence, while the other radiated gentleness. Immediately, someone recognized them as the top scorers from Chongjiang province, who shared the first place due to their partnership. "Old Ma, what are you doing?" The senior student called Old Ma shrugged off the hand that grabbed him, declaring with conviction, "Of course, I'm here to guide the 2 junior sisters. It's an obligation of a senior." "Wait, this important task should be entrusted to me." Another senior interjected, blocking his path, just as the 2 were about to brawl. The 2 girls at the reception area sprinted forward, smiling as they welcomed the Chongjiang top scorers. Seeing this, the 2 seniors exchanged glances, releasing each other as collars and walking away without looking back. Soon, another shuttle arrived, and a handsome young man stepped out. Instantly, all attention shifted to him, curiosity evident in their expressions. "Is that Chen Lin? Aside from being handsome, he doesn't seem particularly special." "Quite right. He looks like a disaster-bringing fox spirit." "Brother, your descriptions are quite vivid." Many girls, upon seeing Chen Lin, brightened with interest. His impeccable looks were simply flawless. A beautiful senior, well aware of the importance of acting quickly, approached him without hesitation. "Junior, let me help you register your information, shall I?" As she spoke, she tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing her smooth and pristine neck. "I appreciate your help, senior." Chen Lin chuckled softly. Witnessing this scene, many upperclassmen ground their teeth in frustration. Although the female population at Yunk Academy was predominantly larger, their beauty was undeniable, making them difficult to pursue. The moment Chen Lin arrived, beautiful girls flocked to him, igniting their envy. Bang! A male student, tears brimming in his eyes, slammed his hand on the table, startling those nearby. "Bro, what's wrong?" "That girl. I've had a crush on her for a year. Just yesterday, I was finally about to get her contact information." Victory was within reach. "You're missing more than just a step, aren't you?" Meanwhile, Chen Lin swiftly registered his information under the meticulous guidance of a helpful senior and then proceeded to his designated accommodation. Chen Lin, with this specially designed phone from the academy, you can connect to the Ascendancy system, which grants access to an abundance of previously inaccessible information. The Ascendancy system is a fusion of technology and profession, responsible for all logistical operations, allowing you to purchase any desired skill books, equipment, and various resources. Of course, this requires sufficient credits or contribution points. Furthermore, you can also use it to access exclusive inter-academy forums. Chen Lin nodded, observing the cyber-style device in his hand as he entered his student ID. Following a successful identity verification, his basic information appeared. Beside him, Su Qingqing, who was secretly memorizing his student ID to add him as a friend, was instantly dumbfounded by the long string of zeros in his credit balance. 100,000? How do you have so many credits, Chen Lin? Su Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. 100,000 credits would be enough to purchase even a forbidden item. The quality of equipment is categorized as common, fine, exquisite, exceptional, forbidden, and legendary. Beyond that, she lacked the authority to know more. Chen Lin smiled. This was likely a benefit bestowed by Young Academy. The treatment of a top scholar was indeed exceptional. Su Qingqing's expression grew complex. Even if she saved for 4 years, she might not accumulate 100,000 credits. The disparity was staggering. Yet, it made sense. The title of top scholar represented the pinnacle of talent, surpassing millions in the province, and thus could not be overlooked. Chapter 28, The Second Summoning Artifact. Young Academy sprawls over an immense area, and it took the two of them about 10 minutes to reach the dormitory. Gazing upon the standalone suite before them, Su Qingqing remarked, Chen Lin, this will be your dormitory. I'll take my leave now. By the way, Young's educational policy has always emphasized strength among the strong, fostering pressure to improve. Hence, your roommates will undoubtedly be exceptional individuals. Chen Lin nodded, watching her wave goodbye before he stepped into his abode for the next 4 years. The living room was spacious, furnished with everything one could need. A large LCD television occupied the center, and there were 4 rooms spread over 2 levels. With no one else around, Chen Lin casually chose a room and entered. It was pristine and equipped with all necessary amenities. Contemplating his free time, he took out the celestial sword staff from his storage ring and began practicing basic swordsmanship. After his job transition, it was akin to breaking physical limitations and embarking on a path of cultivation. In reality, continuous daily training could enhance strength, physique, and agility attributes. However, the gains were minuscule and far slower than leveling up through experience. Thus, relying solely on this to bridge the gap was nearly impossible. Yet, mastering skills to a certain level could transform them into abilities, and Chen Lin was currently striving in that direction. Moreover, practicing basic swordsmanship proved beneficial in combat. Over-reliance on skills while neglecting one's own abilities could easily lead one into a pitfall. Several hours later, the special device suddenly vibrated, prompting Chen Lin to halt his movements and glance at the illuminated screen, which indicated that personal items had been delivered downstairs. Simultaneously, a message appeared. Your summoning materials have been approved. If you require additional resources, feel free to request them, and I will assist you to the best of my abilities. Lastly, I urge you to strive to enhance your strength. After sending the message, Ji Fei leaned back in her soft chair. Do you have such faith in him? Jiang Wuyue inquired, somewhat perplexed. Clearly, our resources are sufficient to recruit 4 provincial top scholars. This is Young Academy's chance to rise from the bottom. Yet you are investing too much in him. The total value of those summoning materials exceeds tens of thousands of credits, and the resources available are of the highest quality. Furthermore, there's the 100,000 credits, all of which far surpass Chen Lin's intrinsic worth. Even the highest scorer in the National College entrance examination, a prodigy with an SSS-level awakening talent, would be tempted by these conditions. Ji Fei, with all due respect, he does not match the treatment we offer. In any place, strength speaks above all. One's worth dictates their treatment. Clearly, Jiang Wuyue did not believe Chen Lin deserved such privileges at Young Academy. Have you seen his college entrance examination footage? Of course. Don't you think Chen Lin's summoned creature is growing at an astonishing rate? Ji Fei countered. Are you suggesting that his summoned creature's talent exceeds our estimated S level? Jiang Wuyue frowned, her voice laced with conviction. That is absolutely impossible. A first transition summoned creature has no chance of summoning a top-tier entity. The rapid growth and explosive combat power we analyze stem from sacrificing limits for early growth potential. This means he will only grow weaker in the future, with a high likelihood of being surpassed by others. Ji Fei smiled knowingly at her. Tomorrow, the new student competition will commence, and then we shall see. Upon witnessing her expression, Jiang Wuyue suddenly understood. Having grown up together, she knew Ji Fei's character too well. She was not relying on solid evidence to believe in Chen Lin. She was merely gambling on her intuition. Jiang Wuyue frowned deeply, disapproving of such behavior. When the results come out tomorrow, even if the academy head is your mother, you cannot escape punishment. Arranging the summoning materials on the floor, Chen Lin extended a hand into the void, activating the summoning technique as intricate patterns materialized in his palm. Immediately, mana surged forth, inscribing mysterious runes onto the floor. As the summoning reached completion, the room was filled with blinding white light, akin to a multitude of flashbangs exploding simultaneously. Fortunately, Chen Lin had prior experience and had closed his eyes in advance. After several minutes, he opened his eyes to behold a silver butterfly, measuring 60 centimeters, with 2 pairs of wings fluttering before him. Please don't be another frail or defective creature, Chen Lin murmured, silently checking its panel. Summon creature, unnamed. Type, silver butterfly. Level, 10. Attributes, strength 1, constitution 1, Agility 1, Magic 1. Health 100. Skills, none. Talent, none. With a total of just 4 attribute points. It was weaker than the initial Black Shadow, despite being at level 10. Chen Lin shook his head. This had reset the known minimum for the weakest summoned creatures. However, it was of little concern. I shall bestow upon you the potential for greatness. Watching the silver butterfly struggle to flap its wings as it gradually approached him, Chen Lin extended his finger to catch it. Detection initiated. Loyalty 100, never to betray. Proceed with the soul bond. Upon confirming, Chen Lin felt a sudden rending sensation in his soul, an intense pain emanating from deep within, lasting for a considerable time. The souls have merged. The soul bond is complete. Congratulations, your summoned creature has awakened the unique talent, Metamorphic Divine Transformation, SSS. Hearing the announcement and sensing that his body was intact, Chen Lin let out a long sigh of relief. His mind stirred. Metamorphic Divine Transformation, SSS, can transform into any form, gaining different abilities. Confusion washed over him until the silver butterfly transformed into a silvery light, morphing into Chen Lin's own likeness, its voice uncertain as it uttered, Master. Chapter 29, Growth-Type Battle Armor. After a preliminary understanding, Chen Lin finally recognized the formidable nature of the Metamorphic Divine Transformation. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He spent several hundred credits on a specially designed machine to acquire a set of ordinary quality battle armor. Given that the store was situated within the confines of the Skylark Academy, he arrived in no time. Chen Lin opened the box to unveil various pieces of armor. He pointed towards the silver butterfly while initiating a mental connection. Once their souls intertwined, an intangible bond was forged, enabling Chen Lin to transcend linguistic barriers and convey his thoughts directly. The silver butterfly nodded gently, transforming into a silvery glow that enveloped Chen Lin's arm. In an instant, the silver armor began to materialize, gradually covering his entire body. Chen Lin examined the sensation closely, finding no discomfort or heaviness, as if the armor were an intrinsic part of his being. Approaching a mirror, he admired the reflection for a moment, satisfaction blooming on his face. The overall silhouette was strikingly streamlined, adorned in a lustrous silver hue interwoven with intricate black patterns, rendering it utterly captivating. Indeed, battle armor epitomizes the ultimate romance for a man. However, he noted with a frown that the defense seemed somewhat inadequate. Soon, the silver butterfly communicated, conveying that in its armored form, it possessed the ability to enhance hardness by assimilating metals, minerals, and other substances. Moreover, there was a slight chance of acquiring their characteristics. Even after transforming into other forms, this augmented hardness would persist, evolving rather than vanishing. Undoubtedly, akin to the insatiable nature of gluttony, this was a boundless, perverse talent that could continuously grow stronger. Eagerly, Chen Lin grasped the battle armor he had purchased and commanded the silver butterfly to merge with it. Instantly, it opened a rift, integrating the armor into his body. Chen Lin quickly sensed that the silver butterfly had indeed become noticeably more resilient. Excellent. Defense had always been his Achilles heel. Against a potent assault, he could perish in an instant. For instance, Su Linshue's 10,000 Frost Annihilation, with its vast range and terrifying power, could easily overwhelm even the mightiest of defenses. Now, this issue was finally rectified by nurturing the silver butterfly. He could even charge into battle like a brute. With this thought, Chen Lin determined his course of action. He would first train the silver butterfly. He sent a message to Ji Fei, requesting characteristic-laden materials. The more, the better. A prompt reply came back, affirming his request. Nearly half an hour later, a notification of item arrival chimed, and Chen Lin marveled at the efficiency of Skylark Academy. It was genuinely swift. As he pondered, he arrived at the entrance where a man in black awaited him, standing straight. Classmate, here is your list. Chen Lin took it, glancing over it with mild astonishment. It was filled with rare metals, each possessing distinct characteristics, including the familiar black gold stone, which could augment weapon weight by several thousand pounds, though its steep price demanded hundreds of thousands. Furthermore, these resources were under military control, inaccessible to ordinary practitioners. There was also the Steelbreaker Stone, capable of enhancing sharpness and lethality. Each item belonged to the category of precious resources, cumulatively worth tens of millions, undoubtedly a testament to the financial prowess of a top-tier academy. The man in black cautioned, "Classmate, please do not remove these electromagnetic anti-gravity devices. Otherwise, the building may collapse." Upon hearing this, Chen Lin nodded and shouldered the several-meter-long box, immediately feeling an immense weight pressing down upon him. Even with the electromagnetic devices levitating and his strength rating of 90, his legs could not help but bend slightly. Upon returning to his room, Chen Lin commenced the merging process with the silver butterfly, sparing no stone or box. Soon, the armor enveloping him became incredibly hard, rendering it nearly impervious even to second-tier practitioners. Simultaneously, the armor's weight reached 5 tons, yet it affected Chen Lin not at all. However, should it fall upon an enemy, it would feel like Mount Tai crashing down. Additionally, he had gained the sharpness characteristic, significantly enhancing his lethality. drawing the battle blade from his back, which was an integral part of the armor. Chen Lin mentally communicated, and in an instant, the blade transformed into a long spear. Splendid. This perfectly aligned with Chen Lin's vision of a life armor. The next day, Chen Lin rose punctually, practiced some basic sword techniques, and then washed up before heading downstairs. In the living room, 3 young men, alerted by the noise, appeared somewhat surprised. Clearly, they recognized Chen Lin. After all, the name of the top scholar was rampant across the internet, still generating buzz to this day. However, they did not seem overly impressed, as they themselves were formidable. Hello. I'm Feng Yi, the second from Qingyuan province. Chen Lin nodded politely. Chen Lin. Achieving provincial top scholar status with an ordinary profession was an unprecedented feat. Impressive both now and in the past. Humph. Was it not merely luck that led you to obtain a powerful summoning entity? A cold-faced young man spoke with disdain. He was the second from Longzhou province, with a score of 23,000 in the college entrance examination, thus looking down on Chen Lin, the top scholar from Dongtian province. In his eyes, it was simply a case of a monkey claiming kingship in the absence of tigers in the mountains. His words suggested that while others' powerful summons were attributed to luck, awakening and SS-level talent was a show of strength. In his view, luck should be regarded as a predetermined fact. Feng Yi smiled faintly. Moreover, summoning is not a forced act. The fact that formidable summoning entities respond to your call speaks to your uniqueness. Just as the tension was about to escalate, a voice echoed throughout the academy. All new students, gather immediately at Skylark Square with your weapons and equipment. Chapter 30. The Freshman Competition. It appears the freshman competition has commenced half a month early. A man wearing glasses observed from the sofa. Xiaoyang, how do you know? Feng Yi inquired, puzzled. In recent years, the number of mutated beasts outside the city has surged, with many areas already designated as forbidden zones. Nations are dispatching forces to the front lines to fend off the encroaching alien races, leaving no manpower to eliminate the mutated beasts. However, if this continues, we won't even have to wait for the alien races to launch a full-scale assault. Internal chaos will ensue first. Feng Yi furrowed his brow deeply. Are you suggesting that the Academy intends for us to take on the task of exterminating the mutated beasts? Indeed. Humanity can no longer afford to cultivate talent in a conventional manner, he replied. Undoubtedly. Engaging with mutated beasts ahead of schedule is not like facing danger in a dungeon where one can retreat. The mortality rate will be exceedingly high. Therefore, if you desire a safe development period, it is best to refrain from attracting attention in this freshman competition. Keep a low profile in the rankings. And the Academy won't compel you to engage in beast extermination. After hearing this, Chen Lin fell silent. Had the situation escalated to such severity? He suddenly recalled the world within the promotion dungeon, where countless lives perished under calamity, leaving only a handful of survivors to cling to existence. He never imagined that Blue Star would soon face the same crisis. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by the arrogant voice of the cold-faced young man. Perfect timing. Chen Lin, I shall best you soundly, proving I am more deserving of the title of top scholar. Observing his haughty demeanor, Chen Lin smiled. Very well. Let us determine our standings, but I assure you, it will be I who surpasses everyone. He was eager to grow stronger. He did not wish for his mother and sister to one day fall victim to the alien races and mutated beasts. Hey, what about me? You two better not let me surpass you both. Watching the three engage in rivalry without a hint of fear, Xiaoyang's lips curled up slightly. At Skylark Square, the new students gathered, each wielding various weapons and donning equipment. The atmosphere was somewhat boisterous. In an open area, 2 strikingly similar young women stood gracefully. One clad in a black bodysuit, her figure accentuated by dark gold armor that exuded an aura of confidence and vigor. The other wore a white robe, delicate and enchanting. They remained as breathtaking as ever. How splendid it would be to win both twins. You rascal, are you thinking of riding them? 66. Your thoughts are so filthy. Unlike me, who has no clue what you are talking about. Several students conversed casually from a distance. Soon, a dozen mentors and the principal arrived one after another. Standing on the platform, let the announcement commence. The principal sighed, her sentiments more emotional, believing that such concealment was excessively cruel to the students. Those ranked within the top 100 would be compelled to venture outside the city to eliminate mutated beasts, rapidly maturing under the pressure of mortality. As for the senior students, it was needless to say, they were all required to do so, given that they were at least in the second transition, truly the mainstay of the force. The secretary behind her nodded, holding a tablet, and spoke. The freshman competition, initially scheduled for half a month later, will now take place immediately. You are to enter the 2030 level large-scale dungeon, the Rift Canyon. This competition will determine the allocation of resources for your future, with the top 100 rankings directly receiving rewards of 500,000 to 5,000,000 credits. Upon finishing her announcement, the gates to the dungeon slowly opened, a palpable aura emanating from within, sweeping across the venue. Some individuals felt their legs weaken, their lips trembling slightly. Are you kidding me? I haven't even transitioned once yet. How am I supposed to fight? Strength in numbers. Let us form a full team, thought Chen Lin. Standing calmly in an inconspicuous corner as Luo Xian approached with a short-haired girl with gray eyes jogging beside him. Lin Gu, glancing at them. Chen Lin pointed at the girl and inquired, "Who is this?" "My sister, Luo Ning." Chen Lin paused. "You don't mean to cling to your sister for protection, do you?" "Hello," Luo Ning said timidly, hiding behind her brother as Chen Lin's finger pointed her way, her voice barely above a whisper. Seeing her shyness, Chen Lin smiled, recalling how Luo Xian had shielded them from lethal attacks during the previous disaster dungeon. Leveling them up a few times wouldn't be an issue. I must clarify beforehand that teaming up with me will result in a significantly high ranking, which may involve perilous mandatory activities. Luo Xian scratched his head. No worries. As shield warriors, we must face danger in any situation unless we have our fathers to shield us. Fair point. Chapter 31, Rift Canyon. Noticing Chen Lin teamed up with two others, whom he deemed weak, the aloof man frowned slightly. Before entering the dungeon, he coldly remarked, "Don't embarrass yourself too much." Chen Lin. Feng Yi smiled faintly. "Chen Lin, I shall take my leave first." Soon, numerous students stirred their thoughts, initiating the dungeon teleportation. And it was evident that most opted to venture alone. This was a prestigious academy gathering the nation's prodigies. Such phenomena were to be expected. Chen Lin did not delay either, as a white light enveloped the three, and they vanished in an instant. Once all students had entered the dungeon, a mentor waved his hand, conjuring a water curtain projection. Instantly, a massive water screen manifested, displaying over 100 images that switched every few seconds, ensuring all students could observe. However, about a dozen images remained unchanged throughout. They were the top talents of this year's enrollment, each ranking first in their respective cities, with scores no less than 15,000 in their entrance examinations. Jiang Weiyue's gaze was swift, quicker than Ji Fei's, as she located Chen Lin. Why is he bringing two people? What does this mean? Immediately scanning the students' registration information, she found them utterly unimpressive, quite ordinary. Scoring 2,000 points in a city would be considered excellent, but in a top-tier academy, it was merely the baseline standard. Teaming up would affect the weight of scoring. And a player of Chen Lin's caliber had no need for teammates. He was merely inviting additional burdens upon himself. Did he think that being the provincial top scorer made him invincible? Indeed, he had grown somewhat arrogant. This was a competition against the top talents from several provinces, not a high school exam. I doubt Chen Lin will even make it to the top 5 in the freshman competition. Ultimately, his impatience will hinder his achievements. Observing this scene, numerous mentors furrowed their brows, voicing their criticisms. Soon, their attention shifted to the other two top scorers. Amidst the horde of monsters, a black spear, over a meter long, crackled with dark red lightning, sweeping through as if a furious dragon exploding all monsters within its vicinity. Boom! The black spear pierced through, obliterating an entire row of creatures. A girl suddenly leaped forward, seizing the spear and swinging it with vigor, the resonating sounds of thunder following her movements. The mentors watching nodded in satisfaction. What a ferocious fighting style. I believe she would be well suited under your guidance. Don't waste your thoughts on Chen Lin, Jiang Weiyue remarked. I wield a halberd. Ji Fei shook her head. But Chen Lin uses a sword. It's not a good match. It could still be that halberd, she said with a playful smile. Jiang Weiyue was left utterly baffled, not comprehending her meaning. The Rift Canyon spanned hundreds of kilometers, filled with countless passages, resembling a vast labyrinth. The monsters inhabiting it had short lifespans and reproduced rapidly, resulting in their overwhelming numbers. As the three just entered, roars erupted ahead. Without hesitation, Luo Xian raised his large shield and activated a taunt skill. Countless monsters emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing red, charging towards him. Luo Ning instantly felt anxious. Immediately utilizing all her buffs, her gray eyes shimmering with light, causing the monsters' bodies to momentarily freeze, the surrounding colors rapidly fading into a gray domain. Time to test my current strength, Chen Lin thought, and with a flicker of his mind, a silver butterfly appeared accompanied by white light. It danced around Chen Lin a few times before gently landing on his fingertip. In an instant, a dazzling silver light enveloped him, within mere steps. He was cloaked in silver battle armor, and the celestial sword staff materialized in his right hand. Whoosh! Transforming into the sword form. Chen Lin swiftly tossed the staff to Luo Ning, then drew the silver battle blade from his back, stepping forcefully onto the ground. His form instantly appearing before the monsters several dozen meters away. So close. Originally a skill meant for self-preservation, he utilized it to close the distance. Whoosh! The celestial sword was unleashed in an instant, slicing through several monsters as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Without losing momentum, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing through the horde. The monsters scarcely had time to react before blood erupted, their astonished gazes meeting the ground. Witnessing this scene, Luo Xian shouted with excitement, "Incredible! Lin Gu!" All he needed to do was lure the monsters over. Even before Luo Xian could take damage, Chen Lin had resolved them all. He finally experienced the joy of being an auxiliary who clung to the strong. No wonder the instructors at the school consistently emphasized that if one transitioned to a shield warrior, Upon encountering a formidable DPS, one should not hesitate to attach themselves. Simply providing protection would suffice. Luo Ning let out a sigh of relief. Her brother's sudden taunt had drawn a swarm of monsters towards him, nearly scaring her to death. Meanwhile, outside, the mentors were astounded by the scene. Such speed and damage were nearly comparable to that of a melee hidden class. Yet the question remained, wasn't he a summoner? This was peculiar. His attributes were entirely inconsistent. Even if Chen Lin performed flawlessly in the first transition, leading to his class advancement, he shouldn't possess such melee capabilities. Indeed, there were numerous summoners nationwide, but none had ever exhibited such formidable strength. Instantly, many mentors furrowed their brows in contemplation. At that moment, one mentor recalled something and spoke up. I believe it may be related to that silver butterfly. It is Chen Lin's second summoned creature. Upon hearing this, disbelief washed over their faces. A summoned creature that could transform into a weapon? Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. A new breed? The seasoned principal was also slightly taken aback. She turned to see Ji Fei smirking with a hint of pride and shook her head, saying, currently, over a dozen individuals have scores surpassing Chen Lin. Teaming up results in fewer points. If this continues, that top scorer title may soon become a source of ridicule for him. Chen Lin is your future son-in-law. What benefit is there in his embarrassment? Ji Fei crossed her arms defiantly. Just after she spoke, a slap landed on the back of her head. The principal was exasperated. At your age, how can you still lack shame? How could you even lay a hand on someone so young? Mom. Haven T, you heard the saying. A petty person pushes the heavy cart? Upon hearing this, the principal's lips twitched. Although she didn't fully grasp the meaning, she was well aware of her daughter's character. Certainly, these are not words of commendation. Chapter 32. The onslaught begins. With a sudden surge of strength, Chen Lin crushed the flesh and blood of the monstrous creature beneath his feet, causing it to explode under the weight of over 10,000 pounds, splattering gore in all directions. At that moment, his silver armor was drenched in blood, presenting an ominous sight. After a brief contemplation, he gained a rough understanding of his own capabilities. He could effortlessly dispatch these level 20 monsters with a single blow, having reached the pinnacle of his second transformation. Even against third-tier adversaries, he could emerge unscathed despite a potential defeat. As he meticulously attuned himself to this colorless domain, a sense of reluctance to move began to envelop him. Could it be a desire for self-dissolution? An unrelenting tide of negative emotions surged into his mind, threatening to obliterate his will. Should it succeed, there was no doubt that Chen Lin would be compelled to end his own life. However, he easily suppressed it, rendering no impact whatsoever. Glancing at the recorder, he noted that they had only accumulated a mere 120 points. Such a pace was decidedly sluggish. He aimed for first place, seeking preferential resources from the academy. Whether it was the silver butterfly or the black demon, a plethora of resources was essential for their growth. With this thought, Chen Lin's mind stirred. In an instant, amidst a flash of white light, a colossal, 24-meter-tall, jet-black dire wolf emerged. A howl reverberated, shaking the surroundings and echoing throughout the canyon for miles. This overwhelming sight sent Luo Ning, witnessing the black demon for the first time, recoiling in fear and hiding behind Chen Lin. She feared that even her brother would be devoured whole by this monstrous beast. The black demon, unwavering in its resolve, was determined to annihilate all creatures in its path. At your command, my lord, came the mental response from the black demon. A chilling aura of brutality erupted from it, its form swelling to over 100 meters, enveloped in black flames that rendered it a harbinger of destruction, a terrifying force. Choosing a path deeper into the canyon, the black demon surged forward, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Before long, Chen Lin's wrist recorder began to emit a flurry of points notifications, indicating a rapid accumulation of scores. Currently, the black demon possessed the combat prowess of a third-tier entity, and in its enlarged state, it could contend with fourth-tier foes. This allowed it to sweep through the battlefield with unparalleled efficiency, far surpassing the speed of 3 companions. Let us proceed as well. Chen Lin ventured down another path, intending to maximize their score. In a mere 2 minutes, the black demon had traversed over 10 kilometers, leaving a trail of obliterated monsters consumed by its black flames, which returned to it as serpentine remnants. Its form gradually expanded at an almost imperceptible rate. Meanwhile, 5 first-tier students were barely holding off a dozen colossal spiders. Fear not, warriors, the anxious beauty priestess commanded. Advance quickly, do not retreat. I shall provide you with healing. At this moment, she regretted her earlier confidence in her team's prowess, believing they were all exceptionally capable and could easily secure commendable ranks in the upcoming new student competition. Yet, upon entering, she found them woefully inadequate, unable to contend with even the weakest monsters within the instance. Suddenly, the beauty priestess felt the ground tremble beneath her, accompanied by an intense heat. Her eyes widened in horror as she beheld the source. Boom! A terrifying giant wolf, over 100 meters in height and engulfed in black flames, charged forth, obliterating boulders in its path and incinerating numerous approaching monsters in an instant. Chapter 33. Overwhelming Power. The searing heat flushed the beauty priestess's cheeks as the black giant wolf, moving with astonishing speed, stirred a fierce wind that billowed her robes. The terrifying black flames engulfed the giant spiders, incinerating them without a sound, reducing them to ashes in mere moments. The charred earth bore witness to the devastation, as the ravenous black flames swiftly returned to the already distant giant wolf. The 5 onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to utter a word, frozen in disbelief. What incredible strength! The beauty priestess murmured, her gaze momentarily lost. A young girl leaped high, summoning a dark red thunder dragon that descended upon the multitude of monsters below. Boom! The ground shattered upon impact, sending shockwaves in a 100-meter radius as dark red lightning erupted, annihilating every creature in its wake. Standing at the epicenter of the devastation, the girl kicked up the black spear, grasping it firmly, a look of exhilaration upon her face. These weaklings are utterly pathetic. Observing her sister's transformation, Luo Lan felt a sense of resignation. She regretted agreeing to let her sister harness the fervent battle intent. The side effects of this 7th-tier skill were far too severe. Although her power had surged tremendously, her temperament had twisted accordingly. Originally, Luo Hongying had only been somewhat combative. Now, her disposition had become bordering on pathological. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Luo Lan felt a tremor in her legs, accompanied by an unsettling aura and searing heat. Before she could react, she saw Luo Hongying's expression turn grave as she surged forward with fervent resolve, with a fiery gaze igniting her battle intent. A tempest of dark red lightning enveloped the black spear. Confronted by the approaching black flame giant wolf, the mere sight of its slit pupils sent shivers through her mind, fear creeping in. Yet soon, a manic smile spread across Luo Hongying's face, her beauty radiating madness. Now this is entertaining. Witnessing her sister charge fearlessly, Luo Lan swiftly donned various enhancements and protective spells. With these augmentations, her combat prowess doubled, elevating her to an entirely new echelon. Originally, Luo Hongying was a top-tier genius capable of battling several levels above her, and now she was even more formidable. Even against a 3rd-tier boss, she could hold her ground. A gargantuan dark red thunder dragon materialized from the black spear, emitting a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Boom! As their forces clashed, a powerful shockwave erupted, sending ripples in all directions. Observing the black giant wolf, seemingly unscathed amidst the golden light, Luo Hongying's expression faltered, her battle intent dissipating, replaced with incredulity. This strike had reached 3rd-tier potency. How could it possibly remain unscathed? The black demon coldly regarded the human who had unwarrantedly attacked it, its claws poised to strike. Crack! Under the terrifying force of 840 points, 3 protective barriers shattered like glass, startling Luo Hongying into swiftly raising her black spear in defense. Bang! Her figure was instantly sent flying, landing dozens of meters away, the black spear embedding itself beside her. Luo Lan's face drained of color, with a flicker of thought. She clasped her hands together, summoning a radiant, holy silhouette that gradually took form. With an exquisitely serene countenance, 3 pairs of white wings unfurled from its back, golden markings flickering between its brows. At that moment, the 6 holy guardian angels descended. SS talent, angelic blessing. A golden barrier enveloped both of them instantly. Luo Lan felt her mental energy draining rapidly, akin to a bucket with a gaping hole, and she quickly urged, "Sister, retreat." Before she could finish, the black demon advanced, raising its claws, dark energy swirling ominously. In an instant, it tore through the golden barrier. It cast a cold glance at the 2, then sauntered past them, entirely indifferent. Witnessing this scene, Luo Lan was left in a state of shock. From the ground, Luo Hongying struggled to rise, clutching her painfully throbbing chest, equally stunned. Outside, a profound silence enveloped the scene. All the instructors, including the academy head and numerous senior students who had come to assess the caliber of the new entrants, were rendered speechless. The atmosphere was so tense that a pin drop could be heard. Could this truly be the strength of a summoner who had only recently undergone a job change? Upon hearing this, the crowd finally reacted, collectively drawing a sharp breath. This level of power transcended the realm of 2nd-tier abilities. It was unfathomable. Astonishing, simply astonishing. Initially, upon witnessing his summoned creature, I wondered if such a size could possibly belong to creatures below level 20. Claiming it to be at level 40, I would believe it. With this summoned entity, one could conquer the world. Witnessing such extraordinary prowess, a few words inevitably surfaced in everyone's minds. Invincible at the same level, a contemporary prodigy. This title is reserved solely for those who awaken the SSS level talent. Su Qingqing's face was alight with excitement. She had come expressly to observe Chen Lin. Sisters, I possess his student ID and his contact information. Is that true? Share it with us. Chapter 34, The Pinnacle of Points. Gazing at Ji Fei, whose face radiated with pride and whose smile blossomed like a flower, Jiang Wue was struck with a profound shock. Could this seemingly impossible probability truly be gambled upon? Why? Why is this so? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jiang Wu's mind. Could she genuinely be a genius? Luo Hongying, the twin, possessed S-level talents and a hidden profession, standing as a top-tier genius in the entire Great Xia. Yet, was it truly the case that she was effortlessly overshadowed by Chen Lin's summoned entity? Jiang Wuyue found it hard to believe. It seemed the only plausible explanation was that of a top-tier summoned being. Chen Lin's summons possessed talents exceeding S-level and were of a growth type. Their potential was nearly on par with that of the prodigy who had awakened the SSS-level talent. It appeared Ji Fei would escape punishment. On the contrary, she would be rewarded. Chen Lin, with such weight, would enjoy the resources designated for 2 top scholars. Reflecting on the previous discussion, Jiang Wuyue's expression became complex. Over the next 10 hours, He Ming tirelessly traversed hundreds of kilometers of canyon, vanquishing over 10,000 monsters. It even defeated 3 third-stage bosses. Its size increased to 33 meters, with all attributes enhancing by 27 points. The further it progressed, the more energy was required for growth. However, once attributes reached 100, each additional point had a significantly greater impact than before. This marked a qualitative change in attributes. In real terms, it meant strength had ascended to a new echelon. The rate of acquiring evolution points also slowed. The thousands of monsters provided merely 200 points, leaving a deficit of 1,300 points for the next evolution. Nonetheless, Chen Lin remained content, as this was still a remarkable achievement for just half a day's effort, albeit slower than before. But in truth, progress was always harder to achieve as one advanced. This was a universal truth. Brother Lin, we leveled up 6 times, 6 times, Luo Xin exclaimed. His face filled with exhilaration. It was his first experience of such effortless advancement. He had exerted not a shred of effort. With all the credit resting solely upon Chen Lin. Previously, his level-ups had been fraught with peril, with his parents carefully seeking out weak, mutated beasts to slay in the wild. Luo Ning also appeared somewhat pleased, her gray eyes reflecting emotions beyond mere tension and fear. Chen Lin smiled, glancing at the recorder. His points had already reached 34,000. Silently, he communicated with his thoughts, and in an instant, the silver armor vanished, transforming into a silver disc that flew to rest upon his shoulder. Not far away, He Ming lay exhausted on the ground. It had traversed an entire circuit, arriving at Chen Lin's location after 10 hours of intense combat, leaving it utterly fatigued and unable to stand. Had it not been for its high physical attributes, enabling it to endure such prolonged stress, it would have surely succumbed. Lin Go, is it all right? Luo Xian glanced at He Ming, feeling a twinge of cruelty. Chen Lin shook his head, casting a recovery spell. It was nothing serious. Soon, the time limit for the dungeon expired, and a white light enveloped the three, transporting them back to the Skylark Square. Countless gazes, filled with awe and fervor, instantly turned towards Chen Lin, whose expression remained calm. Surrounding them, many students were covered in grime. Particularly, the aloof young man, humiliated, struck the ground in frustration. He had thrown everything he had, only to be wounded by a single paw of a black giant wolf. That strike not only sent him flying, but also obliterated his arrogance. All right, I shall announce the points leaderboard for all students, the secretary of the dean proclaimed, operating a few controls to project a holographic screen into the air. First place, Chen Lin, 34,500 points. Upon hearing this, all the new students gazed over with envy. The aloof young man's eyes widened in disbelief. Utterly unable to accept this, he immediately directed his gaze towards the holographic screen, only to find Chen Lin's score at the top, significantly ahead of everyone else. Below him was a precipitous drop. The second place, Feng Yi, had merely 13,000 points. This was simply impossible. The aloof young man could hardly believe it. Suspecting a flaw in the leaderboard, he was not alone. Many shared his incredulity. How could Chen Lin's score be so absurdly high, while others, including the 2 top scholars, had such low scores? Perhaps sensing the confusion, the secretary explained. The black giant wolf you encountered was Chen Lin's summoned creature. Many of you who attempted to impede it were directly struck and severely injured, leading to a significant disparity in points. Upon hearing this, all gazes turned towards Chen Lin in sheer astonishment. Since He Ming had nearly wiped out the entire canyon, most had encountered it. However, they had not dared to engage. Only a few top talents, confident in their own strength, had attempted to confront it, only to be swiftly felled by a single swipe. A dozen students glared at Chen Lin, their expressions filled with resentment. Chapter 35, The Path of Invincibility. Feng Yi wore an astonished expression. Even he was filled with doubt regarding this ranking. There were certainly no less than 3 individuals present who were more formidable than him. He had no business being in second place. He had estimated he would only make it into the top 10. For a fleeting moment, Feng Yi felt as though only he and Chen Lin were genuinely competing, while the others were merely putting on a show. Contemplating this possibility sent chills through his body, leaving him somewhat numb. Fortunately, upon hearing the explanation, Feng Yi quickly grasped the reason. He too had encountered the black giant wolf, but, amidst the arrogance and peril of genius, he had decisively chosen to turn and flee. Thus, he had narrowly escaped disaster and could continue racking up points. With this in mind, Feng Yi looked at Chen Lin with newfound gratitude. Brother, you did well. You incapacitated all my competitors. Meanwhile, noticing her sister's unabashed gaze fixed on Chen Lin, Luo Lan hurriedly advised, "Sister, it was our misunderstanding that led us to act without discernment. We cannot blame him." "I know," Luo Yunying nodded, retracting her gaze. Seeing this, Luo Lan let out a sigh of relief. She certainly did not wish to make an enemy over a mere misunderstanding, especially considering how formidable he was. That summoned entity had effortlessly torn apart the angelic figure that had once favored her, leaving a profound shadow in Luo Lan's heart. On the platform, the dean's secretary spoke. "The freshman competition has now concluded. The rankings on the leaderboard will determine your class assignments for tomorrow. Credit rewards will be credited to your student ID before 9 o'clock. You are free to disperse." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately broke into small groups, heading towards the cafeteria and dormitories. After 10 hours of exertion, they all felt utterly famished. Many injured lone wolf students were assisted by senior priestesses in healing. Su Qingqing jogged over, smiling. "Chen Lin, let me take you to the cafeteria, or perhaps to my dormitory. My cooking skills are quite good." "It's all right. I have friends," Chen Lin replied, shaking his head. Not disheartened, Su Qingqing had not anticipated Chen Lin would acquiesce. "Then let us go to the cafeteria. Our Skylark Academy offers excellent meals, all made from mutated beast meat. Hearty and plentiful. I want to join too." Feng Yi quickly approached. Since they were in the same dormitory, Chen Lin pondered briefly before not refusing. An hour later, having satiated their hunger, they returned to their independent suite. Upon witnessing Chen Lin enter, the indifferent man displayed an air of discomfort, struggling for a moment before inhaling deeply and stating, "Your belongings have just arrived, purportedly the second batch of material resources. Noticing your absence, I took the liberty of relocating them to your room." Chen Lin paused, then responded with a smile, "Thank you." The indifferent man turned his face slightly, murmuring, "You're welcome." Suddenly, Feng Yeji leapt out from behind Chen Lin, unable to suppress a fit of laughter. "Ha ha ha, Li Zhongfeng, you are quite amusing." Li Zhongfeng's veins bulged with irritation. His thoughts silently probed into the ring, retrieving a 2-meter-long sword. Originally, he had intended to change his ways, but seeing Feng Yeji's incessant laughter made him feel compelled to strike. His resolve faltered without action. Chen Lin quietly moved aside, ascending to the second-floor room. "Wait, Chen Lin. Don't leave me, help me." A cry reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoed, plunging the living room into silence. Inside the room, Chen Lin opened the large black box, discovering that the quantity of rare metals surpassed that of the first batch. It appeared the Academy had nearly allocated all available resources. Each piece of armor and weaponry, when infused with a shard of rare metal, would witness a significant enhancement. If handed over to a blacksmith, just a few pieces would suffice to forge exceptionally superior equipment. In this context, nurturing the silver disc was indeed a costly endeavor. However, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. As long as the silver disc amalgamated a sufficient quantity of rare metals, its hardness could withstand even the onslaught of the black underworld. Moreover, there existed a probability of acquiring various attributes, enabling Chen Lin to transcend mere invulnerability in defense, transforming his combat prowess into something immensely formidable. He harbored no intention of remaining a defenseless summoner. Such a vulnerability was glaringly apparent. Once targeted, numerous tactics could swiftly lead to his demise. Chen Lin had perused several experience manuscripts. All summoners who reached the 5th tier strength altered their combat strategies, retreating to the rear while directing summoned entities to vanquish foes. They scarcely dared to reveal themselves. There had once been a 7th tier summoner who, amidst a chaotic battle, was instantaneously slain by a level 50 alien utilizing insidious means. Thus, cultivating the silver disc as a protective armor was imperative. Otherwise, when faced with the myriad of alien races in the future, Chen Lin would be reduced to a timid turtle. Chapter 36, Dominance Among Equals. Minutes later, the rare metals were fully integrated into the silver disc. At this juncture, its hardness rendered it impervious to even 3rd-tier damage. Furthermore, its weight had reached a staggering 13 tons. With the mutual amplification of strength, a single punch could shatter the ground beneath. Additionally, it acquired a layer of sharpness attribute, resulting in a combined effect that undoubtedly surpassed mere addition. Its lethality had escalated to unprecedented heights. Overall, Chen Lin was exceedingly pleased with this enhancement. Just then, a notification chimed from the specialized device on the table, indicating that his first reward of 50,000 academic credits had been credited. After brief contemplation, he decided against further purchases of rare metals. To relentlessly pursue the Young Academy would merely be a futile endeavor. After all, every student required rare metals. The allocation he had received was already at its limit. Although, given his current potential, the Academy would prioritize his needs if necessary. Such monopolization seemed somewhat unreasonable and unfair to the other students. In his previous life, Chen Lin had led a reclusive existence, which fostered a tendency to consider the needs of others in all matters. After some reflection, he opened the product list, his eyes falling upon various precious resources. For instance, the Hercules fruit, which could directly enhance attributes by 5 points, albeit effective only for the first 2 consumptions, and the Yuan Gang fruit, capable of augmenting the hardness of any part of the body. Since the game had seeped into reality, the blue star had expanded hundreds of times, with its terrain and mountains drastically altered. Most regions were beyond the reach of humanity. Now, further encroachment by mutated beasts had compressed their living space, creating numerous forbidden zones that were deemed too perilous to enter. Beyond the defense line, alien races also lurked with keen interest. Their most formidable members refined planets beyond the blue star, transforming them into environments suitable for their survival, continuously breeding and growing stronger. They persistently deployed forces against the blue star, gradually encroaching upon human territory from all directions, driven by the abundance of resources that incited their greed for dominance. Chen Lin felt a pressing urgency. The sheer number of mutated beasts was overwhelming, and if not contained, internal chaos would ensue. At that juncture, the alien races would undoubtedly seize the opportunity, launching a full-scale assault with everything at their disposal. It was imperative to elevate his strength before that moment arrived, to contribute to the human race. With this resolve, Chen Lin's gaze hardened. After considerable searching, he selected dozens of fruit resources to purchase, depleting his academic credits. The delivery location was designated as the training room, a vast space specifically designed for students to hone their skills and test their power. Upon arrival, he did not wait long before the previous black-clad man arrived swiftly, respectfully delivering the items to Chen Lin. Observing the specially crafted black box in his hands, Chen Lin felt a surge of curiosity. How could something so small contain so much? He casually chose a training room, entered, and closed the door behind him to eliminate outside distractions. Opening the specialized black box revealed an unconventional 10 square meter space. It appeared to operate on the same principle as the ring, utilizing spatial expansion crystals crafted by the blacksmith. Pouring out all the contents, Chen Lin summoned the black underworld. As long as it pertained to organic matter, it could greedily consume and convert it into energy. After a mental connection, the black underworld nodded in understanding, drawing forth dark flames akin to an abyssal maw that devoured the resources. Chen Lin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the black underworld's mastery over flames had reached such meticulous levels. Soon, he felt waves of heat surging, invigorating his entire being, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. The black underworld's size gradually increased, reaching 40 meters within minutes, brushing against the ceiling of the training room. Strength 254275. Constitution 267288. Agility 260281. Magic 238259. Upon attaining a medium-level summoned entity, the black underworld's attributes doubled with its upgrade. The Rift Valley leveled up 6 times, resulting in a total attribute increase of 60 points. With all attributes exceeding 250 points at second tier, even the most elite summoned entities could not ordinarily achieve such a feat. In its enlarged form, it could effortlessly dominate everything, rendering it an invincible presence among equals. The black underworld's advantage lay in its absurdly high attributes. Any entity, even slightly weaker, would be crushed underfoot, exuding an overwhelming dominance. This was why even the most exceptional talents appeared as mere ants before it, easily dispatched. They relied on various skills and ultimate moves to surpass several tiers of combat strength. However, the black underworld's standard attack was, in essence, its ultimate move. In its normal state, it was invincible among peers, while in its explosive form, it could crush enemies across an entire tier. The oppressive aura was palpable. Chen Lin's thoughts stirred as he glanced at his personal attribute panel. Attributes: Strength 138, Constitution 107, Agility 109, Spirit 194. Upon advancing to the Summoner Swordmaster profession, he gained an additional 5 points in strength with each level up. He had effectively transformed the Summoner into a more offensive class, evolving from a fragile being reliant on spirit, hiding in the back, into an attacking profession. Chapter 37, Journey to the Military Base. The following day, a group message announcing class enrollment stirred Chen Lin from his slumber. After a silent morning routine, he descended to find 3 individuals awaiting him. Today marks the official start of school, and you can still wake up this late? Feng Yeji complained, clutching his painful right arm. Just a habit, Chen Lin replied with a slight smile. Aren't you going to seek the priest for treatment? Li Zhongfeng coldly interjected, if he dares, I wouldn't mind striking him again. At these words, Feng Yeji shuddered, casting a pleading glance at Chen Lin. Ignoring him, Chen Lin inquired, which class have you been assigned? We're all in class 1. You should be too, right? Chaoyang spoke up. Chen Lin nodded. Then let us go together. The 4 individuals had scarcely departed when they encountered Luo Xian waiting along the road, accompanied by Luo Ning. Today, she donned a pristine white blouse, adorned with a bow that cascaded down her chest, while her lower half was clad in a short skirt. Her oval face bore a hint of shyness, rendering her exquisitely charming. Her gray eyes flitted about nervously, as if overwhelmed with anxiety. Suddenly, Feng Yi felt an unexpected relief from his pain. He shook his hair and stood upright with utmost seriousness, eliciting a look of disdain from Li Zhongfeng. Are you also from the same class? Chen Lin inquired. The two nodded fervently, relief evident on Luo Xian's face. suggesting he had been quite anxious the previous night. Heh, it's wonderful to be in the same class as Brother Lin. The dormitory area was not far from the classroom, and after a brief walk, the six soon located their designated class. Upon entering, they were met with numerous curious gazes. To this day, they remained somewhat astonished. Achieving such a feat, defeating all the top newcomers with merely a summoned entity, was unprecedented. Chen Lin, unfazed by the attention, casually chose a seat by the window in the back row, with the 5 following suit beside him. As more students trickled in, 2 extraordinarily beautiful twins entered through the door, glancing around momentarily. Spotting Chen Lin, Luo Yunying took her sister's hand and made her way there, seating themselves in front of him. Their presence attracted considerable attention, given their formidable strength and their rank as the third among the newcomers. Rumor had it that several senior students were actively seeking to learn about their interests, eager to gain favor. Consequently, the twins' fame continued to spread. Feng Yi observed this scene, his gaze filled with envy. Chen Lin possessed such charisma. If they hadn't occupied the adjacent seats, wouldn't he have had the opportunity to be surrounded by them? Following this brief interlude, the tall and elegant Ji Fei entered the classroom. She surveyed the room before addressing the students. I am Ji Fei, your homeroom teacher. Do try to avoid bothering me with trivial matters. I have little interest in micromanaging. She then pointed to Chen Lin. You are the strongest. You shall be the class leader and responsible for resolving their issues. Should you require assistance, feel free to consult me. Chen Lin was taken aback. Was it truly that casual? He quickly adopted a look of reluctance. I refuse. After all, being class leader came with responsibilities he was not keen to undertake. Luo Yunying cast a glance at Chen Lin and stood up, declaring, I will be the class leader. Teacher Ji. Very well, it's settled, Ji Fei replied with a nonchalant nod. The others had no objections, as apart from Chen Lin, she was undoubtedly the most capable in the class. As for Feng Yi, everyone was aware that his ranking was somewhat inflated. Ji Fei's demeanor shifted, her tone turning grave. You are all prodigies from various provinces who have strived to gain admission to this esteemed institution, presumably in pursuit of better resources and stable development in dungeons. Unfortunately, the situation has drastically changed. The alien races, having meticulously laid their groundwork over several decades, are gaining a significant advantage. Our front lines are teetering on the brink of collapse. It is conceivable that an all-out assault may be imminent, breaching our defenses in one fell swoop. The students listened in disbelief, their expressions morphing into incredulity. The societal order appeared meticulously structured, with numerous forms of entertainment emerging. The media had been proclaiming that the situation had improved, urging citizens not to live in fear. No adverse reports had surfaced online. All seemed calm and serene. Yet now, they were suddenly informed that catastrophe was approaching. Noticing their astonishment and confusion, Ji Fei continued, do you not find it curious that, in society, one rarely encounters individuals of the 5th transition or above? Even among the military stationed in major provinces, the strongest merely reached the 4th transition. Upon hearing this, the students began to reflect, realizing that it was indeed the case. Logically speaking, one would expect that with a decade or more of experience in dungeons, even ordinary practitioners could achieve 5th transition status. While not commonplace, it should not be so rare as to be virtually invisible in both online discourse and daily life. Suddenly, a dreadful hypothesis began to coalesce in their minds. Graduates from top-tier institutions were at least 4th transition or higher. Most had unflinchingly gone to the front lines, which was why peace had been maintained at the rear. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Due to the information circulating online, many believed that the lack of sufficient dungeon resources and individual potential were the reasons for practitioner stagnation. Of course, some parents of students were 5th or 6th transition experts and were well aware of the situation. However, such alarming news was naturally suppressed by various governments. This left many from civilian backgrounds entirely unaware of these circumstances. Currently, more pressing was the escalating scale of mutated beasts. If not contained soon, they could launch an assault on cities akin to several years prior, necessitating the deployment of numerous powerful individuals from the front lines. The alien races, upon realizing the situation, would undoubtedly initiate a preemptive strike. Ji Fei looked at all the students and declared, the time has come for us to step forward. The government has mandated that all institutions send forth their finest talents to military bases to combat the mutated beasts. Naturally, those who reach the 1st transition may also apply to join. Chapter 38, Decision. Now, those willing to volunteer for operations aimed at reducing the number of mutated beasts at military bases, please stand. As her words resonated, the classroom erupted with the sound of chairs being pushed back. In the rear, Chen Lin and his companions stood in unison. They had been informed by Chao Yang in advance, and thus, they hesitated not at all. Luo Xian and Luo Ning also promptly rose in response. He suddenly recalled Chen Lin's prior remarks and understood their significance. Nevertheless, the two unconditionally trusted Chen Lin. In the front row, Luo Yunying and Luo Lan also stood up without delay. Luo Lan felt somewhat resigned, knowing her sister would undoubtedly choose to go. This had been their unspoken understanding for years. Several others, after a moment of struggle, also stood, their gazes resolute. Engaging in battle against mutated beasts was an inevitability. It was merely a matter of timing. Gradually, only half the class remained seated, their expressions conflicted. Outside the city, the probability of death was exceedingly high. Unlike dungeons where one could simply exit, though they might gain strength eventually, their current confidence was lacking. Observing this, Ji-Fei's lips curled slightly. Having half the class volunteer exceeded her expectations. All right, everyone, we shall depart for the military base. A portly student, still seated, widened his eyes in shock. Wait, do we really have to go? Indeed, all of you in this class are among the top 100 newcomers. You are all considered the institution's exceptional talents and must participate. The reason for this announcement now is that the military intends to select volunteers for focused attention. This was not Ji-Fei attempting to play a trick. The plump student's face turned pale. See, can I opt out? He had experienced the terror of near death in the Rift Valley and had no desire to endure such feelings again. Ji-Fei's expression remained impassive. If none of us are willing to go, should we then send those engaged in everyday occupations or even ordinary citizens? Upon hearing this, the still-seated students fell silent. If you truly cannot muster the courage, there is a second option: withdraw from Young Academy. Of the over 20 who had been hesitating, half of them promptly stood. Ji-Fei refrained from further pressuring them to go. Even among graduating students, after 4 years of rigorous training, many still chose not to head to the front lines. However, such a decision would result in stagnation, as without dungeon monsters to defeat, they would not level up. Let us proceed. Ji-Fei led the group towards the exterior of Young Academy. At this juncture, dozens of military transport trucks were parked in front of the school, with soldiers standing at attention, their expressions grave. Not just their class, but many seniors were already boarding the trucks. A soldier jogged over, saluting. Captain Ji. Fengyi. Trailing behind, was taken aback. Instructor Ji, you hold a rank? Ji-Fei nodded and explained, before becoming an instructor. I was assisting at a military base in exterminating mutated beasts. Now, let's board the vehicle. Yes, the group echoed in unison. As all the trainees climbed aboard the transport trucks, the once bustling Young Academy fell eerily silent. The academy head gazed at the roaring engines receding into the distance. A heavy sigh escaping his lips as concern etched across his features. This time, not only the students but also the instructors were heading out together. The situation was dire. If the number of mutated beasts could not be significantly reduced in advance to prevent their uprising, humanity would face imminent internal collapse. Alas, as they confront the specter of life and death, I fervently hope they all emerge unscathed, he lamented. The secretary gently reassured him, they will. Chapter 39, by Lian Mountain Range. The transport trucks traversed the roads, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Along the way, many ordinary citizens cast curious and bewildered glances. Some even raising their phones to capture the moment for social media. What has happened? That direction seems to be coming from Young Academy. Inside the truck, a beam of light illuminated the faces of the young men and women who had just graduated high school. Ji-Fei picked up the documents and, after a brief moment of scrutiny, spoke. Our destination is the Hengshan military base, located 900 kilometers outside Zhongtian City. Ahead lies the Bai Lian mountain range, which spans thousands of kilometers in diameter. According to the reconnaissance by the Celestial Awakening, even the periphery is teeming with tens of thousands of mutated beasts at level 1030. Venturing deeper reveals a myriad of level 4050 mutated beasts. These are not foes you can contend with at present. Your task is merely to clear the outskirts. A collective gasp escaped the trainees. How could they possibly eliminate such a staggering number? Fengyi questioned, can we not employ annihilation weapons? With the beasts clustered together, a single strike could decimate a vast area. With the integration of numerous exotic materials and professions, technology had advanced by leaps and bounds, even creating several annihilation weapons with power surpassing that of nuclear arms. It was said that a single shot could leave those below the 9th tier unable to escape, with an extensive range to boot. Ji-Fei shook her head, explaining that most of the advanced weaponry had been dispatched to the front lines, and the annihilation weapons were meant to serve as a deterrent against alien races. Holding them was far more impactful than deploying them. If it were not a matter of last resort, the higher-ups would never permit ungraduated trainees to risk their lives against mutated beasts. Without the support of advanced weaponry, which had significantly reduced casualties, the front lines would have long since crumbled. Humanity was facing dozens of alien races, outnumbering them by more than tenfold. Historically, the front lines had relied on technology to endure in localized skirmishes, trading fewer lives for a temporary reprieve. However, for reasons unknown, recent assaults had intensified, with relentless ambushes on the defenses occurring day and night. Thus, the responsibility of clearing the mutated beasts fell solely upon them, as the front lines were utterly overwhelmed. After 8 or 9 hours, the transport trucks came to a halt. As the heavy steel doors swung open, everyone disembarked in an orderly fashion, their vision instantly brightened. In the distance, a continuous range of mountains stretched out, the setting sun casting a lingering crimson hue upon the trees. Several soldiers clad in black combat uniforms stood in formation, appearing to await their arrival. Alongside them were students from neighboring academies, converging from various directions. However, compared to the contingent from Yunk Academy, their numbers were meager, totaling only a few dozen. With a swift motion, the soldiers collectively saluted, stirring a sense of emotion within the onlookers, who instinctively straightened their postures. Shortly thereafter, a fourth-tier officer approached, engaging in conversation with Ji Fei and the other instructors. While waiting, Feng Yi observed the surroundings and quietly remarked, most of them seem to be in civilian professions. Even if they level up, their attributes 1T increase. There are also some ordinary individuals who haven't undergone class advancement, but their firearms look impressive, bore diameter as thick as 2 fingers. The power must be substantial. I wonder if it could take me out? Chen Lin, intrigued, replied, why not give it a try? All right, I'll borrow one and see if I can take you down. Li Zhongfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Watching their eagerness, Feng Yi fell silent. He had merely been joking, yet they took it all too seriously. Chapter 40, Number 21. Once the discussion concluded, Ji Fei approached her class of students and instructed, everyone, follow me to the mission acquisition point. The group promptly trailed behind her, their eyes darting around in wonder. The military base was expansive, surrounded by fortified artillery installations. Numerous soldiers hurried back and forth, seemingly preoccupied with preparations for the impending extermination of mutated beasts. Before long, 30-plus individuals, along with many senior students and others from different academies, converged at the mission acquisition point. The waiting female soldiers distributed sleek black, smart wristbands to everyone. Chen Lin recognized the design. It resembled the recorders used during the college entrance examination, albeit with additional features for tasks and maps, along with an icon for sending distress signals. A simple click would alert the military base, dispatching personnel for immediate rescue. Simultaneously, nearby individuals would receive notifications, enabling rapid response. Overall, this feature significantly reduced the likelihood of fatalities. Please enter your student ID. The smart wristband intoned ethereally upon being donned. Chen Lin lightly tapped the enlarged numbers a few times, and soon a confirmation popped up. Welcome, number 21 is pleased to serve you. For this mission to exterminate mutated beasts, each trainee is required to accept and complete at least one task today. Is it starting already? Chen Lin strode over to the screen displaying numerous tasks and quickly scanned through them. He disregarded the difficult tasks requiring 4th and 5th tier capabilities. Although he could potentially reach the 4th tier in full force, it was merely an estimate and not a guarantee. If he encountered an anomalous level 40 mutated beast in the depths of the mountains, it would undoubtedly spell danger. It was wiser to accept a few ordinary tasks with 3rd tier requirements, as the risk was comparatively manageable. Suddenly, Chen Lin sensed a gaze fixed upon him. Turning to look, he found Luo Xian and Luo Ning, who had followed him the entire way, their eyes pleading. Both being support types, they needed to find someone to team up with. Otherwise, venturing into the wilderness would be exceedingly arduous. After some contemplation, Chen Lin shook his head, saying, the tasks I intend to accept are too challenging for both of you. Hearing this, Luo Xian's expression fell. However, upon seeing the 3rd tier tasks Chen Lin was pointing to, his eyes widened in surprise. These tasks were undoubtedly beyond their capabilities. Luo Xian hadn't expected Chen Lin to be so bold as to accept such high-level tasks right after arriving outside the city, without even needing time to acclimate. Unable to contain himself, he cautioned, Brother Lin, you must be careful. Chen Lin nodded. Though I can't team up with you, it seems others are willing to join me. He glanced at Feng Yi, whose eyes were practically pleading with enthusiasm, and smiled slightly. My good brother. Feng Yi was overwhelmed with gratitude, tightly grasping Chen Lin's right hand, tears nearly brimming in his eyes. Luo Xian and Luo Ning did not hesitate to heed their elder brother's advice, and the three quickly formed a team. Feng Yi then extended the invitation, Zhongfeng. The wilderness is fraught with peril, and we might encounter unforeseen circumstances. How about we watch each other's backs? Get lost, Li Zhongfeng replied disdainfully, selecting his task before leaving with a support girl from their class. Chaoyang Wei. Before Chen Lin could finish, Chaoyang interrupted, you're a hidden class. Don't be so timid. A group of 4 should be no problem. Worst case scenario, just hit the distress signal. If we're nearby, we'll come to collect your remains. As Feng Yi suddenly sensed a palpable malevolence surrounding him, the oppressive atmosphere made it difficult for him to breathe. His exceptionally powerful roommate was unavailable to assist him, compelling him to seek help from other less reliable classmates. It wasn't long before Chen Lin selected 3 tasks: to eliminate the rampaging black ape, the 2-toothed giant tiger, and the blood-scale giant crocodile, all located approximately 200 kilometers away. Their proximity on the map would allow for considerable savings in travel time. Chapter 41, Task Acquisition. The locations of all mutated beasts had been meticulously mapped out through the efforts of array masters, who employed miniature drones inscribed with observation eyes to conduct a comprehensive search. Each mutated beast possessed a strong territorial instinct and typically did not venture far from their lairs, making it unlikely for hunters to return empty-handed. Moreover, there were still thousands of drones hovering over the mountains, constantly monitoring the movements of these creatures. This clearing operation had been thoroughly prepared by various military bases to ensure that the trainees could effectively and safely eliminate the mutated beasts. Naturally, their safety was also a priority. Those embarking on missions were equipped with 3 high-explosive grenades and a powerful handgun loaded with 7 armor-piercing rounds. These weapons, crafted from special materials, were capable of injuring mutated beasts around level 20. However, whether one could hit their target depended solely on their skill. Lacking confidence in his marksmanship, Chen Lin decided to take only the 3 grenades to satiate his curiosity, as his current punching power surpassed that of the armor-piercing rounds. Observing the solitary figure of the departing youth, the female soldier on the platform exhibited a hint of astonishment. To undertake 3 tasks, each requiring a 3rd transition level for a safer execution, indicated a formidable strength. Yet, he appeared to be merely a freshman. In truth, even 2nd and 3rd year students, boasting levels in the 30s, dared only to accept 2nd transition tasks, exhibiting great caution. The dangers outside the city were lethal, and retreating from peril was not an option. Thus, everyone needed to gradually acclimate. With a mere level 16 occupation as a summoner, his combat prowess was hardly remarkable. Would he truly be safe? A look of concern flickered across the female soldier's face. Upon reaching the armed vehicle, Chen Lin requested permission from the soldiers to use it and subsequently climbed aboard, starting the engine with a roar as he set off, unable to summon Heiming for the journey, as it was essential for combating the most formidable bloodscale giant crocodile and needed to conserve its energy. He also recognized that unexpected encounters with mutated beasts outside the city could easily lead to disaster. If several beasts ambushed them while Heiming was exhausted, they would be doomed. 2 hours later, Chen Lin had traversed over 100 kilometers along a rugged, uneven road. Along the way, a few mutated beasts, drawn by the noise, leaped out to attack, but he deftly maneuvered, evading their assaults, and pressed the accelerator without a second thought. Gazing ahead into the dense, dark forest filled with towering trees, he slammed on the brakes and disembarked from the vehicle, pursued relentlessly by 4 level 10 mutated beasts. Sighing softly, as if resigning to fate, his armor shimmered into existence, and he swiftly dispatched the creatures with a few powerful punches. He then excavated their flesh to retrieve the red crystals within. At this moment, his intelligent wrist device chimed. Would you like to activate the light mode of Unit 21 to guide your path? Surprised by this feature, Chen Lin promptly agreed. Instantly, a brilliant white light emanated from the edge of his wrist, illuminating the surroundings for several meters. Unfazed by his solitary venture, he charged boldly into the dark woods. In the command center, a tense atmosphere enveloped everyone as they monitored a nearby drone. They quickly realized that Chen Lin's route was amiss. He.s. approaching an area inhabited by mutated beasts over level 30. Why isn't he stopped? Exclaimed a middle-aged man clad in a major general's uniform. Quickly investigate what tasks he has accepted. The woman managing the screens rapidly executed commands, her voice tinged with disbelief. He's undertaking the extermination of a 33-level rampaging black ape, a 36-level two-toothed giant tiger, and a 39-level bloodscale giant crocodile. These tasks require 3rd transition strength, with the last nearing the difficulty of 4th transition. Are they insane? Yang Xiao massaged his temples while scrutinizing the list provided by various instructors, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Is this truly the most formidable new student at Young Academy this year? At level 16. How does he dare to accept tasks that exceed his strength by over 2 levels? Moreover, mutated beasts, akin to humans, also possessed innate abilities, often proving far more ferocious than dungeon monsters. While others chose missions that were comparatively weaker than their capabilities, he boldly accepted tasks that surpassed his own combat power by over 20 levels. It was tantamount to courting death. Yet, noticing Chen Lin among the key subjects of interest, Yang Xiao ultimately chose to withhold his objections. Talents who knowingly embrace danger and yet stand up for humanity are unlikely to betray their kind, even if somewhat reckless. He promptly relayed orders for 4 armed helicopters to approach Chen Lin's vicinity, should he find himself in danger. They were to initiate rescue without waiting for a call for help. Watching Chen Lin clad in silver armor, swiftly navigating the mountains on the screen, Yang Xiao sighed deeply. Compared to other bases, it seemed that their Hongduan base would inevitably lag behind. Chapter 42, Rampaging Black Ape. Distantly, terrifying sounds occasionally echoed. If Chen Lin unleashed his full potential, he could cover the 20-something kilometers in just 10 minutes. But to avoid provoking any surrounding mutated beasts, he needed to reduce his speed. Suddenly, his intelligent wrist device alerted him. Warning, you have entered the habitat of the rampaging black ape. In the next instant, a massive, menacing green serpent surged from the darkness, crashing through the underbrush that obscured Chen Lin's view. Measuring a formidable 4 meters in girth and stretching for dozens of meters without revealing its tail, it bared its sharp fangs and lunged ferociously at him, its gaping maw seemingly capable of swallowing him whole. Reacting with lightning speed, Chen Lin seized the serpent's fangs, the tremendous impact forcing him to stagger back slightly. With a surge of strength, he wrenched the fangs apart with a resounding crack. The serpent emitted a pained roar, and at that moment, 2 high-explosive grenades materialized in midair. Chen Lin caught one in each hand, colliding them together to activate, and then deftly tossed them into the creature's mouth, pressing down its upper jaw. Boom, boom. Two deafening explosions erupted within the serpent's throat, its flesh exploding outward as acrid black smoke billowed forth. Yet, despite being a near-level 30 mutated beast with remarkable vitality and defensive qualities, it still clung to life. Maintaining his composure, Chen Lin unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, denying the serpent any opportunity for recovery. The injured beast howled in agony, its once menacing gaze now filled with dread as it realized it could not prevail and attempted to flee. However, its massive length hindered its escape, and Chen Lin grasped it firmly, gradually dragging it back. The serpent shrieked in terror, thrashing wildly, its colossal body causing the ground to tremble, but it was futile. As Chen Lin continued to rain blows upon its head, the snake's eyes reflected pure fear, and it resisted with increasing desperation. With a final, thunderous blow, the serpent's flesh erupted, leaving a bloody and mangled mess as its skull caved in. Yet, Chen Lin was not finished. He grasped the serpent's jaw and forcefully tore it apart, rending several meters of its body. This brutal spectacle left the command center, observing through the drone, in stunned silence. How monstrous. He is only level 16, yet dares to confront a 29-level Titan Python head-on, gasped a female officer, her mouth agape. The others shared similar sentiments, their expressions awash with incredulity. The disparity of an entire 13 levels, and yet he can still dominate. What manner of creature is this? Yang Xiao silently lowered his gaze, repeatedly scrutinizing the information on Chen Lin that he held in his hands, utterly perplexed. It clearly indicated that his profession was a summoner, indeed. However, he could scarcely believe that such an outrageous combat capability exceeded even that of his own once-feared martial prowess as a brutal fist master. In his time at this level, he could never have faced the formidable giant python head-on and slain it in such a brief span of time. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the screen, reverberating within the room, causing the expressions of all present to shift, becoming grave. A towering, 50-meter-tall behemoth ape, its entire form rippling with bulging muscles and thick black fur, leaped down from the mountainside. The earth trembled beneath it, a violent gust scattering countless fallen leaves. It seemed to be stirred from its slumber by the chaos of battle, charging furiously towards Chen Lin's location, intent on consuming the insect that had dared disturb its peace. This is dire, a rampaging black ape. How did it reach level 34? The female officer's face turned pale with shock. Although Chen Lin had performed admirably moments ago, the mutated beasts underwent a transformation every 10 levels, and the rampaging black ape was vastly superior to the giant python. It could easily crush the giant python with just a few blows. The 18-level disparity was a tremendous disadvantage. She doubted Chen Lin would withstand it, concern etched across her features. Yang Xiao shook his head, harboring similar doubts. Among all of humanity, few could exhibit such a vast range in combat power. His hand gripped the walkie-talkie. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, he would immediately call for support from 4 armed helicopters. While they might not inflict significant damage, they could draw the rampaging black ape's attention, buying Chen Lin precious moments to escape. On the screen, having confirmed the giant python's demise, Chen Lin barely had time to claim his spoils before abruptly lifting his gaze forward. He heard the ominous crack of trees under duress, and in the next heartbeat, a colossal shadow plummeted from above, its visage bloodthirsty and fierce. The black ape's massive fists formed into colossal hammers, crashing down with a ferocious wind aimed squarely at Chen Lin, its might terrifying. Unfazed, Chen Lin unsheathed the battle knife from his back, striking out with an overwhelming force and razor-sharp edge. The blade cleaved through the tempest, meeting the ape's immensely hard fist with a thunderous impact. Boom! A shockwave rippled outward, cracking the ground beneath Chen Lin's feet, causing him to sink slightly. Yet, he emerged unscathed, all damage absorbed by the silver disc that shielded him. Not even a tremor felt. Roaring with rage, the black ape seemed incensed that this seemingly insignificant ant could withstand its strike. Its body swelled several times larger, reaching a height of 70 meters, before it swatted at Chen Lin as one would a fly, intent on crushing him into a pulp. Chapter 43, A Blade to Kill in an Instant. Boom. The resulting gale swept in all directions, and amidst the swirling dust, Chen Lin appeared atop the black ape's head, his battle knife descending with ferocity. The fearsome strike gleamed like silver lightning, instantaneously slicing into the back of the black ape's skull. However, with its size increase, not only its strength, but also its hide had grown tougher, akin to the effects of Black Ming's giantization ability. Thus, it merely left a deep half-meter gash. Hardly a grievous injury for such a massive mutated beast. Roaring in pain, the black ape swiftly turned its colossal form, its fists raining down furiously upon the loathsome insect. Chen Lin evaded the shadow of its descent with agile grace, closing the distance to it in mere moments, his knife striking repeatedly at the same spot. Roar! The black ape raised its foot, bringing it down with a tremendous crash. Boom! The ground shook violently, dust and debris flying in all directions. while Chen Lin had already darted away, finding refuge a dozen meters distant, his gaze keen and focused. With a weight of 13 tons and a strength of 138, inflicting severe harm upon this black ape remained a formidable challenge. To slay it would require not just a drawn-out battle but also the assistance of the celestial sword, a lengthy endeavor indeed. Realizing that his current combat power had reached its limits, Chen Lin resolved to summon his hidden trump card. After all, he had 2 missions to fulfill. Buzz, a sword, translucent and ethereal, hovered in his hand, measuring over a meter in length, its blade inscribed with countless incomprehensible white patterns, mysterious and arcane. As he felt his mental energy drain instantaneously, a heaviness settled in his mind. For my debut, let me unveil your power. He slowly raised his hand. Instantly, the black ape's fur bristled, sensing a tremor of fear coursing through its brain, as if confronted by an invisible threat. It was that ant-like creature. The black ape unleashed a furious roar, its eyes glinting with malice, its massive form lunging forward, intent on squashing him and devouring him whole. At that moment, Chen Lin's hand fell. The magical sword sliced through the void, shattering the black ape's mental core. Without warning, its colossal body collapsed before Chen Lin. Boom! The wind surged, dispersing the scattered dust, the surrounding foliage rustling. Beneath the magical sword, even if its flesh still lived, it was of no consequence. Its spirit had been utterly shattered. The vast majority of mutated beasts possessed inherently fragile mental fortitudes, lacking defensive capabilities, and compounded with Chen Lin's staggering mental strength of 194 points. It was a simple matter to eliminate it in an instant. From a distance, the supporting armed helicopters hovered overhead, their soldiers exchanging bewildered glances. Did they even need to intervene? Silence enveloped the command center as everyone stared at the screen, utterly at a loss as to what had transpired. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Xiao surmised that this must have been the result of a mental trauma attack. Such skills were exceedingly rare, with few effective counters, perfectly countering the mentally weak mutated beasts, allowing for instant annihilation. What truly astonished him, however, was Chen Lin's own terrifying combat prowess. He had indeed managed to span an 18-level gap, confronting the rampaging black ape without sustaining a scratch. The critical point was that this was not some explosive technique, but appeared to be his regular combat power. That was the most terrifying aspect. Those who could directly overcome a significant level gap to vanquish their foes invariably relied on bursts of power or ultimate techniques, rather than a consistent state of capability. Though both could achieve remarkable spans in combat power, the difference was immense. Chapter 44. Consuming life is the true essence of evolution. If Chen Lin could maintain this state, he would possess the combat prowess to transcend 2 significant levels. Once on the front lines, he would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the alien races. With this thought, Yang Zhao's expression brightened. He must ensure that this young prodigy grows swiftly. There could be no setbacks, although the level disparity would only widen as one progressed, making it increasingly challenging to achieve victories across levels. Such an extraordinary degree of capability would eventually diminish. However, as long as Chen Lin could uphold his dominance at the same level, he would be deemed a true prodigy. Yang Xiao strode out of the command center, entering a nondescript room where he closed the door and activated a series of intricate concealment arrays. He then cautiously retrieved a jade talisman. Brother Zhang, a prodigy has been discovered at the Hengshan military base. He is quite formidable, and I'm currently severely injured. I fear I may not be able to protect him. After approximately half an hour, a response came from the talisman. Can you clarify just how powerful he is? Yang Xiao pondered for a moment. At the same level, the two of us combined couldn't withstand his might. He could easily press our heads to the ground. The talisman fell silent for a brief moment. That is alarming. I suspect not even the entire human race could safeguard him. We might soon be facing a massacre by the alien races. Yang Xiao felt a pang of helplessness. While he could be crushed with one hand, it was uncertain how Brother Zhang would fare against him. All right, I'll consult the other leaders immediately, came the prompt reply from the talisman. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao stored the talisman and quietly returned to the command center, muttering to himself, I hope everything proceeds smoothly. Chen Lin approached the corpse of the giant python, wielding his battle knife to sever its head and extract a solid crimson gem. Before turning his attention to the black ape, killing the mutated beast does not yield experience points directly as it does within the dungeon. Rather, one must harvest the life crystals within their bodies for absorption. Observing the prompt that appeared before him, Chen Lin chose to disregard it, focusing instead on summoning a colossal figure, the black underworld, standing 40 meters tall, commanding it to consume the corpses of the 2 mutated beasts. In no time, his evolution value increased by 0.2 points, yet he remained far from the target of 1200. The vast amount of fruit resources he had previously ingested had not contributed to his evolution value, leading Chen Lin to form a speculation. Only by devouring living beings could one transform their essence into evolution value. Though his gluttonous devouring talent was indeed formidable, it could not defy logic. It was unreasonable to expect that consuming a mere stone would yield energy or evolution value. Contemplating this, He retrieved several life crystals he had excavated from the previous 4 mutated beasts and cast them into the pitch-black flames. As the life crystals melted and were drawn into the black underworld, his evolution value surged by 10 points. Indeed, Chen Lin's eyes sparkled with realization. With this method, he could swiftly amass evolution value. Otherwise, the thought of having to slaughter countless creatures just to evolve was daunting. Opening the map, he mused, next target. Moments later, a massive tiger, over 30 meters in length with elongated fangs, charged forth with a roar. Yet, before it could launch an attack, the black underworld fixed its slitted gaze upon it, intimidating the beast into submission. The ground erupted as the black underworld materialized before the giant tiger, its claws extending with a terrifying black luminescence. With a thunderous crash, the giant tiger was sent hurtling away, its powerful recoil toppling several towering trees. For gruesome gashes appeared on its visage, blood gushing forth, exposing bone beneath. Before it could recover from the excruciating pain, the black underworld stood before it once more, this time cloaked in dark flames, radiating an aura of terror that sent the giant tiger into a panic. Flee! The thought flooded its mind. However, in terms of speed, it was no match for the black underworld, which soon caught up, tearing and rending with ferocity. In mere seconds, the giant tiger was entirely consumed by the dark flames, leaving not even a bone behind, only a ground strewn with ash, gently scattered by the wind. This brutal scene, observed by the command center through a miniature drone, instilled a sense of dread. The might emanating from those slitted eyes sent shivers down their spines, making them feel as though death was imminent. At that moment, Yang Xiao suddenly recalled that Chen Lin was indeed a summoner. His summoned creature's combat prowess was even more terrifying than his own. 2 prodigies. Yang Xiao smiled wryly, feeling a sense of generational shift. Suddenly, a female officer murmured, could he really complete all 3 tasks? Everyone present exhibited expressions of admiration upon hearing her words. Chapter 45, Crushing the Giant Crocodile. The black underworld darted through the forest at breakneck speed, with all around them teeming with mutated beasts of level 30 and above. Yet, under its imposing presence, no beast dared approach, merely lurking in the shadows, silently observing the massive black wolf as it passed. Beside a lake several hundred meters deep, a giant crocodile, its body covered in blood-red scales and measuring over 100 meters in length, lay resting with its eyes closed. Suddenly sensing something, it opened its blood-red slitted eyes, unleashing a terrifying aura of ferocity. Roar. The roar served as a declaration, warning intruders of their trespass. The black underworld bared its fangs, exuding an aura of ruthless brutality even more fearsome than that of the giant crocodile. In the next instant, its form rapidly expanded, reaching a height of 161 meters and a length exceeding 300 meters. Feeling an invisible pressure, the giant crocodile charged forth in fury, each step shaking the ground with a thunderous sound. Observing this, Chen Lin quickly retreated several dozen meters. A howl erupted as the black underworld was engulfed in dark flames, its claws emerging with a glimmer of black light, while a golden halo began to radiate from its skin and fur, exuding an indomitable essence. Roar. The giant crocodile opened its massive jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth capable of easily severing steel. Yet, when it bit into the golden light, it found its mouth unable to close, producing a grinding sound as it struggled. The black underworld coldly regarded it, lifting its claws to strike down fiercely, instantly tearing through countless blood-red scales and flesh, leaving only a mangled mess. Roar. The giant crocodile howled in rage, swinging its powerful tail, which whirled with bloodlight, creating a ferocious gust of wind as it turned to lash out at the black underworld. Boom. The ground was carved with 4 long, deep furrows as the black underworld barely managed to halt its momentum. Roar. The giant crocodile pressed the attack, its forelimbs propelling it upwards, clamping down on the black underworld's neck and dragging it into the lake behind them. Boom. In an instant, a tremendous splash erupted, sending torrents of water cascading forth, inundating the ground. Beneath the lake's surface, the 2 colossal beasts engaged in a frenzied battle, mud and stones exploding, churning the water into a murky chaos. The lake's surface was beset with surging waves, crashing with great noise. Yet, the black underworld's dark flames remained undiminished, showing no sign of being extinguished by the water. Rather, the surrounding lake water heated up under the intense heat. Even with the environmental advantage, the giant crocodile was thoroughly suppressed. Despite utilizing its strength and the bloodlight talent in a fervent whirl, it could inflict no damage. Had it not been for the mutated beast's inherently tough hide and resilient life force, it would have been dispatched long ago. Within mere minutes, the water level of the vast lake had dropped significantly, muddied sand obscuring the depths below. Suddenly, the water erupted, and the massive black wolf emerged, its forelimbs clawing onto dry land. It shook itself, the dark flames evaporating the water droplets from its fur, and slowly approached Chen Lin, towering at over 300 meters. With a height of 162 meters, its imposing presence was magnified by the ferocity it had just exhibited, causing those nearby to tremble uncontrollably. It had triumphed. It had indeed completed all 3 tasks. The command center erupted in jubilant exclamations, and Yang Xiao smiled, impressed. By the lakeside, Chen Lin remained unaffected by the black underworld's fierce aura, reaching out to pat its head, which had lowered in a request for affection. The fate of the giant crocodile was evident, given that the black underworld had grown slightly larger. At that moment, his wristband emitted a signal. Task completion confirmed. Return to the military base for submission. Chen Lin cast a glance at the sky, where the silver moon hung high, casting a gentle glow upon the earth. A considerable amount of time had passed since their departure, and he was not inclined to spend the night in the perilous wilderness. It was time to return. After scrutinizing the map for a moment, he mounted the black underworld and turned back. Chapter 46, Contribution Points. By the time Chen Lin returned to the Hungshan base, it was already 1 in the morning. The entire base was still brightly lit, with many students having returned long ago. Their tasks were merely the basic first and second turn missions, taking only about an hour of travel. He walked straight into the submission point, where he found a less busy female soldier to turn in his tasks. Wait, did you really complete them? The soldier exclaimed in disbelief. Recognizing Chen Lin as the first-year student who had taken on the third-turn tasks earlier that afternoon, she was astonished. Chen Lin nodded and displayed the footage from his wristband, prompting a look of sheer shock on her face. After a moment of stunned silence, she hurriedly responded, "All right, just a moment, classmate, I'll tally it up. Level 34 Rampaging Black Ape, Level 36 Twin Fang Giant Tiger, and Level 39 Bloodspine Giant Crocodile, totaling 100 contribution points." Chen Lin nodded, observing the notification that his contribution points had been credited, and turned to head back to his dormitory. Shortly after he left, his name prominently appeared on the large screen at the submission point. Following, it was displayed. Chen Lin, first-year student at Lark Academy, Level 16 Summoner, contribution points, 100. Ranking, 1245. Not only at the Yokoyama base, but also at other bases teeming with esteemed academies, the same bold characters materialized simultaneously. At that moment, numerous students lingering at the reception points displayed expressions of astonishment. Hiss, who is this individual that has effortlessly garnered 100 contribution points, seemingly completing at least 2 third-tier missions in one fell swoop? I, too, am a freshman, and my contribution points are still in single digits. Who isn't? I can only dare to undertake first-tier tasks. These mutated beasts are exceedingly ferocious, and even with my level advantage, I find myself overwhelmed. Currently, most second and third-year students possess merely a handful of contribution points, with first-year students achieving double digits being an exceptional rarity. As for those with contributions exceeding 100 points, they are predominantly fourth-year students. Of course, some exceptionally powerful third-year students have also surpassed the 100-point mark, having undoubtedly completed several third- and fourth-tier missions in succession. As for the arduous fifth-tier missions, only the mentors possess the capability to accomplish them at present. The astonishment among the crowd stemmed from the fact that Chen Lin was only at level 16, merely a freshman. Does this not imply that he has transcended 2 major tiers and successfully slain 2 mutated beasts of level 30 and above? After all, there is a limit to the number of tasks one can accept, 2 for individuals and 5 for teams. Moreover, second-tier tasks yield only a meager dozen contribution points, which is clearly insufficient. Given the current timing, one can embark on only one expedition. Therefore, the only plausible explanation is that Chen Lin indeed completed third-tier missions and vanquished mutated beasts significantly exceeding his level. At the Luoxiang base, Feng Yi was engaged in discussions with several other mentors regarding strategies to slay the 60-level giant beast lurking at the periphery when he suddenly noticed Chen Lin's name appear on the leaderboard. Momentarily taken aback, he certainly remembered Chen Lin, who had astonished everyone by achieving the top spot as a summoner, a profession deemed ordinary. The last individual to reach such heights was Zhang Ju, now one of humanity's few 10th-tier powerhouses, known as Duan Tian. How could this be? Upon hearing Feng Yi's exclamation, several mentors followed his gaze, expressing their surprise. Old Feng, do you know this student? It seems a bit exaggerated for a freshman to amass over 100 contribution points on the first day. Feng Yi nodded, saying, I mentioned to you the regret of not recruiting him. Ji Fei offered too much at the time, otherwise he might have been one of our North Dragon students. Realization dawned on the mentors. He was indeed the top student from Dongtian. However, someone quickly shook their head, stating, he must have been escorted by powerful upperclassmen, otherwise. It makes no sense for him to earn over 100 contribution points on his own. Indeed, but such behavior is inadvisable. This cleanup operation is not only to prevent the mutated beasts from rioting, but also serves to hone one's abilities, laying the groundwork for future frontline battles. They nodded in agreement, emphasizing that the current circumstances necessitated a focus on strengthening one's prowess. Intentionally seeking to enhance rankings was of little value. The mentors did not advocate for upperclassmen to guide new students, as it would fail to provide the intended sharpening effect. The pressure of potential death, albeit perilous, undoubtedly unleashes one's full potential, an effect absent in the confines of a dungeon. Chapter 47. Invincible with my presence, overwhelming all. This realization solidified the determination of the great Xia. The delicate flowers nurtured in the greenhouse could no longer withstand the onslaught of the alien wolves. Thus, a strategic shift was essential. The protective measures would no longer be enforced. Instead, the prodigies would be sent to engage in combat with the mutated beasts, while dungeon resources would be allocated to those with lesser combat capabilities. Undoubtedly, this approach would lead to the untimely demise of numerous geniuses along the way. But those who survived would rapidly evolve into formidable warriors, defending the front line and granting humanity additional time for development. Feng Yi sighed deeply. Having witnessed the precedent set by Zhang Ju, he had high hopes for Chen Lin's future. Now, however, he felt a tinge of disappointment. At that moment, he spotted the figure of a black-clad youth not far off and smiled, saying, "Yunsu, have you completed your mission?" "Yes, Mentor Feng," came the reply as Xiao Yunsu approached, politely nodding. "I killed 2 level 27 mutated beasts. I could have returned earlier, but an unforeseen event occurred." Feng Yi was somewhat taken aback, but recalling that the individual before him was the only prodigy in Great Xia to awaken an SSS level talent, he quickly came to terms with it. "What unforeseen event?" he inquired curiously. "I encountered a level 33 heavy-armored lizard. It took considerable effort to slay it." Xiao Yunsu's tone was flat, as if it were a trivial matter, hands clasped behind his back. Feng Yi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Genuinely impressed, and remarked, "Remarkable. At level 17, you can slay a level 33 mutated beast. This generation of prodigies is truly exceptional, far surpassing our time." A slight smirk appeared on Xiao Yunsu's lips as he tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, his expression radiating confidence. "Rest assured, Mentor, this is indeed an era of prodigies, but with my invincibility, I shall crush all adversaries and ascend to the throne of humanity." He awarded himself full marks for this display of bravado. Surely, they must be utterly astonished now. Stealing a glance, he noticed the mentors covering their faces in silence. This was not at all the reaction he had envisioned. Suddenly, he spotted Chen Lin's name on the large screen, and his expression froze. A myriad of disbelief flooded his mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could someone surpass him? 100 contribution points. Despite having slain the heavy-armored lizard, he could not compare. Observing Xiao Yunsu's existential crisis, Feng Yi felt somewhat helpless. Although his intellect may not be the sharpest, he was still his student, so he said, "We just discussed this. It's likely a result of upperclassmen assisting him. No need to dwell on it." Xiao Yunsu exhaled in relief, his chaotic thoughts settling. However, he inexplicably lost interest in seeking out the female students from other academies to discuss his achievement of slaying the level 33 mutated beast. The joy of completing the second-tier task had vanished. A wave of pressure surged within him, igniting a sense of urgency. After hastily bidding farewell to Feng Yi, Xiao Yunsu immediately accepted another mission and resolutely headed towards the mountains shrouded in darkness. Before dawn, he must surpass Chen Lin. "Classmate, this is your dormitory." A soldier led Chen Lin to a room marked with the number 1 and assisted him in opening the door. "Thank you," Chen Lin replied. The soldier smiled. "You've worked hard clearing the mutated beasts. Make sure to rest well." Chen Lin nodded, watching him turn to leave before stepping into the room. It was rather modest, featuring 4 beds and some tables and chairs, with 3 familiar faces gathered around, enjoying barbecued food. "Chen Lin, why did you finish your task so late?" Feng Yi swiftly pulled a chair beside him. Chen Lin smiled, taking a seat. The journey took longer than expected. The plate before him was piled high with various grilled meats, clearly saved for him by the trio. Without hesitation, he began to eat heartily. Since becoming a professional and battling incessantly, going over 10 hours without food had almost become the norm. Had it not been for his extraordinary physical constitution, he would have struggled to cope. "What mission did you undertake that required such depth?" Feng Yi inquired curiously. "Just slaying a level 34 berserk black ape, a level 36 two-toothed giant tiger, and a level 39 blood-scaled giant crocodile. It was easier than I anticipated." Chen Lin took a bite of the crispy yet tender beef, swallowing it with an indifferent expression. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi was utterly astonished, his skewers slipping from his grasp. "How could you possibly return alive after taking them all down?" Killing them was quite straightforward. The issue was the distance, which required considerable travel time. Chen Lin replied nonchalantly. Feng Yi fell silent. During their search for mutated beasts, they had all been on edge. This was not a dungeon. One could not simply exit at will. If they encountered even more ferocious mutated beasts beyond their mission parameters, it was highly likely they would face total annihilation. The odds were not negligible. It was rumored that shortly after entering the mountains, a squad of freshmen in their early teens met with an unfortunate fate. Fortunately, their location was not deeply entrenched and was relatively close to the base, allowing the dispatched reinforcements to reach them swiftly and effect their rescue. Had they ventured into a level 20-30 area, they likely would not have endured long enough for assistance to arrive. Chapter 48, Challenging Missions. This is precisely why most individuals opt for tasks beneath their own capabilities. Even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, they possess the means to cope. Engaging in perilous endeavors without commensurate combat power is decidedly unwise. Is this not a perfectly rational stance? Li Zhongfeng took a sip of water to steady his nerves and remarked, I am not at all surprised that Chen Lin is capable of such feats. His summoned entity is formidable enough to nearly slay him with a mere swipe. Li Zhongfeng found himself less averse to the situation. The stronger Chen Lin became, the less humiliating his own defeat would appear. One day, should Chen Lin ascend to the throne, he could even boast of this incident. With this thought, Li Zhongfeng chuckled. You are only at level 16, yet such a disparity in combat prowess is rare among humanity, Xiao Yang exclaimed in awe. I feel you surpass even that Xiao Yunshu in sheer talent. Chen Lin merely smiled in silence, fully aware of the reasons behind his extraordinary combat capabilities. As long as Haiming continued to consume and evolve, it would become invincible without necessitating level advancement. Moreover, he would grow stronger in tandem with it. The silver disc, too, would eventually attain an impenetrable defense, given ample metallic resources. As it merged and grew heavier, its current weight of 13 tons already presented a terrifying threat. Under the dual augmentation of Chen Lin's strength and kinetic energy, each strike bore the weight of a mountain. When it eventually reached weights in the tens or hundreds of thousands of tons, even with modest strength, a casual punch would rend the earth asunder. After all, Chen Lin himself was unaffected by any factors of the battle armor, no matter how heavy. It would respond to his will as if it were an extension of his own body. Li Zhongfeng scoffed. Chen Lin's summoned entity has at least an SS level growth potential, with prospects not falling short of SSS level. The scene seemed familiar to Feng Yi, who twitched his mouth in response. Previously dismissive of Chen Lin, believing his accolades to be inflated, he now found himself extolling him. Feng Yi, how fares your team? Chen Lin inquired suddenly. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi's expression soured. The two recent recruits were overly cautious, so much so that they refrained from engaging in combat, leaving most of the fighting to him. Luo Xian managed to slay a single mutated beast only after sustaining considerable damage, and ultimately, they completed merely 2 tasks before retreating from the mountains, fearing further risks. Feng Yi sighed softly, acknowledging that if the team continued in this manner, an accident was inevitable. He glanced at Li Zhongfeng and Xiao Yang. You both have had plenty to eat, haven't you? The two looked puzzled. You consumed the grilled meat I specially prepared for you, which means you are now my people. Feng Yi laughed. Hurry and accept my invitation to team up. Li Zhongfeng's expression remained cold. I will return you 100 skewers tomorrow. How will you repay me? What do you have to offer? Feng Yi sprang up, indignant. This is meat I painstakingly grilled using a family secret recipe. I wouldn't sell it for 100 billion. Such a precious item. What gives you the right to repay? Li Zhongfeng, exasperated, retorted. You can take it or leave it. If it weren't for Chen Lin's presence, I assure you, I would have cleaved you in two without a second thought. You dare to call me that? Oh, is that how we're speaking now? Feng Yi was incensed. Don't force me to unleash my full strength. Li Zhongfeng brandished his battle knife. Come at me. Feng Yi promptly knelt, clutching his leg. Since you won, yield to gentler persuasion. Don't blame me for resorting to more extreme measures. The three fell into silence. It was a difficult situation to assess. Li Zhongfeng's mouth twitched. He had anticipated a confrontation, yet here was Feng Yi kneeling before him. Release me, go kneel somewhere else. Not a chance. Feng Yi declared with conviction. If you do not acknowledge me as your adopted son today, I shall not rise. Xiao Yang stifled a laugh, only to feel a foot being clutched. His smile vanished immediately. Let go. Not a chance. Feng Yi held onto their feet tenaciously, refusing to release them. Chen Lin munched on skewers, enjoying the spectacle. At 9 o'clock in the morning, an unusual scene unfolded at the task acceptance point. Two individuals were dragging another, to be precise. One individual was clinging tightly to the feet of the other two. Li Zhongfeng's expression darkened. They slept in the same bed. And Feng Yi was stubbornly refusing to let go. Outside, Luo Xian and Luo Ning observed the scene with confusion. Feng Yi, what are you doing? Dragging, Feng Yi replied. Li Zhongfeng, frowning, urged, get up and select a task. I have no time to waste here. Feng Yi's eyes brightened. So you agree to team up? Xiao Yang interjected. He accepted your team invitation while you were asleep at dawn. You just haven't noticed. Feng Yi sprang up, his face lighting up with joy. Li Zhongfeng, maintaining his cold demeanor, said, I'm just worried you'll cause trouble and impede my entry into the mountains. Do not misconstrue my intentions. If your performance is subpar, I will promptly withdraw from the team. No problem. Feng Yi dashed into the acceptance point, swiftly selecting a task. Meanwhile, Chen Lin, also accepting a task, wore a faint smile as he watched the five depart in a commotion. He opted for 2 challenging tasks requiring level 4, setting off toward the mountains. He did not notice that his ranking had subtly slipped 1 position on the large screen. Chapter 49, The Three-Headed Serpent. In the command center. Upon discovering that Chen Lin had entered the mountains, the female officer immediately summoned Yang Xiao. She then focused intently on the screen. Shortly, Yang Xiao adjusted his military cap and strode in with urgency, inquiring, what task has he taken on this time? Challenges requiring level 4 capabilities, she replied. Hearing this, Yang Xiao's mouth twitched, and he inhaled sharply. He is not satisfied with surpassing 2 major levels. This boy seeks to surpass 3. Level 4 corresponds to mutated beasts of level 40 and above, marking a significant threshold. Even armed helicopters, once expended of their ammunition, would barely scratch the surface of a level 40 beast, akin to a mere tickle. Notify the mentors at the Lark Academy to send someone to accompany him. I fear for Chen Lin's safety. Understood. The female officer sprang into action. Soon, this information was relayed via smart wristbands to the 3 mentors stationed at the Hungshan base. After a brief discussion, they decided that Jiang Weiyue would proceed. Should Chen Lin activate a distress signal, he would receive immediate support. The remaining 20 or so mentors were divided. Half were stationed throughout the Bailian Mountains to prevent any mishaps, ready to assist any students who might call for help. The other half were deep within, engaged in clearing level 50-59 mutated beasts. Amidst the countless towering trees and vines, a massive black wolf darted through the underbrush. With Chen Lin seated atop, meditating. Approximately an hour later, he arrived at the task's target location, achieving a speed several times faster than before, thus saving considerable time. He gazed upon the colossal 3-headed serpent, its body coiled around a 100-meter-high rock, level 44, its cold gaze fixed upon him, issuing a hissing warning. Chen Lin silently extended his hand. After a night's rest, his mental energy was fully restored. A transparent, mysterious sword over a meter in length materialized. Cautiously, he decided to strike first. As Chen Lin slowly raised his hand to deliver a blow, the 3-headed serpent's eyes narrowed, instinctively sensing danger. In the next moment, the leftmost head emitted a piercing scream, collapsing lifelessly onto the rock. The other 2 heads, witnessing this, nudged it anxiously, only to discover it unresponsive, their terror mounting. What has happened? Surprised by the scene, Chen Lin had anticipated severe injuries, perhaps minor ones, but never death. One head had perished while the others still lived. Is it truly dead? The 3-headed serpent glared at Chen Lin with malevolence, emitting a deafening roar. Chen Lin silently leaped down from the head of the black abyss. The immense weight of 13 tons crashing into the ground and creating a small crater. Charge forth and bite. Upon receiving the command, the black abyss let out a thunderous roar, its form suddenly expanding to over 300 meters, engulfed in dark flames, resembling a colossal harbinger of disaster. Sensing the terrifying aura of ferocity, the 2 pairs of serpentine eyes of the 3-headed serpent instantly grew solemn, a wave of lethal venom surging up its throat. Witnessing this scene, the black abyss surged forward, demolishing the colossal trees in its path as the ground trembled and golden light shimmered. Hiss! The 3-headed serpent flapped its wings, suddenly opening its massive jaws to unleash a torrent of purple venom. Its gargantuan size left the black abyss no room to evade. It braced itself and charged directly into the attack, sinking its fangs into the central serpent head, dragging it down to the earth in a violent tumble that kicked up clouds of dust. Hiss! The indestructible golden light became ensnared by the venom, continuously eroded until it began to shatter. Observing the chaos, one of the serpent heads, enraged at the savage assault, roared and snapped its fangs, viciously biting through the golden light and embedding itself into the flesh of the black abyss. Instantly, the toxin spread through the black abyss's body via its bloodstream, beginning to dissolve its internal organs. Awoo! With its nearly 1,000-fold augmented attributes, the black abyss endured the corrosive poison, its claws radiating a dark light as it forcefully swatted away the serpent head that had latched onto it. Chen Lin stood at the periphery, silently casting enhancement and recovery spells, then drew the celestial sword, his figure vanishing in an instant, suddenly appearing before the 3-headed serpent. The celestial sword plunged fiercely into one of the serpent's eyes. Hiss! The serpent head emitted a piercing shriek of agony, its fierce gaze fixated on Chen Lin, who was plummeting rapidly, and lunged towards him. At that moment, a claw enveloped in dark flames came crashing down, forcefully slamming the serpent into the ground. Chapter 50. The terrifying gap in combat power. In the air, observing the massive 30-meter-wide tail of the serpent whip up a fierce gale, Chen Lin immediately raised his blade to defend. Boom! A white shockwave erupted at the center, and Chen Lin's figure plummeted to the earth like a missile, stirring up a cloud of dust. Witnessing this spectacle, the black abyss's vertical pupils filled with rage, its battle prowess heightened by the enhancement spells. Claws shrouded in dark light violently tore through the air. Hiss! The serpent's tough hide was rendered as fragile as paper, ripped open with a grotesque wound several meters deep. Blood gushing forth. The 3-headed serpent shrieked skyward, its massive body coiling around the black abyss in a deadly constriction, while 2 of its heads launched simultaneous attacks from different angles. With attributes surpassing 1,000, the black abyss exuded a fierce aura, displaying no hint of fear as it swatted away the approaching serpent head with a powerful strike. In an instant, it turned its head, sinking its fangs into the neck of the other serpent head, tearing at it, as if attempting to sever it completely. Boom! The 200-meter behemoths clashed ferociously, the spectacle terrifying as dirt exploded and colossal trees collapsed, shaking the very earth. Chen Lin rose from the dust, feeling a slight tingling in his chest, aside from that, he was unscathed. It could be said that the defense of the silver butterfly remained as reliable as ever. It was worth every resource he had expended to nurture it. Observing the increasingly frenzied battle between the two titanic beasts, Chen Lin seated himself upon a nearby rock, firmly planting his silver battle knife. There was little more he could do. All that remained was to wait for the black abyss to gradually wear down its opponent. To reach the combat power of the fourth transformation, he would need to further enhance the silver butterfly. At that moment, not far away, a tall woman clad in white battle armor appeared on a giant tree with a few swift movements. Her gaze fell upon the familiar sight of the black giant wolf battling the three-headed serpent, her expression one of disbelief. How could this be? I remember Chen Lin being only level 16. How can his summon contend against a level 44 mutated beast? Soon, she noticed Chen Lin seated on the rock and approached him swiftly, her movements light and soundless. However, the young man, ever vigilant, sensed her presence and quickly grasped his battle knife, its silver light flashing as he swung it towards her. Jiang Wuyue frowned slightly, placing her slender fingers on the blade, halting its arc effortlessly. Mentor? Chen Lin exclaimed in surprise. He recognized Jiang Wuyue from the freshman competition, where she had stood beside Ji Fei. Jiang Wuyue nodded, feeling the weight of the battle knife, and was somewhat astonished that even she, a level 59 practitioner, needed to exert effort to hold it. No wonder Chen Lin's performance in the instance was so extraordinary. Though he was a summoner, he could easily overpower monsters several levels higher with his own strength. Mentor, how did you end up here? In response to his query, Jiang Wuyue calmly withdrew her trembling fingers from the blade, stating, I was passing by and heard the commotion, so I came to investigate. Is that so? Chen Lin chuckled. I apologize. I thought you were an enemy. Jiang Wuyue had not sensed anything amiss, and Chen Lin's proactive apology dissipated her lingering dissatisfaction. It's fine. Maintaining vigilance in the wilderness is wise. You never know when you might become the hunted. After saying this, Jiang Wuyue glanced at Chen Lin's backside, her right hand forming a grip, and in an instant, a soft sword appeared, piercing through the air. Swoosh! A massive lizard, hidden to the side and poised to ambush, revealed itself, eyes wide with shock. The soft sword pierced through its head and out its tail, splattering blood across the ground. Jiang Wuyue's expression remained indifferent as she retracted the soft sword with a swift motion. While one can blend into the environment, recklessly exposing one's aura is easily detectable with a bit of caution. Chen Lin looked on in admiration, exclaiming, Mentor, you're incredible. Hearing this, a hint of a smile graced Jiang Wuyue's lips. Just then, a 30-meter serpent head suddenly descended from the sky, crashing down and fracturing the earth beneath, sending clouds of dust billowing. Oh whoa! The ferocious roar reverberated across kilometers, shaking the very air as the black abyss stood atop the corpse of the three-headed serpent, its towering form exceeding 300 meters, radiating the essence of a true calamity. The surroundings lay in ruins. The earth was overturned, and colossal trees lay in shattered disarray. As if a mighty dragon had risen from the depths, the three-headed serpent's skull lay crushed, embedded in the ground, while the other head fared even worse. Its jaws ripped apart and split in two. Dark flames engulfed its immense body, greedily consuming it and transforming it into energy and evolutionary value, nourishment for its growth. Jiang Wuyue observed in shock, inhaling deeply. Since Chen Lin had summoned it upon his class change, not even 10 days had passed, and yet its combat power had become so formidable. She genuinely worried that in the future, Chen Lin might find it impossible to command such a monstrous creature. It was too terrifying. Even from this distance, the overwhelming, life-devouring aura was palpable to Jiang Wuyue. Meanwhile, as the drone transmitted the footage to the command center, the atmosphere erupted in excitement. Having crossed 3 major transformations and a staggering 28-level gap, he had truly accomplished the impossible. Heavens, this combat power is astonishingly exaggerated. Haha. I feel he may even surpass that prodigy who awakened the SSS grade talent. Hearing the gasps of astonishment, Yang Xiao felt a surge of exhilaration. He had underestimated Chen Lin's potential, not anticipating he could reach such heights. Could it be that his summon possesses an SSS grade growth talent? As this thought crossed his mind, Yang Xiao's breath quickened, and he found himself hesitating. Should he continue with the plan? If something were to happen to Chen Lin, it would undoubtedly be a significant loss for all of Daxia. Yet, he quickly shook his head. The initiative had never rested in the hands of humanity. Even if he wished to put a halt to it, he could not. The other races would never let such a golden opportunity slip away. Chapter 51, The Angered Horned Bull. Countless dark fire serpents danced through the air, merging into the body of the black abyss. Its form swiftly diminished as it grasped the celestial sword in its mouth and laid down beside Chen Lin to rest. Chen Lin, having concluded the enhancement and recovery spells, felt the immediate weakness from mental fatigue wash over him. He sheathed the celestial sword, transforming it into a staff, and began to meditate for recovery. Seeing this, Jiang Wuyue chose not to depart, but instead remained vigilantly by his side, silently observing. About half an hour later, after regaining some of his mental acuity, Chen Lin opened his eyes. Glancing at Ming, he communicated telepathically. Are you able to continue fighting? Ming opened its deep blue vertical pupils and slowly rose to its feet, responding, no problem, master. Its formidable physique had already purified most of the potent toxins, and its stamina had improved slightly, enough to sustain another battle. Chen Lin nodded. Turning his gaze to Jiang Wuyue, he expressed, thank you, mentor, for your protection. Although armed with a silver disc that rendered him virtually invulnerable to the attacks of mutated beasts, he felt it only right to acknowledge her kindness. Yes, but please do not take unnecessary risks. Your safety is paramount, Jiang Wuyue replied, before turning and departing. Observing this, Chen Lin activated the map on his device to confirm his route before mounting Ming and setting off. Just as before, the duo sped through countless towering trees and shrubs, traversing mountains and rivers with remarkable swiftness. After devouring 3 hydras and their life crystals, Ming's size increased by an entire meter, and its evolution points surged by 10. This was several times more than what the level 39 blood-scaled crocodile could provide. At this rate, in just 4 or 5 days, Ming would likely undergo another evolution. This transformation would elevate Ming's life tier to that of a high-level summon. With its innate abilities advancing to A grade, undoubtedly, its combat prowess would escalate significantly, becoming even more formidable. Contemplating this, Chen Lin smiled, relishing the intoxicating feeling of continuous growth. However, it would be a strenuous endeavor for Ming, as it was about to engage in relentless battles. Suddenly, a tremendous commotion erupted in the distance. Branches and leaves violently shaking, the ground trembling as if a monstrous entity were approaching. Accompanied by a fearsome roar, a massive bull, clad in thick, hard, dark yellow scales, charged forth, its horns extending over 30 meters. The ground cracked beneath its colossal hooves, and any trees in its path collapsed, its momentum unstoppable. The second mission target, level 45, the angered horn bull. Without hesitation, Chen Lin cast a reinforcement spell, amplifying all attributes by 30 under the 50 effect of the celestial staff form. Ming let out a roar, its form rapidly expanding, engulfed in black flames while golden light radiated around it. In an instant, its full combat potential was unleashed. At that moment, the angered horn bull was upon them, moving at an astonishing speed, its fierce eyes locked onto the intruding black wolf. The 2 sharp horns came crashing down. Ming raised its forelimbs, attempting to block. Boom. The terrifying force propelled Ming backward, carving deep furrows into the ground. Boom, boom. Trees were uprooted as the 2 colossal beasts sped away, covering thousands of meters in mere moments. In the air, drones hurriedly accelerated to keep pace. In the command center, a female officer calculated rapidly and exclaimed, at this speed, they will soon approach the area of level 30 mutated beasts. Alert the students along the route to vacate immediately. Chen Lin's summon will not spare them in battle. The officer nodded in response and promptly took action. Chapter 52, the target. Ming extended its claws, enveloped in dark energy, and with a mighty surge, it toppled the angered horn bull. Boom. The enormous body crashed to the ground, dust swirling. At this moment, a team of 2 men and 3 women, having sprinted several hundred meters, turned back to witness the spectacle, astonished. Is this the reason the command center advised us to vacate? Phew. Thank goodness we left quickly, otherwise we could have lost our lives. Wait, something's amiss. One is level 45, but the other is only level 16? Ming, what a peculiar name. It doesn't sound like a mutated beast. My goodness, are you telling me this is level 16? The 5 gazed in disbelief. Nearby, a female instructor stationed in the vicinity sensed the disturbance and prepared to intervene. However, Jiang Wuyue appeared silently, blocking her path, and stated, there's no need to interfere. That is a summon of my freshman student. Upon hearing this, the female instructor was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. Freshman? Are you joking? Witnessing her reaction, Jiang Wuyue's lips curled slightly in a subtle smile as she replied nonchalantly, yes, he is indeed exceptional in this cohort. The female instructor's expression became vacant. This was no mere excellence, but rather a prodigy. A freshman possessing such combat prowess with a 4-tier summon. She had never heard of such a feat. Is this the caliber of a top-tier academy in the Great Xia? The instructor's gaze was complex. He is your student? Jiang Wuyue stiffened momentarily, then coughed lightly, saying, well, sort of. Having been childhood friends with Ji Fei, her students were as good as her own, a perfectly reasonable assertion. Upon hearing this, the female instructor's gaze turned envious. Half an hour later, Ming finally consumed the angered horned bull, casting a fierce glance around. Not detecting its master, it promptly turned to return. Shortly thereafter, it spotted Chen Lin being pursued and attacked by a frog over 50 meters long, instantly erupting in fury. In the blink of an eye, it charged forth, delivering a fearsome strike that instantly obliterated the level 36 mutated beast. The black flames surged forth, consuming it completely in a matter of moments. Witnessing this scene, Chen Lin breathed a sigh of relief. During his journey, he had been obstructed by this swamp demon frog, which was particularly adept at countering him. its elastic skin rendering his blade's weight and damage ineffective. Furthermore, he could not draw his sword, fretting over the potential peril He Ming might face. It was He Ming's prowess that had allowed its master to remain safe. Hearing He Ming's sorrowful voice in his mind, Chen Lin paused, smiling as he patted it reassuringly. It's all right, you've done exceptionally well. After casting a healing spell and comforting it for a while, the duo rested for half an hour before continuing their quest to hunt down mutated beasts of level 40 and above. Having completed 2 missions, Chen Lin chose not to return to receive his contribution points. The round trip would consume too much time. The contribution points he would earn were trivial. The immediate priority was to facilitate He Ming's evolution and elevate himself to level 20 to enter the promotion dungeon. Ever since he learned of the dire circumstances facing humanity, an inexplicable sense of urgency had consumed him. In the dead of night, roars echoed through the mountains as He Ming, exuding an aura of terror, stood over 2 level 42 mutated beasts. The black flames devoured their corpses, continually transforming, ultimately merging with He Ming's essence. Chen Lin gasped for breath. His mental energy completely drained, unable to maintain even the healing spell, his mind weakening. His physical strength was nearing exhaustion, his entire body tingling with pain. Forcing himself to shield He Ming from another mutated beast for several minutes, he had nearly faltered. However, the gains were worthwhile. Throughout the day, he had slain 15 mutated beasts of level 40 and above. He Ming's normal form had grown to 58 meters, with all attributes increasing by a full 58 points, collectively surpassing 300. If he faced the angered horned bull again now, it would be resolved in a matter of minutes. As for the 2 level 42 mutated beasts nearby, they would be effortlessly crushed and dispatched in mere moments. The evolution points had also surged by 195, leaving only 1,020 points until completion. It was time to head back. Glancing at the night sky, Chen Lin instructed He Ming to lower its head, then leaped onto its back. At the Hongshan base, within the command center, everyone sighed in relief upon seeing Chen Lin finally returning. It was terrifying. He had slain 15 mutated beasts of level 40 and above in a single day. If converted into contribution points, that would amount to over 2,000, wouldn't it? Chapter 53, The Tide Turns. The female officer swallowed hard, unable to suppress her exclamation. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him in awe. Currently, the student with the highest contribution points at our Hongshan base has only 700, right? Indeed, and he is also from Yunxiao Academy, a senior, Qin Kong, the top scorer of the Dantian district 3 years ago. What about the other bases? Yang Xiao inquired. The female officer deftly maneuvered her fingers, quickly responding. At the Luoxiang base, where Beilong and several other academies are located, the highest contribution points for students is 1,000. Followed by the Yuntian Academy to the south with 890, and the Qingtian Academy to the west with 850. This operation to eliminate the mutated beasts involves over 100 academies, distributed across more than a dozen military bases. We will commence with the mountain range, which has the largest area and most numerous mutated beasts, and then systematically sweep the surrounding areas. The operation is expected to last several months, if not longer, until the mutated beast population is reduced to a level that no longer poses a threat to the cities. Why is there such a disparity? Yang Xiao furrowed his brow as he observed the significant gap in rankings, particularly noting Luoxiang base's overwhelming progress. The female officer explained. Beilong Academy consistently ranks at the top each year, and naturally, the majority of students prefer to enroll there. This year, we are witnessing a surge of prodigious talents, making the competition exceedingly fierce. Every individual is exerting their utmost, unwilling to lag behind. However, this is a positive development. The faster they clear the beasts, the more resources they can allocate to assist other, less advanced bases. Aside from our 5 bases overseen by top-tier academies, the situation at the other 13 bases is quite grim, with level 20 or higher mutated beasts showing little to no reduction. Yang Xiao nodded in agreement. Therefore, we must seize the time and strive to support the other bases. Glancing at Chen Lin's figure on the screen, he smiled, confident that with the young man around, they should be able to achieve their goals. Arriving at the acceptance point, it was already 2:30, and the path remained brightly lit. Numerous students engaged in outdoor barbecues, grilling the mutated beasts they had brought back, the aroma wafting through the air, with some even calling out to attract attention. The earlier female soldier approached Chen Lin as he entered, asking, "Have you completed your task?" "Yes," Chen Lin nodded, proceeding to submit his report using the designated number. "My goodness, many fourth-year students can only accomplish the 3rd transition tasks now, and you, as a freshman, have surpassed them." The female soldier exclaimed in awe. She could hardly fathom the terrifying disparity in combat prowess, but she recognized his exceptional talent. Soon after transferring the 400 contribution points to Chen Lin, his ranking skyrocketed from 1,245 to 10th place. Unfazed, Chen Lin turned and made his way back to the dormitory. As he opened the door, Feng Yi immediately rushed over, staring at him as if he were a monster. "Honestly, Chen Lin, are you a foreign entity disguised in human skin? This disparity in combat power is simply astounding." Chen Lin smiled silently, taking a seat. As before, the three had left him a generous portion of barbecued meat. The Academy's community forum is in an uproar, Feng Yi remarked, sitting beside him, visibly shaken. Everyone mistakenly believes that an upperclassman is mentoring you, fiercely condemning such behavior. If you had completed the third transition task before and gained 100 contribution points, there would still be some room for belief. But now, nearly everyone is questioning the legitimacy, deeming it too far-fetched. Haha, Senior Chen Kong is in deep trouble. He is the primary suspect, and many are directing their scrutiny toward him. Chen Lin inquired curiously, why is that? Senior Chen Kong is the top student of our young academy. Only he possesses the strength to elevate you to such heights. Feng Yi responded with a chuckle, munching on a snack. Now, almost everyone from various academies is discussing your remarkable 10th place ranking on the forum. A freshman at level 16. Slaying mutated beasts above level 40. Who would dare to boast like that? No one would believe it. Li Zhongfeng interjected calmly. Chen Lin could easily overpower me with a single move. Such prowess is hardly surprising. Feng Yi scoffed. You used to be the most resistant to this notion. Why are you so willing to speak now? And don't think I've forgotten that you were knocked to the ground by He Ming with just one slap. Li Zhongfeng quietly drew a long knife from his ring, its blade glinting ominously in the light. At this sight, Feng Yi promptly fell silent. Meanwhile, at the Luoxiang base, Xiao Yunshu dragged his weary body to the acceptance point. His body was battered and bruised, his battle armor marred with signs of fierce combat. Yet his face bore no hint of despair, only pure joy. He yearned to discuss with his mentor and senior sister his remarkable feat of defeating 2 level 36 mutated beasts. However, upon entering the acceptance point, he caught sight of the screen displaying Chen Lin's rapid ascent in ranking, now firmly in 10th place. His excitement came to an abrupt halt, frozen in place. The smile on his face gradually faded away. After a long pause, Xiao Yunshu silently stepped forward, submitted his task to a soldier, and continued to accept more assignments, not uttering a single word throughout. Then, he resolutely headed towards the mountain range. The soldiers observing this scene felt a stir within them. Such grievous wounds. Yet he continues to pursue his mission. Does he have no regard for his life? Along the way, a team of comrades supporting each other halted, gazing at Xiao Yunshu, who seemed determined to press on despite his injuries. They exchanged glances, reading 2 words in each other's eyes. Madness. A man gritted his teeth. I have reached the top 5 in the province through sheer effort. Now, someone with greater talent than mine is pushing himself even harder. Doesn't he even want to rest for a second? Brothers, shall we take on 5 more tasks? No problem, let us go. Flames of fervor ignited in their eyes. Soon, many who witnessed this scene silently abandoned their plans for a meal and relaxation. Picking up their battle gear and weapons, rushing towards the dark mountain range. The soldiers at each acceptance point suddenly became busy. In the command center, everyone who had been yawning and preparing for sleep immediately halted. Upon seeing the situation on the screen, the commander rubbed his temples, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Did these students have no intention of resting? He had initially believed it was cruel to send these still maturing individuals to clear the mutated beasts. Little did he expect them to be even more relentless. They were fighting day and night without a moment's respite. Taking a deep breath, the commander found himself at a loss, unsure whether to feel joy or concern. Chapter 54. The Royal Bloodline, the Terrifying Dragon Lizard. Sitting on his bed, Chen Lin opened his specialized device, revealing several messages. Su Qingqing, wow. Chen Lin, you're incredible. 10th place. This is the ranking of all academies in Daxia for the elimination of mutated beasts, even surpassing the upperclassmen. Can you take your sister along? Seeing this, Chen Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Just a short while ago, she was still addressing him as a junior, and now she is calling him her brother. In a few days, would she be calling him darling? After replying, he clicked on the friend request list. Instantly, numerous beautiful female avatars appeared, each strikingly attractive, truly a testament to Young Academy's allure. This was likely the student number Su Qingqing had shared. Chen Lin quietly ignored them and only accepted a request from a male student named Qin Kong. It seemed he had been waiting for this moment. As a message promptly arrived. Qin Kong, Chen Lin, Jr.? Chen Lin, yes, that's me. Finally added you as a friend. You've put me in quite a predicament. Many are now mockingly calling me shameless. Not dwelling on this matter, Qin Kong curiously inquired. Honestly, did you truly complete the 4th transition task all on your own? Yes. Upon receiving this response, Qin Kong gasped in astonishment. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still somewhat shaken. As a fellow top student, he found it extremely challenging to bridge even a single transitional gap in combat, let alone achieve what Chen Lin had. Junior Chen Lin, my friends and I are planning to accept a 5th transition task tomorrow, hunting the level 52 giant rock lizard. I wonder if you would like to join us. Upon reading this, Chen Lin took a moment to ponder before responding. The current combat prowess of He Ming is more than sufficient to deal with level 49 mutated beasts. With a staggering 334 in strength, 347 in constitution, 340 in agility, and 318 in magical power, his attributes can soar beyond 200 when in a state of gigantism. However, Vanquishing a level 52 mutated beast remains a formidable challenge. Yet, with assistance from others, such an endeavor could indeed be feasible. Now, how shall we distribute the spoils? Chen Kong chuckled, inquiring about Chen Lin's thoughts on the matter. I require the life crystals and the carcass of the giant rock dragon lizard. You may keep the contribution points. No objections. Once their plans were agreed upon and a rendezvous time and place established, Chen Lin reclined to rest, fatigue overwhelming him due to the depletion of his mental energy. The following day, after a restorative 4-hour slumber, Chen Lin awoke revitalized. The enhancement of his attributes had rendered his physical condition increasingly superhuman. After a brief wash, he stepped outside the base, where 2 men and a woman awaited. Chen Kong recognized Chen Lin immediately and waved, exclaiming, Chen Lin, over here. I hope I'm not late. Not at all, we arrived early. Chen Kong replied with a warm smile. Beside him stood a lovely girl with porcelain skin, her elegant white robe accentuating her graceful figure. She looked at Chen Lin with bright eyes and introduced herself. Hello, I am Yikashi. Wang Yao, added the other young man. Chen Lin nodded. Shall we depart now? Absolutely. The 4 of them boarded an armored vehicle, its engine roaring as they ventured deeper into the mountains. Along the way, Chen Kong explained our objective. The giant rock dragon lizard is stronger than ordinary mutated beasts and possesses a trace of royal bloodline. Its innate abilities are uncertain, so we must exercise utmost caution. I will take the lead alongside Wang Yao, while Kashi, as a healing master, will provide buffs and healing from a distance. Chen Lin, how formidable is your summon in battle? Chen Lin replied nonchalantly, withstand the giant rock dragon lizard is not an issue. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other 3 sparkled with renewed hope, sensing their odds of success had significantly increased. Though they all trusted Chen Lin, the specifics remained unclear. If his battle prowess merely reached the threshold of a level 40 mutated beast, his contributions in the ensuing battle against the giant rock dragon lizard would be minimal. Now, witnessing Chen Lin's confidence was indeed reassuring. After traveling 200 kilometers, the 4 disembarked and continued their journey on foot for several hours. Along the way, they encountered level 30 mutated beasts, all dispatched in an instant by Chen Kong, his speed so swift that Chen Lin could scarcely perceive it. Yikashi chimed in. Chen Ge's hidden class, Wind Blade Master, is characterized by its speed, and with the numerous agile stones he has infused into his battle armor, he has nearly reached the pinnacle of velocity. Chen Lin nodded, acknowledging the remarkable swiftness. At this moment, Chen Kong halted, glancing at the map before turning to the others. This is the lair of the giant rock dragon lizard. I will draw it out, and you all prepare to engage. No need, Chen Lin interjected calmly. With a mere thought, a colossal black wolf, measuring 58 meters, materialized, exuding an overwhelming and savage aura that startled the 3. A fearsome howl echoed for miles, sending countless birds scattering in panic, while some mutated beasts fled in terror. Within the rocky cave, a pair of yellow vertical eyes, reminiscent of lanterns, sprang open, unleashing a terrifying presence. With a roar that pierced the heavens, the giant rock dragon lizard emerged, each footfall causing the ground to tremble. Its massive frame, over 500 meters long and cloaked in scales resembling unyielding rock, shimmered with a yellow luminescence that conveyed an invincible essence. The aura it radiated was enough to instill dread, akin to that of a dragon, fearsome beyond measure. The 3 exchanged serious glances, realizing they had somewhat underestimated the giant rock dragon lizard and had not been cautious enough. Chen Lin remained composed, unaffected, as he silently communicated with Haiming, instructing it to recognize their allies. Haiming nodded in understanding, its form rapidly expanding to a height of 230 meters, with a length approaching 500 meters. As dark flames erupted and golden light radiated, its might became even more terrifying. This sudden transformation left the 3 in awe. The giant rock dragon lizard's vertical eyes glinted with disdain, sensing that the life force of this beast did not surpass its own. Only the dark flames posed a slight threat. The dragon lizard roared, I grant you one chance. Submit, or perish. The wolf howled back defiantly, Trash, you are unworthy. Infuriated by this retort, the giant rock dragon lizard stomped forward, shattering the ground and sending forth massive, sharp stone pillars capable of piercing through level 40 mutated beasts toward Haiming. Without flinching, Haiming stood firm before the 4, its adamantine body serving as a bulwark. The claws emerged, shrouded in dark light, and smashed down. Boom. At that moment, the giant rock dragon lizard unleashed a colossal hand, over 100 meters thick, crashing down with the force to shatter the air itself. Haiming swiftly dodged to the side, causing the ground where it once stood to erupt in a shower of debris. Then, it swiped back, but only managed to scrape away a layer of rock-like scales, inflicting a minor wound. Chapter 55, 2 Types of Abilities, Overlord Class. The giant rock dragon lizard roared and, as it swung its paw, this time infused with innate power, the dazzling yellow light flickering as its weight surged terrifyingly, akin to Mount Tide descending upon them, the air crackling with energy. Boom. The protective golden light shattered almost instantly, and Haiming was sent skidding back several dozen meters before it could finally halt. Observing the battle unfold so swiftly, Chen Kong immediately commanded, Kushi, provide group buffs. Single target buffs on Chen Lin's summon. Our success hinges on it. Chen Kong acted decisively, fully aware that the giant rock dragon lizard exceeded their expectations in strength. This was a mutated beast of level 50, still bearing a trace of royal bloodline. It was far beyond their capacity to defeat in a direct confrontation. Even a battle at equal levels would prove tremendously challenging. Contemplating this, Chen Kong could not help but smile wryly. Simultaneously, he was deeply astonished by the fearsome battle prowess of Chen Lin's summon, which could withstand a level 52 mutated beast at merely level 16, a staggering 36-level gap. Yi Kashi promptly nodded, her form glowing with radiant golden brilliance. As if a divine goddess had descended, her aura suddenly sacred, noble, and untouchable. 4 5-pointed star patterns immediately manifested beneath the 3 and the black wolf, channeling a continuous flow of power. Subsequently, a series of rings encircled the black wolf, instantly enhancing its 4-dimensional attributes by nearly half, resulting in a significant increase in size. Yet, Yi Kashi's expression turned to one of astonishment. The power of this summon was indeed formidable, yet the enhancement seemed to have been diminished considerably. The buffs bestowed upon Chen Kong, however, nearly doubled his prowess. Yet, all of this transpired within a fleeting moment, as Yi Kashi remained undeterred. With a flicker of thought, she summoned her innate power, invoking the protection of the goddess of divine punishment. Following a brief incantation, a goddess wielding a gleaming sword, indifferent to the world, slowly materialized above the black wolf. Her closed eyes opened, unleashing a terrifying aura capable of annihilating all. Chen Lin quietly brandished the celestial authority staff, activating enhancement spells in its staff form. With numerous buffs layered, Haiming's strength surged to an astounding 2,000, with constitution and agility following suit. Moreover, the increase in magical power heightened the temperature of the dark flames, creating an oppressive heat that even at 100 meters distance, the 3 could feel as though they were standing within a furnace. Such a transformation rendered the giant rock dragon lizard immensely solemn. It regarded the 4 minuscule figures, its vertical eyes blazing with fury. Chen Kong, his expression taut, unsheathed his battle sword, muscles rippling with tension. He activated his innate ability, Extreme Transcendence. Boom. The earth beneath him exploded as Chen Kong's form shot forward, seemingly teleporting as he dashed atop the dragon lizard's scales, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon its head in the blink of an eye. Clang. Each blow resonated as though striking solid stone, failing to breach its defenses. For the colossal rock dragon lizard, this was but a mere tickle, inconsequential compared to the act of swatting a mosquito. With a seemingly languid motion, its massive paw struck with astonishing swiftness. Chen Kong, wary of the potential damage, promptly retreated. However, just as he leaped away from the creature's head, suspended in the air, a deafening roar erupted from the rock dragon lizard, its maw curling into a cruel arc. In the next instant, a wave of yellow energy exploded outward, enveloping the surrounding area in a domain that exerted an unbearable gravity, pressing down heavily upon Chen Kong's shoulders and head, causing him to plummet. The impact created a small crater in the ground, with dust billowing in the aftermath. Struggling to rise, Chen Kong suddenly found a massive paw descending from above, dispersing the dust and casting a vast shadow over him. Witnessing this scene, Yi Kashi's expression shifted dramatically. She immediately employed all her defensive measures, disregarding the toll on her mana. Yet, the barriers she summoned crumbled as easily as paper, unable to withstand even a second against the onslaught. A flicker of despair ignited within Chen Kong, but he gritted his teeth, ignoring the tearing of flesh as he unleashed all his strength in an attempt to escape the oppressive area. Just as the giant paw was about to crush him, a shadow surged forth, its terrifying force sending the rock dragon lizard tumbling. The ensuing tempest swept in all directions, akin to a colossal mountain collapsing, shaking the earth and stirring clouds of dust, a scene both awe-inspiring and horrifying. As Chen Kong gazed upon the imposing figure of the gigantic black wolf standing before him, a wave of gratitude washed over him. Freed from the oppressive gravity, he swiftly distanced himself from the initial area. Wang Yao exhaled in relief, halting his advance to rescue. The two returned to join Chen Lin and Yi Kashi, now several hundred meters away. I apologize, Chen Kong said with a wry smile. I did not anticipate that the rock dragon lizard possessed a second innate ability. Its combat prowess may surpass that of a level 55 mutated beast. At this moment, we are utterly ineffective. Previously concerned about Chen Lin's reliability, the roles had now completely reversed. It's quite normal for unforeseen incidents to occur. After all, the task only provides location and rudimentary information. Though he heard these words, Chen Kong felt little comfort, still grappling with guilt. Originally, the trio had accepted the level 5 mission to significantly aid the Hungshan base in eliminating high-threat mutated beasts. Given that only a handful of mentors could undertake such level 5 tasks, It was an exceedingly daunting challenge. Moreover, it was meant to test their own limits of strength. He had intended to probe the creature's capabilities first. If he found no chance of victory, he would rely on his superior speed to escape. Yet, he had not anticipated that the rock dragon lizard was a dominant mutated beast with 2 innate abilities. Had he not invited Chen Lin, and without his summoned creature, he would undoubtedly be facing death, and Wang Yao and Yi Kashi might not escape unscathed either. Observing the yellow domain expanding once more, the black wolf was violently suppressed under the oppressive gravity. Qin Kong voiced his concerns. Can it prevail? Yi Kashi, gritting her teeth, felt beads of sweat trickle down her cheeks as she exerted all her effort to maintain the enhancements and healing for the black wolf. Her mana was depleting rapidly. If this continues, we should retreat together. We might have to abandon this mission. Chen Lin's expression remained calm. You two need to withdraw 1,000 meters. The black wolf is about to unleash its full power. The trio was momentarily taken aback. Was this not its full strength? After a brief pause, they nodded without hesitation and fled. Half a minute later, as they stood 1,000 meters away and turned to look back, an extremely ferocious roar reverberated through the heavens. A horrifying surge of pitch-black flames erupted violently, engulfing a 1,000-meter radius and incinerating everything to ash, the overwhelming force reaching its zenith, causing all hearts to tremble. Beneath the terrifying black sea of flames, the earth cracked and dried, fissures spreading like veins, while all vegetation withered, transforming the area into a desolate wasteland. A ghastly apparition, 700 meters in size, slowly coalesced, exuding an aura of greed and a desire to consume all. Witnessing this sight, the 3 turned pale, an inexplicable and profound fear rising within them. Yi Kashi's legs buckled, her body trembling, unable to stand. She sensed that the divine protection of the goddess of punishment, which had shielded her beneath the black wolf, was being mercilessly torn apart by the power of this malevolent apparition, like 2 tigers unable to coexist. The impact was akin to a deity of her faith being struck down with a single blow. Chapter 56, Suppression Domain, Terrifying Apparition. The rock dragon lizard's eyes widened in dread. Beneath the onslaught of the pitch-black flames, its entire body was gradually melting away, layer by layer. The yellow energy within it was being devoured as soon as it attempted to manifest, unable to fully unleash its domain, which was firmly suppressed. Roar. How can this be? Your life force is so feeble, yet you wield such terrifying power. Its vertical pupils dilated, the tone of its voice tinged with disbelief. Growl. Trash. Unworthy of knowing. Infuriated by this disdain, the rock dragon lizard roared in fury. Twice now, it had been belittled. Roar. I shall render you to dust. The rock dragon lizard charged upward, its massive paw breaking through the pitch-black flames, descending with a flash of yellow light. The black wolf remained steadfast, its malevolent apparition raising a claw forged from the terrifying black flames, tearing through the air like a bolt of lightning. The collision unleashed a cataclysmic wave of black and yellow energy, reverberating across the land with a monumental roar. The rock dragon lizard felt a jolt of pain as its paw collided with the black wolf. Its once impenetrable defenses crumbled beneath the assault of the malevolent apparition's blackened claws. The searing heat began to consume its very life force. The rock dragon lizard finally began to panic, channeling its innate power to its utmost, the yellow light intensifying. It abruptly turned, its tail, resembling an iron ball and stretching 100 meters, whipped around, conjuring a fierce wind that howled in its wake. In that fleeting moment, the black wolf reacted with lightning speed, its form darting hundreds of meters away as the ground erupted behind it. Boom! The giant tail swept across, obliterating the nearby mountain range, sending countless stones crashing down. Approaching the rock dragon lizard, the black wolf raised its claw to strike, the malevolent apparition mimicking its movement in perfect synchrony. Roar! Once more, the rock dragon lizard sustained a grievous wound, its anguished cries echoing through the air. Having relied on its formidable defenses throughout its growth, it had rarely experienced such pain. Consequently, it was utterly unaccustomed to suffering. The rock dragon lizard's eyes glinted with ferocity as it raised its forelimbs high, crashing them down with a thunderous impact that shook the very ground, causing sharp stone pillars to erupt violently from the earth, launching in all directions. The black wolf swiftly vacated the area, retreating several hundred meters, coldly observing its foe. With the rock dragon lizard's domain no longer suppressing it, the black wolf's agility, exceeding 2,000, was fully realized. Moreover, the rock dragon lizard, known for its immense defense and strength, was inherently slow and cumbersome. Coupled with the extended reach provided by the malevolent apparition, the black wolf adeptly engaged in a game of kite flying. This provoked the rock dragon lizard's fury, prompting it to stomp the ground incessantly, roaring madly. Roar! Roar! If you have the ability, do not evade. Observing this spectacle, Chen Lin chuckled. Amid the sea of black flames, he felt no trace of discomfort. As if a fish had returned to water, enveloped by warmth and comfort. This was not a result of the black wolf's deliberate control. Rather, It seemed the black flames posed no threat to him at all, as though they were an extension of his own power. After an exhausting half-hour, the rock dragon lizard could barely stand, its life force appearing on the verge of being extinguished, and fear glimmered in its eyes. It still yearned for survival. It aspired to evolve to the next stage of existence. Roar! Do not kill me. Do not kill me. I am willing to submit. Hearing this plea, the black wolf remained unmoved, its vertical pupils filled only with the insatiable desire to consume the rock dragon lizard entirely. Growl. You shall serve as nourishment for my evolution. You hold greater value. The pitch-black flames surged, fiercely engulfing the rock dragon lizard, relentlessly burning its entire being. The black wolf's gaze was icy as its terrifying claws struck down, delivering the final blow. Roar. No. Witnessing the approach of death, the rock dragon lizard let out a defiant roar, but as its claws tore through its flesh, it could no longer sustain its massive form. Collapsing to the ground with a resounding crash, the pitch-black flames surged with an even greater ferocity, as if silently celebrating their own demise. After a considerable time, the colossal rock dragon lizard was devoured entirely, leaving not a trace of its remains, only a cloud of dust. Heaving a sigh, He Ming retracted all the dark flames, his form rapidly shrinking, a wave of exhaustion sweeping through his body, plunging him into a state of weakness. Yet, his imposing aura remained undiminished, growing ever more terrifying. Akin to a cursed beast, the three observers from afar felt a twinge of fear. Chen Lin silently summoned the silver disc, which immediately soared to his finger, transforming into armor that enveloped him completely. Although he could entirely disregard the flames, his clothing was far less fortunate, reduced to ashes. In the sky, a new drone swiftly approached at Yang Zhao's urging. Upon witnessing the desolate scene of withered flora, crumbling mountains, and an apocalyptic landscape below, everyone in the command center was left in shock. Yang Zhao's gaze immediately fixed upon the towering black wolf. The once menacing rock dragon lizard had vanished without a trace. Its fate now evident. How many more surprises does this creature have in store for me? Yang Zhao gasped in astonishment. The initial leap across two major transitions had already been the apex for humanity since the commencement of the self-evolution era. And yet, it was insufficient. He proceeded to leap across three major transitions, slaying 3 decaying serpents. Now, he was triumphing over a level 16 beast with a hint of royal bloodline. An astonishing span of 4 major transitions. This isn't a mere performance. It's a blatant display of power. This prodigy should have been dispatched to the front line long ago, to let those alien scum have a taste of their own medicine. Yang Zhao chuckled in jest. However, he soon realized that an opportunity would soon present itself. At this moment, he was also 100% certain of the alien's target. It was time to meticulously prepare a robust net for catching the big fish. With this thought, a cold smile crept upon Yang Zhao's lips. Tomorrow, I shall share the recording of Chen Lin slaying the 3 decaying serpents on the Academy's communal forum, letting everyone know that our great Xia has produced a dragon. Yes. The crowd erupted in excitement. Only the female officer appeared somewhat doubtful, questioning the wisdom of such actions in the current precarious climate. On the screen, Qin Kong and the others approached Chen Lin, with Yikashi displaying admiration, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chen Lin, your summoned creature is truly terrifying. Wang Yao and Qin Kong nodded in agreement. While others claim it was me who guided you, they fail to realize that it is you who has been leading me. This time, both Wang Yao and Qin Kong had not exerted themselves, suggesting that their contributions be shared between Chen Lin and Kashi. Upon hearing this, Wang Yao had no objections, as he had merely been coasting through. Chen Lin shook his head, insisting they adhere to their original agreement. Qin Kong was somewhat taken aback, not expecting him to be so generous. Yet, having contributed nothing, he felt embarrassed to take anything, scratching his head and saying, Chen Lin, this is rightfully yours. Please don't hesitate. Thus, the two exchanged pleasantries for over 10 minutes. Finally, Chen Lin, feeling exasperated, proposed. How about this? I still wish to hunt level 50 mutated beasts. Would you assist me? Having consumed the colossal rock dragon lizard and its life crystal, He Ming's size increased by 2 meters, with the most significant gain being a direct addition of 150 evolution points, 10 times that of a level 40 mutated beast. At this rate, if they could slay 10 more, another evolution might be within reach. This was far more efficient than hunting level 40 mutated beasts. Chapter 57. Complete Evolution Points. Qin Kong's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed. Initially, they had taken on the 5-turn task partly to contribute more and quell the mutated beast uprising. Naturally, upon hearing Chen Lin's desire to hunt further, they could not refuse. As for needing to return to accept tasks for rewards, that mattered little. After all, a single colossal rock dragon lizard was worth 1,000 contribution points, a substantial gain. Thus, even if they had to accompany Chen Lin for an entire day, they were more than willing. Witnessing this, Chen Lin smiled. Despite appearing somewhat superfluous against the colossal rock dragon lizard, Yikashi's supportive role proved invaluable. The trio then set about clearing the surrounding area of level 50 to 54 mutated beasts. Notably, Chen Kong finally exhibited the demeanor befitting the top student of Yonk Academy, charging in and skillfully dispatching dozens of level 51 mutated beasts, emerging unscathed and remarkably graceful. Though his damage output was slightly lacking, akin to a mere tickle, Wang Yao unleashed his full power, delivering a devastating blow with his axe, comparable to He Ming's ordinary claw strength, showcasing equal valor. Chen Lin couldn't help but marvel at the sight. He Ming, who had barely rested, immediately sprang into action. By late at night, the trio, along with the beast, collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Chen Kong chuckled bitterly, realizing he had lost face in front of his junior. Upon hearing this, Wang Yao buried his head in the dirt, reluctant to face anyone. His earlier display of might had been grand, akin to a giant cleaving the heavens. Yet it had only resulted in minor injuries, leaving him with a heavy emotional blow. Yi Kexi stood nearby, laughing lightly. She and Chen Lin had taken cover behind, thus only feeling mentally fatigued and slightly dazed. Glancing at the panel, Chen Lin sighed in relief. He Ming's evolution points had reached their maximum. Today's goal was accomplished. Furthermore, after consuming 10 level 50 and above mutated beasts, He Ming had grown to a staggering height of 80 meters. His four-dimensional attributes had increased by 60 points, with strength, constitution, and agility all surpassing the 400 mark. His normal form now resembled a 100-meter giant, and in his enlarged state, he was utterly terrifying. Let us head back. It's time, Chen Lin declared. The others nodded eagerly. They could no longer bear the strain on their bodies. From 7 in the morning until now, they had spent a full 20 hours either slaying mutated beasts or searching for them. Who could endure such a marathon? The drone that had been following them relayed their return journey to the command center, prompting Yang Xiao to breathe a sigh of relief. Had they continued fighting, he would have had to issue a stop order. After all, in their current state, a single misstep could cost them their lives. It was truly unbelievable. In just one day, they had managed to slay a total of 11 mutated beasts above level 50. Even the instructors could not match this pace. One person spoke up. The crowd nodded in admiration. As for shock, they had long since become numb to it. Throughout the entire Bailian mountain range, there were only a little over 1,000 mutated beasts above level 50. At this rate, they could expect to clear them out in just over a month. Upon hearing the female officer's remark, Yang Xiao nodded, satisfaction evident on his face. Each time the mutated beast tide erupted, these level 50 beasts were undoubtedly the most challenging to deal with. Their numbers were vast, and their individual strength formidable. Even a single one could wreak havoc upon a city. Once they were eliminated, the more powerful, intelligent giants would no longer dare to attack recklessly. The potential for mutated beast uprisings would naturally dissipate. With this thought, Yang Xiao smiled. Now, our Hengshan base must be the fastest in terms of cleanup progress. The female officer hesitated for a moment before replying. Actually, no, Luoxiang base is still ahead. What is their situation? How could they be so swift? Yang Xiao was taken aback. I'm not sure. Compared to yesterday, Luoxiang base's cleanup speed has surged significantly. Meanwhile, at the Luoxiang command center, as midnight approached, nearly all the students were still engaged in fierce battles with the mutated beasts in the mountains. The commander found himself between laughter and tears. Originally, it was only the first-year students who fought so tenaciously, but as their contribution points increased, they began to catch up to the upperclassmen, putting pressure on the second-year students. If it were merely a matter of talent, being surpassed wouldn't be shameful. However, it was evident that all the first-year students were on the verge of surpassing them. To preserve their pride, they had no choice but to step up their efforts. Upon witnessing this scene, the junior and senior students could no longer remain seated. The inevitable outcome was that everyone from the academy became embroiled in this fervent competition. No one dared to take a respite, fearing that even the slightest pause might allow others to surpass them. In such circumstances, even the mentors were not spared. They inexplicably felt that resting was a disgraceful act. Would their relentless pursuit not lead to dire consequences? With an average of less than 2 hours of rest each day, even the most battle-hardened individuals would find it unsustainable. Someone voiced their concerns. The commander sighed, remarking that one could hardly impede their fervor. Fortunately, the academy stationed at the Luoxiang base exhibited commendable strength, with Beilong being universally acknowledged as the foremost institution. Moreover, having issued orders to deploy a substantial number of soldiers and armed helicopters on standby around the mountainous perimeter, they could swiftly assist the students in distress. Hence, while injuries were prevalent, fatalities remained relatively few. Reports from the 13 bases indicated that their conditions were dire, unable to clear the territory infested by level 20 mutated beasts. Most alarmingly, the Wushan base reported signs of gathering among the mutated creatures. This suggested that colossal beasts were becoming restless and might venture from the mountains to assault the surrounding cities. Wu City, being the closest to Wushan base, would be the first to suffer, as its strongest mentor was merely at the 4th transition, incapable of withstanding such an onslaught. The consequence would be that the mutated beasts would flood in, leaving countless individuals to become mere sustenance. The commander's expression grew grave. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, their minds haunted by memories of cities falling to ruin their hearts heavy with despair. Casting a glance at them, the commander spoke with unwavering resolve. Thus, the swifter we cleanse this area, the sooner we can allocate reinforcements to Wushan base and safeguard more lives. In the mountains, a youth clad in black battle armor was frantically wielding his battle sword, recklessly attacking the level 39 heavy-scaled lizard before him. His eyes were bloodshot, nearly bulging, as if possessed by madness. Kill, kill, kill. Turn all of you into contribution points. Xiao Yunshu murmured incessantly, the black energy enveloping him gradually solidifying. Each strike against the heavy-scaled lizard ignored its defenses, eliciting a piercing roar from the creature. After a relentless assault lasting several minutes, he finally brought it to its demise. Without pausing for a moment, Xiao Yunshu pressed deeper into the mountains. Level 40, I will achieve it. Suddenly, he whipped his head to the side, spotting a mutated beast resembling a cat demon stealthily approaching, its size exceeding 30 meters. Upon witnessing this, a fierce glimmer ignited in Xiao Yunshu's eyes, and a murderous intent surged within him. Like a prey sensing a predator, the cat demon trembled, recognizing the imminent danger, and turned to flee. You cannot escape, he. Returning to the dormitory, the familiar surroundings greeted him as Feng Yi inquired, why have you returned so late? It is already morning. Chen Lin chuckled lightly as he sat down and picked up a skewer of grilled meat. I delved too deep. The journey was somewhat lengthy. Feng Yi nodded and, intrigued, continued, Chen Lin, why has your contribution point count remained unchanged? Many have surpassed you. I teamed up with Senior Qin Kong. They earn contribution points while I seek life crystals. Ah, I see, the three of them realized. Suddenly, Feng Yi expressed astonishment. You aren't taking on a fifth transition task, are you? After all, Chen Lin can complete a fourth transition task on his own, so teaming up seems unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Li Zhongfeng and Xiao Yang also reacted. Exchanging glances with Chen Lin, a twinge of bitterness washing over them. They were still confined to second transition tasks, while Chen Lin had already accomplished a fifth transition task. He possesses combat prowess on par with that of our mentors. They pondered how, despite entering the Young Academy at the same time, the gap had widened so significantly. A wave of melancholy washed over the three of them. After all, they were all top talents from their respective provinces, with Li Zhongfeng's college entrance exam scores even surpassing Chen Lin's. Yet, in less than 5 days, they had fallen far behind. Contemplating this, they felt a sense of disillusionment. To be frank, Chen Lin, how have you managed to enhance your combat capabilities so rapidly? Even with the growth-type talent of Haiming, it shouldn't be this pronounced. Feng Yi lamented. Chen Lin merely smiled and remained silent, refraining from further discussion to spare his friends from deeper despair. With an insatiable hunger, as long as there was something to devour, no obstacles would impede his growth. Even as advancement grew increasingly arduous in the future, he would not stagnate. Once the three of them retreated to their beds for rest, Chen Lin quietly retrieved a specialized device and used his contribution points to request 10 level 2 life crystals. In comparison to academic credits, the purchasing power of contribution points was superior, being the transaction system utilized on the front lines, applicable throughout the human race. Yet, the sole method of acquisition was through contributions made to humanity. Cleansing mutated beasts to mitigate threats from behind certainly counted as such. Swiftly, after Chen Lin completed his operation, the logistics department promptly reported to the command center. Since life crystals were a limited resource, a single student applying for 10 at once was beyond their authority to grant. Yang Xiao pondered for a moment before inquiring, what is the current stock of life crystals? The female officer immediately replied, originally 520, it has now halved, as many students have exchanged for them. The quantity of these life crystals had accumulated over the years from the numerous mutated beasts eliminated by the Heiyang base attempting to emerge from the mountains. As most soldiers were engaged in civilian roles and ordinary lives, they found little use for them, thus they had been preserved. Now, they served as one of the exchange resources offered to all the valiant students fighting on the front lines. Grant them to him. Subsequent exchanges will be permitted as well. Yang Xiao nodded in approval, recognizing Chen Lin's immense potential, and having observed his commendable character over the past 2 days with the drone. He was already a focal point of interest. Furthermore, Chen Lin possessed resource allocation privileges, ensuring that any items he required would be prioritized by the military. Even precious materials could be directly exchanged. Understood. The female officer smiled, pleased to hand over the life crystals harvested by the soldiers of Heiyang base to Chen Lin. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a soldier clad in combat attire knocked on the dormitory door, handing Chen Lin a white safe measuring a meter in size. Thank you. Chen Lin expressed politely. The soldier nodded and promptly turned to leave, seemingly preoccupied with other duties. Observing this, Chen Lin returned inside, pondering for a moment before entering his student identification number. Instantly, the safe emitted a scanning beam, and a voice declared, student identity verification complete. With a click, the safe opened automatically, revealing 10 neatly arranged life crystals, each the size of a thumb. Without hesitation, Chen Lin grasped them all and silently intoned the word absorb. In an instant, all the life crystals exploded, transforming into glimmering fragments of red flowing energy that gradually merged into his body. Soon, his levels surged rapidly, reaching level 20. Life crystals offered a substantial amount of experience points, far exceeding the rate of slaying thousands of monsters in dungeons. Gazing at his personal panel, he saw the prompt for the second transition, and without a thought of sleep, he clicked it. His figure instantly vanished from the dormitory. When his vision cleared once more, Chen Lin found himself standing in a vast plain. A gentle breeze caressed him, bringing a refreshing chill. Before him appeared a transparent frame. Coordinate number 00996. This is a world invaded by the Fallen, who enslave all and continuously proliferate. Task: eliminate the Fallen. Number of participants: 1. Time limit: 235,959. Reminder: cannot actively return to Blue Star. Upon reading this, Chen Lin furrowed his brow. He recalled encountering information about the Fallen in the high school library. They were one of the alien civilizations attacking humanity. These creatures are not only invading Blue Star, they seem to possess the capacity to invade other realms as well. Just how extensive is their population? Contemplating this, Chen Lin inhaled deeply, his expression grave. Silently, he advanced forward until he reached the edge of a precipice. Upon glimpsing the scene below, his countenance froze in disbelief. Beside an expansive plantation, a group of towering figures, each over 2 meters tall with gray skin and adorned with horns, stood like grotesque, upright demons. Their mocking eyes fixated on the gaunt, expressionless humans, urging them to hastily grasp bone spikes and feed the small, black trees bearing crimson flesh. The people offered no resistance, listlessly lifting the bone spikes towards another palm that reached through. Blood dripped slowly, staining the dark red soil in vibrant hues. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Lin's fists had clenched tightly, a surge of fury rising within his chest. This marked the first time since his memories awakened that he felt such intense emotion. Entirely beyond his control, a silver butterfly appeared, gracefully landing on his shoulder. As its silvery glow enveloped him, armor enveloped his entire form. With a resounding boom, the earth erupted as Chen Lin leapt from the 100-meter-high cliff. Chapter 59, Massacre. Ah, the blood fruit will ripen in a few days. Once I consume it, I shall break through to the third ring and join the expeditionary forces. How I envy you, Bata. The two demons spoke when suddenly a tremendous sound erupted from behind, akin to a massive object crashing into the ground. They turned, puzzled, only to see a silver blur bursting forth from the billowing dust. In the blink of an eye, Chen Lin stood before the two demons, his armored fist radiating a white shockwave as it struck fiercely. In Bata's astonished gaze, there was no time to intervene, and the blow landed squarely on its face. Crack! The bones of its nose shattered, leaving a deep imprint from the punch, and it was sent sprawling backward like a projectile, crashing into numerous black saplings. Boom! As it hit the dark red ground, Bata felt its brain rattle, as if struck by a boulder weighing several tons. Had it not been for its naturally formidable physique, its head might have exploded. The nearby companions, witnessing this scene, paled, and from their hands emerged a viscous, black energy coalescing into spears, which they immediately hurled towards the sudden silver apparition. Chen Lin did not evade. He seized the spear's tip and shattered it with a forceful downward motion. How is this possible? The demon's eyes betrayed their fear, and Bata instinctively realized it could not match Chen Lin's strength. It turned to call for its kin. However, Chen Lin's reflexes were swifter. He drew his battle knife and cleaved through Bata's body, splitting it in two. Gray blood sprayed across the armor as Chen Lin's gaze remained indifferent. At that moment, all the demons finally regained their composure from the sudden upheaval, their terrifying eyes filled with rage. Chen Lin, undaunted, allowed his battle knife to morph slowly into a formidable trident over 3 meters long. With a sweeping motion, the sheer weight of it caused a thunderous roar in the air. Dozens of demons surrounded him, led by Body, who fixed a steely gaze upon the silver figure and spoke gravely. Who are you? Why do you attack without provocation? This was a peculiar mode of communication, comprehensible to any race, akin to the telepathic exchanges with the Dark Ones. Although Chen Lin understood, he had no desire to respond, nor did he wish to. The human race has no need for a reason to slay you beasts. Hearing this strange language, many demons found it somewhat familiar. Bata suddenly understood, its face twisting into a mocking smile. So, it is the struggling ants that dare to venture out instead of hiding in their holes. Chen Lin's expression grew ever colder as he strode towards the demons, the tip of his trident dragging against the ground. Boom! He transformed into a blur, his speed reaching its zenith, and appeared mere 3 meters in front of Body. Seeing the trident's gleaming tip coming for it, Body was momentarily taken aback and hastily raised its already formed shield to block. Bang! Its form was instantly sent flying, crashing against the cliff face. This spectacle left all the demons in stunned silence. Crack, crack! A clatter of falling stones ensued as Body extricated itself from the cliff wall, its gaze now heavy with gravity. Such immense power, its speed even surpassed that of a third-ring demon. When had one of those rodents produced such a formidable being? However, this was a plantation, and at least 80 demons were stationed here. With this thought, Body broke into a cruel grin. Let us all attack together and tear him apart to feed the blood fruit. Roars erupted from all the demons. Their savage gazes locked onto Chen Lin as torrents of black energy surged forth, filling the air with a nauseating aura pressing down upon him. Unfazed, Chen Lin maintained his calm demeanor, his body surging forward as he charged, the trident cleaving through the air with a thunderous crack. The two demons nearest to him were obliterated under the overwhelming weight of the trident, their heads exploding. At that moment, spears surged toward him, striking his armor but failing to penetrate even a millimeter, leaving no mark. Upon witnessing this, several demons wore expressions of disbelief. Their response came in the form of a battle trident slicing through the air, swiftly dispatching them all. Chen Lin resembled a humanoid beast of slaughter, his strength attribute soaring to 220 points, wielding a weapon weighing 13 tons, an utterly terrifying force, unstoppable. The under 30 level demons could not withstand even a single blow from him. Amidst this relentless onslaught, the demons' bodies lay grotesquely mutilated upon the ground, gray blood spilling freely around them. The once confident body began to panic. In a desperate bid, it conjured a chain of black energy that surged towards Chen Lin, attempting to ensnare him. Quick, let us together subdue him. As the words left its lips, body suddenly felt an immense force from the chain, propelling it forward uncontrollably. The fearsome trident descended from above, and body's expression shifted dramatically as it frantically activated its innate powers, the surface of its skin splitting to reveal a tough, black-glossed hide. Beneath this hardened exterior, the trident failed to cleave through completely, but instead crashed down, shattering the earth. Chen Lin sheathed the trident and stepped forward, crushing the injured body's skull beneath his foot. He cast a cold glance at the remaining demons. At once, fear gripped them, rendering them hesitant to advance. Witnessing the death of their brother, Bada's eyes flared with rage. It etched Chen Lin's appearance deeply into its memory before turning and sprinting toward the royal city. Noticing this, Chen Lin communicated with the silver butterfly, and the trident instantly transformed into a battle spear. Aiming at Bada's fleeing figure, his arm muscles tensed as he unleashed the spear with all his might. The spear pierced through, exploding Bada's head in an instant. The remaining demons howled in fury. He has no weapon. Attack. Bang. With a single punch, Chen Lin obliterated the skull of the demon that charged at him. He engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat, each punch accompanied by a white shockwave, immensely heavy and awe-inspiring. He lunged towards another demon, launching a devastating kick that shattered its jaw. At that moment, a roar erupted from nearby. Without even glancing, Chen Lin swung his fist, collapsing the demon's chest and sending it crashing into another demon approaching from behind. With his seamless combination of punches and kicks, the 80 demons dwindled rapidly, their terror driving them to flee. Chen Lin's eyes remained icy, unwilling to relent, as he pursued them relentlessly, slaying them all. Afterward, he approached the fallen battle spear, lifting it as he gazed up at a colossal eye formed from gray patterns in the sky. This was likely the long-range observation method of the demon race. He must have been detected long ago. Chen Lin took a deep breath, turning his gaze toward his kin in the plantation, falling silent. They displayed no reaction, like soulless automatons, numbly piercing themselves to nourish the fruit trees. An indescribable despair weighed heavily upon his heart. Observing this scene, Chen Lin raised his hand in an attempt to intervene, yet found his mouth sealed shut. He was powerless to save anyone. Are you a celestial being? Suddenly, a tender voice interrupted his thoughts. Chen Lin turned sharply to find a disheveled girl standing beside him. She had dashed down from the cliff, stumbling several times in her haste, her clothes tattered, revealing numerous wounds. Noticing Chen Lin's dazed gaze, the girl, clutching her attire nervously, whispered, "Can you help us?" Chapter 60, The Death's Heavy Gaze. Chen Lin remained silent for a long moment before responding. Of course. The malevolent beings have departed. You should call others to collect these. He gestured toward the red fruits. The girl glanced at them, nodding vigorously, though a shadow of worry crossed her face. What if they returned? Do not fret. No malevolent beings will appear today, Chen Lin reassured, gently ruffling her dirty hair. Celestial being, is that true? Indeed. At this affirmation, the girl's face lit up with joy. Watching her run off, seemingly eager to share the good news, a wave of sorrow surged within Chen Lin, causing his very body to tremble. With the presence of that eye in the sky, how could the malevolent beings remain ignorant of their location? They were treating humans as mere resources for cultivation. All of you vile beings deserve to perish. Anger flared within Chen Lin. With a subtle thought, Haiming emerged, its massive form exuding a terrifying aura. A large number of malevolent beings were undoubtedly on their way. To be safe, Chen Lin promptly confirmed the evolution. With this action, a tremendous surge of primal power erupted from within Haiming, sweeping through its body. Darkness surged forth, transforming into a black pillar of light that shot skyward, piercing the clouds and shattering the gray eye. Boom. The very heavens seemed to tremble, a fearsome aura engulfing the surroundings, akin to the descent of a demonic god. Roar. Haiming let out a thunderous roar, its fearsome might echoing across several kilometers. The girl, who had not ventured far, fell to the ground in fright. Trembling hands clutching her small head, daring to rise only after the ominous presence dissipated. Despite her quaking legs, she continued to run, determined to inform everyone that a silver celestial being had come to their rescue. Congratulations. Your summoned creature Hyming has acquired the skill, Spring Surge. Congratulations. Your summoned creature Hyming's giantization talent has been upgraded to BA grade. Congratulations. Your summoned creature Hyming's diamond body talent has been upgraded to BA grade. Congratulations. Your summoned creature Hyming's flame talent has been upgraded to Celestial Flame, A. Congratulations. Your summoned creature Hyming has obtained a new talent, Death's Heavy Gaze, A. Power, 412, 502. Constitution, 429, 519. Agility, 418, 508. Mana, 384, for 74. In this evolution, Hyming had grown a staggering 30 meters, reaching a height of 110 meters, with a length exceeding 200 meters. All attributes increased by 90 points. Chen Lin focused his mind. Giantization, A increases body size 5-fold, while enhancing strength, defense, and speed by 500. Diamond Body, A grants the body immunity properties, reducing elemental and toxin damage. When activated, the body is enveloped in diamond power, rendering it immovable. Celestial Flame, A allows the fusion of 3 powers into a unique personal realm. Death's Heavy Gaze, A within sight. It defines death for the target, leaving nothing unscathed. All talents received substantial enhancements, resulting in a significant increase in power. The most formidable upgrade was the transformation of the flame into Celestial Flame, which, upon merging 3 powers, could create a unique realm. Chen Lin had witnessed the sheer force of the gravity realm wielded by the giant rock dragon lizard. It could easily subdue Hyming. And Luo Ning's gray realm was equally enigmatic. The realm formed by the fusion of 3 talents could not possibly be weak. As for Death's Heavy Gaze, Chen Lin had yet to employ it, leaving its specifics uncertain. However, an A-grade talent could not be feeble. Taking a deep breath, Chen Lin cast his gaze forward. The next task was to eliminate all approaching malevolent beings. Let us depart. We must move the battlefield away from here. Casting a glance at the numbed people behind him, Chen Lin silently vowed, I shall make them pay in blood. He turned, accompanied by Hyming, walking several kilometers without exchanging a thought. Hyming sensed its master's distress and quietly followed his side. After about 10 minutes, patterns began to manifest in the sky, slowly coalescing into a massive gray eye, fixating on the man and beast below. Soon, a horde of malevolent beings, 3 to 4 meters tall, surged from the horizon, at least several thousand in number. The foremost 10 boasted a staggering level of 55. Such a difficulty level had never been encountered by humanity in a 20-level advancement dungeon. The battle lance morphed into a war spear, which Chen Lin gripped tightly, coldly declaring, leave no survivors. Eradicate these malevolent beings completely. As you command, my lord. Hyming responded mentally, rapidly enlarging into a terrifying black beast towering 550 meters at the shoulder, stretching over 1,000 meters in length. Ebon flames erupted from its body, and its deep blue vertical eyes transformed into gray heavy gazes, exuding a terrifying aura of impending death. Roar. The ferocious roar reverberated across 10 kilometers, the terrifying might freezing all malevolent beings in their tracks. Under this oppressive force, all but 10 high-ranking 5-ring malevolent beings trembled uncontrollably. Sensing profound fear, this beast was formidable. It was clearly not a creature of this world. Therefore, this human could not possibly be one of the mice we have cultivated. They all hail from other realms. The 10 5-ring malevolent beings exchanged grave glances, their eyes fixated on the black beast before them. The terrifying flames that engulfed it instilled a sense of extreme danger. Even from several kilometers away, the scorching heat remained palpable. Under its colossal form, each step of Hyming covered hundreds of meters, instantly heightening the vigilance of the 5-ring malevolent beings. Swiftly, they accelerated, utilizing Spring Surge to absorb the energy lingering in the air, rapidly replenishing their mana, both abilities activated simultaneously. Boom. Hyming unleashed its power, causing the ground within a radius of several hundred meters to erupt, countless stones flying into the air. Its figure appeared before the 10 5-ring malevolent beings in an instant. Its gray heavy gaze coldly fixed on them, raising its massive claw to strike. A vast shadow loomed overhead as the 5-ring malevolent beings dashed forth, narrowly avoiding the blow. However, the other malevolent beings on the ground were not so fortunate. They were instantly reduced to pulp beneath the monstrous claw, consumed by the ebon flames. Upon witnessing this, the leader, Reales, immediately shouted, do not concern yourselves with that monster. Kill the human. Chapter 61, The Terror of Death. Watching as all the malevolent beings rushed past him, Hyming's heavy gaze remained icy, its forepaws smashing down, causing the earth to crack for hundreds of meters, a tremor resonating outward, terrifying in its might, accompanied by a roar. The black flames erupted thousands of meters away, consuming everything in their path. Countless malevolent beings were engulfed in panic, not only enduring the searing agony but also feeling their very lives being swiftly stripped away, cries of despair echoing throughout. In mere seconds, the weaker malevolent beings were reduced to ashes. Damn it! What kind of power is this that can directly incinerate my life essence? How bizarre. Reales was taken aback. This was entirely different from mere injury. Life essence represented lifespan, and once lost, could not be restored unless through rare treasures. Act swiftly. If we delay further, even if we manage to win, we will have little time left to live. 9 malevolent beings of the 5 rings nodded in unison, promptly conjuring an array of formidable weapons, each channeling their innate powers to unleash their most devastating attacks. However, as their strikes collided with the entity known as Black Ming, a resplendent golden radiance emerged, exuding an aura of unyielding might. All their efforts were effortlessly thwarted. How could its defenses be so impenetrable? Reales ground its teeth in frustration. At that moment, a colossal hand descended with the force of an entire mountain, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Witnessing this, Reales' back erupted with dark, bony wings, shooting forth like a piercing arrow, decisively fleeing into the distance. Yet, an overwhelming wave of dread suddenly enveloped its mind, as a pair of merciless eyes, radiating an aura of terrifying death, materialized from the void, fixated upon it. In that instant, Reales' form froze. Under the influence of the deathly gaze, its intimidation seemed to intensify, acquiring a new, formidable effect. The massive hand crashed down, rendering Reales utterly immobile, cold sweat streaming from its brow. This was an overpowering control. It possessed no means of mental resistance and was utterly ensnared. Boom! The earth crumbled beneath them, as if a dragon had turned in its slumber, billowing clouds of dust and creating a cataclysmic spectacle. Observing the monstrous black wolf, akin to a harbinger of calamity, the 9 malevolent beings swallowed hard, their eyes betraying their fear. This beast was too terrifying, resembling a monster beyond their capabilities to confront. We must flee. Hearing this, the other 8 malevolent beings nodded in agreement, swiftly unfurling their black-bone wings and racing towards the royal city. None wished to be the last. Black Ming completely devoured Reales under its grasp, raising its heavy gaze coldly upon the others, who appeared like mere flies, casually fixing its attention on one before instantly appearing behind it, claws glimmering with dark light, ready to shred. Witnessing this scene, the remaining 8 malevolent beings were filled with dread, wishing they could sprout another pair of bone wings. Scatter! They instantly dispersed, each fleeing in a different direction. Black Ming selected a malevolent being at random, pursuing it to once again immobilize it, claws tearing it apart. Following this, an aura of death, chilling to the bone, surged from its gaze. The terrifying essence of death transformed the area surrounding one malevolent being into a gray zone, grinding its life away like a millstone, causing it to plummet to the ground. Black Ming repeated this method, continuing to employ its deathly gaze. However, after 2 such usages, a sharp pain surged from its eyes. Blood streamed down, staining them red, as a hint of deathly intent began to arise within it. If it were to forcefully continue using this power, the accumulated deathly essence would eventually reach a critical point, leading to a backlash that would obliterate it. Realizing this, Black Ming ceased its assault, crashing its foot down to shatter the ground beneath, turning into a shadow as it began its methodical hunt. Meanwhile, hundreds of malevolent beings approached from either side, and upon witnessing the dissipating sea of black flames, they roared and charged towards Chen Lin. Chen Lin, devoid of emotion, surged forth, his battle spear sweeping through the air. Each malevolent being burst apart under the unmatched ferocity of his spear's brilliance, their lives extinguished. Soon, the ground was strewn with indistinguishable corpses, various limbs entangled together. After some time, only Chen Lin remained standing on the plain. Surrounding him was a sea of gray blood and dismembered bodies, the stench of carnage rising to the heavens, creating a hellish tableau. On the other side, within the plantation, when dozens of individuals arrived, they were taken aback by the sight of the scattered malevolent corpses. The girl scanned her surroundings for a while, but could not spot the silver figure, prompting her to dash towards the plantation's exit. The leading man, upon witnessing this, immediately commanded everyone to return to the base, retrieve the blood fruits, and obliterate the area. Having given his orders, he followed after the girl. An entire hour later, upon reaching the plain littered with corpses, the man's expression was one of shock. Countless malevolent beings had met their demise, their flesh intermingled in a gruesome display, the stench of blood overwhelming, making the area feel like a descent into hell. Even further away, the ground lay in ruins, patches of it collapsed and shattered, devoid of any vegetation. How could this devastation have occurred? Just from this scene, he could imagine the horror of the preceding battle. Could it truly be that a powerful human had descended? Yet at this moment, Chen Lin had long departed, with not a soul in sight. Tens of kilometers away, standing atop Black Ming, Chen Lin gazed down upon the farthest reaches of the plain, hastening along the path taken by the malevolent beings. He was determined to locate their lair and annihilate them all. Sensing the deathly aura enveloping Black Ming, Chen Lin reached out with his mind. "Are you well? There will be no issues in the short term, my lord." Upon hearing the response, Chen Lin nodded, continuing to fix his gaze ahead, having consumed thousands of malevolent beings. Black Ming's size increased by another 5 meters. The energy required for growth had evidently surged significantly. Furthermore, its evolutionary value had only risen by a mere 100 points, leaving it still far from the 5,000 needed for completion. The threshold for evolution had become nearly tenfold more challenging. With all its talents now in the S-rank category, it seemed a monumental barrier. Without dedicating many days to this endeavor, evolution would likely remain unattainable. As his thoughts wandered, a colossal city gradually came into view, and Chen Lin narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening. Upon the towering edifice, hundreds of malevolent beings had already retreated, leaving behind a single 59-level foe, nearly at the 6 rings threshold, awaiting him. Through his observational gaze, he discerned that the tactic of overwhelming numbers would prove futile. They would not recklessly offer themselves up for slaughter. Ralliada's eyes were frosty, its 6-meter-tall frame unfurling a pair of terrifying black-bone wings, enveloped in an oppressive aura. The blackened power of corruption materialized into a tangible current, darkening the surroundings, preventing any light from penetrating. From a distance of several kilometers, it silently regarded Chen Lin. This repulsive presence could be sensed even from afar. Chen Lin's voice turned icy. He leapt from atop Black Ming, crashing into the ground, and then, like a blade, surged towards the great city with haste. Black Ming, you take care of it. I shall eliminate the other malevolent beings. As commanded, Black Ming's form instantly expanded to 1,000 meters, the dark flames erupting, resembling a colossal harbinger of disaster, its ferocious might sweeping across all directions. Boom. The 1,000-meter plane fractured as Black Ming shot forth, appearing before the great city. Observing this black wolf, which dwarfed it by 100 times, the shadow cast by Black Ming enveloped Ralliada's entirely, yet its expression remained unchanged. The claws, imbued with dark light, tore through the air like a bolt of lightning. In the instant of contact, a corner of the stone city wall, as hard as iron, erupted, crumbling as if made of paper. However, just as the blow was about to land on Ralliada's, it was intercepted by a barrier formed from the blackened, materialized currents, rendering it unable to break through. Did it think that a mere beast of a life level, not even reaching the king rank, could overturn the balance by slaying a few ants? Ralliada spoke with a calm demeanor, flicking its finger. The black barrier instantly expanded and detonated, sending Black Ming reeling back several hundred meters. Following this, the dark power surged, swiftly transforming into an enormous demonic blade over 100 meters long, radiating a terrifying aura of corruption that turned the surrounding foliage gray. Ralliada slowly reached out to grasp the demonic blade, the swirling dark currents rising, its might escalating to an unimaginable peak, a sight of sheer terror. I, the son of the demon king of the true race of corruption, am not to be compared with those worthless beings. Prepare to meet your demise. Ralliada swung down fiercely, the massive blade cleaving towards Black Ming. A golden light flickered into existence, but it could only withstand for mere seconds before fracturing under the immense pressure, the unyielding essence being eroded by the corrupting aura, on the verge of shattering. Black Ming roared, its palms gripping the demonic blade, at which point the golden light shattered as well. It relied solely on its formidable physique, boasting over 2,500 in physical attributes, to withstand the blow. Boom. The ground around them instantly collapsed several dozen meters, and ahead, the demonic blade carved a bottomless chasm into the earth. Countless streams of dark golden blood flowed from its head and palms. With a single strike, it inflicted considerable damage upon He Ming. Raya-Tez's expression remained impassive. Indeed, surviving my blow without succumbing grants you the right to become my steed. I am aware of your bond with that human, which prohibits you from harming him. Now, I present you with a chance to atone for the sins of slaughtering my kin by the thousands. All I require is that you refrain from interfering while I eliminate that human. What say you? Upon hearing this, He Ming's eyes ignited with an unprecedented fury, glaring fiercely at Raya-Tez. How? You dare challenge me? A ferocious roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as its entire body erupted in dark flames, expanding within the blink of an eye to encompass thousands of meters, engulfing everything in a fierce blaze. A terrifying, brutal specter, stretching over 2,000 meters, slowly coalesced. This ominous apparition was on the verge of becoming corporeal, emanating an aura that sent tremors through all living beings, more fearsome than ever. Sensing the all-consuming power, Raya-Tez's gaze grew increasingly grave. Its very essence was being siphoned away. In haste, Raya-Tez conjured a barrier to shield itself from the engulfing dark flames. How? You have merely deflected a trivial attack. Do you believe yourself strong? Now let us continue. He Ming's voice resonated heavily, sending ripples through the air. As its cold gaze fixed upon Raya-Tez, it required no movement. Its lethal claws lifted and struck down in an instant. The brutal specter mirrored its actions. Witnessing this, Raya-Tez's expression shifted slightly, summoning all its strength to reinforce the barrier with fallen power. Yet, it was still unable to withstand the terrifying dark claws of the brutal specter. In mere seconds, cracks began to appear in the barrier, deepening rapidly. With a resounding crash, Ryatez was forcefully struck down, crashing into the ground. How? Is this all you have? Ming looked down disdainfully, refraining from further attack, patiently awaiting its rise. Ryatez's expression darkened as it slowly stood from the earth, once again feeling its life essence being drained, and it spat fiercely, "Beast, I shall make you wish for death." A terrifying power erupted from within it. Yet, almost immediately, it could advance no further than 10 meters, leaving Ryatez bewildered. What is happening? Why can my domain not expand? Am I being suppressed? Before it could gather its thoughts, the brutal specter's claws struck again. Boom. Struck. Ryatez shattered the thick, sturdy city wall, hurtling backward for hundreds of meters. How? Pathetic. Understanding the implication, Ryatez could no longer contain its inner fury, unleashing a roar as it soared into the sky. Even without the augment of the fallen domain, I can slay you. With those words, Ryatez's form suddenly expanded to dozens of meters, dark patterns spreading across its skin. Its black bony wings unfurled wide, stretching over 100 meters. A long black spear coalesced in its grasp. Dark currents erupted, blasting outward in waves, a terrifying aura radiating from it. Inherent talent, fallen demon shadow. Prepare to meet your demise. Ryatez roared, its form vanishing in an instant, crashing through the waves of dark flames. The sharp black spear lunged forth. In this strike, Ming's reflexes and speed surpassed all, utilizing the added range from the brutal Spectre-S attack to swat it away like a mere fly, creating a massive crater upon impact. Struggling to rise, Ryatez gritted its teeth, its eyes ablaze with rage, born as a noble among the fallen. It had never endured such humiliation. Baji, what are you waiting for? Activate the fallen sky locking array. The command echoed through the gray eyes suspended in the sky, reaching the distant rear. Instantly, a black canopy descended like an inverted bowl, enveloping the great city, as chains entwined with fallen power erupted from the void, binding Ming in successive coils. Countless dark currents seeped through the chains, seeking to assimilate it. With the full force of tens of thousands of fallen, even one of 6 rings would obediently be assimilated, turning into a mere puppet. Ryatez laughed maniacally. I will ensure to torment you thoroughly. Ming's 2 pairs of gray eyes remained cold, as a ferocious roar accompanied the fusion of 3 powers, gluttony, growth, and death. Boom. The dark flames erupted violently, expanding 1,000 meters, a terrifying presence of death circulating throughout the domain. In that moment, any creature within the sea of dark flames would be defined by death. Even eternal gods could perish. Simultaneously, the brutal specter solidified into a tangible form, its aura reverberating for miles, radiating terror and brutality. Massive eyes emerged. 2 pairs of grim gray orbs, imbued with the essence of death, capable of annihilating a target with a mere glance. Within this domain, power manifested. It was as though it had become the sovereign of this realm. Chapter 63. To fight for the master is the true meaning. The heaven-devouring death prison. The fusion of the 3 innate powers created an unfathomably terrifying domain. Ryatez's smile froze, its gaze morphing into one of dread. Within the heaven-devouring death realm, not only was its life being incessantly devoured and transformed by the dark flames, but it was also being gradually eroded by the essence of death. One could discern its weakening essence from its faltering breath. Damn beast, let us see who exhausts whom first, you or I. A frenzied look crossed Ryatez's face as it poured every ounce of fallen power into the chains. The erosion's potency surged to new heights. Countless fallen energies enveloped Ming, aiming to utterly corrupt its flesh and soul. Ming roared skyward, its unwavering will rendering the terrifying fallen power sluggish and difficult to navigate. Since its birth, it had been cast aside by the wolf pack due to its mutations and diminutive size, deemed worthless, left to perish in the merciless forest. Hunger and coldness had rendered it nearly devoid of warmth as it curled within the crevices of rocks. It was Chen Lin's summons that had spared it from doom, granting it a renewed sense of purpose. From that moment on, Ming resolved to follow him for eternity, never to part ways. Thus, what compelled it to fight for Chen Lin was never a contract or a bond of souls. Its very existence was to battle for Chen Lin. The brutal specter roared in unison, shattering the chains binding Ming without the need for command. The massive claws struck down, tearing apart the bindings. Witnessing this, Ryatez sneered, conjuring even more chains to ensnare. Futile. Even with your current 6-ring power, you shall never break free. The brutal specter slowly regarded it, its gray eyes devoid of emotion, as the terrifying essence of death erupted from within. In an instant, Ryatez felt an overwhelming sense of danger. As its surroundings turned gray, under the onslaught of such fearsome power, its life was nearly extinguished in mere seconds, teetering on the brink of death. Just then, a surge of black power erupted from Ryatez, radiating an aura capable of causing all to fall, directly shattering the essence of death. Ryatez's expression soured. The protective power bestowed by its father had vanished. This left it no choice but to flee without hesitation. Remaining any longer would surely result in being consumed by the dark flames and the pervasive essence of death circulating within the domain. Meanwhile, Chen Lin's figure had already arrived at the vast palace square behind the great city, hurling his war spear from hundreds of meters away. The silver flash pierced the air, hurtling towards the mass of tens of thousands of fallen. Witnessing this, Baji sprang into action, conjuring a massive black blade to intercept the war spear. The tremendous impact forced him back several meters. At that moment, Chen Lin drew closer, delivering a silver fist to the spear's end. It pierced through effortlessly, obliterating the heart of the level 35 fallen, exploding in a spray of gray blood. Chen Lin's gaze remained serene as the war spear transformed, morphing into a war trident that swept across all directions. Under the ruthless glare of the spear's light, several nearby fallen beings erupted violently, scattering flesh and blood in all directions. This horrifying spectacle instilled fear in countless other fallen creatures, compelling them to retreat hastily, abandoning their efforts to sustain the dark powers of the Grand Formation. This sudden turn of events allowed the Black Abyss to shatter all its shackles, causing the obsidian sky to fracture and vanish. Rather than retreating, Chen Lin advanced, his foot crashing down with a thunderous sound, breaking the ground beneath him as he charged into the ranks of the fallen. His silvery figure, illuminated by the renewed radiance, shone brilliantly, standing out starkly against the dark horde. The spear's might was tyrannical and ferocious, obliterating everything in its path. Chen Lin's momentum was unparalleled, dispatching dozens of fallen in mere moments. A roar accompanied the assault as countless black spikes surged from the side. Without even glancing, Chen Lin allowed the spikes to descend, his formidable armor impervious to their assault, blocking them effortlessly. Human, were it not for my kin's elite being away on an expedition, you would have been crushed like an ant. A 4-meter-tall fallen glared menacingly, its muscles swelling as it charged forward. Chen Lin's expression remained cold and unyielding. With a swift motion, his spear cleaved through the air, instantly bringing the creature crashing to the ground in a multitude of fractures. The spear plunged into its flesh, lifting it effortlessly and hurling it towards the throng of fallen. With a resounding impact, Chen Lin gazed coldly at the fallen that had been smashed into a straight path. Give me a year, and even if I were to eradicate your entire fallen race, what difficulty would that pose? The 4-meter fallen, clearly comprehending human speech, turned pale, bellowing. Let us assimilate him together. In unison, all the fallen roared, unleashing their dark powers, which instantly enveloped the surroundings in a thick, black mist. They transformed into long chains, rushing towards Chen Lin. Reacting with remarkable speed, he evaded the chains just as the ground erupted, narrowly escaping their grasp. His eyes remained calm as he swept his spear, reaping the fallen while deftly dodging the chains. As countless fallen perished, blood and dismembered corpses stained the ground, a crimson tide surging forth. Chen Lin's once silver armor had turned a shade of gray, enveloped in the aura of slaughter, resembling the very embodiment of malevolence. However, as time passed, the chains multiplied, gradually cornering him and limiting his escape routes. Eventually, one chain ensnared Chen Lin, and dozens more surged in, binding his limbs and body tightly. Witnessing this, the fallen erupted in gleeful anticipation, displaying cruel smiles. Quickly, let us assimilate him. Countless waves of dark energy surged along the chains, yet Chen Lin felt nothing, as if all the power had dissipated upon contact with the silver butterfly in his mind. Suddenly, a mournful cry from the silver butterfly resonated within his consciousness, causing Chen Lin's expression to darken, his demeanor growing grave. Sensing its voice weakening and the encroachment intensifying, he immediately sought to withdraw the silver butterfly to bear the burden himself, but a fierce roar echoed from afar. A colossal corpse, spanning dozens of meters, smashed through numerous structures, crashing into a throng of fallen. The sheer force of the impact reduced them to a blurred mass of flesh. A massive black wolf, unstoppable and terrifyingly swift, barreled through the debris, appearing in the palace square amidst the chaos. The ground shook violently as the palace quaked under its oppressive might, instilling terror in all the fallen, their hearts racing in fear. Gazing upon the enormous corpse, they swallowed hard, incredulous. How is it possible? Lord Riotous is dead? One fallen exclaimed, and at once, dread spread among them. The Black Abyss, witnessing its master ensnared by countless chains, was instantly consumed by fury. Casting a fierce gaze upon all the fallen, under its intimidation, none dared to flee. In an instant, black flames erupted, engulfing them and incinerating them entirely. Chapter 64. A glimmer of hope for salvation. With all chains shattered beneath its claws, Chen Lin exhaled a sigh of relief, communicating with the silver butterfly and receiving confirmation of its safety. He then turned to the Black Abyss, which was entangled with a sense of death, furrowing his brow. He could not allow it to employ the death's heavy gaze again, for the backlash would be beyond what the current Black Abyss could endure. Sensing Chen Lin's concern, the Black Abyss reassured him, stating that using it 2 more times should be manageable, master. Chen Lin, feeling helpless, gently stroked it, pondering the potential consequences. He then inquired, "Is there a way to alleviate this sense of death? With the passage of time, it will dissipate on its own," it replied. Nodding at this, Chen Lin began to scour the entire palace, ensuring not a single fallen remained. The area spanned thousands of meters, filled with uniquely styled structures, all crafted from materials he had never encountered. After searching for an hour, Chen Lin found no traces of valuable resources, indicating they had all been utilized. Upon reaching the final palace, he encountered an enormous door resembling jade, measuring over a dozen meters in width and towering several stories high. Placing his hands upon it, he exerted force, causing the door to rumble and swing open. Once there was enough space for a person to pass, Chen Lin halted and stepped inside. The black abyss, being too large, could not squeeze through even in its non-giant form. However, should Chen Lin encounter danger, it would not hesitate to obliterate the entire palace. Inside was vast, with towering columns standing firm, and the central floor etched with a grand array, exuding an aura of profound mystery. In simple terms, Chen Lin could not comprehend a single aspect of it. Suddenly, his gaze darted to the side, where a fallen creature clad in ceremonial robes cowered behind a massive column. It trembled violently, its face filled with terror. As Chen Lin approached, dragging his spear, the piercing sound sent the sacrificial fallen into a frenzy of fear, causing it to tremble even more. Realizing that the silver figure was indeed advancing toward him, the sacrificial fallen collapsed to the ground, pleading, "Please, do not kill me." Chen Lin's face remained impassive. "You have invaded countless worlds at will, slaughtering my kind. Now you understand fear?" As he raised his spear, the sacrificial fallen hastily defended itself, saying, "I have not. I was born here, have never ventured into other worlds, nor have I ever killed your kind." Chen Lin, employing his probing technique, assessed its level of 30, his gaze fierce as he pressed its head into the ground. "Your kin have not only slain countless humans, but have also bred them, using their blood to nourish precious resources. You may claim you have never killed a single person here, yet you feast upon their blood daily." Feeling the weight above its head intensify, the sacrificial fallen's face contorted in fear. Those blood fruits were unique to this world. As long as they absorbed blood, they would grow, and consuming them would instantly enhance one's combat prowess. Indeed, it had consumed many, but it did not see this as a wrongdoing. The weak were meant to be enslaved, and invading other worlds to strengthen their race was essential for survival. This was the belief instilled in it since its birth. "You've made such a commotion that other royal cities will undoubtedly be alerted. They will immediately send messages across realms, summoning my kin's stronger warriors back. By then, you will be doomed. However, I can help you activate the World's teleportation array to escape." The sacrificial fallen spoke rapidly, fearing its head would be crushed at any moment. Hearing this, Chen Lin's eyes brightened. He might be able to rescue that girl and others. With this thought, Chen Lin's spear struck the ground beside the sacrificial fallen, causing the flooring to explode, startling it greatly. How many people can this teleportation array accommodate? 1,000 people should pose no problem. The sacrificial fallen quickly realized he intended to rescue others, but dared not lie, responding honestly. Chen Lin sighed in relief, lifting his foot and tapping the sacrificial fallen gently. "Get up, follow me." The sacrificial fallen complied hastily, not daring to entertain any ulterior motives. After all, the gray eyes in the sky had always been under its control, and it understood all too well the terror that Chen Lin and the creature outside embodied. Upon exiting, Chen Lin seized it with one hand, placing it upon the back of the black abyss, and communicated his intentions. Haiming nodded slightly, casting a glance at the fallen priest. "If you dare to touch me, I will slay you without hesitation." When beastly creatures attain great power, they naturally acquire the universal language of the heavens, a legacy embedded within their bloodline. Upon comprehending this, the fallen priest instantly withdrew its limbs, desperately hoisting its body upward. Cautiously, it suggested, "If you intend to retrieve someone, you may use the airborne castle. It is sufficiently spacious and swift. Allow me to guide you." Moments later, they arrived before a towering castle, reaching a height of 1,000 meters. Haiming leapt effortlessly onto its surface, causing the entire structure to tremble violently. Yet, soon after, numerous gray patterns emerged, stabilizing the edifice. The fallen priest urgently implored Chen Lin to drop it, daring not to make contact with Haiming. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin showed no mercy, forcefully slamming it into the castle's ground. After all, the life of the fallen priest was not fragile. Struggling to rise, the fallen priest bore no trace of resentment and promptly operated the airborne castle to ascend at maximum velocity. 2 hours elapsed, and the castle hovered above the plantation. Chen Lin leapt down, creating a small crater upon impact, and surveyed the surroundings, which appeared desolate and uninhabited. At that moment, a filthy girl emerged, her limbs trembling slightly. A celestial being. She had been waiting there, anticipating Chen Lin's return. Gazing at the castle in the sky, the girl's expression was one of profound fear. "That is the weapon of the fallen ones, celestial being. Are we in danger?" "Do not worry." Noticing the trepidation in her eyes, Chen Lin understood that it was likely a misunderstanding. He approached and gently patted her, reassuring her that the fallen had all been vanquished. The girl relaxed, her curiosity piqued. Celestial being, may I ascend to take a look? Of course. Chen Lin communicated with Haiming telepathically, and, as the castle descended, he instructed, please close your eyes. All right. The girl nodded obediently. Chen Lin removed his battle armor and gently lifted her onto the castle. The fallen priest hastily approached, eager to inquire if they were heading to the base of these individuals, as it was aware of the location. However, Chen Lin shot at a cold glance, commanding, stay far away and do not appear. He had promised the girl that there would be no fallen present today. Upon hearing this, the fallen priest immediately fell silent, retreating to operate the flight of the castle. After a considerable time, they landed on a flat hill. Chen Lin took the girl's hand, leading her down. They followed a path obscured by weeds, descending into the underground. This place was supported by rudimentary wooden beams, illuminated only by torches, and was crowded with several hundred individuals. Upon seeing the girl, a man rushed over. Xiaoya, who is this? Celestial being. He is the one who has slain all the fallen. At this proclamation, the surrounding crowd was struck with astonishment, their gazes toward Chen Lin filled with respect. Chapter 65, The Fallen Celestial Shadow. Could it truly be that he was the one who had eradicated all the fallen? The crowd's eyes scrutinized him. He bore no resemblance to the monstrous figure they had envisioned. Instead, his fair and handsome visage exuded gentleness, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. Moreover, he appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly only 18 or 19 years of age. Are you truly a celestial being? Upon hearing this question from the man who had addressed the girl as Xiaoya, he shook his head. He understood more, knowing that Chen Lin was not a celestial being, but a powerful human from another realm. Zhou Yuan cautiously spoke, my lord. Do you have any directives for us? He could ascertain that Chen Lin did not originate from this world. Once, many formidable beings had resided here. Yet during the invasion of the fallen, most had fled upon realizing the formidable scale of the enemy's race, deeming it impossible to resist. These individuals would not return to aid them. I will take you away. Chen Lin briefly explained the circumstances. Zhou Yuan swallowed hard. Is that truly the case? They all understood that their survival was primarily due to the fallen requiring their lives to cultivate heavenly materials. Like a cat playing with a mouse. They would wait until their prey had retreated to recuperate before launching an assault to capture a batch. However, even with this understanding, what could they do? They could only keep hiding, seeking a means to break free from this prison. Zhou Yuan, having once been part of the resistance against the fallen, deeply comprehended that those powerful beings were indifferent to the survival of the weak. Otherwise, they would not have abandoned them without a fight. In Chen Lin's eyes, he too was a powerful being, capable of traversing the heavens. Indeed, Chen Lin nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Observing this scene, hope gradually blossomed in the eyes of the crowd. In this pitch-black underground, they perpetually yearned for a ray of light to shine down upon them. Simultaneously, this was the very support that fueled their unwillingness to surrender, even in the face of despair. Let us depart. Gather everyone. We shall journey to a safe world. Although Blue Star harbored dangers, perhaps even greater than this, besieged by a multitude of alien races, at least there were countless individuals there who faced death without fear, standing resolutely on the front lines to fend off all threats, ensuring the safety of those behind. Chen Lin would soon join them, ensuring that no alien would set foot within their domain. Several hours later, the airborne castle descended back into the palace square, hundreds of individuals disembarking. Even though Chen Lin assured them that all the fallen had been slain, their faces still bore signs of fear. Chen Lin gently covered Xiaoya's eyes, allowing the fallen priest to emerge. Upon seeing it, the crowd instinctively took a step back, their expressions wary. Unfazed by this reaction, the fallen priest hurried to Chen Lin's side to lead the way. Arriving at the rear palace, it instructed Haiming to fully push open the grand doors, allowing everyone to surge inside. Once they stood upon the central teleportation array, the fallen priest immediately activated it. The process was remarkably simple. After all, the teleportation array had long been constructed, charged with countless hours of energy, and it merely required activation. Now, all that was needed was to establish communication with the teleportation array, locking in coordinates and the specific arrival location. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin closed his eyes and began operating the mechanism. He could not entrust this task to the fallen priest. Otherwise, should it tamper with the process, everyone would perish. Setting the coordinates to Blue Star, the specific location designated as Fengyan City, all these details were locked in through the memory of the teleportation array, ensuring accuracy. Location confirmed. Initiating spatial passage, estimated time, 59:59. Boom. The entire palace trembled under the explosive surge of energy, the sky tearing open with tiny fissures that gradually widened. Such a commotion was instantly detected by the gray-eyed overseers of the other royal cities. Damn it, the human has activated the teleportation array and intends to flee. A 5-meter-tall fallen roared from atop a towering city wall, its voice filled with fury. This was an opportunity they had labored countless resources to accumulate, meant for transporting blood fruits to their kin on expeditions. They could not allow him to escape. Otherwise, what face would the fallen race have left? Roaring, The 5-meter fallen spread its skeletal wings and soared into the sky. Countless other fallen surged forth behind it, a tidal wave of malice. Within mere minutes, several dozen rings of 3rd and 5th tier fallen converged from all directions, drawing near. Hyming, stationed outside the palace, sensed the impending threat and slowly rose to its colossal stature. Glancing skyward, its thoughts racing. Master, many fallen are approaching. Chen Lin nodded, rising to his feet and striding toward the exit. Zhou Yuan, witnessing this, felt a surge of unease and could not restrain himself from speaking. My lord, is something amiss? You need not concern yourselves. Remain here and prepare to teleport. Upon hearing this, the girl's expression turned anxious. Celestial being, will you not leave with us? Chen Lin turned to look at her, a smile blossoming on his face. Do you recall what the celestial being said? Today, there shall be no fallen appearing. Extending his arm, a silver butterfly manifested, gently descending upon him. As the silver light shimmered, his battle armor enveloped him entirely. Stepping out of the palace and casting his gaze towards the fallen priest, Chen Lin spoke with an icy detachment. You may leave. I will not slay you. Upon hearing this, the fallen priest was immediately filled with joy and hurriedly fled into the distance. Yet, a transparent sword of magic swiftly cleaved through its form from behind, shattering its spirit. To grant you a painless death is my greatest mercy. The fallen had spared not a single human, and he would not extend mercy to a fallen one either. With the palace doors firmly shut, Chen Lin, dragging his war spear and the dark beast, made his way to the plaza. At that moment, numerous fallen descended from the heavens, alighting upon the structures. You do not intend to flee? Bakkum's dark eyes narrowed. Chen Lin met its gaze with indifference, declaring, I shall not depart until you are all vanquished. There remain 5 hours until the dungeon's conclusion. Bakkum chuckled, such audacity. Do you not fear the consequences? It made no immediate move, instead coldly observing the lone human and beast below alongside its fellow fallen. As time elapsed, the sky gradually darkened. A multitude of fallen energies permeating the air, subtly coalescing into a phantom. Chen Lin immediately took note of this development. However, engaging in battle now would undoubtedly affect the teleportation array, leaving him with no choice but to wait. 5 silent minutes passed, and the hundreds of meters tall phantom, composed entirely of fallen energies, solidified, its features blurred, cloaked in ominous battle armor. An abhorrent aura exploded forth, sending waves of black energy surging in all directions, instilling terror. Despite the barrier of the silver butterfly, Chen Lin could still sense the impending threat. Suddenly, droplets of dark rain fell upon the battle armor, prompting Chen Lin to look up with grave concern as the dim domain emanated from the phantom, enveloping thousands of meters in mere moments. In his mind, the silver butterfly issued an immediate warning. It was slowly being corroded by this somber domain. A layer of golden light materialized around the dark beast, which gazed at the fallen phantom. Hikek, it is complete. Bakkum's cruel laughter echoed. This fallen throne, formed from the power of tens of thousands of fallen, possessed the strength of 6 rings, and bore a hint of the original's might. Even that wolf, also of 6-ring strength, would stand no chance. Chapter 66, The Arrival of Consciousness. The horrifying aura from outside pressed down upon everyone within the heavy palace, instilling fear in their hearts. Just then, the teleportation array activated, its brilliance enveloping them as it soared into the vast rift. Witnessing this, Chen Lin exhaled in relief, free to act without restraint. Meanwhile, Bakkum in the heights paid no mind to those being teleported away. All that mattered was keeping Chen Lin occupied. Had you chosen to charge out from the beginning, with that wolf present, we would have indeed been at a loss. But you chose to protect those rodents, forfeiting your chance. Now, you shall pay the price for your kindness. Chen Lin remained silent, retrieving the celestial power staff from his ring, casting enhancement and restoration spells upon the dark beast in advance. With a roar, the dark beast instantly transformed into its gigantic form, its 1,000-meter stature exuding a fierce and imposing presence, rivaling that of the fallen phantom. The fusion of 3 talents, greed, gluttony, and Titan body birthed a new domain named Refining Heaven's Prison, which materialized in an instant. The explosive black flames, tinged with golden hues, harbored a power of suppression, forcing back the dim domain. The corrosive force that had befallen Chen Lin vanished instantly. The expressions of the numerous fallen turned grave as they quickly retreated, unwilling to remain within the realm of black and gold. How could this be? This domain is unlike the previous one, they gasped. Staying here, I feel not only my primal essence being stripped away, but my power is also being suppressed. Taking refuge beside the fallen phantom, the dozens of fallen watched in awe as the dim domain was firmly suppressed, all inhaling sharply. At this moment, the dark beast's head bore no trace of the malevolent phantom. Instead, it was adorned with countless intertwining golden and black patterns upon its flesh, radiating an otherworldly light, exuding majesty and dominance. Under the terrifying force of suppression, the surroundings became unbearably heavy, as black and golden energies erupted forth, their might akin to that of a godly demon subduing hell. The roar resonated for over 10,000 meters, and with the enhancement of refining heaven's prison, the dark beast's physique grew even more formidable, its defenses bolstered significantly, its power transformed, each strike now imbued with a suppressive force, heavy and terrifying. Seeing this, the gazes of the dozens of fallen grew even more solemn. Without hesitation, they infused their fallen energies into the phantom. Boom! The fallen phantom elongated by 100 meters, becoming even more colossal as two pairs of black bone wings unfurled, stretching a full 1,000 meters, its aura terrifying. The dim domain instantly expanded, clashing ceaselessly with refining heaven's prison, neither yielding. Waves of gray and black golden shockwaves erupted, spreading in all directions. Chen Lin stood behind, finally resembling a summoner, obediently providing support. In this battle, no one could intervene. The levels were simply too high. Meanwhile, in a gray palace, suffused with a horrifying aura of corruption, figures with gray skin, their forms either graceful or alluring, knelt upon the ground, serving with a pair of wings fallen from grace. Each bore a black mark upon their foreheads, depicting a pair of outspread bone wings. This signified that they were all transformed beings of other races, now fallen creatures, existing solely to heed their master's commands. Upon a throne crafted from bones, a humanoid entity clad in sinister gray armor suddenly opened its black eyes, a terrifying aura awakening within. But it quickly retracted before it could fully unfold. One of the fallen has wielded my power. It delved into contemplation, seeking the source. Soon, through an unseen connection, a fragment of consciousness descended upon the fallen phantom. Instantly, the phantom's eyes glowed gray, no longer an unconscious entity. This domain possesses some intrigue, the fallen pondered, mildly surprised. Its gaze then shifted towards Chen Lin. A human? This must be the rear world of my kin. How did he arrive here? A dungeon transition, perhaps? After a moment of thought, the fallen quickly understood. It was not difficult to discern. Capturing a human would yield answers. What was more pressing was that he was merely level 20. A brief perception revealed even more astonishing news. The life scale of this black wolf was barely a fraction, meaning, since its inception, it had yet to reach even half a year, yet it wielded the strength of 6 rings? Truly, terrifying potential. The fallen could not help but marvel. At that moment, accompanied by a roar, the dark beast broke through the dim domain, disregarding the encroaching corrosive power, charging forth. Its claws, imbued with the power of suppression, emerged in a shroud of black light, rending fiercely and leaving 4 deep gashes. The fallen furrowed its brow, sensing the feeble strength of the phantom, rendering its own powers difficult to manifest. With a flicker of thought, the fallen energies surged forth, morphing into a black spear over 500 meters long. The fallen retreated 1,000 meters, seeking to gain distance for a leap into the sky. However, the dark beast clung tightly, its speed surpassing, swiftly closing the gap. The terrifying power of suppression weighed down upon the fallen phantom, momentarily slowing it. Seizing this fleeting moment, the dark beast leaped high, its claws striking simultaneously. Under the force of suppression, its figure crashed into the ground, creating a massive pit of 1,000 meters, the sound echoing with immense force. Boom! The dark beast surged forth once more, bolstered by the domain of refining heaven's prison, its physique formidable, invincible in close combat. It granted no opportunity for the fallen to create distance. Pushing relentlessly, its claws tore savagely, while 2 pairs of gray heavy eyes unleashed the power of death, obliterating it fervently. Even though the fallen phantom was not alive, the eyes of death would impart the definition of demise equally. For talents indeed, the fallen gazed with trepidation. Though a fragment of consciousness would not bear significant consequence upon death, this black wolf's potential was far too great, and it was bound to that human. It must be dealt with, otherwise, it would not be long before another sovereign of the human race emerged. In any realm, the expansion of the fallen true clan shall face formidable obstacles. For all the worlds they invade are lands of humanity. Boom! The forces of corruption erupted violently, sending the dark abyss hurtling backward. As the fallen heaven compressed its domain, rendering it more formidable, it soared skyward. Immediately thereafter, endless waves of corruption surged from all directions. The fallen beings, in terror, discovered that their own corruptive power was uncontrollably drained. I shall borrow your lives, the fallen heaven stated with indifference. A mere few tens of thousands of weak fallen beings, in exchange for a human prodigy with the potential for a throne, was of immense value in its eyes. Chapter 67, Fusion of Domains. As the bodies of all fallen beings withered to death, a colossal spear, over 1,000 meters long, composed of viscous, pitch-black material, coalesced in the hands of the fallen heaven. The sheer terror of its power caused the air to resonate violently, sending ripples of black energy radiating outward in all directions, creating a scene of horror. Yet, it was not over. The somber domain surrounding it continually shrank, compressing to an extreme before enveloping the obsidian spear. This represented the qualitative transformation of ascending to the throne. The mastery over domains was beyond the reach of any lesser beings. It could not only expand to suppress opponents, but could also condense, amplifying the force of the domain. When affixed to a weapon, its power doubled. With an expression devoid of emotion, the fallen heaven aimed the black spear at Chen Lin's position. In the next moment, the dark abyss surged forth, its massive form of 1,000 meters blocking the way, staring at it intently. I knew you would come to protect your master. Perish. The fallen heaven sneered, fully anticipating this move. However, in the following second, its actions abruptly halted. The prison of the refined sky did not expand outward, but continually retracted inward, the power compressing with a thunderous roar, as if it might explode at any moment. Ultimately, it successfully enveloped the dark abyss, even merging with it. Instantly, black and golden patterns illuminated brilliantly, radiating a dazzling glow. An overwhelming force of suppression erupted, causing the ground beneath to collapse over 10 meters deep, turning countless stones to dust. By the heavens! At this sight, an exclamation of shock, learned from the humans, involuntarily escaped the fallen heaven's lips. Yet it quickly regained its composure, its gaze fierce. Crush it! Boom! The 1,000-meter black spear shot forth, tearing through the air like a bolt of black lightning. Aimed directly at the dark abyss, this strike approached the destructive power of the seventh ring, striking terror. However, under the weight of the suppressive force surrounding the dark abyss, its speed was abruptly halved, as if trapped in a heavy mire. The dark abyss roared, raising its claw to grasp the spear's tip, and in an instant, two terrifying forces collided, unleashing a shockwave that spread for thousands of meters. The ground nearby trembled under the impact. The black and golden patterns flashed erratically, emitting an even more intense light. In this state, the dark abyss's defenses and physical strength gradually intensified, refusing to yield. Amidst the terrifying clash, the ground beneath it continuously fractured and collapsed, sinking several dozen meters. The phantom of the fallen heaven dove rapidly, both palms striking the black spear. The impact intensified, causing the ground beneath the dark abyss to roar as it was pushed back several meters. Yet that was all. Observing this, the fallen heaven immediately poured all its power into the corruptive force, sharpening the spear's potency. However, this caused the phantom to lose its strength and gradually dim, dissipating. With a series of thunderous collisions as the two forces contended fiercely for several minutes, cracks finally appeared on the black spear's tip, spreading ominously, as if on the brink of shattering. Roar! Accompanied by the dark abyss's roar, it unleashed the full force of its body and domain, causing the 1,000-meter-long spear to shatter instantaneously into countless fragments of black power. At that moment, the phantom of the fallen heaven was also utterly drained of strength, transforming into a wisp of black mist that vanished into the void. In the final moments, the fallen heaven cast a deep gaze at Chen Lin, committing his appearance to memory. Unflinching, Chen Lin met its gaze in return. Consciousness returned to the gray palace, where the fallen heaven rose from its throne, exuding an aura akin to an abyss, suffocating all the demonesses, their foreheads pressed to the ground, trembling in fear. Its level is merely 20. How could it compress a domain? Is it emulating me? The fallen heaven pondered gravely. Such comprehension was indeed terrifying. Not only did it require insight, but it also necessitated an ultimate mastery over one's own power. Otherwise, even with understanding, execution would be impossible. To break through to the 10th ring and ascend to the throne, one must not only condense a domain, but also perfectly command all the powers within oneself, capable of exerting them at their absolute limits at any moment. Yet that black wolf, seemingly still at level 20, had accomplished all this. This implied that given time, it could seamlessly progress to the throne level. Contemplating this, the fallen heaven took a deep breath. Once, it had taken years to break through from the 9th ring, to condense a domain and master all its powers. And this black wolf had achieved it merely by observing. Reflecting on the battle, the fallen heaven suddenly sensed something amiss. The black wolf's domain did not merely attach to its body, but rather fused with it. The fallen heaven felt somewhat astonished. The fusion of the domain with one's being was an ability reserved for the pinnacle of kings, far beyond the throne. A monster, the fallen heaven sighed, soon regaining its composure. As a dignified throne, it would not be swayed by a mere prodigy yet to reach maturity. Each time the fallen true clan was on the verge of annihilating a world, a few exceptionally gifted individuals from humanity would emerge, and they had grown accustomed to it, referring to these beings as the favored children of the world's fortune. The fallen heaven silently summoned a gray talisman, recording all known information regarding Chen Lin. This was the assassination list of the fallen true clan. Any human prodigy with the potential for a throne would be marked. All fallen beings of 6th ring strength could see it, facilitating immediate extermination upon encounter. Having completed this, the fallen heaven reclined back upon its throne, closing its eyes in silence. Meanwhile, on the ravaged land, the dark abyss stood tall at a height of 1,000 meters, its black and golden divine patterns exuding a domineering presence, instilling dread. Chen Lin dispelled the enhancement and recovery spells, his mind clouded and his vision dizzy. Even with the mental restoration from the Celestial Authority staff, the disparity with the dark abyss was overwhelming, causing the maintenance of enhancements to deplete rapidly. In less than 10 minutes of combat, he found himself fatigued. Surveying the surroundings, Chen Lin sighed. It was a pity that these fallen beings had all been sacrificed, otherwise his attributes could have surged. As he watched the dark abyss approach, shrinking in size, he reached out to stroke its head. After a lengthy wait, the notification signaling the conclusion of the transitional dungeon echoed in his ears. In the next moment, their figures vanished. Time has expired. Calculating score based on your performance. Total kills, 56, 666 fallen beings, and you shattered the 6th ring power of the fallen heavens phantom, saving 974 individuals. Congratulations, your score is perfect. Summoner class has been enhanced. Growth attribute increased by 1015. Congratulations, your skill enhancement has been upgraded. Effect enhanced. Congratulations, your skill recovery has been upgraded. Effect enhanced. Congratulations, your skill summoning has been promoted to divine summoning. Chen Lin reappeared in his dormitory. Upon returning, he promptly recalled the dark abyss. Otherwise, the space would have collapsed under its weight. Glancing at the floating frame, he could only deem it satisfactory. His class had not advanced, after all. The next tier was a hidden level. He would likely need to enter the transitional dungeon once more to achieve a perfect rating. With a flicker of thought, he meticulously examined his skills. Enhancement had transitioned from a 20 boost to basic attributes to 35. Recovery had evolved from a slow healing process to a rapid one. Naturally, the mana consumption had also doubled. The most significant gain was the advancement in summoning magic, which now included the term divine. After glancing at the description, it was evident that this summoning would undoubtedly manifest as a being imbued with a sacred essence. This filled Chen Lin with a sense of anticipation. At last, he would not be dealing with a feeble entity. The notion of a divine aura sounded undeniably impressive. However, Chen Lin refrained from hastily gathering materials to commence the summoning. Instead, he opened his phone. He searched for the latest reports from Fanyan City. And the first headline that caught his eye was about hundreds of individuals appearing out of thin air. Relieved that no unexpected incidents had occurred, he continued reading. According to the inquiries made, these individuals were from another realm, their homeland shattered due to the invasion of the corrupt, rendering them enslaved and reduced to mere resources for cultivating treasures. They were rescued by a powerful figure clad in silver armor, who then transported them to our blue star. From this description, it was clear that this silver-armored warrior was likely a transitioning professional. It was also mentioned that they would be properly accommodated, a detail that did not concern Chen Lin. The existence of other worlds populated by countless races had been public knowledge for over a decade, rendering it a matter of no surprise. Thus, there would be no segment involving them being taken for research purposes. The article concluded with an image showing those who appeared dazed and emaciated, now looking significantly better, likely due to Zhou Yuan having fed them blood fruit. This thought brought a smile to Chen Lin's face, and the tension he had been holding began to dissipate. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, his eyelids growing heavy. Indeed, it seemed he had not slept in 2 days. With a thud, Chen Lin collapsed into slumber. Chapter 68. The entire volume has unfurled. In the early hours, 3 weary individuals returned to their dormitory, only to find Chen Lin blissfully asleep on his bed. Feng Yi, gritting his teeth, approached and yanked him down. Chen Lin, bewildered, asked what was the matter. Feng Yi, with bloodshot eyes, retorted, "How can you ask that?" He slumped into a chair, his expression despondent. Qiao Yang silently placed roasted meat on the table. As all 3 took their seats, Chen Lin felt sufficiently rested and joined them for a meal. Feng Yi bitterly stated, "Ever since the military released that video of you slaying the 3-headed serpent, the forums have erupted. Everyone realized you're not just riding on the coattails of seasoned veterans. Your strength is undeniable. They're all feeling the pressure and have begun competing fiercely, one after another. They're taking on tasks without sleeping." Caught off guard by this unexpected revelation, Chen Lin paused. "So what are you all still doing here? Being lazy?" At this unexpected inquiry, the trio fell silent. Feng Yi exclaimed, "After all this time, can't we afford just 2 hours of sleep?" At that moment, Qiao Yang, who had been looking at the forum, suddenly spoke up, suggesting, "Why not take the roasted meat and eat it on the way to complete tasks?" Feng Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is that possible? We're working so hard. It makes no sense." Qiao Yang sighed. They posted a strategy on how to accomplish the most tasks in the shortest time, enlightening everyone. First, form a 4-person team and accept 5 interconnected tasks involving mutated beasts to minimize travel time. Then, pair up. After combat, 2 can rest in the armed vehicle while the other 2 drive to the next destination for battle. This cycle allows them to save on sleep time and be more efficient than those who only sleep 2 hours a day. Both Feng Yi and Chen Lin fell silent. Even Chen Lin, setting down his roasted meat, utterly dumbfounded. Is it really possible to do it this way? After a moment, Feng Yi took a deep breath, stood up, and declared, "Let us abandon this meal." Li Zhongfeng quietly followed suit. "Don't forget to call Luo Xian and Luo Ning." Qiao Yang hastily tidied up and hurried after them. Watching this unfold, Chen Lin chuckled. With no other pressing matters at hand, he rose to head toward the task acceptance point. After more than half a day had passed, coupled with yesterday's teaming with Qin Kong, his contribution points remained unchanged. causing his ranking to plummet from 10th place to over 2,000. This clearly illustrated the intensity of the competition. Contemplating for a moment, Chen Lin accepted a task to kill a level 59 dark golden violent bear and a 6th transition task before turning to leave, leaving behind a bewildered female soldier. Surely, she couldn't have misread that? It was, after all, a 6th transition task, requiring the defeat of a colossal beast with intelligence and formidable strength. A feat even instructors had yet to accomplish. In the command center, Yang Xiao rubbed his forehead. Why does he always manage to shock us? Yet, recalling how Chen Lin had consistently shattered their expectations in the past, he felt an inkling of anticipation. If he truly succeeded this time, he would have to boast to Brother Zhang. In the sky, a drone followed closely, specifically designated for Chen Lin, hovering above him. Previously, when he disappeared, it was likely due to his level reaching 20, allowing for a transition. An hour passed, and riding on He Ming, Chen Lin swiftly arrived deep within the mountains. Spotting the dark golden violent bear on the open ground. Sensing impending danger, the bear's dark golden eyes snapped open, its immense body towering at 600 meters. And even this mere movement caused the earth to tremble. A savage aura erupted forth. Roar! Leave my territory. For reasons unknown, it sensed a tremendous threat emanating from the black wolf. How could something so diminutive pose such a challenge? Chen Lin silently leapt down, creating a small crater upon landing. Retreating to allow He Ming to engage in battle. There was no alternative. He Ming's rate of ascension was so swift that even Chen Lin found it daunting, rendering him unable to intervene. If this continued, he would be relegated to a mere turtle, unable to accompany He Ming into battle, risking being instantaneously dispatched by an enemy. He needed to quickly earn contribution points to exchange for rare golden stone materials to merge with the silver butterfly. Upon perceiving his master retreating to a safe distance, He Ming turned, its icy gray eyes fixated on the dark golden violent bear. In the next moment, its size rapidly expanded, reaching over 1,000 meters in length. With a shoulder height of 650, the fierce, terrifying presence erupted forth, instilling fear in the dark golden violent bear. Yet, it soon became enraged by this sensation, defiantly roaring back. Heavens, this black wolf was merely a few hundred meters before. How could it have grown to a full 1,000 in just half a day? In the command center, the female officer covered her mouth, astonished. What on earth is it feeding on? Yang Xiao was equally taken aback. After all, before Chen Lin's summoning, there had never been an SSS-grade growth talent among humanity. Chapter 69, The Indomitable Violent Bear. Roar. Become my nourishment. As the earth shattered, He Ming surged forward, dark flames exploding in the air, revealing a fearsome illusion over 2,000 meters long. The terrifying, brutal aura erupted forth, engulfing a 6,000-meter radius in the swirling dark flames. However, it quickly retracted to just over 2,000 meters to conserve magical energy. Following battles against fallen beings, He Ming's mastery over its domain and power had ascended several tiers. In confrontations with mutated beasts, both parties typically possessed thick skins and extraordinary vitality, often necessitating prolonged combat to secure a kill. Once the battle concluded, a lengthy recovery period was required. However, utilizing this technique allowed for sustained combat. With a roar, the dark golden violent bear's body radiated sharp currents of energy, its forepaws brandishing claws that shimmered with golden light, capable of shredding mountains with a single strike. Yet, beneath the ominous shadow of the over 2,000-meter figure, its 600-meter frame appeared diminutive. As the surging black flames descended, the dark golden violent bear defiantly raised its forepaws in defense. Boom! A tumultuous wave of black and gold erupted, sending tremors across the entire expanse of the earth. The sharp currents of air lost their efficacy, unable to inflict any harm upon the savage phantom, which devoured everything in its path. The dark gold violent bear felt a pressure akin to that of Mount Tai upon its shoulders. The ground beneath it crumbled, fissures radiating outward in all directions, accompanied by a horrifying roar. It did not take long for its knees to bend under the immense weight. With a renewed roar, the dark gold violent bear summoned all its strength, its muscles bulging as a more ferocious current of air burst forth. Roar! I shall never kneel, it bellowed, its eyes wide with defiance. Suddenly, the pressure from the phantom's claws lessened, revealing a shift in its movements. In that moment of distraction, the dark figure lunged forward. Its enormous claws, enveloped in shadows, raked across its flesh, leaving 4 deep gashes. The dark gold violent bear howled in agony, especially upon realizing that the inky flames from its wounds were consuming its very life force, its gaze turning ferocious. Thus commenced a fierce and frenzied battle, with rivers of blood staining the ground, entirely that of the dark gold violent bear, for the phantom remained unscathed. With the phantom's aid, it felt as though it were facing 2 foes at once, leaving the dark gold violent bear in a state of despair. Yet, its formidable vitality sustained it, preventing a swift demise despite the relentless onslaught. At last, the dark gold violent bear could no longer contain its fury. Roar! Do not push me, it declared. Hearing this, the phantom regarded it with cold, gray eyes, utterly unmoved. The dark gold violent bear, realizing that it was marked for death, let out a thunderous roar that reverberated in waves. Its aura surged, currents of air swirling violently in all directions. The phantom focused intently, bracing itself for what was to come. In the next moment, accompanied by the earth shattering, a deafening boom erupted. The dark gold violent bear turned abruptly, its form dashing hundreds of meters away, racing deep into the mountains. It barreled through colossal trees, a cloud of dust trailing behind, its momentum awe-inspiring. Roar. If I cannot defeat you, must I not escape? Having reached level 59, it was but a step away from becoming a true giant, and it was not foolish. The sight momentarily stunned the inexperienced phantom, but it quickly regained its composure and pursued with vigor. With an agility exceeding 2,500. Its speed was nothing short of extraordinary, swiftly closing the gap. The dark gold violent bear glanced back in horror. Roar. My king, come save me. The massive roar echoed across the heavens, carrying for dozens of kilometers. At that moment, a slumbering behemoth atop the mountain, its breath rumbling like thunder, slowly opened its eyes. Instantly, countless blue bolts of lightning erupted, crackling around its form. Roar. Accompanied by the terrifying roar that shook the air, countless branches and leaves trembled under the sonic waves. The sound traveling over 100 kilometers. The dark gold violent bear felt a surge of hope. It pressed on, exclaiming, My king awakens, you are doomed. The phantom, however, paid it no heed, its gray eyes fixating on the source of the distant roar, a weight of concern settling within. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled as a towering creature, standing a full kilometer and cloaked in a cascade of blue lightning, approached, walking upright like a bear. Reaching its side, the dark gold violent bear cried, My king, it has intruded upon our territory with the intention to kill me. The undying frenzy bear, its eyes flashing with blue lightning, fixed its gaze upon the phantom, emanating an aura of terrifying authority. You are strong, yet you are not my match. Submit. It proclaimed. The human race has confined us within these mountains for countless days. Now that they lack strong guardians, it is our perfect opportunity to overturn them. Upon hearing its king's desire to subjugate the phantom, the dark gold violent bear shook its head fervently. My king, it stands with the humans. It must be slain. The undying frenzied bear's gaze darkened. If it is a traitor, then it must perish. With that declaration, lightning erupted violently, spreading unchecked. And the ground trembled beneath the sheer force, trees splintering and rocks exploding. Boom, boom. The once clear sky darkened as bolts of lightning began to strike down relentlessly. Thunderous roars echoing for miles, black storm clouds swiftly forming to shroud the light. The oppressive storm clouds gathered above the undying frenzy bear, forming a tempestuous eye of thunder. A sight of unimaginable terror. From afar, this scene appeared to be one of apocalyptic proportions. The dominion of the giant beast reshaped the very heavens and the earth. This creature, at level 62, was far more formidable than its peers, displaying signs of royal blood. Chen Lin, with a grave expression, unsheathed the celestial staff, instantly casting enhancement spells upon the phantom. Roar. My king, magnificent. Quickly dispatch this audacious beast. The dark gold violent bear exclaimed in excitement. Encircled by brilliant blue lightning, each breath resonated with a heavy thrum, the undying frenzy bear's majesty instilling fear within the command center. Prepare to meet your demise, traitor. It roared, its voice rumbling like thunder as it advanced, covering the distance of several kilometers in mere seconds due to its colossal size. The phantom's savage visage faded, the dark flames retracting. Observing this, the undying frenzy bear, misinterpreting it as a surrender, began to speak slowly. It is too late to seek submission now. How tiresome your meaningless words are. The phantom retorted. My king has never belittled you, yet you dare to provoke me. You seek death. Enraged, the undying frenzy bear unleashed its wrath, the earth beneath it exploding as it surged forward, confronting the phantom. In that moment, a surge of terrifying suppressive power intertwined with golden radiance erupted from the phantom. Strange black and gold patterns materialized across its form, an indomitable force sweeping outwards in all directions. This caused the undying frenzy bear to falter, and simultaneously, its realm of thunder was quelled. Heavenly prison of refinement. For my dominion. At this juncture, the phantom stood as a titan, a godlike entity suppressing the very fabric of space, an aura of terror pulsating around it. The undying frenzy bear was awestruck. How could it become so powerful so suddenly? As it beheld the claws, imbued with suppressive might and akin to black lightning tearing through the air, it roared in response, matching the assault with its own strike. Boom. The clash of terrifying black, gold, and blue forces erupted, sending shockwaves akin to a tsunami rippling outward, a cataclysmic display of power. Blue lightning detonated furiously, as the undying frenzy bear exerted its full force to escape the weight of the suppression. Yet, the heavenly prison of refinement remained unyielding, showing no signs of wavering. Even the shadowy powers of the throne could not overcome it. This was the culmination of the Phantom's 3 innate powers woven into a formidable domain. The undying frenzy bear, roaring in fury, swung its other claw, infused with unbridled lightning. The Phantom stood undaunted, black light enveloping its claws, shimmering with golden and black patterns, boldly meeting the assault. Boom, boom. The two colossal beasts collided repeatedly, unleashing waves of force that shattered the earth and obliterated the flora. From time to time, bolts of lightning from the storm clouds above struck down upon the Phantom, yet it withstood the onslaught with impenetrable, unparalleled defenses, refusing to evade. Any hint of vulnerability would undoubtedly allow the undying frenzy bear to seize the moment and launch a relentless assault, thereby suppressing it. In the distance, Chen Lin observed their titanic clash, a battle surpassing the 5th transformation in power, silently casting restorative spells. Initially, both combatants bore minor injuries, evenly matched, but in an instant, the tide began to turn in favor of one. The undying frenzy bear, now enraged, bellowed, "You, an ant-like human, dare to meddle in our battle." Upon hearing this, the Phantom's gray eyes turned icy. "How dare you insult my master?" With renewed ferocity, it launched an all-out assault, abandoning all pretense of defense, becoming utterly ruthless. "Roar! Xiong air, swiftly eliminate that human," roared the indomitable wild bear, descending into a frenzy, unafraid of any foe. Under the domain of thunder, it harbored no doubts about the capability of the black wolf to exhaust it. Each strike of lightning bore a paralyzing effect, which, although not yet apparent, would soon escalate. As the effects intensified, its movements would slow, rendering its strength ineffective. At that moment, the indomitable wild bear vowed to viciously sink its teeth into this black wolf that had repeatedly branded it as trash. "Roar! Yes, my lord." The dark golden rampaging bear bared its dense, sharp fangs, its gaze filled with malice as it charged towards Chen Lin, eager for battle. This human had brought the black wolf that sought to slay it. "Roar! I shall trample this ant beneath my feet, teaching it the consequences of provoking me." In a fit of rage, He Ming howled, "You seek death." Its gray eyes ignited with a deadly intent, transforming the area around it into a gray zone of obliteration. However, the mutated beast possessed an extraordinarily high vitality. The dark golden rampaging bear did not perish but lay grievously wounded on the ground. Seizing the moment of He Ming's pause, the indomitable wild bear unleashed a tempest of thunder, its claws morphing into a dazzling storm, crashing down upon its foe's head. Boom! Under the terrifying force, He Ming's body sank, and the ground beneath was instantly shattered. The indomitable wild bear seized this perfect opportunity, pressing down relentlessly as lightning surged forth, striking madly. Observing this dire situation, Chen Lin initiated a healing spell, yet the energy expenditure was immense. At this juncture, the dark golden rampaging bear struggled to rise, roaring as it charged forward. The weight of the domain's power was too great for its physical form. If He Ming were to merge with the domain now and assume its most formidable shape, it would surely fail to slay the indomitable wild bear. Exhaustion would inevitably be its downfall. Thus, it was prudent to delay the conflict for a while longer. In that case, Chen Lin would have to contend with the dark golden rampaging bear himself. However, even in its current weakened state, summoning the law sword would not guarantee a swift kill. Given the staggering 39-level difference, just as Chen Lin contemplated a strategic retreat to stall the enemy, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Amidst the billowing clouds of dust, a woman clad in golden armor, wielding a massive 4-meter-long halberd, charged forth. Her speed was astonishing, each step cracking the ground beneath her, her power truly terrifying. Her figure akin to a dragon plunging into the sea, exuding unparalleled might. The halberd's tip scraped along the ground, carving a long, deep gash. As she neared the dark golden rampaging bear, she lifted her weapon, and in an instant, the halberd's head expanded dramatically to over 20 meters. With her tall frame leaping into the air, she struck down towards the dark golden rampaging bear. Roar! The halberd's radiance shattered all in its path, leaving deep wounds upon the already grievously injured dark golden rampaging bear. Glaring at the diminutive figure before it, the bear raised its paw to crush her. As one would squash an ant, Ji Fei's combat spirit surged, her halberd swelling once more, becoming immensely heavy, causing the ground beneath her feet to crack. Boom! Her figure shot forward, evading the strike, and her halberd swept horizontally, cutting through the flesh of the dark golden rampaging bear. Roar! In its state of near obliteration, the bear could barely muster a fraction of its strength, continuously wearing down, emitting a wretched howl. Within mere minutes, its colossal form collapsed, seemingly on the brink of death. However, just as Ji Fei approached to deliver the final blow, the dark golden rampaging bear erupted with a ferocious, concentrated stream of lethal energy capable of easily piercing through several meters of steel. In this sudden turn of events, Ji Fei seemed to anticipate the danger. Her vitality surged explosively, almost materializing as it enveloped her and her halberd. The crimson glow of her weapon swept forth, dispersing all the lethal energy rushing towards her. The dark, golden rampaging bear's gaze turned to despair. Roar. No, my lord, save me. Without losing momentum, Ji Fei leaped high into the air, her massive halberd descending with tremendous force. Boom. The bear's robust skull crumpled under the sheer impact, causing the ground to fissure and dust to rise. Ji Fei exhaled deeply, her vitality gradually waning as her halberd returned to its standard 4-meter length. She glanced over at Chen Lin, her once stoic expression softening into a smile as she approached him. So, how was that, mentor? Was my timely intervention moving? Reflecting on her ferocious fighting style, Chen Lin couldn't help but think of 3 words: female Tyrannosaurus. Noting his silence, Ji Fei narrowed her eyes, a hint of danger in her gaze. Are you pondering something impolite? Is this the 6th sense of women? Chen Lin shook his head, promptly changing the subject. Instructor Ji, what brings you here? The commotion was substantial, so I came to take a look. Is that so? Mentor Jiang mentioned the same thing. Ji Fei's lips curled into a smile. Oh, do you believe in me? Casting a glance at the halberd in her hands, Chen Lin thought to himself. Naturally. Meanwhile, upon sensing that its master was unharmed, He Ming relaxed, retracting the prison of refinement to envelop a radius of 1,000 meters, its suppressive force intensifying instantaneously. It shattered the indomitable wild bear's restraint. The 2 sides resumed their desperate conflict, inflicting mutual harm, causing the ground to shatter and mountains to collapse, the spectacle truly terrifying. Chapter 71. He Ming the God. For a full half hour, not a single inch of the vast land escaped devastation, rendered a desolate wasteland, riddled with the scars of battle. The indomitable wild bear and He Ming bore wounds all over their bodies, torrents of blood flowing forth. They glared at each other, having arrived at a point where neither could retreat. In the rear, Chen Lin ceased casting healing spells, as his mental energy was nearly depleted, leaving him to maintain only enhancement spells. The indomitable wild bear roared like thunder, its voice booming. If you insist on pushing this to the brink, then become nothing but charred remains beneath the thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderclouds within a 10,000-meter radius suddenly became enraged, striking the earth with fury, as if the heavens themselves had erupted in wrath. Countless dark thunderclouds surged, forming a terrifying storm vortex that enveloped He Ming, extending over 10,000 meters. The surroundings were instantly engulfed in darkness, light utterly vanishing, leaving only the relentless roar of thunder. All the lightning elements within thousands of meters converged frantically into the storm vortex, gradually accumulating an apocalyptic force of unimaginable terror. Observing this scene, He Ming, paralyzed and tingling, understood that escape was futile. Roar. Those who have angered me shall be obliterated by the might of the thunder. He Ming's gray eyes showed no fear as it controlled the prison of refinement, slowly retracting. As its power compressed, it began to resonate violently, as if on the verge of explosion. In a matter of mere seconds, the domain fully enveloped its form, subsequently merging with its physical body. Instantly, intricate black and golden patterns shone brilliantly, unleashing an overwhelming suppressive force that caused the ground beneath to sink and shatter. An aura of majestic dominance surged forth, extending over a distance of 10,000 meters. He Ming felt its numbed body being scattered by the force of suppression. In the darkened sky, one side was a tempest of furious, divine lightning, while the other stood the towering figure of the colossal wolf, adorned with radiant black and golden patterns. Resembling a god or demon, gazing defiantly at the heavens. The terrifying powers of both entities cleaved the world in two, creating a sight of breathtaking grandeur. The battle's outcome was imminent. The female officer in the command center declared. Everyone's hearts raced, their expressions tense. Within the storm vortex, countless lightning elements coalesced, forming a massive lightning pool thousands of meters wide, and with the indomitable wild bear's furious roar, it crashed down in an instant. The world within 10,000 meters darkened, leaving only a brilliant, world-ending blue lightning pillar cascading from the sky. Boom. Beneath the colossal lightning pillar, everything, including the air, exploded, engulfing He Ming entirely. The earth disintegrated as if it were mere foam, obliterated under the overwhelming force. After several seconds of relentless downpour, the indomitable wild bear began to falter, panting heavily, nearing its limit. Roar. The black wolf, should it not have succumbed to mere ashes? It struggled to lift its head, only to behold the vast expanse of earth vanishing beneath the thunderous pillar of lightning. Yet, within the depths of a pit over 300 meters deep, the towering black wolf, standing over 600 centimeters tall, remained steadfast, its fur adorned with shimmering black and golden patterns, becoming the sole beacon of brilliance in this dim world. Roar. Impossible, how can this be? I refuse to accept it. The gaze of the immortal berserk bear was filled with disbelief, as if it had encountered a specter. Boom. Under the oppressive force enveloping it, the black wolf, known as He Ming, crushed the earth with each step as it advanced towards the immortal berserk bear. Its gray eyes were cold and devoid of mercy, filled only with a murderous intent. How? In my eyes, you wretches are merely sustenance. The immortal berserk bear erupted in fury, exerting the last vestiges of its strength, as faint blue lightning flickered around it. Yet, like a candle flickering in the wind, it was soon extinguished. Roar! Even in death, I shall never bow to you, traitor. Boom! Haiming lunged forward, its claws imbued with a terrifying suppressive power, crashing down and driving the bear forcefully into the ground, splitting the earth apart. Howl! I have never considered you as my kin, filth. The meager strength remaining was utterly insufficient to free itself from the claws, leaving the immortal berserk bear to suffer in humiliation as it continued to roar. Howl! Become my nourishment. Haiming tore it apart slowly, taking several minutes to finally extinguish its life. Such is the terrifying vitality of a mutated beast. Even without resistance, it could endure for so long. Upon witnessing the demise of the immortal berserk bear, cheers erupted from the command center. We have triumphed. This summoned creature is magnificent. I am almost enamored with it. It is, truly, a deity. The figure that stood unwavering beneath the apocalyptic lightning left them utterly astounded. They would likely never forget this sight for the rest of their lives. Yang Xiao chuckled, for as a pinnacle practitioner of the ninth turn, he possessed a broader perspective. Mastering a domain is a feat achievable only by those of the throne. Even he had merely coalesced his own domain, falling half a step short of true mastery. To his astonishment, Chen Lin's Black Wolf had already accomplished this. Moreover, it could even fuse domains. This was the hallmark of a celestial king. Truly terrifying. Yang Zhao's voice was filled with awe. However, the more monstrous Chen Lin's summoned creature appeared, the more delighted he became. This signified that once he matured, he would undoubtedly be able to hold his own on the front lines, alleviating the burdens on humanity. Jealousy? It was non-existent. Just a slight sting in his eyes prompted Yang Xiao to discreetly wipe them. His inability to break through to the throne after a year of effort stemmed from a lack of comprehension. He had yet to fully master his domain. How had Chen Lin's summoned creature achieved this at level 20? It seemed it had fought without a domain before. Yang Xiao shook his head, hastily dismissing such thoughts, fearing that further contemplation would prove unbearable. On the ravaged edges of the earth, Ji Fei gazed at the colossal black wolf, lamenting its rapid growth. In less than 5 days, it had already surpassed her mentor. Chen Lin smiled, acknowledging Haiming's prowess. Ji Fei nodded in agreement, glancing at his battle armor. Your summoned creature is equally impressive. What is its name? Silver Butterfly. As silver light flickered, the armor transformed into a butterfly, gently alighting upon Chen Lin's shoulder. Ji Fei leaned in for a closer inspection and remarked, it is a never-before-seen summoned creature. Feeling a gentle warmth around his neck, Chen Lin instinctively shifted slightly. Observing this, Ji Fei giggled, saying, what is this? Have you begun to find it troublesome before even tasting it? Chen Lin shook his head. Mentor, I am a serious person. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began meditating to restore his spirit in preparation for the next battle. Ji Fei hummed a tune as she sat beside him, playing with her war spear. Meanwhile, Haiming took over 10 minutes to completely consume the immortal berserk bear, earning an additional 100 evolution points. Its size increased by 1 meter, with all attributes rising by 2 points, albeit barely perceptible on its already colossal frame. This was truly befitting of a level 62 royal mutated beast. Approaching the corpse of the dark golden bear, its cold gray eyes ignited with dark flames, consuming it piece by piece. Unable to personally exact vengeance on this trash that insulted its master, Haiming felt a twinge of discomfort. Howl! After completing its task, Haiming's size diminished, the divine patterns upon its body fading, as it returned to Chen Lin's side, lying down. However, the ferocity and oppressive aura that enveloped it remained utterly fearsome. Despite withstanding the immortal berserk bear's ultimate move, Haiming had reached its limit. The heavenly refinement suppression divine pattern nearly shattered. Yet, it had persevered without revealing its exhaustion. Noticing the human seated beside its master greeting it, Haiming disregarded the gesture, closing its gray eyes to rest. In its view, all beings, save for Chen Lin, were mere food. Chapter 72, The Third Summoning. 2 hours later, upon opening his eyes, Chen Lin communicated with Haiming, confirming all was well before embarking on the hunt for the next target. Once the man and beast had departed, Ji Fei followed closely, concerned about unforeseen incidents. By dawn, after vanquishing the third giant beast of level 60, Chen Lin and Haiming rested for a considerable time before making their way back to the base. Throughout the entire 100-link mountain range, there were only 15 giant beasts. Having cleared 1/5 of them in a single day brought immense joy to the command center. Strong. Too strong. Moreover, they had also eliminated 10 mutated beasts above level 50. If given a few more days, the imminent threat of unrest in the 100-link mountain range could be entirely eradicated. At that point, they could allocate personnel to support the increasingly dire situation at Misty Mountain Base. As for the giant beasts above level 70, there were currently only 5 within the borders of Huaxia, all residing in forbidden zones, wary of exposing themselves. The scarcity was due to the actions of the 4th strongest human, who, during his 9th turn a decade ago, had nearly exterminated all powerful mutated beasts before heading to the front lines. Currently, the 5 beasts in the forbidden zones posed no threat. They were far more intelligent and would not venture forth unless it was certain there were no human experts stationed within. By the way, have the top-tier summoning materials dispatched from the apocalypse stockpile arrived? Yang Xiao suddenly inquired. The female officer nodded, stating that since it was under his authorization, they had been delivered yesterday. Hearing this, Yang Xiao nodded, instructing that once he returned, the materials should be collected. Upon witnessing Chen Lin entering the promotion dungeon, he immediately made arrangements. He intended for Chen Lin to complete his second promotion, enabling him to summon a third creature without needing to oversee the process. All he needed to do was grow stronger. As for resources, the more terrifying Chen Lin's performance, the more Yang Xiao could apply for additional support. Just like this time, the top-tier summoning materials were worth several million, yet upon hearing Chen Lin's achievements, he had approved the request without hesitation. It seemed that Chen Lin's summoned creature had a significant need for life crystals, but this was a scarce resource, and it was uncertain how much could be allocated. Yang Xiao frowned in contemplation. Moreover, there were metal or materials. According to the mentor of the Lark, Chen Lin might require these as well. However, these were also in short supply on the front lines. Although he had submitted a request, it remained unclear how much would be approved. Everything depended on Chen Lin's efforts. By the time they returned to Hengshan base, it was already early morning. Chen Lin arrived at the reception point to submit his mission, earning 500 contribution points for the defeat of the Dark Golden Bear and 3,000 for the level 63 Earth-splitting King Snake. In total, he amassed 500 contribution points, causing his ranking to soar to third place. As they watched his departing figure, the female soldier was left in awe, exclaiming that this Lark student assigned to their base was exceptionally formidable. He could even slay a level 60 giant beast all on his own. If things continue down this path, the Hayama base will soon be liberated from the incessant threat posed by the mutated beasts, allowing many lives to be spared. Contemplating this, she silently expressed her gratitude towards Chen Lin. Meanwhile, at the Luoxiang base, a young man clad in black battle armor emerged slowly from the mountains, his body marred by ghastly injuries, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. During his return journey, Xiao Yunshu's armored vehicle had been destroyed by mutated beasts. Thus, he was so grievously injured that he could only crawl back. The two soldiers stationed at the gate were taken aback upon seeing him and hurried over to assist him. "Classmate, are you all right? Quickly, let us get you to the medical room." "Cough, no. I must go to the mission point. I need to submit my task." Xiao Yunshu managed to utter, his eyes brimming with an incongruous joy. If he could submit this task, he would surpass Chen Lin in ranking. At that moment, he was determined to discuss with his mentor and senior classmates about how he had outperformed Chen Lin. The two soldiers exchanged glances and decided that one would escort him to the mission point while the other rushed to the medical room to summon help. Once Xiao Yunshu was carried into the mission point, he happened to see on the large screen that Chen Lin had surged to third place with an astonishing increase of 4,500 contribution points. After a brief moment of shock, a wave of desolation washed over him, lingering in his heart. After the soldiers helped him submit his task, he immediately took on 2 missions to eliminate level 45 mutated beasts and then resolutely crawled back towards the mountains. "Classmate, your injuries are too severe. You cannot fight anymore. Yes, you should rest and receive treatment first." Several soldiers urgently held him back. If he ventured into the mountains again, he might not return. No. Every second wasted allows them to gain more ground. "Move aside, I can still fight." Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Lin did not find the familiar trio feasting on barbecue. It seemed they were truly engrossed in their endeavors. Just as he intended to head to the cafeteria for a bite, a soldier approached him, presenting a white safe. Chen Lin was taken aback. "I don't believe I've exchanged anything." The soldier clarified, "It was Commander Yang Xiao who instructed me to deliver this to you." "The commander of this base?" Chen Lin nodded and decided to postpone his meal. Upon entering his dorm, he opened the safe. 6 types of top-tier summoning materials immediately caught his eye, which surprised him. Were these rewards for the numerous mutated beasts he had slain? After pondering for a moment, he resolved to commence the summoning. He was particularly eager to summon a being with a divine essence, certain it would not be weak. Arranging the summoning materials, Chen Lin extended his hand into the void and cast the summoning spell. Patterns instantly emerged on his palm, and magical energy surged forth, inscribing runes on the ground in alignment with the positioning of the summoning materials. As the connection was established and the circular formation completed, an incredibly intense golden light erupted forth. After closing his eyes for a few minutes, Chen Lin reopened them to find a humanoid being, roughly the size of an arm, adorned with wings, appearing before him. Chapter 73, The Cycle of Sun and Moon. On the ground lay a fainted young humanoid creature, with golden hair and wings, radiating an aura of divine purity. Glancing at her race, Chen Lin was astounded. An angel. He was well aware of this race, as even the high school library featured books depicting them. Previously, in the Rift Valley of Lorlin, he had conjured a shadow imbued with a trace of higher angelic power, which had already been deemed an SS-level talent, highlighting the formidable nature of the angelic race. Thus far, it seemed no summoner had ever succeeded in calling forth such a powerful race. After all, They did not respond to summons or forge contracts with mere mortals. For this reason, Chen Lin felt a surge of astonishment. However, upon observing the frail golden angel, barely clinging to life with her wings broken, he fell into deep contemplation. How curious. The weak do not come, yet the broken do. His summoned creature was indeed unique. Chen Lin chuckled softly, shaking his head. Since this little angel had responded to his summoning, he could not abandon her. Let us strive together to ascend to divinity. Approaching, Chen Lin gently touched the angel's pure forehead, marked by a divine imprint shaped like golden wings. Instantly, a voice resonated in his mind. Detection initiated. Loyalty at 100%, never to betray. Shall we proceed with the soul bond? Chen Lin braced himself for the agony of having his soul torn asunder and, with trembling tears, made his choice. Accompanied by unimaginable torment surging from the depths of his mind, the voice returned after a long while. Soul integration complete. The soul bond has been established. Congratulations, your summoned creature has awakened a unique talent, the cycle of sun and moon, SSS. The fainted young angel was suddenly lifted by an overwhelming and profound power, which began to envelop her. This power transformed into countless sequences that entered the young angel's body, rapidly restoring her severely depleted essence and life force. Furthermore, she grew even more magnificent and formidable. With a radiant sun and a chilling moon revolving on either side of her, an unparalleled spectacle. After a considerable time, the extraordinary phenomenon subsided. The young angel's golden eyelashes fluttered open, revealing her eyes radiating a divine aura. The left side of her golden gaze held the majestic sun, embodying warmth and authority, while the right side exuded a chilling solitude reminiscent of the moon. Her supple golden wings unfurled gracefully, appearing strikingly beautiful. Overall, both her beauty and aura surpassed the limits of human imagination. Chen Lin could only marvel. As befitting an angel, she was truly captivating. The young angel flapped her wings and, upon nearing Chen Lin, grasped his clothing with her tiny hands. Through their mental connection, she awkwardly uttered, "Master." Kneeling on the ground, Chen Lin managed to muster a smile, his pale face lighting up. From this moment forth, we shall embark on this journey as partners. By the way, what is your name? Chen Lin refrained from arbitrarily naming her, recalling that angels receive their unique true names at the moment of their birth. Diana, eclipsing the sky. Chen Lin nodded. Diana was likely her race's surname, while eclipsing the sky was the true name bestowed upon her by the universe. Suddenly curious, Chen Lin inquired, Diana, why did you consent to forge a summoning contract? Given her current state, she seemed to be less than a year old and should not have been able to accept such a bond. Diana lowered her head, her gaze dimming. I was born from the sacred tree, yet was corrupted by dark energies. Everyone else, I do not know where they have gone. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin fell silent, quickly grasping the implication that they were likely victims of an invasion. To Diana, his summoning was perhaps the only lifeline at that moment. Gently stroking her golden hair, Chen Lin reassured her, they will be all right. One day, I will bring you back home. Yes, master. Diana leaned into his comforting touch, nuzzling against him as the sorrow in her eyes gradually faded. Feeling a shift in his thoughts, Chen Lin glanced at her status panel. Summoned creature, eclipsing the sky, true name. Type, angel. Level, 20. Attributes, strength 250, constitution 250, agility 250, magic 450. Health, 100. Skills, divine blessing. Grants the target a 50% increase in their attributes. Divine radiance. Releases one's powers to illuminate the world within the radius. All injuries can be continuously healed, and a layer of divine protection is granted, resisting any attacks. Talent. The cycle of sun and moon. SSS. When the radiant sun ascends, all things are laid bare, and souls are ignited. When the cold moon hangs high, the blade of obliteration reveals itself, granting the true power of annihilation. When the sun and moon intersect, judgment commences, and the world stands still. The sacred mark, SS, amplifies all of one's powers by 500. The stronger the power level, the less the amplification will be. After reading this, Chen Lin was left in awe. All attributes surpassed his own, and the magical power was nearing that of the long-awaited dark abyss. The key was the cycle of day and night. Whether it was the blazing sun or the high-hanging moon, both appeared extraordinarily formidable, especially when the two intersected. It could even cause time to stagnate, directly touching upon the realm of time. This sacred mark should originally be Diana's innate talent, which was equally impressive. Moreover, the sacred blessing and sacred radiance were remarkably good, certainly not inferior to Chen Lin's magical sword skills. The angelic race truly was powerful. In stark contrast to the initial dark abyss and silver butterfly, the two beasts combined had attributes barely exceeding 20 points, rendering them utterly insignificant. They were hardly worthy of even serving as Diana's shoes. The disparity was beyond mere dozens of times. Within the summoning space, upon hearing Chen Lin instruct them to observe Diana closely, Silver Butterfly emitted a sound of grievance, while Dark Abyss remained silent. After a considerable time, it communicated telepathically, Master, I wish to devour something. Chen Lin chuckled, saying, "All right, we shall hunt some mutated beasts in the mountains shortly." He recalled Diana and then exited the dormitory, heading towards the dining hall. After battling all day without consuming a morsel, Chen Lin was unlike Dark Abyss, who could feast through flames. Now, an overwhelming sense of hunger pervaded his entire being. In the command center, everyone was fixated on the screen, their expressions filled with anticipation as they awaited Chen Lin's emergence. However, upon seeing him emerge alone, devoid of any summoned beasts, disappointment washed over them. Alas, how they longed to know what his third summon was. What to do? Their hearts itched with curiosity. Surely it must be formidable, right? The crowd began to speculate among themselves. Yang Xiao refrained from joining in. Regardless of what Chen Lin's third summon might be, with that black wolf by his side, his potential evaluation would undoubtedly remain high. Chapter 74. The Arrival of Alien Races. In the mountains, a middle-aged man swiftly leapt from one giant tree to another, showing no reaction to the tiny drones flying overhead. A smile crept across his face. The effect of the hidden god talisman was truly remarkable. These drones inscribed with observing eyes could not detect him. He traversed deep into the forest, and all the mutated beasts along the way disregarded him. The middle-aged man paused in a concealed spot surrounded by towering peaks and lush trees, retrieving a statue. After whispering a few incomprehensible phrases, streams of black energy surged forth from the statue, gradually forming a gray figure with two horns on its head. So, have you come to a realization? Indeed, it was time to inform the demon lord to activate the teleportation channel. This was a cleanup zone managed by the Skylark, which gathered the most exceptional talents of contemporary China within its prestigious academy. If he could eliminate them all, it would certainly deal a heavy blow. The gray figure did not rush. Instead, it circled around a few times, confirming that it was not a trap before breaking into a grin. Excellent. Remember to set the formation and coordinates. I shall notify them at once. Witnessing the gray figure vanish after leaving a single sentence, the middle-aged man began to set up the shielding formation they had provided to obscure the detection capabilities of the apocalypse system that spanned the entire nation. As for how the alien races had provided this to him, he was quite surprised. He had not anticipated that many would be willing to collaborate with the alien races for abundant resources. Thus, the middle-aged man felt entirely justified in betraying humanity. He retrieved a feather imbued with the essence of the demon god from his clothing, and in an instant, the surrounding light lost its color under the overwhelming power. With countless emerald grasses and trees swiftly eroded to pitch black. Buzz, a terrifying consciousness surged forth along with his power, instantly descending upon the feather. The imposing figure of consciousness surveying the surroundings with indifference. Under the dreadful pressure of the demon god, the middle-aged man's face turned pale, and an uncontainable wave of fear surged within his mind. Is this the demon of the alien race? He did not even dare to lift his head to steal a glance at that proud figure of consciousness, prostrating himself on the ground, trembling incessantly. Ignoring the prostrate middle-aged man, the figure of the demon god slowly raised a slender finger, and terrifying black corrupted flames enveloped him in an instant. Boom! The space shattered like a mirror, countless fissures appearing as the palm tore through it, shattering it apart. Meanwhile, on the other side, another figure of consciousness, vastly stronger than before, was none other than Ryafrin, who lightly pointed at the void, instantly stabilizing the frenzied channel of spatial power with the force of rules, establishing a stable connection to the opposite side. Go! The languid voice resonated throughout the entire palace. 100 fallen beings escorted Ryafrin's figure as it gradually disappeared before they stood up from the ground, their gazes revealing a cold and cruel smile as they entered the passage. Their strengths all lay between the 4th and 5th rings. Any stronger could not pass through. This is the rear of humanity? With each genius I eliminate, I shall obtain a form of heavenly treasure. I intend to slay with abandon. To eliminate them all would be dull. It would be far more entertaining to assimilate them and let them slaughter each other on the front lines. Feeling waves of terrifying malice, the middle-aged man stifled his fear and spoke. What about the resources you promised me? Upon hearing human speech, Ryafrin turned to look, a hint of disdain crossing its features as it tossed a storage bag over. The middle-aged man hastily caught it with both hands, probing inside to discover 305th level life crystal stones, 106th level life crystal stones, and 20 body-tempering fruits. His eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Such an abundance of resources was sufficient to directly elevate his combat strength to the 7th transition. If he proceeded prudently, it might take him 5 years to reach this level, and this was merely the reward for providing a valuable piece of information. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the middle-aged man was immensely thrilled, realizing he had far too little information. Otherwise, if he sold a dozen more pieces, he might even have a chance to ascend to the throne. The feeling of soaring to greatness was utterly delightful, ensnaring him deeply. Suddenly, he understood why there had always been traitors. Who could resist such generous offers from the alien races? Quickly, bring me the list of humanity's top geniuses, Ryafrin commanded. Observing the middle-aged man who showed no signs of action, her tone cold, he quickly nodded, retrieving more than 10 sheets of paper from his ring. Ryafran took them, swiftly scanning all the information, frowning as she noted the significant number of geniuses among humanity this year, their potential appearing stronger than ever before. They must all be eradicated. Beside her, Riaquili concurred, indeed. Suddenly, the middle-aged man recalled something and hurriedly leaned closer. There's a fellow named Chen Lin. You must pay special attention to him. What talent does he possess? Is he merely average compared to other geniuses? Why should we concern ourselves with him? Ryafran questioned, puzzled. Chen Lin is the top freshman at Skylark Academy, and just 3 days ago, he crossed level 28 to slay a mutated beast. The absurdity of it is almost inhuman. Ryafran's expression shifted to one of shock. Is that true? Are you not attempting to deceive us for resources? The terrifying span of nearly 3 major realms was something only a few could achieve, even within the entire Fallen True clan. Yet, when the middle-aged man produced video evidence, she had no choice but to believe it. Riaquili's eyes gleamed with fervor, her tongue licking her lips. Leave him to me. Her demeanor instantly made Ryafran realize she had likely taken a liking to him, wishing to assimilate him as a plaything beneath her feet. Do not be careless and allow him to escape, Ryafran cautioned, then added, each of you seek your targets. Eliminate all the students. Instantly, the eyes of all the fallen glinted with bloodthirsty intent as they soared in different directions. Riaquili glanced at the middle-aged man, a charming smile gracing her lips. This is your reward for providing useful information. Tossing a storage bag before him, she unfurled her skeletal wings and departed. Chapter 75, The Hunt begins. The fallen soared above the mountains, approaching the positions of numerous students. Meanwhile, the patrolling drones immediately detected this scene, relaying the footage back to the command center. Are they the alien races? How could they appear here? Quickly notify the trainees to evacuate the mountains and prepare all warriors for combat. The female officer's expression grew somber as she gazed upon the formidable foes, all at least of the 4th tier. Without hesitation, she issued a series of commands. Yang Xiao, unfazed, simply uttered a word before turning to depart. The female officer, aware of his identity as a 9-rebirth powerhouse who had suffered irreparable injuries on the front lines, nodded, understanding that Yang Xiao intended to personally provide aid. Yet, that grave injury would undoubtedly exacerbate matters. Contemplating this, a flicker of hatred surfaced in the officer's eyes. Lamenting her lack of combat prowess to confront the alien invaders, the others clenched their fists, shadows of despair looming over their hearts. Soon, the command center fell into silence, with only orders and communications echoing. However, as they issued warnings through their smart wristbands, many advanced 4th-year students, closest to the depths of the mountains, had already encountered the sinister beings. That dark figure is no good. It's a fallen creature. Everyone, brace yourselves for combat. For individuals, seated on the ground, gasping for breath, were surrounded by carnage. The bodies of 47-level mutated beasts lay nearby, their blood still warm, evidently fresh from battle. Su Yuanzhang spotted a figure in the sky, enveloped in dark energy, rapidly approaching. After employing a reconnaissance technique, his expression shifted dramatically. It's a 5th-tier fallen creature. Xiao Luo, grant me a buff. Without hesitation, Su Yuanzhang charged forward. In mere seconds, the fallen creature had closed the distance to a mere 100 meters, its speed astonishingly swift. The radiant battle sword, now imbued with a sharp aura, appeared capable of cleaving through anything as Su Yuanzhang swung it towards the foe. As a 45-level rare class heavy sword master, he was the least injured in the team and still capable of fighting. He had to stand against this fallen creature. Otherwise, the 3 behind him would surely perish. And thus Su Yuanzhang dared not underestimate the threat, unleashing his full power. As the blade's brilliance sliced through the air, the fallen creature scoffed, raising a hand to effortlessly block the attack. How could it possibly withstand such a force barehanded? Su Yuanzhang, momentarily shocked, quickly realized that the dark energy enveloped the creature's arm. Is that all you've got? The other fist of the fallen creature surged forward in an instant. Boom. Su Yuanzhang was sent flying, a deep imprint left on his chest armor as it fractured. Hearing the creature's scornful, practiced words, he instantly recognized it as a frequently encountered foe on the front lines. Regaining his footing, he took a deep breath, resolve flickering in his gaze. Zhao Hao, take them and run. This elite 5th-tier fallen creature is far beyond our capabilities to defeat. If 3 can escape, it would be a victory. Though he longed to return to the front lines and reunite with his parents after such a long absence, it appeared that opportunity had slipped away. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth, glancing at the 2 girls beside him. I'll stay with Yuan Go. At that moment, the fallen creature lunged towards Su Yuanzhang, intent on thwarting their escape. But did it possess the strength to impede him? As its fist swung towards him, Su Yuanzhang raised his hand in defense. Boom. The dark energy exploded against the blade, and the tremendous force sent Su Yuanzhang staggering back several meters. Before he could regain his stance, the fallen creature was upon him again, its fists raining down like a tempest. In the face of such relentless assault, Su Yuanzhang struggled to keep up with the blocks, his armor shattering under the onslaught, causing blood to trickle from his lips. Yet, this time he did not falter. His feet seemed anchored to the ground, resolute and unwavering. Boom. Amidst the explosion of earth, Zhao Hao summoned every last ounce of strength, charging forward with his battle knife aimed fiercely at the fallen creature. However, before the blade could descend, a fierce wind howled. Zhao Hao felt a terrifying force surge from his chest, propelling him several meters backward, crashing into the ground. A gap. Su Yuanzhang, fully focused, seized the fleeting opportunity for a counterattack, his sword's sharpness erupting forth, violently cleaving through the surroundings. The strike aimed for the neck of the fallen creature, yet it was effortlessly thwarted by its formidable, pitch-black scales, barely making a dent. Pathetic. The enemies I face on the battlefield are leagues above your meager attacks. The fallen creature sneered, pressing down on Su Yuanzhang's head, raising its knee to shatter his facial armor. Then, each punch, infused with terrifying dark energy, rained down relentlessly upon Su Yuanzhang's vital areas. Bang! Bang! In mere seconds, Su Yuanzhang could no longer sustain himself, collapsing to the ground, breathless. The fallen creature lifted its foot, poised to crush him, when suddenly, a spear shot forth. But it was easily deflected. A girl seized the spear mid-air, propelled by a gale as she swept towards the creature. Yet, the fallen creature merely blocked it, gripping her with one hand. The dark energy surged, attempting to assimilate her into a corrupted being. Witnessing this, Zhao Hao struggled to rise, desperately charging forward. Yet, under the overwhelming oppression, he was struck to his knees by the fallen creature's foot, his kneecap fracturing instantly. His body trembling as he sought to rise again, but found it impossible. In the chaos, only one supporting girl remained. Her gaze filled with despair as she beheld the scene. Her mind was a blank slate. She raised her hand, wishing to heal Su Yuanzhang. But her magical energy and spirit had long been depleted, rendering her powerless. At that moment, a figure as swift as the wind surged in from the right, forcing the fallen creature back with a single blow. Qin Kong pressed on, his eyes ablaze with fury, unleashing a flurry of strikes that shattered the dark scales of the fallen creature, causing significant harm. In the preceding days, his strength had noticeably increased, reaching level 49. Augmented further by several buffs from Yikishi. His performance in this confrontation was a far cry from that against the giant rock dragon lizard. He was ferocious beyond measure. Under the onslaught of his fierce sword strikes, the fallen creature was forced to retreat, unable to withstand the barrage, its injuries accumulating rapidly. In that instant, the tide turned dramatically. Qin Kong's muscles bulged, unleashing a surge of ultimate power that doubled his speed and strength. The fallen creature sensed an imminent threat of death, letting out a roar as dark energy surged around its body, forming a protective barrier. It then attempted to ascend into the sky, seeking to exploit its aerial advantage to eliminate the 4 incapacitated humans. However, at the moment its intentions were revealed, a binding force ensnared it. Wang Yao charged in wielding a colossal 4-meter axe, his eyes filled with murderous intent, his aura escalating exponentially. The immobilized fallen creature displayed a look of terror. Crack! The massive axe cleaved through the dark energy, embedding itself into the fallen creature's neck. Simultaneously, Qin Kong raised his sword, delivering a synchronized strike with the axe. This elite 51-level fallen creature, under the combined assault of the two, instantly lost its head. This was no surprise. Both were the strongest forces among the 4th-year students of the Lark Academy, bolstered by the hidden class support of Yikishi. In full force. Unless faced with a countering entity like the giant rock dragon lizard, they could contend with even fallen creatures several levels higher. Naturally, this exceptional strength did not extend to 1st-year students. Minutes later, under Yi Kashi's healing, the severely wounded Su Yuanzhang and his companions regained some strength. Thank you, Qin Kong. Su Yuanzhang coughed, leaning against a massive tree. His armor was riddled with cracks, many sections shattered, his visage smeared with blood. Qin Kong sheathed his sword beside him. Follow the safe route indicated by your smart wristbands to exit the mountains. Without further delay, he led Wang Yao and Yikishi swiftly toward the designated rescue point. Observing this, Su Yuanzhang chuckled to himself. The gap in strength has widened yet again. After all, they have been ruthlessly hunting mutated beasts outside the city since their freshman year. Chapter 76. Without a chance of resistance. Meanwhile, after devouring a colossal beast, Haiming returned to its normal state, resting beside Chen Lin. On a distant high cliff, a voluptuous and alluring fallen angel, clad in scanty garments, gracefully descended, her toes gently touching the ground. Upon spotting the silver-armored figure guarded by a colossal black wolf, Mockery couldn't help but smile. What fortuitous luck to have found it so swiftly. Moreover, it appeared to be in a weakened state. However, upon gazing at the ravaged earth, Mockery was taken aback. The scars of battle exceeded her expectations. Nevertheless, this was undoubtedly the opportune moment to strike, and despite the flicker of apprehension within her, she refused to forfeit Chen Lin as her prey. This toy is mine. Mockery licked her lips, her eyes brimming with lustful intent, even before the game commenced. She had already devised plans for how to toy with Chen Lin. With a burst of speed, she launched herself forward, darting at hundreds of meters per second. As countless black threads dispersed from her body, the nauseating aura surged forth, prompting Chen Lin to instantly open his eyes, his gaze icy. Meanwhile, the ever-aware Haiming raised its head first, having sensed her presence. When Liacri met the two pairs of gray eyes, a chill coursed through her, stirring a deep-seated fear within her. What was happening? Her body trembled uncontrollably, yet she swiftly suppressed it. Seizing the initiative, Liacri unleashed her threads, which shot forth like a swarm of locusts, converging upon Haiming. Haiming, cloaked in golden light, effortlessly repelled the assault, its indifferent gray eyes fixed upon her. In the next moment, Liacri's consciousness was abruptly thrust into the void of darkness, where a pair of cold, unfeeling gray eyes opened. Under that gaze, an overwhelming dread engulfed her, drowning her entire mind. Liacri shivered uncontrollably, rendered immobile, her eyes wide as she watched Haiming approach with deliberate steps. In mere seconds, the colossal creature loomed before her, its hand crashing down to pin her to the ground, black flames erupting forth to consume her. Throughout this ordeal, Liacri, a level 56 fallen angel, found herself devoid of even the slightest opportunity to resist. This scene illuminated the previously somber command center, where a female officer internally cheered. "Well done, Black Wolf." Haiming raised its paw, sensing an issue, its gaze sweeping across the surroundings. "My lord, she has not perished, she has escaped." Upon hearing Haiming's words, Chen Lin coldly commanded, "Pursue her, and ensure she is slain." With Diana's protection, even allowing Haiming to be away for a time posed no danger. Haiming bowed its head slightly, in obedience. With a thunderous crash, it shattered the earth beneath it and charged in a specific direction. There, Liacri, her expression one of sheer terror, raced towards a spatial passage. It was utterly terrifying. That black wolf was incomprehensibly fearsome, even though the gray eyes had vanished. She remained paralyzed by fear. At this moment, Liacri yearned only to flee, eager to relay the alarming news of the human race's formidable progeny back to her kin. As for the assault on human geniuses, it was undoubtedly a failure on their part, with such a terrifying black wolf in existence. Any fallen angel encountering it would surely meet their demise. The fate of her comrades would hinge on their endeavors elsewhere. Yet, thinking of her brother in the vicinity, Liacri hesitated briefly, but soon cast the thought aside. If he were to perish, so be it. She could not linger here even a moment longer. Just then, a deafening sound erupted from behind her, startling Liacri. Could they be pursuing her? The thought sent a chill of sweat cascading down her spine as she summoned all her strength to accelerate with her bone wings. However, Haiming, unwilling to remain away from Chen Lin for too long, enlarged its form, transforming into a behemoth over 1,000 meters tall. With a resounding crash, the earth shattered as it traversed vast distances, obliterating trees and causing the air to explode. Appearing behind Liacri, it unleashed its terrifying presence once more. In that moment, Liacri felt not only fear but also profound despair. The colossal paw cast a shadow as it descended. Boom! The ground fractured, the surrounding mountains quaking, reverberations spreading for miles. Under Haiming's immense paw, the pitch-black flames completely consumed Liacri, leaving only a storage pouch behind. After a moment of contemplation, Haiming returned to its original size, gradually mastering the flames that ensnared the pouch before turning to depart. Upon returning to Chen Lin, it lowered its head, seeking a pat, and manipulated the dark flames to present the pouch to him. "Did you acquire anything from the fallen angel?" Chen Lin inquired as he probed into its contents, his eyes instantly lighting up. 100 level 5 life crystals. He exclaimed joyfully. "Haiming, you've secured a feast." Chen Lin smiled, extracting all the life crystals from the pouch. Gazing at the small mound of crystalline treasures, Haiming struggled to contain its yearning. Its very essence signaled a desire for continued evolution, to ascend to a higher plane of existence. The dark flames transformed into a massive maw, devouring all the life crystals, slowly converting them. Before long, its evolution value surged by 200 points. Through the information obtained from number 21, Chen Lin was aware that numerous fallen angels had infiltrated the 100 Links mountain range. After some contemplation, he resolved to split up and hunt these fallen angels. With two powerful summons at his disposal, it would be wasteful to travel together. With this thought in mind, Chen Lin gestured for the drone to approach. He had noted that a drone had been trailing him for some time. The enhancement of his physical attributes was comprehensive. Now, his eyesight was sharp enough to discern even distant flies, let alone a drone, even if it were miniature. In the command center, the personnel operating the drone momentarily froze. However, upon receiving the nod from the female officer, they quickly redirected the drone toward him, indicating the location of the fallen angels. Once the drone hovered nearby, Chen Lin spoke, and the female officer instantly grasped his intent. With Yang Xiao absent, she had assumed command. After a moment of thought, she instructed her team to operate the drone accordingly. Now that Chen Lin possessed 3 summons, his bold decision indicated that his previously unseen third summon was adequate to ensure his safety. Chapter 77, High Energy Cannon. He directed Haiming towards a specific location. In an instant, it surged forward, its gray eyes reflecting an unprecedented eagerness. The drone trailed behind, struggling to keep pace despite its attempts to accelerate. The The female officer marveled at the rapid growth displayed in just a few days. If given a year, it might even contend for the rank of king. The mere thought was almost unbelievable. So far, only 85 kings had emerged in Huaxia, a figure accumulated over more than a century. These individuals were the pinnacle of humanity, having emerged from countless generations of prodigies after years of relentless struggle. The scarcity of such figures was not solely due to innate talent. A significant factor was the presence of foreign races. In the brutal meat grinder of the front lines, even the most gifted struggled to make a mark. With each offensive from the foreign races, countless lives were sacrificed. Yet everyone was compelled to charge forth, steadfastly defending their lines. Many kings had fallen as a result. Currently, the number of remaining kings in Huaxia was less than half of what it once was, totaling only 30. This underscored the ferocity of the front lines. As Hyming barreled forward, it shattered every rock in its path with a relentless ferocity, causing colossal trees to collapse and streams to be crossed. Ahead, a group of 15 students had become ensnared, surrounded by 3 level 4 fallen angels. The ground was littered with several gruesomely lifeless bodies. Their expressions were grave, tightly gripping their weapons. They had not anticipated that these fallen angels would set a trap, using them as bait for fishing. After activating their distress signal for assistance, the lurking fallen angels finally revealed themselves. Now aware of their predicament, the 15 students promptly deactivated the distress signal. "Can we break through?" a girl asked, her voice trembling. Before them stood the formidable manifestations of malevolence, and they found themselves utterly incapable of overcoming even these adversaries. Moreover, the uncertainty of whether more of these dark beings lurked in the vicinity instilled a palpable fear within the hearts of all the trainees. Just as 3 four-ringed fiends twisted their sinister smiles and prepared to unleash slaughter, a thunderous commotion erupted from afar. In mere seconds, a terrifying black wolf, towering at an imposing height of 130 meters, charged forth. Its entire form was enveloped in an aura of ferocity that could induce shivers in anyone who dared to gaze upon it. The 3 fiends, paralyzed by fear, instinctively took to the skies, mistaking the creature for a mutated beast of the mountains. Yet, in the next heartbeat, they realized their grave error. This dreadful black wolf paid no heed to the humans. It was fixated on them, ready to attack. With a resounding crash, it swatted a gray fiend down, its form crashing into the ground and shattering into pieces. The unfortunate fiend had no time to evade, succumbing to the creature's might as dark flames erupted, consuming it whole. Even in its standard state, the black wolf possessed the unbridled capability to effortlessly annihilate 4-ringed foes. Remarkably, it was only at level 20. This exemplifies the black wolf's extraordinary prowess, capable of triumphing even when overcoming for complete transformations. Its dominion now transcended the notion of being invincible within its own rank. Within the span of 2 major transformations, it could utterly dominate. The black wolf's cold gray eyes fixated on one of the fiends, which froze in place, its skeletal wings trembling in terror. With claws wreathed in obsidian flames, it struck down the fiend. All of this transpired in a mere 5 seconds. The last fiend barely caught sight of the black wolf before meeting its inevitable demise. The 5 lurking fiends, hidden in the shadows, finally comprehended the situation, their gazes betraying fear as they were haunted by the sudden appearance of this terrifying wolf. They collectively erupted from the forest, soaring into the sky. "Howl! None shall escape!" the black wolf roared, its commanding presence causing the already frightened fiends to falter momentarily. In an instant, it surged forth, dark flames exploding around it, engulfing a vast expanse of hundreds of meters. However, under its deliberate control, the flames did not spread towards the trainees. With a single strike, the black wolf sent them plummeting to the ground, where the relentless flames swiftly consumed them. In a mere 10 seconds, those 8 fiends, which the 15 third-year trainees could not withstand, were reduced to ashes. The sight left all the trainees in stunned silence. After a few seconds, realization dawned upon them, their expressions filled with profound astonishment. Among them, Su Qingqing's eyes sparkled with delight. "This is Chen Lin's summoned creature. I recognize it," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. The other trainees, hearing her words, were incredulous. "I remember Chen Lin is just a freshman, right? How could he possess such a powerful summon? It feels even stronger than Senior Qin Kong." Their disbelief was palpable, and yet this was swiftly replaced by a sense of relief from their narrow escape. The black wolf, after searching the ground for some time without finding a storage bag, appeared somewhat disappointed. Its imposing 100-meter form gradually crouched down, awaiting the drone to arrive and guide it further. All the trainees watched as this fearsome black wolf stood guard, not departing immediately, their hearts swelling with gratitude. It was clearly concerned for their safety. Chen Lin's summon was truly remarkable, ignoring Su Qingqing, who was waving and calling out to it. The black wolf awaited the drone's arrival, and upon receiving directions, it surged forward. Meanwhile, in the command center, the female officer quickly discerned a troubling situation. The fiends were acutely aware of their distribution, with many 4-ringed fiends rushing toward the outskirts of the mountains, seemingly targeting this year's new trainees. Those five-ringed fiends were entrenched deeper, hunting down fourth-year students and hindering the mentors attempting to provide support. Has the high-energy artillery battery been charged? The officer inquired solemnly. This was a devastating weapon crafted through the fusion of technology and mechanics, a hallmark of every station base. Still absorbing energy, came the reply from the weapon operator. Shaking their head, the officer's expression darkened. Although all the trainees were retreating towards the base, the flying four-ringed fiends were far swifter. They could catch up in half an hour. Armed helicopters could not be dispatched. Against the four-ringed fiends, they would be utterly ineffective, merely sending soldiers to their doom. Chapter 78. The radiant sun deep within the mountains, a woman clad in golden battle armor wielded a formidable war spear wreathed in blood energy, pressing down on four level 55 fiends. Under the terrifying crimson glow of her spear, the air itself seemed to explode, forcing the fiends to retreat in disarray. Ji-Fei's imposing aura surged forward, relentless like a dragon in pursuit. Witnessing this, Raliacru frowned, slowly conjuring a black spear in his hand. He had no time to waste here. Many prodigies awaited his demise. With a resounding crash, Raliacru's form shot forth, the black spear imbued with fallen power, piercing fiercely toward Ji-Fei. This sudden assault was met with Ji-Fei's quick reflexes. She unleashed her blood energy, causing the spearhead to expand dramatically to over 30 meters in size. With a deafening boom, the ground beneath her shattered, crumbling under her overwhelming might, spreading chaos in all directions. The violent force swept through the vicinity, shocking the fiends. Ji-Fei's eyes blazed with combat fervor as her spear, radiating a crimson glow, swept through everything in its path, obliterating all. Boom. The five fiends were sent reeling, their attacks nullified. Raliacru regarded the shattered black spear in his hand, his expression growing grave. At only level 55, for levels beneath him, such power marked her as a prodigy that must be eliminated. Black energy surged forth, enveloping a 100-meter radius, plunging the area into darkness. The other fiends, recognizing Raliacru's intent, unleashed their own fallen power. The air thickened with black energy, becoming almost viscous. Ji-Fei, engulfed in a crimson glow, resisted the encroaching darkness, her gaze icy. You wish to assimilate me? You seek your own demise. With a roar, her form lunged at Raliacru, the air crackling as her spear slashed toward him. The four fiends hastily followed suit, attacking Ji-Fei to alleviate Raliacru's pressure. Yet, Ji-Fei paid them no mind. Her aura had reached a frenzied peak, and she would not relent until she had slain him. Under the onslaught of the corruption, her state of explosive power could not be maintained for long. Her vitality would soon wane. At that point, assimilation would become a terrifying reality. Meanwhile, Qin Kong, engaged in another battle, took note of the unfolding situation, his expression turning urgent. He poured all his energy into his ultimate technique, desperately cleaving at the 56-level fiend before him, intent on providing support. Mentor Ji had risked herself to save them, and he could not allow her to fall into peril. However, the fiend perceived his intent, smirking coldly as they entangled him in combat. Qin Kong's eyes narrowed, fully aware that continuing in this manner would not lead to the fiend's demise. Wang Yao, he shouted in desperation. The injured Wang Yao, gritting his teeth, rose to his feet, brandishing his massive axe, charging forth recklessly. Yi Kashi inhaled deeply, understanding that the moment had come to expend every ounce of her power, unleashing all her enhancements and protections. She even directed some towards Ji-Fei. Following her brief incantation, a divine figure wielding a sword, indifferent to the world, materialized above Ji-Fei. As the goddess's eyes opened, a murderous aura capable of slaying all enveloped the surroundings. This caused Raliacru's expression to shift slightly, without hesitation. He activated his innate ability, doubling the potency of his fallen power. The encroaching darkness grew even more menacing. As he beheld the goddess's blade aimed at him, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged forth. Boom. Waves of pressure cascaded down, shattering the earth and sending tremors rippling hundreds of meters away. This was a far cry from the impact of the colossal rock dragon lizard. However, the divine maiden swiftly faded as Yi Kashi succumbed to exhaustion. Seizing this opportunity, Ji-Fei charged towards the severely wounded Raliacru, granting it no respite. The four corrupted beings simultaneously activated their innate abilities to obstruct her. Suddenly, the ground beneath Ji-Fei transformed into a viscous, inky mire, with numerous arms emerging from below, grasping at her ankles. Shackles surged forth from the black mist, ensnaring her. Simultaneously, her body felt extraordinarily feeble, as if all strength had vanished. In an instant, the corrupted beings surged forward, their black spears piercing toward her. At this critical moment, Ji-Fei broke free from the oppressive grasp, her vitality surging within her, unleashing a desperate counterattack that shattered all restraints. A brilliant crimson glow enveloped her, even dispersing the surrounding black mist. She wielded her war spear, and the terrifying red spear light obliterated the four black spears in an instant. With a powerful stomp, the earth exploded beneath her, propelling her forward to confront Raliacru. However, at that moment, Liaklu had already consumed a vial of gray blood. Its injuries rapidly healed, and its aura soared to the strength of the sixth ring. The true blood of the throne was indeed fearsome. Liaklu grinned, forming a shield of black mist to deflect Ji Fei's descending spear. With a single hand, it conjured a black spear and hurled it, the deadly tip piercing through Ji Fei's protective red glow, subsequently shattering her armor. With a sickening sound, the black spear penetrated flesh and emerged from Ji Fei's back, blood dripping from its tip onto the ground. The four corrupted beings rushed in for the kill, but Liaklu commanded them to halt, instructing them not to kill her, but to assimilate her. Ji Fei's gaze sharpened as she yanked the black spear from her body, the fearsome spearhead extending over 30 meters, repeatedly striking down upon Liaklu. Yet, as her protective red glow shattered, the encroachment intensified, her vitality waning, rendering her unable to continue resisting. Her offensive visibly diminished. Before long, Ji Fei could no longer sustain herself, even struggling to grip her war spear. Witnessing this, Liaklu let out a laugh, advancing step by step, declaring, "Become my slave." Just then, a resounding crash echoed. A silver battle spear sliced through the air, piercing the black mist and embedding itself at Liaklu's feet. A figure clad in silver armor rushed in from the distance. Upon seeing him, Liaklu instantly recognized him, frowning slightly. "Sister, you did not kill him? If you are referring to that female corrupted being, she is already dead." Upon hearing this, Liaklu exhibited no semblance of emotion, showing no sorrow for her sister's demise. She was indeed unreliable. Chen Lin halted, surveying the battlefield, instantly realizing this was beyond his capability. He could not intervene. With a flicker of thought, a humanoid creature, less than half a meter tall with golden wings sprouting from its back, materialized, an aura of sanctity enveloping the surroundings. The six corrupted beings immediately changed their expressions, all turning to look. Is that an angel? They felt an overwhelming discomfort. However, as realization dawned upon them, their gazes ignited with fervor. This form was undoubtedly that of a juvenile angel, possessing no offensive capabilities, thus posing no threat. With this thought, Liaklu erupted in joy. "Haha, Chen Lin. I truly owe you gratitude for bringing such a grand gift. To corrupt an angel is the highest honor among the corrupted true race." Sensing the numerous loathsome gazes upon her, Diana furrowed her brow. These black mists were all too familiar. They had invaded her homeland. A blaze of fury ignited in Diana's eyes as she unfurled her wings and soared into the sky. A resplendent sun gradually revealed itself in her golden eyes, expanding in size. Boom! The terrifying, searing golden light erupted from her, forming an enormous, radiant sun that loomed behind her. Diana's youthful form transformed into that of an adult, tall and slender. Her exquisite visage was flawless, her golden eyes exuding majesty, her aura overwhelming and divine. Chapter 79. The full moon hangs high. The resplendent sun shone brilliantly as Diana stood aloft, her tall and slender figure graced by a pair of 5-meter golden wings, her divine beauty striking. Her golden eyes radiant and authoritative, impossible to gaze upon directly. The scorching golden light illuminated the surroundings, purging the black mist within mere seconds. All the corrupted beings felt as if they were plunged into hell, suffering and in pain, their fallen powers directly suppressed. Should they dare to utilize them, they would soon face purification. This sent shockwaves through their hearts. For ages, the corrupted true race and the angels had been sworn enemies, each countering the other. Yet beneath this resplendent sun, the balance was unmistakably shattered. "I shall purify your souls and cleanse your heavy sins," accompanied by a voice of solemn detachment. The sun hovering behind Diana erupted, its golden light intensifying. The radiance transformed a 10,000-meter radius into gold, as if a second sun had emerged in the heavens. Boom! The terrifying power of the sun reverberated around them, igniting the six corrupted beings in searing golden flames. The torment of their souls being scorched caused them to howl in agony. Liaklu's visage contorted. The previous ecstasy had vanished, leaving only excruciating pain and a grimace. It desperately unleashed its fallen powers, the strength of the sixth ring, combined with the doubled potency of its innate abilities, barely resisting the purifying golden light. A black barrier formed around its body in a futile attempt to shield itself from the golden flames. However, unlike the pitch-black flames that consumed life through the flesh, this soul-penetrating assault could pierce through all defenses, utterly impervious to physical barriers. Only defenses belonging to the soul could withstand it. As the corrupting black mist dissipated, Ji Fei weakly lifted her head, gazing at the magnificent figure standing high in the sky, radiant and imperious, and smiled. The ability to summon angels truly was impressive. Waves of divine power, accompanied by golden light, enveloped her, rapidly mending her injuries. A layer of golden divine barrier also manifested, sheltering her within. Divine radiance. The bloodthirsty Wang Yao was instantly restrained, his thrusting black spear blocked by the barrier. "Chen Lin, you are my father." Wang Yao managed a weak smile, giving him a thumbs up. Covered in bloodstains, the struggling Qin Kong felt a warmth seep into his wounds, prompting him to unleash a relentless assault, exchanging life for life. The battle sword slashed before the corrupted beings, forcing them to retreat rapidly, as they could no longer keep up with the defenses. Under the torment of their souls being scorched, they could not exert their full strength. The situation on the battlefield reversed in an instant with the emergence of the resplendent sun. Damn it, wasn't it said that juvenile angels only possess supportive abilities? Liaklu, well read, felt utterly deceived by knowledge. Merely locking eyes for a second with Diana's authoritative, radiant golden gaze caused it to tremble, blood streaming from its eyes as if facing the mightiest of its own kind, an unimaginable terror. Realizing that delay would only lead to its soul being scorched to death, Liaklu bellowed, "Kill that human." With that, the black mist erupted, coiling into a giant serpent that lunged towards Diana, ready to strike. The closer it drew to the sun, the more terrifying the purification and soul-burning became. Were it not for the stark disparity of 39 levels, and the throne's true blood boiling within, continuously supplying power, it might not even have been able to approach. Liaklu endured the agonizing burns and pressed forward, determined to bring Diana down. Diana, her expression indifferent, slowly raised her hand, summoning countless searing golden swords that materialized around her, shooting towards Liaklu and the other 4 corrupted beings charging at Chen Lin. These golden swords, imbued with purifying and burning power, swiftly pierced through the black serpent, impaling Liaklu. Boom. It plummeted from a height of 100 meters, dust swirling around it. The remaining 4 corrupted beings hastily dodged, but were still pierced through by countless golden swords. At this moment, Diana, standing high in the sky, appeared as a deity commanding the sun, viewing her enemies as mere ants. Such an allure left Yi Kushi spellbound, even stirring feelings within her as a woman. Cursed be it, for under this blazing sun, we are utterly incapable of fighting back. All the fallen gritted their teeth, pierced by the golden sword. Not only were they wounded, but the corrupting power within them was also being purified, hastening the burning of their souls. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they succumbed to the scorching heat. Liaklu's expression darkened, but do not panic. Empress Fu Lin has assured that allies will come to surround and hunt. Just as it uttered these words, several figures draped in gray robes swiftly approached from the distance, each wielding the power of the 6th transition. As they drew near, they activated their stealth skills, intending to strike simultaneously and eliminate everyone in an instant. However, under the radiant sunlight bestowed by Diana, they were utterly exposed, crashing directly into view. Upon seeing the shadow emblem on the gray robes, Ji Fei immediately recognized them, her expression turning furious. It was the Shadow Church, those accursed heretics. She braced herself, her body having regained some strength, as her vitality surged once more, intercepting one man rushing towards Chen Lin. The left side of this man's face was covered in a ghastly array of purple scars, twisted and repulsive. In their clash, both Ji Fei and he staggered back several meters. The other heretics disregarded her and swiftly surged past, their target evidently set on killing Chen Lin first. Witnessing this, Diana raised her hand, and golden flames erupted instantly, searing their very souls. Golden swords materialized and shot forth. Yet, these heretics were resolute in their intent to slay Chen Lin, enduring the damage as they charged forward. Under the sun's form, they lacked any terrifying finishing techniques. As the great sun behind Diana slowly collapsed into her palm, a round moon subtly emerged from her right golden eye, accompanied by the solitary moon hanging high. The surroundings dimmed dramatically. The pale moonlight illuminated the world, instilling a chilling terror within hearts. The heretics, relentlessly attacking Chen Lin and on the verge of shattering the sacred protection, suddenly changed countenance, looking up. Unlike the sun form, Diana's eyes now held a frosty clarity, devoid of any emotion. The sacred aura had vanished, leaving only a terrifying chill in its wake. Her wings and golden hair transformed into silvery white, standing before the moon like a proud goddess. Surrounding her were 9 circular blades of destruction, radiating dark red, true annihilation energy, slowly spinning. Go! As Diana's cold voice echoed, the 6 circular blades of annihilation shot forth with astonishing speed, instantly reaching the 6 heretics. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they each deployed their defenses. However, against the annihilation energy capable of breaching any protection, their barriers crumbled like paper. One heretic, precisely at level 60, helplessly watched as a dark red circular blade effortlessly shattered his shadow barrier, piercing through him. As his body split in two, he fell to the sides. Astonishment still etched on his face. Chapter 80, The Throne Arrives. The remaining 5 heretics, witnessing this scene, were instantly stricken with alarm. After barely blocking a strike from the annihilation blade, they immediately turned to flee. Yet, the annihilation blades moved swifter than they could escape. Pursuing relentlessly under Diana's mental command, Liaklu charged towards the elevated Diana. Having shed the sun's suppression, it unleashed its full strength, surpassing those heretics in might. A terrifying black energy surged forth, morphing into colossal black spears that were hurled violently. Boom! The black spears pierced the air at supersonic speeds, hurtling towards Diana. A circular blade of annihilation met them head-on, slicing through the black spears effortlessly, while the remaining two blades darted toward Liacru. It conjured two massive serpents, each several dozen meters long, to consume the annihilation blades. Yet, in less than a second, the serpents were pierced through their elongated bodies, continuing their flight towards Liacru. On the ground, the four fallen, witnessing this, rushed towards Chen Lin, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Now that his sacred protection was about to shatter, and all the circular blades were blocked, it was the perfect moment to eliminate him. This human must die. The Black Wolf's staggering level gap of 28 was one thing. But this angel, who commanded the sun and moon, was even more ludicrous, overpowering them tenfold, even 60-fold. If he were allowed to grow fully, the consequences were unfathomable. Even in the front line, he could stir a tempest. However, constantly vigilant of Chen Lin's peril, Diana immediately summoned back 3 circular blades of annihilation, swiftly directing them towards the fallen. 3 fallen willingly halted to defend, but as they neared, the 3 blades of annihilation suddenly collided, merging into one. The blade transformed into a 3-meter-long weapon, its entwined true annihilation energy exponentially potent. The dark red light instantly shattered the black shields conjured by the fallen, piercing through to deliver fatal blows. 2 of the fallen, drenched in cold sweat, realized with horror that this accursed angel bore not just 2 forms, but also an adaptable method of attack. As they beheld the approaching circular blade glowing with dark red brilliance, fear gripped them, and they raised their black shields in defense. Yet, under the doubled might of the merged annihilation blade, it shattered upon contact. Only one fallen remained, yet before it could even graze Chen Lin, it was swiftly overtaken and slain. This is simply extraordinary, Yikashi exclaimed in sheer astonishment. She even felt that this angel, serving Chen Lin, possessed strength surpassing that of the Black Wolf. After all, that colossal rock dragon lizard was merely at level 52. Despite its slight royal bloodline, it could not possibly triumph against multiple fallen and heretics above level 60 in unison. Having dispatched 4 fallen, the annihilation blades turned towards the purple-scarred man engaged with Ji Fei. Before he could react, the blades zipped past Ji Fei and struck him down, subsequently splitting into 3. They coordinated to eliminate all heretics and the fallen battling Qin Kong. As the 6 circular blades of annihilation returned to the proud angel, the onlookers were momentarily entranced. Truly formidable. Qin Kong knelt on one knee, hands resting on his battle sword. Hearing this admiration, Wang Yao nodded. Indeed, the angelic race was undeniably exquisite. This was a pure appreciation for a stunning being, devoid of any irreverence. Casting a glance at the struggling Liacru, Diana slowly raised her hand, and the 6 circular blades began to merge. Upon witnessing this, Liacru's expression shifted dramatically. It unleashed the last remnants of the fallen power contained within its royal blood, forcing the 3 blades apart. Its form plummeted to the ground. Seeing it was now alone, a twitch of its lips betrayed its disdain. These heretics were utterly useless. Liacru turned its gaze towards Chen Lin, jealousy radiating from its eyes. Why would such a perfect angel choose to obey him? Both of its summoned creatures boasted over a 25-level power gap. I concede, your future will indeed be terrifying. Yet, precisely because of your outstanding performance, today, you shall perish here. Liacru chuckled coldly, retrieving a pitch-black wheel. As it spun, a brilliant light ignited beneath its feet, illuminating a 100-meter radius. This summoning throne opportunity was initially intended for that anomaly awakened with SSS-level talent to prevent powerful foes from guarding him. However, Chen Lin's 2 summoned creatures exhibited alarmingly terrifying potential. He must not be allowed to grow stronger. Distributing the summoning wheel to all leading fallen was to prevent the human race from employing smoke screens to conceal the true prodigy. Unexpectedly, the thrones had indeed guessed correctly. Boom. All the annihilation blades surged forth, yet were directly obstructed by the rising black light. Countless arcane runes materialized, intertwining and forming an immense black summoning array. From within, a towering gray fallen emerged, standing over 10 meters tall, its terrifying aura instantly engulfing the area, nearly suffocating those present. Qin Kong and the others turned pale, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of profound despair. Tendrils of black energy slowly spread, decaying and withering all flora in its path. Diana's countenance was grave, and with a mere gesture, the full moon transformed into a blazing sun hanging in the sky. Yet, the resplendent golden light could not illuminate the past. Chen Lin immediately sensed the ominous turn of events, nearly succumbing to the urge to flee, but ultimately restrained himself. For at that moment, as the ominous dark formation emerged, Yang Xiao stepped beside him. You've waited long enough for this alien throne. There's no need to fear, Yang Xiao reassured, patting Chen Lin's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin's mind raced. Was this a premeditated scheme? Indeed. The alien throne showed no interest in them, and instead cast an impassive gaze towards the direction of the Hongshan base. There, as the summoning formation was erected, an overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted, shattering the clouds above and approaching with terrifying momentum. In mere breaths, it descended upon them. Observing the young man standing tall in the void, the alien throne began to speak. Zhangju, why are you not stationed at the front lines? Do you not fear that your defensive line will be breached by my kind? It would not merely result in the loss of countless warriors. Zhangju waved dismissively. It's of no consequence. Our human race has already succumbed to despair. Do you think I would believe that? The alien throne retorted with a cold laugh. It quickly realized it had fallen into a trap, yet remained unfazed. Having been ensnared by your human race too many times, do you truly believe I would approach unprepared? Just prior to your departure from the front lines, the news reached our rear. You should understand what that implies. Haha. Zhang Ju offered no reply. Casting a glance below, was he waiting to be crushed? Yang Xiao, hearing this, immediately led everyone away. The clash between thrones would unleash enough residual force to devastate over 100,000 meters. Even though Zhang Ju's domain could contain the power within, they would still become obstacles. The alien throne did not intervene, for with Zhang Ju present, it could not act against anyone. As one of the more active thrones on the front lines in recent years, his prowess was well known among all alien elites. Are you truly not returning? I will not leave until you are slain. Chapter 81. A single arrow, 5 targets. A gray domain expanded rapidly as the group departed. Just as it threatened to engulf them, it was intercepted by a surge of terrifying power. Boom. At the moment the two thrones clashed, even with their powers isolated, the resulting shockwaves caused the earth to tremble for hundreds of thousands of meters. Was that the Duantian throne from Manhwaxia? Qin Kong glanced back, swallowing hard. Each throne bore its own title, well known across the nation. It was due to their vigilance on the front lines that the rear could enjoy peace and prosperity. Yang Xiao nodded, and admiration filled the faces of his companions. Ascending to the throne and donning a crown was a pursuit every human aspired to. Wait. The Fallen had just summoned the alien throne, and now the Duantian throne has appeared. Surely it won't remain here indefinitely? Yikushi queried, puzzled. Yang Xiao chuckled, offering no answer. There is no immediate threat here, but many four-ringed Fallen still survive, their targets being the elite students at the mountain's periphery. You must hurry to assist. Those present were undoubtedly of reliable character. Knowing that upon the emergence of the aliens, they did not contemplate retreat, but instead positioned themselves to aid at various distress points. Qin Kong and his companions' expressions grew stern. They nodded and rushed towards the mountain's outskirts. Under the sacred radiance, they regained much strength and were still capable of further combat. Ji Fei and Chen Lin intended to join as well, but the latter was held back. Chen Lin, let your summon go, that will suffice. Chen Lin hesitated, then deemed it acceptable. His silver butterfly had not advanced in quite some time and could hardly keep pace, even against the four-ringed Fallen. After a mental communication, Diana, restored to her half-meter form, nodded and transformed back into the shape of the sun, her golden light illuminating the heavens as she soared like a golden meteor. Yang Xiao exclaimed, I never anticipated that your third summon would be an angel, but she seems to have only recently come into existence, perhaps not even a year old. Indeed, Chen Lin replied. More accurately, she has existed for merely 3 days. Originally, I was to handle those heretics for you, but it seems she has dispatched them all, truly formidable. Yang Xiao marveled at her terrifying combat prowess, rivaling that of the Black Wolf. This essentially meant that Chen Lin alone represented 2 monstrous entities. If he were to ascend the throne in the future, it would directly augment the combat power of the human race by 2 thrones. Such a prospect was truly exhilarating. Without a doubt, this future would garner even greater attention. Once he submitted his application, the resources he could request, such as life crystals, would likely increase significantly. You must have noticed the peculiarities surrounding this cleansing operation against the mutated beasts, Yang Xiao remarked. Chen Lin nodded in agreement. The recent summoning of the ominous dark formation by Liaclu, followed immediately by the appearance of the Duantian throne, could not possibly be mere coincidence. This operation against the mutated beasts is merely a facade. We are being used as bait? Yang Xiao shook his head. Over the years, the number of mutated beasts has accumulated significantly, and the resurgence of many colossal creatures poses a genuine threat. Their reproductive rate is alarmingly rapid. The situation on the front lines is dire, and reinforcements are indeed lacking. Moreover, numerous traders among the human race will undoubtedly relay information to the aliens in exchange for substantial resources to further their own agendas. Unsurprisingly, the aliens have been persistently probing our defenses, testing which lines are weakened, and many alien thrones have engaged in this strategy to discern which human throne has departed. These heretics, motivated by various grievances, harbor a deep-seated hatred for society and assist the aliens in our annihilation. They will not miss this opportunity presented by the mutated beast uprising to deliver a crippling blow to humanity. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin felt a heavy weight settle in his heart, the pressure of encroaching wolves palpable. And what of the current situation on the front lines? Chen Lin could not restrain himself from clenching his fists. The Duantian throne had indeed arrived. Did this not imply that his defensive line was at risk of being breached? Yet, if he did not return to aid them, the fate of his comrades was all too predictable. Furthermore, the alien throne would undoubtedly commence a massacre in the rear. With the throne's terrifying power, it could eradicate all talented individuals and obliterate any nearby cities in mere minutes. Yang Xiao chuckled. There is no need for concern. Over the decades of conflict with the aliens, both sides have gained an intimate understanding of each other's combat capabilities. They believe that through traitors, they have comprehensively grasped the human race's full arsenal. However, in truth, those are but feints we intentionally exposed, designed to instill in them a false confidence, setting the stage for a more profound betrayal in the future. Yang Xiao placed his hand on Chen Lin's shoulder. While the overall strength of the aliens was indeed superior, having steadily expanded their advantages over decades of scheming, we too have been secretly amassing our genuine trump cards. Ultimately, the outcome of this conflict remains uncertain. He held Chen Lin in high regard, thus revealing nearly everything to bolster his confidence in this racial war. Chen Lin suddenly laughed. Are you not concerned? What if I am the traitor? Yang Xiao shook his head. If even a talent like you were to betray us, the human race would be doomed. In moments when our people faced imminent collapse, it was always extraordinary individuals like you who emerged, turning the tide. For instance, the fourth-ranked powerhouse single-handedly slaughtered all the terrifying mutated beasts in the rear. In just a few short years, he rose to the pinnacle of strength on the front lines, halting the alien forces that had intended to launch a total assault. In Yang Xiao's eyes, Chen Lin possessed the potential to achieve similar feats. Chen Lin no longer harbored doubts. With the explanations provided, he had gained a clear understanding of the entire gambit. Aware that news could not be suppressed indefinitely, the human race opted to go with the flow, setting a trap to eliminate all the elite fallen that invaded the rear. And thus, it may unveil the traitors and eradicate the heretics lurking within society. Ultimately, it aims to lure an alien throne to the rear for annihilation. As for the losses incurred by the alien forces on the front lines, that remains uncertain. However, with all cards laid bare, one can be assured that the toll will be significant. The price, however, will be the untimely demise of prodigies caught in this scheme, oblivious to their roles as mere bait. This is undeniably cruel, yet such is the nature of war among civilizations. Are you disheartened? Yang Xiao inquired slowly, observing Chen Lin's deep, contemplative breath. Chen Lin shook his head. The situation demanded decisive action. Yang Xiao was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Before breaking into a smile, the throne that proposed this decision echoed your sentiments precisely. Chapter 82, Alien Throne, I shall suppress with a mere gesture. Gazing at the descending sun, a singular goal began to crystallize in Chen Lin's mind. Next time, he must grow stronger to wield greater influence. At that moment, a colossal shadow surged from the distance, crashing with a thunderous sound before halting before Chen Lin. How? My lord, there has been no corruption, all have been slain. Chen Lin patted it, discerning its slight disappointment, realizing it must not have found a grand feast. Yang Xiao regarded the dark wolf and remarked, this creature is formidable. At merely level 20, it possesses an impressive realm. More importantly, it can fully control and even merge with its physical form. Do you comprehend what this entails? Chen Lin, intrigued, queried, what does it signify? Breaking through the 10th and 11th transitions to the king level comes with prerequisites. It has accomplished them all. As long as its level is sufficient, it can ascend unobstructed to the king's stage. Chen Lin looked at the dark wolf with astonishment. He had initially thought this was a relatively simple matter. I had no idea you were such a genius. The dark wolf, reveling in its master's praise, basked in the caress, its tail sweeping the air with a resounding gale. Yang Xiao continued, however, I would advise against solely focusing on leveling up. Such a path would strip it of its formidable combat prowess. Even upon reaching the 10th transition, it would merely become an ordinary king beast. Through several days of drone surveillance, Yang Xiao surmised that this dark wolf's growth likely required life crystals. This was precisely why Chen Lin had relinquished them all to it, resulting in only a marginal increase in his own level compared to others. Yang Xiao found this approach quite commendable. After all, combat power and level are not inherently linked. Thus, there is no need to prioritize leveling up. Chen Lin nodded. He had always intended to progress steadily. Regarding his ability to bestow strength upon his summons, the sequence of prioritizing either level or combat power was inconsequential. The ideal choice was to advance both in tandem. The cost of the Dark Wolf's evolution was indeed substantial, yet its potential was equally terrifying, rendering it wholly worthwhile. Future summons must possess at least one SSS level talent. However, the Dark Wolf could potentially possess multiple SSS level talents. Hence, Chen Lin could not prioritize leveling at the expense of nurturing the Dark Wolf. After glancing at his panel, he noted that despite Diana's elimination of several level 50 corrupted beings and the Dark Wolf's diligent hunting, he had not leveled up even once. Previously, leveling up had been effortless due to the low experience requirements for him, the Dark Wolf, and the Silver Butterfly. Now, with the arrival of summons like Diana, whose growth attributes were extraordinary, the experience required for leveling had naturally become more challenging. The summoner profession mandates that all summoned beings' experience requirements be met for simultaneous leveling up, a cost of being able to unleash collective assaults. Nevertheless, Chen Lin resolved to leave the matter of leveling to these alien beings. As for the life crystals, he continued to allocate them wholly to the Dark Wolf for evolution. Boom. A golden sun burst through the heavens, and Diana transformed into a streak of light, descending before Chen Lin, her slender, perfect form performing a slight bow. She then reverted to her usual demeanor, fluttering to Chen Lin's side, her small hand grasping his palm, akin to a daughter's affection. After tirelessly battling for over 10 hours, the distant gray domain dissipated, and a young man, stepping upon the void, traversed tens of thousands of meters in an instant. Noticing his exceedingly weak aura, Yang Xiao immediately inquired, "Brother Zhang, how fares the situation?" "Quite amusing. A mere alien throne, I can suppress with a mere gesture. What problems could arise?" Diana, standing nearby, silently unleashed her divine radiance. She sensed that the young man before her had suffered severe erosion from corrupting forces. Zhang Ju furrowed his brow. "Little girl, the throne's injuries are not something you can heal. Are you an angel? Do not cease. Maintain it for a few more seconds." Feeling the corrupting decay in his body being mitigated by her divine power, Zhang Ju swiftly raised his hand, halting Diana's efforts. "My divine power has been entirely expended," Diana replied, shaking her head. The throne's corruption was too formidable. Even though divine power could counteract it, she could only alleviate it slightly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ju could only endure the discomfort, sighing, "In the end, I bear far too much." Chen Lin's expression was one of confusion. Is this the state of all thrones? Yang Xiao, seemingly perceptive of Chen Lin's thoughts, elucidated, "Since ascending the throne, Brother Zhang has become estranged from all." Chen Lin suddenly understood. It wasn't he that all thrones were like this, but that ascending to the throne transformed one into such a being. "Brother Zhang, allow me to introduce you. This is Chen Lin, the target of the alien extermination." Zhang Ju's attention snapped to Chen Lin. "You are the one who can press my head into the ground at the same level?" Chen Lin was utterly bewildered. "What does that mean?" Yang Xiao quickly interjected, "Ahem, Brother Zhang, it's been challenging for you to return. Shall we share a few cases?" "No, once I recover somewhat. I must return to the front lines for defense." Zhang Ju declined, then scrutinized the squatting dark wolf. "What a mighty wolf. Let me sit upon it." His eyes sparkled as he soared into the air. However, the dark wolf immediately darted aside, clearly unwilling. Zhang Ju's expression stiffened. "What is the meaning of this? Are you rejecting the throne? If I cannot sit upon you, I shall write your name backward." He intended to assertively mount the creature, but Yang Xiao intervened. "Zhang Ju, this is not permissible. This is a significant ally for our future, and we cannot allow any rifts to form." Zhang Ju cast a lingering gaze at Yang Xiao, unable to conceal his grievances. He turned away, hands clasped behind his back, his tone despondent. "I have made so many contributions for humanity, yet I cannot even sit upon a wolf. Alas." With that, he began to drift toward the Hongshan base. The two men and their summons followed suit, with Yang Xiao assuring, "Do not worry, Brother Zhang is always like this. He harbors no ill will toward you." Chen Lin nodded. He had no concerns. From the outset, Zhang Ju had not emitted malice toward him, and even if the dark wolf was reluctant, he had not exerted pressure upon it. On the contrary, he had traversed millions of kilometers from the front lines to ensure Chen Lin's safety from the alien throne's assassination. At the Hongshan base, the bodies of numerous students and soldiers were extracted from the mountains. Upon seeing Chen Lin's figure, Feng Yi, who had been waiting anxiously, limped forward, exhaling a sigh of relief. "You've been gone for so long. I thought something had happened to you. After all, you are the top freshman at Yunk Academy and must surely be on the aliens' hit list." Noticing Feng Yi's grave condition, Chen Lin immediately sensed that they had also been assaulted by the corrupted. He furrowed his brows. "Is everyone all right?" Feng Yi shook his head, forcing a bitter smile. "Luo Xian nearly perished using taunts to save me. Zhong Feng and Xiao Yang unleashed their full strength to hold off the corruption for 2 seconds. They are currently in critical condition. I am the least injured among us. As long as no one has died, that is a relief," Chen Lin said, feeling a weight lifted from his chest. If only Diana's divine power were sufficient. Otherwise, she could expedite their recovery. The healing intensity of divine power is extraordinarily high. Chapter 83, Valued. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the high-energy cannon to eliminate the fallen, we might have perished in the mountains. As Feng Yi spoke, his hand instinctively clenched tightly. After unleashing her domain, Luo Ning was relentlessly pursued by the fallen, yet she could not offer even the slightest resistance. The sense of helplessness from that moment was deeply etched into Feng Ye's heart. He finally recognized that his talent was merely remarkable within an entire province, utterly insignificant in the grand tapestry of alien civilizations. Suddenly, Feng Yi found himself envious of Chen Lin's formidable strength, capable of slaying even level 50 mutated beasts. Had he been present, that foreign fallen would likely have been subdued without causing a ripple. Contemplating this, Feng Ye's expression turned despondent. "Chen Lin, the chasm between us is vast. You are aware of this." Observing the smile on Chen Lin's face, Feng Yi felt an inexplicable sense of being outmatched. "By the way, Both the class monitor and her companions were attacked by the fallen, but they were saved just in the nick of time by your black wolf. Chen Lin nodded, recalling that they were the two girls from the front row. Watching the bodies of the warriors being carried away, Feng Yi felt a wave of discomfort. These warriors should not have encountered such a fate. The fallen were not their intended targets. However, they drove an armed vehicle into the mountains to mislead the fallen's attention, allowing many students to escape unscathed. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin fell into silence. Then, a strong, resonant female voice rang out. This is not the command of anyone, but merely our own will. You have just entered the academy. You need not risk your lives. Yet you chose to come to the Hengshan base to assist us in quelling the mutant beast uprising. In this endeavor, there is little that the warriors can do. Hence, in this perilous moment, they yearn to make at least a small contribution. A stern-faced female officer in military attire approached step by step, first saluting Zhang Ju. Welcome, sovereign of the broken heaven. Hearing this, Feng Ye's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed blankly at the young man before Chen Lin. You are the sovereign of our Huaxia? Zhang Ju's expression remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the astonishment, as he extended his hand toward a middle-aged man passing by with a stiff demeanor. Under the terror in the man's eyes, he found himself propelled forward uncontrollably. Sovereign of the broken heaven, what are you doing? Zhang Ju replied coldly. All the traders who delivered items to you have been apprehended. What more need I say? Instantly, all eyes turned to him, filled with fury. The female officer had long suspected the presence of traitors. Otherwise, the fallen would not have been so well distributed, nor would they have utilized the distress signal to lure nearby students into a trap. If it were not for traitors like you, the human race would not be facing such dire straits. Sovereign of the broken heaven, please execute him. The middle-aged man's face turned pale at these words. He was not ready to die. He still wished to break through in rank and attain a higher position. Sovereign of the broken heaven, it was a moment of folly. I beg for your mercy. I still hold value and can fight against the mutant beasts to redeem myself. Do we need you? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's pleas, Zhang Ju exerted more force, relishing the terror, and then offered him as an offering to the deceased. Crack! The bones of the middle-aged man shattered, and his lifeless body fell to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the female officer did not feel satisfaction. Her tone remained laced with fury. He died too easily. He got off too lightly. Feng Yi nodded in agreement. 2 storage bags flew from the corpse and landed in Zhang Ju's hands, his toes barely grazing the ground as he moved forward. Let us go, Xiaoyang, Chen Lin. Upon reaching Yang Zhao's private office, Zhang Ju casually took the main seat, treating it as his own home. Please, sit, Chen Lin. Yang Zhao displayed no airs of a ninth-turn expert. He slowly warmed a pot of tea and poured it into a cup. Why do I not have any? Zhang Ju frowned. You're so far away. Do you want me to come over and pour it for you? Zhang Ju considered this reasonable and instantly vanished from the main seat to sit in the reception chair. Xiaoyang, pour the tea. Yang Zhao shook his head helplessly and continued to pour, steam rising from the cup, the aroma of tea wafting through the air. Chen Lin took a sip, finding it quite delightful. His mind felt momentarily rejuvenated. Brother Zhang, what is the current situation on the front lines? Has it worsened again? Yang Zhao inquired. He had remained in the rear for these past years, stabilizing his own curse while striving to break through to the 10th turn. The conditions on the front line were ever-changing, and this plan required his collaboration to fully comprehend. Those alien factions are probably gearing up for another fierce assault to wear down our combat strength. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhao's expression darkened. The alien races would launch aggressive offensives periodically, with each attack resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of warriors, and even the fall of thrones. Their motives were straightforward. Relying on their vast numbers, they were willing to exchange lives for lives. All alien races were utterly indifferent to the casualties of those below the 9th ring. Even a 5-for-1 trade was deemed advantageous. In stark contrast, for the human race, every fallen warrior represented a significant loss, particularly those with hidden professions, whose futures were destined to become 9th-turn experts. It was precisely for this reason that the rear was fervently integrating professional development with advanced weaponry technology, sending all resources to the front lines to mitigate the number of casualties. As for living necessities, they were not being developed, with the possibility of losing their homes. Who could still think of enjoying life? This resulted in a situation where, although the advancements in weaponry were impressive, society remained largely unchanged. I must expedite my breakthrough to the throne, shatter this damned curse, and return to the front lines, Yang Zhao declared resolutely. Zhang Ju took a sip of tea and nodded. When the time comes, I shall traverse the battlefield alongside you for 100,000 miles, and with a mere gesture, the alien races shall be reduced to ashes. Yang Zhao couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, lamenting only his insufficient talent preventing him from an immediate breakthrough. By the way, what resources are in that storage bag? Zhang Ju's consciousness probed, discovering life crystals and 20 refining fruits. Yang Zhao's eyes brightened instantly. Chen Lin desperately needs life crystals. Your black wolf can grow by absorbing them. Brother Zhang, if you have no use for them, why not give them to him? Zhang Ju glanced at Chen Lin and tossed the items over. He truly did not place much value on these resources. Had Yang Xiao not mentioned it, he would have submitted them upon returning to the front lines. Chen Lin was taken aback, quickly reaching out to catch the items, his expression one of astonishment. Is it really this easy to receive? Since your summoned creature has demonstrated such terrifying potential, we naturally will not be stingy. The resources provided will not be limited to these, Yang Xiao said with a smile. These words stirred something within Chen Lin. He could sense that Yang Xiao treated him exceptionally well, in a manner that was visibly apparent. Chapter 84. Chen Lin, with just a slight intervention. I can severely injure a throne. This is the advantage of not having hidden talents, Chen Lin mused. Had he truly developed in secret, suddenly unleashing his combat prowess, it would have indeed astounded everyone, only for him to be swiftly crushed by an alien throne, rather than the current situation. While revealing one's talents carries inherent risks, exposing himself to the gaze of the aliens, the human race would never stand idly by. Just as this time, they directly employed their trump card, even deploying a throne to safeguard him. The resources offered were likewise generous, amounting to a total of 500 level 5 and 6 life crystals. Not to mention the refining fruits, each valued at 1,000 contribution points, freely given. Furthermore, Haiming needed to engage in constant battles, continuously devouring to grow and change, rendering concealment nearly impossible. Whatever his talents might be, they would be immediately evident. Moreover, Chen Lin had reached a level of importance due to not merely his monstrous summoned creature. The true trump card was his ability to endow summoned creatures with monstrous power. Everyone believed that it was the terrifying combat effectiveness of the summoned creature that rendered Chen Lin's future limitless, but in reality, it was the opposite. Thank you, Sovereign of the Broken Heaven. Chen Lin rose to express his gratitude. Upon hearing Zhang Ju's words, a smile blossomed on Chen Lin's lips. His satisfaction with the prodigious talent evident. He produced another storage bag and tossed it over. Inside lay the remnants of the 5-ringed malevolent spawn, filled with life crystals. Chen Lin deftly caught it, his consciousness immediately probing within, and his eyes gleamed with delight. There were precisely 205th level life crystals. Such a bounty far surpassed what he could have garnered through several days of toil. The ravenous hunger of the Black Ming was finally addressed. Chen Lin's expression suddenly grew solemn. The throne of the broken sky, indeed, it would be no issue for you to sit upon it, Black Ming. Zhang Ju waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. That black wolf only recognizes you. To it, everyone else is inconsequential. Not having accepted the offer was fortuitous, as Chen Lin was merely being polite. By the way, Chen Lin, I have a request I wish to entrust to you. Turning to the side where Yang Xiao had spoken, Chen Lin promptly replied, Speak freely. Yang Xiao inquired about how the black wolf had learned to master its domain, as such knowledge would greatly aid him in his endeavor to break through to the 10th transformation. He had already reviewed the domain mastery experiences of other thrones, which had proven immensely beneficial. As long as the permissions were adequate, one could access these insights through the revelation system by expending contribution points. The required contribution points were minimal, as the thrones had initially intended to offer them freely, only to be vetoed. These experiences had been painstakingly accumulated over time and were thus deemed invaluable, warranting appropriate regard. Consequently, the cost to access such knowledge had been reduced to merely 1 contribution point. This adjustment allowed Yang Xiao to significantly reduce his learning curve. In no time, he could fully master all his powers, compress his domain, and achieve the 10th transformation. Otherwise, he would likely have needed an additional 2 years of relentless exploration to accomplish the same. Zhang Ju straightened up, astonished. Little Yang, you can't be serious? That black wolf can actually control its domain. Not only that, Yang Xiao replied, it can also fuse its body with the domain. Zhang Ju stood in stunned silence. Huh? Can a creature at level 20 even learn such things? It took several seconds for him to regain his composure, and he instantly appeared beside Chen Lin, grasping his hand with fervor. Please, allow it to teach me. The number of heavenly kings was far fewer than that of the thrones, making the available experiences exceedingly rare. Chen Lin did not refuse, immediately communicating with the Black Ming in the summoning space. After a brief consultation, he pondered and felt that mastering the domain and fusing with the body seemed rather straightforward. The Black Ming indicated that it understood the process of domain compression merely by observing it once. Shall I summon it to demonstrate a few times? Yang Zhao's lips twitched at this, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Ju burst into laughter, patting him on the back. Little Yang, mastering a domain is inherently simple. It's your comprehension that's lacking. Yang Xiao scowled. Didn't you also take a year to achieve mastery over your domain? I was merely being cautious not to discourage the other thrones, deliberately slowing my pace. Zhang Ju chuckled as he turned to Chen Lin, his eyes brimming with anticipation. And how about the fusion of body and domain? Chen Lin pondered for a considerable time. The Black Ming had expressed its understanding of the fusion of body and domain in vague terms, as if it were something effortlessly attainable. Zhang Ju did not rush him. Recognizing that such a fusion was exceedingly complex, even with the guidance of a heavenly king, one might struggle to comprehend it. It was only natural for Chen Lin, at level 20, to require time to grasp it. After a lengthy wait, Chen Lin finally summarized the Black Ming's words. It stated that the fusion of body and domain was something it accomplished without needing to observe. It could do so at will. Zhang Ju attempted to comprehend the vast implications of this statement, but his mind faltered under the weight of information, momentarily shutting down. Huh. Are you even aware of what you're saying? In a thoughtful silence, Zhang Ju rose, declaring, my injuries have mostly healed. I shall take my leave. Hey, brother Zhang. Your aura is still weak. Rest a while longer. Yang Xiao said with a grin, immediately grasping his arm. Release me. The stature of a throne is beyond your imagination. Zhang Ju forcefully shook him off and dashed toward the window, his figure vanishing in an instant as he returned to the front lines. He now felt an unbearable ache in his heart. He had not endured such terrifying damage even in battles against the alien thrones. Yang Xiao continued to chuckle, pouring fresh tea for himself and Chen Lin, and they both shared a laugh. Chen Lin felt his summary was exceptionally sound, with no flaws whatsoever. After conversing with Yang Xiao for a while, he bid farewell and returned to the mountains. Summoning the Black Ming and pouring out the 605th level life crystals and 106th level life crystals, forming a small crimson mound. The Black Ming immediately erupted in inky flames, slowly devouring them all, converting them into energy. After approximately 10 minutes, the evolution value surged by 1,766 points, directly reaching 1/3 of what was required for completion. Following that, after consuming 20 body refining fruits, the Black Ming's size increased by 5 meters, with all attributes rising by 10 points. While this may seem modest, the Black Ming's attributes had now all surpassed 500 points. The augmentation of 10 points in strength was significantly more impactful than before. For instance, the giant transformation talent merely elevated the existing attributes by 500, although the panel displayed a strength of 2,700. This was not an accurate reflection of its true power. To illustrate simply, a creature with a normal state strength of 2,700 could effortlessly crush the giant transformed Black Ming. Glancing at the time, still before midnight, Chen Lin resolved to delve deeper into the mountains for further hunting, with the location of the mutated beasts provided by the 21st. As for accepting tasks to earn contribution points, that was unnecessary. After reaping such substantial benefits, putting in a few days of labor for the military was inconsequential. Chapter 85, Misty Mountain Base. In the days that followed, the mutated beasts above level 50 in the Bailian mountain range were systematically exterminated by the Black Ming and Diana, who divided their efforts. The life crystals collected were brought back for the Black Ming to consume. As for the corpses of the larger beasts, the Black Ming would swiftly devour them on the go, thanks to its incredible speed in its explosive state, thus wasting little time. It's time to return. Clad in silver armor, Chen Lin stood atop a high cliff, the rising sun casting a silvery glow upon him. In total, 16 level 60 behemoths had fallen, alongside over 100 level 50 mutated beasts, yielding a bountiful harvest for the Black Ming. Its size had grown by 15 meters, now standing approximately 5 meters tall, with all attributes elevated by 30 points. In its giant transformation, that translated to a total attribute increase of 150 points, which would provide a slight edge if pitted against its former self. The astonishing speed of its growth left even Chen Lin astounded. The evolution value had also increased modestly, with over 100 life crystals contributing 250 points. After all, there were no royal-blooded behemoths like the immortal berserk bear among them. Its life level was remarkably high, and with sufficient time, it would undoubtedly break through to level 100 and become a royal beast. Consequently, the evolution value gained from its consumption was substantial, as the silver butterfly gradually transformed back to its original form and landed on Chen Lin's shoulder. He stepped forward and leaped down. The sound of the howling wind rushed past his ears, drawing him closer to the ground. At that moment, a golden meteor streaked across the sky, accompanied by the radiant sun, rapidly approaching, as a fair hand reached out to grasp Chen Lin. Simultaneously, below the cliff, the Black Ming slowly opened its gray eyes, a deadly aura swirling within, a fleeting glimpse of brutality flashing across its gaze. The continuous slaughter over the past few days had intensified its ferocity, making its presence even more fearsome. Responding to its master's call, the Black Ming promptly rose and took a few steps to meet Chen Lin. Diana reverted to her normal state, flapping her wings beside him. Thus, the quartet of one man and 3 summoned beings set forth to return to the Hengshan base. Witnessing this scene from the command center, everyone felt a genuine joy. With the demise of these behemoths, the threat of an uprising was now virtually non-existent. Indeed, all that remains is to gradually clear the area in the coming years. The Bailian mountain range will enter a secure zone. Listening to the words around him, Yang Xiao couldn't help but smile. However, he was acutely aware that matters were far from over. At present, the periphery of the Mist Mountain base was devoid of any mutated beasts. Yet, this was not a cause for celebration. It indicated that all the mutated creatures had heeded the call of the colossal beasts and begun to slowly converge. The students there were now too frightened to venture deep into the mountains, retreating to the safety of the Mist Mountain base. In the past few days, they had managed to kill fewer than 50 beasts. If this continued, it would not be long before those gigantic creatures launched an attack. Currently, the Hessian base was under little pressure. It was time to assemble personnel to support the Mist Mountain base. An hour later, Chen Lin, who had just returned, was summoned by Yang Xiao to the office for tea. Chen Lin, now that the colossal beasts in the Bailian Mountain range have been eradicated, your presence here is no longer necessary. I plan to send you to the Mist Mountain base to assist with the cleanup. What do you say? Without hesitation, Chen Lin nodded. He had been troubled by the lack of beasts to hunt here and had been contemplating a reason to slip away to other bases for spoils. A level 40 mutated beast simply could not satisfy Haiming's growth requirements. Seeing his immediate and unwavering response, Yang Xiao chuckled. That place will be far more perilous. Mutated beasts could erupt into chaos at any moment. Aren't you afraid of being overwhelmed by thousands of them? Chen Lin shook his head. No worries, they will protect me. Understanding the implication of his words, Yang Xiao patted him on the shoulder. Good. Others should be ready as well. Time is of the essence. We must depart now. Chen Lin had no objections, following Yang Xiao to the underground level of the base. By the way, I have requested some resources from above for your use. They have already been sent to the Mist Mountain base. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin paused, intrigued. What resources? 5 level 7 life crystals. Yang Xiao replied with a smile. As for the rare golden stone materials, there are quite a few. You'll know when you get there. These level 7 life crystals were not available in the Apocalypse stockpile. They had been transported from the frontline battlefield through a spatial passage. Chen Lin's eyes instantly sparkled, his curiosity piqued. The two quickly arrived at the large transport aircraft beside the underground level, where 50 individuals had already gathered, including familiar faces like Qin Kong, Wang Yao, Yi Keshi, Zhang Weiyue, and Ji Fei. Chen Lin, I knew you would surely be among the reinforcements. Qin Kong exclaimed with delight. Upon hearing about the dire situation at the Mist Mountain base, he had readily agreed to provide support. Just then, Ji Fei stepped forward, smiling at Diana, who was holding Chen Lin's hand. What a perfect little angel. She must still be in her juvenile stage, right? Chen Lin, you mustn't do anything inappropriate to her. Hearing this, Diana looked up at Chen Lin with curiosity in her eyes. Master, what does inappropriate mean? Why can't Master do inappropriate things to Diana? These two innocent questions were articulated in a universally understood language, drawing the attention of everyone present. In that moment, Chen Lin felt a myriad of gazes directed at him, some filled with envy, others with danger. He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, unsure how to respond. All right, since everyone is here, let's board the Qingyu number 2, Yang Xiao interjected, alleviating the awkwardness. Upon hearing this, the crowd shifted their gazes and boarded the 40-meter-long, slightly sci-fi transport aircraft painted in teal. Chen Lin sighed in relief, guiding Diana up the vertical ladder, seated in his position. To his left were Ji Fei and Qin Kong, while Yang Xiao sat to his right. Despite bearing the terrifying curse of an alien race, he could still wield some combat power, capable of tearing apart a colossal beast without issue. Although this would exacerbate the curse and threaten his life, he would not hesitate if it came to the point of a city facing imminent collapse. With a roar, Qingyu number 2 powered up and began to accelerate forward. The massive steel doors leading to the ground slowly opened, allowing it to soar out, transforming into a teal shadow that vanished into the sky. A similar scene unfolded at the Luoxiang base, where the cleanup of the mountains proceeded swiftly, having only eliminated a few colossal beasts, lagging slightly behind the Hessian base. Chapter 86, New Characteristics. At the Mist Mountain base, the atmosphere was exceedingly tense, with all warriors standing at their posts, fully alert. All heavy weaponry was activated, and the high-energy cannons were charging. Occasionally, students emerged from the mountains, their expressions grim, clearly having gained little. Should we stay here? With so many mutated beasts gathering, they truly intend to launch an attack. The military has agreed that we can leave. We can't clear the mutated beasts now, and it's of no use for us to remain. Some have already departed. What can we do? If thousands of mutated beasts come rushing in, who can stand against them? Listening to his teammates' constant sighs, seemingly seeking an acceptable rationale for their impending retreat, Wang Feng clenched his fists. My family is in the Mist City. Even if the mutated beasts erupt, staying here guarantees death. I refuse to leave. The other four fell silent. Mist City housed millions. Even if they worked tirelessly to evacuate, most residents remained. Moreover, if they failed to stop the mutated beasts, the repercussions would extend beyond just one city. Suddenly, a teal transport aircraft streaked through the clouds, descending towards the Mist Mountain base. Is this support from other bases? The four exchanged glances, while Wang Feng's face lit up with joy. Meanwhile, by the airport, the command staff of the Mist Mountain base and several officers had long awaited this moment. Upon seeing Yang Xiao and numerous students disembark, the commander approached with palpable excitement. General Yang, we have been eagerly anticipating your arrival. It was evident that he recognized Yang Xiao's status as a 9-turn powerhouse. My curse is not yet dissipated, old Xiao. Do not expect me to turn the tide. Yang Xiao replied with a hint of resignation. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's robust face instantly darkened with concern. Alas, the situation is dire. Countless mutated beasts are converging on 4 areas, commanded by a colossal beast on the verge of breaking through level 70. It intends to launch simultaneous assaults from multiple fronts? Yang Xiao furrowed his brow. Indeed, this will make our task significantly more challenging. Qiao Yu sighed once more. Now we can only await Luoxiang base. They have dispatched 100 students and 10 instructors. By the way, I noticed the number of mutated beasts at the Hexian base is quite substantial. Is your pressure truly that light? He expressed his doubts, wary of inadvertently opening one hole only to have another arise. Yang Xiao chuckled. All mutated beasts above level 50 in the Bailian mountain range have been eradicated. Qiao Yu stared in astonishment. Is that so? With you having taken action so many times, how are you still alive? It wasn't me, Yang Xiao clarified, knowing he had been misunderstood, and gestured towards Chen Lin behind him. All of this is thanks to him. Qiao Yu glanced over, taken aback. Are you certain? He looks barely old enough to have reached adulthood. Yang Xiao nodded. Chen Lin, a first-year student. Both of his summons can slay colossal beasts. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yu instantly pushed past Yang Xiao, his expression alight with excitement as he rushed to Chen Lin, grasping his hand. Young Lin, we have finally awaited your arrival. Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. By the way, my grandson, Qiao Yang, mentioned you. Are you roommates? Chen Lin nodded. Yes. Wonderful. Young Lin, come. The items General Yang prepared for you are over there. Let me take you, he exclaimed, pulling Chen Lin along. Yang Xiao, feeling somewhat helpless, addressed the students. Do not leave the base, disband for now. The situation at Mist Mountain was markedly different. The mutated beasts were already gathering. Therefore, the combat strategy needed to change. And these details would have to wait until Luoxiang base arrived to be elaborated upon. Qiao Yu led Chen Lin to the logistics department, where several soldiers proceeded to bring out large black boxes measuring several meters. Before them lay a plethora of over a dozen anti-gravity levitating devices, a testament to the formidable weight they bore. Shaolin, these are the items, Qiao Yu remarked with a smile. The warehouse over there is conveniently empty. You can take your time to examine them. Chen Lin nodded, expressing his gratitude to Commander Qiao. He effortlessly lifted the black box with his hands. A few soldiers observed him with envy, recognizing the might that came with being a combat profession. It was a pity they had not chosen that path. Suddenly, a thought struck them. He was a summoner, wasn't he? Upon entering the warehouse, Chen Lin opened the black box, revealing a spacious interior filled with various rare mineral materials. He extracted 5 level 7 life crystals, each larger than his head, and stored them in his ring. The space was too confined. Releasing his black abyss would cause a catastrophic overflow. Summoning the silver butterfly, he donned the battle armor that enveloped his entire body and commenced the merging process. Among the 10 varieties of rare mineral materials, over 100 pieces in total, the majority comprised the black gold stone and broken steel stone, which were his most pressing needs. These uniquely characterized rare minerals were not the common types that could be mined in hundreds of tons. Thus, possessing over 100 pieces was indeed a significant quantity. It was sufficient to forge dozens of exceptionally high-quality pieces of equipment, valued at the equivalent of numerous Celestial Authority staff, at least 70 to 80,000 contribution points. After a prolonged period, Chen Lin successfully merged all 30 pieces of black gold and broken steel stones. The weight of the battle armor skyrocketed to a staggering 163 tons. Even a mere step caused the steel floor beneath him to warp, a terrifying spectacle. The hardness of the armor reached an equally formidable level, likely impervious to any being below level 50. Furthermore, having merged all the broken steel stones, he directly acquired an enhancement of 8 layers of sharpness. Coupled with the previous 2 layers, he now boasted an astonishing 10 layers of sharpness, the true extent of which Chen Lin could only speculate. Undoubtedly, dispatching any being below level 50 with a single strike would pose no challenge. Chen Lin proceeded to merge other rare minerals, but his luck waned, resulting only in increased hardness of the armor without acquiring any new traits. After merging over 20 pieces, he finally obtained a new trait named lava. The silver armor was adorned with intricate dark red patterns that resembled fine cracks, emanating a searing heat that raised the ambient temperature. As the silver butterfly activated its full potential, the dark red patterns illuminated, bubbling with energy, rendering its power even more formidable. Excellent! Chen Lin exclaimed with delight, continuing the merging process, akin to drawing cards, an addictive endeavor. Ultimately, he acquired another layer of the lava trait, along with a trait called size adaptation. The effect seemed reminiscent of the spear wielded by Ji Fei, which could alter its dimensions. Drawing forth his battle blade, he communicated with the silver butterfly, preparing to test its capabilities. The blade, originally 1 meter long, instantaneously extended to over 20 meters, piercing through the warehouse wall with ease. Outside, Qiao Yu stood astonished at the sight of the unexpectedly elongated blade. Its silver surface entwined with razor-sharp silvery currents and dark red patterns, radiating a molten energy that threatened to melt everything in its vicinity. He silently retreated several steps. Chen Lin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly commanded the silver butterfly to retract and remove the silver armor. My apologies, Commander Chao. I lost control, he said. No worries. Chao Yu replied. It was I who stood too close. The instructors and students from the Luoxiang base had arrived. Shall we proceed? Chen Lin nodded. Eager to venture into the mountains in search of mutated beasts to hone his skills. After merging over 100 pieces of rare minerals, the combat capabilities of the silver butterfly had surged exponentially. Particularly, the sharpness trait had undergone a notable transformation after reaching 10 layers. Chapter 87. Chen Lin, the Unsurpassed. As he walked with Chao Yu to an open area within the Misty Mountain base, they encountered over 100 individuals. Yang Xiao and numerous officers stood at the forefront. Glancing at the Luoxiang base's contingent, Chen Lin felt a tinge of confusion. Their demeanor appeared somewhat peculiar. Bloodshot eyes and expressionless faces radiated an air of grim determination, reminiscent of seasoned warriors forged through countless trials. Was this the caliber of the First Academy? Chen Lin marveled. Amidst them, he spotted a familiar figure, the striking Su Linxue, with her beautiful ice-blue hair framing a delicate, fair complexion and a statuesque form. Hello, Chen Lin, she greeted him with a smile. It seems you've grown even stronger since we last met. I've seen you on the leaderboard several times. I'm doing all right, Chen Lin replied nonchalantly, his contribution points having stagnated over the past few days, causing his ranking to drop into the hundreds, yet he remained unconcerned. Your Luoxiang base has been remarkably swift in clearing mutated beasts. You've dispatched more personnel than they have. Su Linxue nodded. Everyone is putting in a tremendous effort. There are only a few mutated beasts above level 50 remaining, but it shouldn't pose a problem. Originally, her strength was insufficient for this supportive endeavor. However, she possessed a terrifying area of effect attack, which would prove invaluable should the mutated beasts launch an assault. Thus, she had been selected. She likely considered herself the weakest among them. Chen Lin scanned the gathered Luoxiang students, his expression curious. Surely, it wasn't he merely that? Indeed, Su Linxue sighed. Everyone has been relentlessly battling day and night without wasting a single second in the mountains. Just watching them is intimidating. Yet, I can only join in, otherwise. The thought of everyone striving while I remain idle feels like ants crawling on my skin. Suddenly, Chen Lin felt a piercing gaze fixed upon him. He turned to find a young man clad in black armor, with a strikingly handsome face, slightly less so than his own. Xiao Yunshu's eyes blazed with determination. You must be Chen Lin, right? Absolutely. I've seen your three-headed serpent video on the forum. It left quite an impression. In this support mission, my contribution points will surpass yours, inevitably. With his resolve firmly established, Xiao Yunshu turned away, awaiting his designated task. Chen Lin positioned himself at the front row of the Hengshan region, aligning with Ji Fei and the other instructors. Allow me to briefly outline the situation. Xiao Yu stepped forward, his demeanor grave. Days ago, there were signs of these mutated beasts gathering, and just yesterday, they amassed in numbers. However, under the command of a level 69 Darkhorn Behemoth, they are currently advancing towards 4 distinct areas. It is inferred that the Darkhorn Behemoth aims to initiate a divided assault, preventing us from concentrating our efforts. Each area will be led by at least 2 behemoths, preparing to attack the Misty Mountain base, Mist City, and the neighboring Yuna City. Thankfully, the marching distance of these mutated beasts is quite extensive. Your task is to sever their tails, capture the lagging mutated beasts, thereby reducing their overall numbers and alleviating the pressure on our defenses. This operation requires you to split into 8 groups, each comprising 20 individuals. Are there any objections? None. Everyone replied in unison. Good. Without delay, Xiao Yu instructed the assembly to commence roll call and formation. The best pairing arrangements had already been discussed and established through the support list. At that moment, Yang Xiao stepped forward, adding, Chen Lin, you will operate solo. He was well aware of Chen Lin's battle prowess. Having others accompany him would be of little assistance. Chen Lin had no objections. However, the surrounding onlookers cast puzzled glances, uncertain of his unique standing. Even instructors were required to work in teams. 2 minutes later, all 8 groups were assigned, and Xiao Yu immediately declared, time is of the essence. Let us head to the airport. Supersonic aircraft await takeoff at a moment's notice. Observing the 100+ individuals turn and depart fearlessly, Xiao Yu sighed. Undoubtedly, this endeavor would be far more perilous than their previous battles. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it could spell doom for the entire team of 20. However, in times of crisis, there is always a need for someone to step forward. I hope they can return. Chen Lin, don't you need to pilot a fighter jet? Xiao Yu inquired. His summon is faster. Yang Xiao responded, then approached Chen Lin, handing him a vial containing the essence of life. As long as one remains alive, drinking it will ensure recovery. Chen Lin, please prioritize your safety. If you encounter danger, I will come to rescue you. Chen Lin shook his head. After several days of companionship, he understood Yang Xiao bore a curse. If he were to forcibly exert his power, he would suffer a backlash that could cost him his life. That moment will never arrive. Uncle Yang, I must depart. Chen Lin summoned the towering entity, He Ming, and as it lowered its head, he leaped onto it. With a thunderous roar, the ground shattered beneath their might, and He Ming surged forward. soaring high over the base's walls, disappearing into the distance amidst the astonished gazes of the soldiers. That vial of life essence costs 100,000 contribution points. You truly care for him, don't you? Could it be that he is your illegitimate son? Upon hearing Qiao Yu's remark, Yang Xiao shook his head. He desired to witness Chen Lin soar freely, yet he was also apprehensive about him suffering a fall from grace. Through their sincere interactions over the past few days, he could discern that Chen Lin's fundamental nature was one of solitude. Even with family, was this perhaps a consequence of his childhood? Yang Xiao sighed. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Lin treated those who fought alongside him with utmost kindness. Beside the fighter jets, soldiers handed recovery potions to the cadets and instructors boarding the aircraft. Once everyone was aboard, all the soldiers retreated to the periphery, solemnly saluting in unison. Witnessing this scene stirred a fervor within the onlookers. Even the previously expressionless faces at Luoxiang base displayed subtle changes. Aside from growing stronger, did it seem as though a new purpose had suddenly emerged in their hearts? Boom, boom, boom. A series of sonic booms erupted as 16 fighter jets surged forth, slicing through the air and vanishing into the horizon, heading in 4 distinct directions. On the ground, Wang Feng felt a surge of excitement. He too wished to join but lacked the strength to participate in this operation. Thus, he remained to defend the base. In the mountains, a massive black wolf raced forward with incredible speed, shattering the earth and obliterating any obstacles in its path with a formidable presence. Chen Lin fed the 5 level 7 life crystals to He Ming, directly augmenting its evolution value by 1,500. Coupled with the previous gains, it had now reached over 3,700 points. The next evolution drew ever closer, occurring at a pace much swifter than the initially anticipated 10 days. Behind him, Diana clung to Chen Lin's neck, her small form lifted by the fierce winds. She seemed to find this exhilarating. As a newly born and naive angel, her curiosity about everything rendered her reluctant to remain in the dark and silent summoning space. Naturally, Chen Lin would not force her. Chapter 88. The Fierce Battle Against 3 Colossal Beasts. Amidst the billowing smoke of the mountains, countless massive mutant beasts trampled the rocks and toppled gigantic trees, forming a cataclysmic torrent of destruction that advanced over several hundred kilometers. At the forefront of this devastating wave stood 3 terrifying behemoths, each spanning a length of 1,000 meters, their bodies exuding an aura of ferocity, with various powers shimmering around them. Below the countless mutant beasts, the ground trembled over 10,000 meters, the spectacle utterly daunting. Numerous officers in the command center, observing via drone feeds, wore expressions of grave concern. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated as a massive black wolf, encircled by dark flames, erupted from the side. Its speed was unparalleled, causing the air to crackle with explosive sounds, obliterating everything within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Roar! The fearsome roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, sending shockwaves that resonated outward, radiating an incomprehensible terror. All the mutant beasts were momentarily paralyzed by this roar, halting in unison. The 3 colossal creatures turned their massive bodies, their lantern-like eyes gazing upon the suddenly emerging black wolf with fury. In the command center, Qiao Yu was momentarily stunned. Was this how it was supposed to be done? Their mission was to exploit the lengthy route to continuously intercept the trailing mutant beasts, right? Chen Lin had chosen to charge directly forward, drawing the attention of all the mutant beasts. Qiao Yu's gaze turned blank. There were 3 colossal beasts present. Other officers shared expressions of shock, unable to fathom that Chen Lin's approach would be so audacious. Trust him, Yang Zhao's voice remained calm. However, he too felt a tremor of shock within. Yet, Chen Lin's summons were inherently beasts of overwhelming force. Whether it was He Ming or Diana, their combat prowess was immensely formidable, incapable of engaging in stealthy ambushes. Thus, Chen Lin's strategy was indeed sound. There were 3 colossal beasts, but with Diana's support, they were not without the strength to fight. Roar! From whence do you come? Beast, to obstruct our path? Between the 2 giant beasts, a mammoth creature, standing over 800 meters tall with tusks curving upwards by 100 meters and covered in crimson scales, slowly spoke. Its level reached 66, while the other 2 beasts were equally formidable, both at level 65. Roar! Filth, become my sustenance. He Ming wasted no time, instantly erupting with dark flames that expanded to encompass a radius of 10,000 meters. The aura of death flowed through the domain, simultaneously consuming and extinguishing the lives of hundreds of 40-level mutant beasts ensnared within. Moreover, a terrifying phantom, nearly 3,000 meters in size, began to coalesce around He Ming. The gray eyes, imbued with the essence of death, opened and gazed upon the 3 colossal beasts. Instantly, a sense of dread enveloped their minds, as if they would be annihilated by those dual eyes. Heaven's death prison. Within this domain, nothing was invulnerable to death, even those lifeless. Undead beings would be bestowed with the definition of demise. After several days, the aura of death entwining He Ming had dissipated significantly, allowing it to be utilized once more. At this moment, Diana, flying in the sky, unleashed the divine blessing skill. The divine mark upon her forehead shimmered with golden light, amplifying her powers. However, the now colossal He Ming was so terrifying that even after expending all her divine strength, the enhancements to the attributes of strength, agility, and vitality were minimal. Nevertheless, its magical power, currently at 542, surged by a staggering 1125 points. With such an augmentation, the Heaven's Death prison expanded an additional 20,000 meters, and the potency of the dark flames doubled, becoming extraordinarily fearsome. Far away, Chen Lin similarly bestowed a reinforcement technique upon He Ming, albeit his attributes were lower than Diana's. Furthermore, lacking the higher-tier divine power, the effect was diminished. Yet, even with the substantial reduction, it still contributed a slight enhancement. In mere seconds, hundreds of 40-level mutant beasts were reduced to ashes, their life crystals consumed by the dark flames. Roar! Seek death and strike it down. The three colossal beasts howled as they charged. Just then, the world suddenly dimmed, a pale moonlight casting a chilling glow that instilled fear in all the mutant beasts. Diana stood tall in the sky, her proud and cold visage overlooking the earth, with a full moon suspended behind her. 9 rings of dark red true power encircled her, slicing towards the ghost rock giant beast in an instant. Roar! The ghost rock giant beast bellowed, summoning its inner strength, as strange patterns materialized upon its rocky skin. It attempted to disregard Diana and swarm He Ming instead. However, the 9 rings of annihilation effortlessly cut through the fearsome defense of the ghostly patterned stone skin, carving a deep gash of several dozen meters, inflicting significant damage. Roar! The ghost rock giant beast, feeling the pain, halted and dared not to ignore the assault any longer, raising its hand to strike at the annihilation ring. Yet, it was deftly evaded. Under Diana's mental command, the attack continued upward along its arm, tearing a deep wound spanning 100 meters. Roar! Upon witnessing Diana ensnaring the ghost rock behemoth with remarkable prowess, Black Ming, unwilling to be outdone, charged towards the remaining 2 colossal beasts with great fervor. Every mutated creature that dared to obstruct its path was brutally shattered by its terrifying might. Those aberrant beings that had reached level 50 were swiftly incapacitated by a mere swipe of its paw. The adversaries that had once compelled it to exert every ounce of strength merely days prior were now regarded as insignificant as ants. Roar! The demonic elephant unleashed a fearsome and savage bellow, its massive, crimson-scaled trunk swinging violently towards the black wolf before it. The ferocious shadow of the demon required no guidance. Its blazing black flames surged forth, instantly rending the beast's scales and leaving 4 deep, bloody gashes in their wake. Growl! At that moment, a menacing centipede beast, its horrifying mandibles bared, launched a sudden attack. Black Ming reacted with lightning speed, swatting it aside before sinking its jaws into its head. Crack! The dark red exoskeleton shattered beneath the assault, its fangs piercing flesh and unleashing a torrent of toxic purple blood. Hiss! The centipede beast screeched in agony, wrapping its body around Black Ming, its countless sharp legs striking relentlessly. Yet, an impenetrable layer of golden light emerged, halting the assault effortlessly. Roar! Black Ming flung the creature away, sending it crashing into a mountain, countless boulders tumbling upon the centipede beast. Boom! Black Ming's massive form followed suit. And before it could regain its footing, it raised its paw and crushed the boulders, forcefully driving its head into the earth. It held the centipede beast down, savagely tearing into it. Chapter 89, The Union of 9 Wheels. With the defense of the golden light and resistance to toxins, the centipede beast was nearly crushed under Black Ming's might. Its offensive capabilities relied heavily on the synergy of its venom, and in this context, it struggled to withstand Black Ming's overwhelming physical assault. Roar! At this juncture, the demonic elephant bore numerous wounds, its scales shattered, and scalding crimson blood flowed freely. Its entire being was shrouded in a scarlet energy, perpetually healing and resisting the terrifying heat of the black flames that devoured it. Yet the relentless onslaught of the ferocious shadow rendered those efforts futile, as its life continued to wane. As its magical power reached 1667, the temperature of the heavenly flame surged nearly twofold. Upon merging its strength, the black flames seemed to regain their former terrifying intensity. As Black Ming's combat range expanded, the black flames shifted from primary offense to something less potent. Most foes perished, yet it required a considerable duration to fully consume them. However, the 3 colossal beasts now sensed their life essence being devoured frantically, as if by countless ants. Moreover, as their wounds multiplied, the rate of consumption accelerated. Caw! A magnificent golden eagle, over 300 meters in wingspan and enveloped in a swirling current of golden energy that could rend mountains asunder, suddenly surged towards Diana. Its 20-meter-long, sharp beak aimed directly at her, resembling a golden blade cutting through the air. In her current state, Diana had little means of defense, and her physical form was notably fragile. A hit would undoubtedly spell her doom. Yet, The twin rings of annihilation had already detached from the ghost rock behemoth, merging seamlessly as they sliced towards the golden eagle. When it was merely 100 meters from Diana, it was cleaved in two by the dark red power of annihilation. However, bolstered by its formidable vitality, it did not perish immediately. The rings of annihilation spun back, swiftly striking the falling golden eagle once more, severing its body into several pieces. Just then, a multitude of airborne mutated beasts, their eyes frenzied, surged towards Diana under the command of the colossal beasts. A dark tide of fury rushing toward the moon that illuminated the heavens. Diana recalled the twin rings of annihilation around her, commanding them to slice through the oncoming horde. 4 rings of annihilation surged forth, intertwining as they transformed into 4 dark red afterimages, severing the flying mutated beasts with ease. Their dismembered limbs rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour, albeit a grim and filthy one. Whoosh! A remarkably swift black raven darted through the carnage of the rings of annihilation, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth lunging for her. In an instant, Diana's wings unfurled, evading the strike, as she summoned the power of annihilation to cleave its head from its body. The filth-laden black blood splattered against her silvery wings, and a look of disdain flickered in her icy gaze. In the forms of the crescent moon and the blazing sun, her demeanor shifted accordingly. Surrounding the ghost rock behemoth, the 5 rings of annihilation returned, swiftly dispatching the remaining flying mutated beasts. Roar! With no hindrance remaining, the ghost rock behemoth charged towards Black Ming, attempting to flank it alongside the 1,000-meter centipede. Black Ming let out a ferocious growl, its gray eyes revealing no trace of fear, as it stood atop the centipede's head and engaged the ghost rock behemoth in combat. Though they were of a higher level, their combat prowess paled in comparison to the indomitable mad bear. Over the past few days, Black Ming's strength had seen a notable increase, and with Diana's divine blessing, it faced the 3 colossal beasts, seemingly on equal footing. The clash of the 4 titans rent the earth apart for thousands of meters, tremors radiating outward, the heavens echoing with their thunderous roars for dozens of kilometers. Countless mutated beasts scattered in panic, too afraid to approach, lest they be caught in the aftermath of the battle. The commotion rendered the command center silent, as Chao Yu stared in astonishment. What the hell? This wolf? How can it be so fierce, only at level 20, yet able to hold its own against 3 colossal beasts? Yang Zhangjiang. That's a staggering gap of 46 levels, isn't it? Numerous officers gulped nervously, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the screen, observing their astonished expressions. Yang Xiao couldn't help but smile, recalling how Chen Lin had repeatedly defied expectations, evolving from a manageable level of genius to something beyond human comprehension. Crossing a full 46 levels and battling 3 colossal beasts, this black wolf only grew more valiant with each skirmish. All creatures had higher levels, and the disparity in combat prowess correspondingly diminished. Yet in this instance, it had reversed into something increasingly terrifying. For aircraft sliced through the clouds, descending in altitude as numerous students and several instructors braced themselves, preparing to parachute down. Despite possessing 3 types of armaments, the aircraft dared not approach the vast numbers of airborne mutated beasts. However, upon witnessing the scene below, they froze in place. A stunning angel, exuding an aura of cold aloofness, adorned with silver-white wings, was surrounded by 9 dark red rings of annihilation, ruthlessly dispatching the encroaching flying mutated beasts. Behind her, a colossal crescent moon loomed, casting a gentle white glow upon her. The beauty was ethereal, yet a single glance sent a shiver of terror coursing through one's veins. Below, a hellish landscape of burning black flames unfolded, where 4 massive beasts clashed with earth-shattering ferocity. The towering figure of the ferocious shadow radiated an aura of consuming countless lives, nearly rendering breath itself a challenge. Suddenly, a notification indicating a change in mission parameters sounded from the smart wrist devices of the onlookers. Upon reading it, they were left utterly bewildered. They hadn't even disembarked from the aircraft, yet someone had completed their mission. This angel and the black wolf were, astonishingly, the summoned creatures of the same individual. Everyone struggled to comprehend, burdened with their prepared parachutes, standing at the open door of the aircraft as the fierce winds howled. The pilot immediately executed the command, sealing the door and executing a graceful turn. With a resounding boom, they shot off towards the other 3 zones. Chen Lin, aware of the commotion, glanced upward but paid it little heed. Within a 1,000-meter radius around him lay dozens of colossal mutated beasts, dispersed by the shockwaves, colliding into him and meeting their end beneath his 40-meter war spear. It must be said that the characteristic of the size and shape of the Rui is exceptionally commendable. Engaging in combat with these mutated beasts has become significantly more comfortable. At this moment, the skybound Diana ceased her onslaught, having annihilated hundreds of aerial mutated creatures, their mangled corpses littering the ground below. The torrential blood rain finally subsided. The rings of annihilation began to converge slowly, their dark red radiance intensifying, unleashing a terrifying force that even obliterated the surrounding air. With a resounding boom, 9 rings coalesced into a dark red circle, hovering before Diana, emanating an aura of inevitable doom that instilled fear in the beasts. Chapter 90. The Form of Annihilation. The dark red essence of annihilation swirled around the rings, transforming the once silver-white moon into a deep crimson hue, casting a hellish glow over the vast expanse. Tendrils of dark red annihilation energy flowed from Diana's right eye, manifesting as a deep crimson moon. In this moment, the most potent form of annihilation descended. Prepare to embrace your demise. Accompanied by a voice devoid of empathy, Diana gracefully raised her hand and brought it down. In an instant, the dark red brilliance of the annihilation wheel blazed brilliantly, morphing into a terrifying scarlet shadow that cleaved through the sky towards the gravely wounded centipede beast. The centipede beast let out a terrified roar, attempting to snap its densely packed jaws shut. Yet, upon contact, the annihilation wheel showed no signs of hesitation, piercing through the creature's head as its formidable exoskeleton offered no resistance. In mere moments, the long body of the beast was severed. Under the compression of the terrifying annihilation energy, its flesh was instantly shredded apart. Within seconds, the centipede's 1,000-meter-long frame was reduced to mere indistinguishable remnants, countless severed limbs falling to the ground, struggling briefly before losing all mobility. A single strike had dispatched a level 65 beast. Such terrifying might left even Chen Lin in awe. Diana's form of annihilation was truly formidable. Even the fusion of the Black Abyss and the Heavenly Prison would struggle to withstand it. The defensive breach effect of the annihilation energy was so horrifying that it was nearly beyond comprehension. Moreover, she possessed an even more terrifying solar-lunar form. However, the deep crimson moonlight began to wane, and the annihilation energy entwined within the wheel dimmed. This technique evidently expended a tremendous amount of Diana's energy. Yet, she still retained some strength, guiding the annihilation wheel to swiftly slice towards the side. The ghost rock giant, witnessing this, was immediately engulfed in fear, instinctively thickening its rocky hide. But this was futile against the annihilation wheel, which effortlessly sliced into its flesh. Just as its body was about to be cleaved in two, the deep crimson moon in the sky finally faltered, rapidly dissipating. The radiance that illuminated the realm vanished. Diana's elongated and flawless form suddenly transformed into a diminutive state, her proud and indifferent visage revealing a hint of innocence, blinking in surprise at the unexpected turn of events. She quickly fluttered her wings, searching for her master's silhouette. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and a fearsome, mutated beast erupted from the earth, its massive 100-meter form leaping into the air, its gaping maw aimed to engulf Diana whole. In the face of this sudden upheaval, Chen Lin's reaction reached its zenith, his war spear sweeping through the air. As it spun, it expanded to over 40 meters, the molten dark red fissures boiling to life, erupting in a fiery explosion that obliterated the beast's head. Diana landed beside Chen Lin, fortunate that the molten patterns had dimmed, revealing no scorching power to melt her surroundings. At that moment, the Black Abyss had already pounced upon the ghost rock giant, black light shimmering upon its claws, relentlessly tearing at it. Although far inferior to the annihilation energy's defensive breach, it still left deep gashes. In its severely wounded state, the ghost rock giant was no match for the combined assault of the black flames and the aura of death, being relentlessly pummeled by the Black Abyss. The magic elephant, facing the even more formidable savage shadow, was similarly beleaguered, covered in wounds. Both beasts understood that they must swiftly eliminate this black wolf, otherwise it would be their demise. And thus they launched a frenzied assault. The magic elephant, undeterred by the savage shadow's attacks, roared and charged at the Black Abyss, its massive form crashing into the mountains, toppling peaks thousands of meters high. The Black Abyss, its eyes heavy with the essence of death, suddenly erupted, transforming the surroundings into a gray zone where life was obliterated. The terrifying power of death ground down its very essence like a millstone. The magic elephant let out a pained roar, but the onslaught was not over. The pursuing savage shadow, with its gray eyes also ignited with the essence of death, joined in. As manifestations of 3 types of power, both it and the Black Abyss wielded the death-heavy eye. Instantly, the potency of death multiplied, hastening the obliteration of the magic elephant's life force. Within mere seconds, its vitality waned to the brink, and it emitted a fearful wail. The ghost rock giant rushed in to provide support, only to be swatted aside by the savage shadow's colossal hand, which spanned hundreds of meters. Die. The Black Abyss's cold, gray gaze fixed upon the magic elephant as it gradually ceased its struggle, its life force entirely extinguished. Immediately, it joined the savage shadow in a relentless assault on the ghost rock giant, exchanging blows in a frenzied barrage that shattered the earth beneath them. Finally, after several minutes, they sent it to join the 2 other beasts. With a roar that echoed for dozens of kilometers, the terrifying battle among the 4 beasts came to a close. Beside the Black Abyss, the savage shadow that resembled it gradually dissipated, observing the magnificent black wolf, standing amidst a sea of black flames with its 1,000-meter form radiating overwhelming might. The officers in the command center were deeply shaken. All 3 beasts had been slain. It was truly hard to believe. Xiao Yu felt somewhat dazed, incredulous at the turn of events. What had initially been a mission to intercept a portion of the mutated beasts had been accomplished by Chen Lin, who had thoroughly annihilated the entire horde. One individual had swept through tens of thousands of mutated beasts across a vast expanse. His impact surpassed that of all others combined. With this, the dangers of advancing towards Mist City had been alleviated. Xiao Yu's face lit up with excitement, his previous worries dissipating. What had once seemed a defensive effort of less than 10% now held a glimmer of hope. Yang Xiao also smiled, astonished that this black wolf possessed a domain, and one that was equally potent. The black flames in the mountains swiftly consumed all corpses and life crystals, returning to the black abyss's body. Under the energy of transformation, it grew an additional meter in size, with all attributes elevated by 2 points. Though slight, these increments were crucial, as future evolutions would become increasingly challenging, necessitating gradual accumulation to maintain its terrifying combat power. Simultaneously, Chen Lin's attributes were boosted by 1 point due to the energy reaped from the beasts. To the black abyss, the energy transformed from the beasts was relatively insignificant, but for Chen Lin, it was a different story. Even receiving only 1/3 of it resulted in substantial growth. His current attributes stood at 251 strength, 200 constitution, 202 agility, and 310 spirit. Such figures were not far from those of a level 30 hidden class. Thus, with the terrifying enhancement from the silver butterfly, Chen Lin could obliterate level 40 mutated beasts with a single strike. As for level 50 mutated beasts, it would require several more hits. Facing some of the weaker giants head-on was perhaps not a concern for Chen Lin now. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the black abyss, having returned to its normal state, approached him.